Chapter 1. Li Fan's Unemployment. In the year 2025 of the Blue Star calendar, in the city of Yu, Li Fan found himself unemployed for a full 6 months, a consequence of the prevailing circumstances in the construction industry. What he had initially perceived as liberation soon morphed into an overwhelming sense of dread. With a hefty mortgage, the burden of remaining unmarried at an advanced age, and aging parents to care for, he felt an unprecedented weariness. As night descended, Li Fan trudged back to his rented apartment. The rain poured outside, drenching him completely. Today's interview had ended in failure once more. The interior of his dwelling was dimly lit, and he sank helplessly onto the sofa, switching on the old television in search of some solace. Breaking news. A powerful typhoon is approaching the southeastern waters of Japan. Reports from Gallia indicate that a 7.9 magnitude earthquake in the northern city has resulted in over 800 casualties, with rescue efforts still ongoing. An unknown sea monster has been sighted in the New Zealand waters, leading to the sinking of a fishing vessel, with casualties currently unaccounted for. After flipping through several channels, he found only similarly disheartening news, which only served to heighten his agitation. He switched off the television and lay quietly on the sofa. Beep. Beep. The phone rang several times before he finally answered. Exhausted, he glanced at the screen, revealing a call from Tao Xue. Wang Tao, a good friend from his university days, remained a constant presence in his life. Even during their time on construction sites, they occasionally indulged in gaming together. How did the interview go today? It was another failure. I told you what good job could come from a Saturday interview. Heed my advice, enjoy your weekend. Besides, there's a new game launching tomorrow. Supposedly a holographic immersive experience developed collaboratively by AI. The graphics are stunning, and the experience is incredibly realistic. Should we give it a shot? Forget it, I can't afford a headset for a holographic game. You're in luck. There's an online promotion. Buy one, get one free. I've already filled in your address. It should arrive tomorrow. This game has garnered significant attention, and many renowned guilds have expressed interest in participating. Equipment and resources will undoubtedly be valuable, and with a stroke of luck, you might even earn a tidy sum. Wang Tao lacked a stable profession, living as a semi-professional gamer, and was quite attuned to the gaming world. Given the promotional push from the Chinese authorities, he believed that the game, Juejing, would enjoy a considerable surge in popularity. Tao Xue, money doesn't come easily. You're unemployed now, so consider it a way to unwind. Besides, I can't use 2 headsets by myself, so it's settled. Initially, Li Fan assumed Wang Tao was jesting. However, he was surprised when, the following afternoon, a headset indeed arrived in the mail. Have you received the headset? Yes, this is the official headset, and the game, Juejing, has already been installed. The server's open at 7, make sure to log in on time. Understood. Feeling a bit hungry, he prepared a simple meal for himself. Curious about the Juejing game, he conducted a brief online search and discovered that it was indeed a product of collaborative AI development. It appeared that he had been out of touch during his prolonged stint at the construction site, unaware of how advanced AI had become in crafting such expansive gaming experiences. The specter of further unemployment loomed large. Time passed swiftly. At 7 o'clock, Li Fan donned his helmet and entered the realm of the Awakening game. Loading for you. Loading. You have entered the Awakening game. May you enjoy your experience. Before him unfolded a vast scene. Below, numerous colossal beasts besieged an ancient city with tremendous force. Initially, the perspective was one of divine observation. Then it shifted to the city walls, and finally into the vantage of a guarding soldier. If wielding a weapon, he charged alongside the soldier against the monstrous foes. The sensation was overwhelmingly vivid. When the soldier was pierced by a vine, Li Fan believed he had met his demise. The perspective shifted once more, revealing that the city tower had been breached. The colossal beasts surged into the city. In an instant, beams of light shot in from the distance, colliding with the beasts, igniting a chaotic melee. Some wielded staffs, summoning bolts of thunder, while others brandished great swords, striking heavily upon the giants. Still others bore shields, keeping the beasts at bay, preventing any advance. At last, a man clad in green descended from the air, muttering incantations. In the next moment, countless green lights erupted from his hands, soaring towards the humans engaged in combat with the beasts, healing their wounds and reviving the fallen. Defenders. Astonishingly, the once dead soldiers rose again, charging once more at the monstrous adversaries. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the smoke cleared. Humanity had triumphed over the beasts. You have completed your viewing. Binding your character. Binding successful. Please enter your character name. Great dream of 3,000. Matching. Talents. Match successful. Match failed. Match successful. Match failed. What's going on? Is there a bug? Li Fan was somewhat exasperated after all. This was a globally renowned game. Could it not be more reliable? After a long pause with no activity, he attempted to log out and re-enter, only to find that he was unable to do so. Congratulations, you have acquired Heavenly Assistance. Heavenly Assistance. Every 5 levels, you may randomly obtain a new auxiliary talent. Automatically activated upon selecting the priest profession. What? A priest? Isn't that a support class? Li Fan had previously searched for the primary professions and had intended to choose the mage, conjuring spells and summoning thunder to obliterate all. A flash of light interrupted his thoughts. A familiar notification urged him to promptly visit the old priest in the novice village to confirm his profession. Before he could regain his composure, he was thrust into the game. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not amidst the exquisitely crafted visuals described by Wang Tao, but rather in a throng of people. Chapter 2. Talent Allocation Purple. Hey, don't shove. Bro, step aside, step aside. If you push any harder, the eggs will crack real eggs. Picked up at the village entrance. What the hell? Who just farted? It's unbearable. Hey, you in the back, gather your things, yes, you with the staff. Stop jabbing it into me. Warrior, could you please sheath your sword? Li Fan was once again astounded, not by the sheer number of newcomers in the novice village, but by the tactile sensations it felt astonishingly real. Previously, he had spent his time grinding away, and during his rare leisure moments, he indulged in casual games like Honor of Kings. This marks his inaugural experience with holographic gaming. Logically, during the talent matching phase, Li Fan had spent a considerable amount of time, and under normal circumstances, such congestion would be implausible in other games. Yet, the game Ju-edging has been vigorously promoted by governments across various nations, rendering even the thousands of novice villages insufficient. Owing to Li Fan's temperament, he would typically opt to log off and wait. However, Wang Tao had previously informed him that this game attracted a plethora of players. Logging off for several hours might not guarantee a chance to log back in. Thus, after half an hour, the novice hall gradually became less crowded. He successfully followed the prompts to locate the old priest. You have become a priest. Quickly gather your teammates to battle monsters, level up, grow stronger, and protect this land. Congratulations, you have acquired the purple talent attribute point for tank support. Tank support attribute point purple. With this talent, each time you allocate a point to Constitution, you gain 5 points of intelligence. Having never played a similar game before, Li Fan gazed at the notification before him, pondering, purple. That must be considered a rather good talent, right? Subsequently, the panel materialized before his eyes. Great dream of 3,000 professions. Priest. Agility, 10. Health, 50. Mana, 2. Blue value, 20. Physical defense, 0. Magical defense, 0. Distributable free points, 5. Talent. Support drain tank support attribute point purple. For plus signs then appeared, corresponding to strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. Further prompts elucidated. 1 point of strength equates to 3 points of attack, 1 point of agility equals 2 points of agility, 1 point of constitution translates to 1 point of physical defense. 10 health points, 1 point of intelligence corresponds to 1 point of mana, 5 points of blue value, and 0.5 points of magical defense. The panel recommended allocating 3 points to Constitution and 2 points to Intelligence. Nevertheless, considering his possession of the tank support attribute, Li Fan decided to allocate all his points to Constitution. Li Fan's profession, Priest. Agility, 10. Health, 50-50. Mana, 225. Blue value, 2125. Physical defense, 0.5. Magical defense, 12.5. Distributable free points, 0. Talent. Support drain tank support attribute point purple. Hey, this guy. A crisp voice rang out. Li Fan turned to see a female player, whose username was Fried Little Cutie. Contrary to what her name might suggest, she was quite striking. Not only would she stand out on a construction site, but even in a bustling metropolis, she would be considered a true beauty. However, Her physique was rather challenging to describe. She was more muscular than he was. A simple characterization would be muscle-lily. Humph. What's with your reaction? The female player said, her demeanor imposing. Do you look like that in real life? Are you an idiot? Who plays games looking like their real self? Don't you know you can customize your appearance? Customize my appearance? Li Fan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the gaming helmet Wang Tao purchased was a counterfeit, lacking this feature entirely? The female player scrutinized Li Fan from head to toe, wondering if this fellow had directly entered the game without any customization. Was there really someone so reckless? Nonetheless, it was not her concern. Finding a priest to assist her in leveling up was her priority. May I inquire if you are a full mage priest? Li Fan asked with a hint of confusion. What is a full mage priest? The player, known as Fried Little Cutie, was taken aback. It seemed he was indeed a complete novice. Nevertheless, if he were a full mage priest, she wouldn't mind lending a hand. Upon entering the game, you received 5 free points, which you should allocate entirely to intelligence that would make you a full mage priest, she explained. Fearing Li Fan might not comprehend, she directly inquired, check your stats. Does your magic attack exceed 7? As per her recollection, a priest's initial magic attack was 2, and without considering any talents, it should amount to 7 points. Li Fan glanced at his stats and nodded vigorously. The female player mused to herself. Although this fellow appears somewhat dim-witted, he is obedient. Then join my party. I shall lead you to a splendid place to level up, ensuring it is swifter than battling monsters outside the village. Will you come? Li Fan contemplated for a moment. This was his first experience with such a game, and the other players seemed quite knowledgeable, possibly an expert. After all, it was merely a game, and she could not deceive him significantly, so he agreed. The duo formed a party, and Fried Little Cutie guided Li Fan through the throngs of players toward the village's outskirts. Observing the bustling crowd, she felt something was amiss. Turning to Li Fan, she froze in her tracks. Demeng San Qian, where is your weapon? What weapon? I have no weapon. You lack a weapon. Now, check your stats. Do you possess the skill beginner healing? I do not. The player, whose real name was Ling Xue, nearly lost her composure and struck Li Fan. Had she known earlier, she would have exerted extra effort in battling monsters rather than returning to the novice village. It has been nearly an hour since the server opened. Did you not seek out the village chief upon landing to receive your quest? Were you unaware that tracking quests involves acquiring weapons and learning skills? How did you end up with the priest class? Li Fan felt quite embarrassed upon landing. He was prompted to seek out the priest. Only now did he notice a red exclamation mark on his stats. Upon clicking it, he discovered the novice guide. Find a village chief. Ling Xue was nearly driven to madness. What misfortune had led her to encounter such a disastrous start? Priests wielded few offensive capabilities aside from some supportive roles or guild members. Few chose the priest class. Moreover, the game's death penalty was quite severe. Typical priests had 3 points in constitution and 2 in intelligence, making full mage priests exceptionally rare. With this in mind, she resolved to maintain her composure and returned with Li Fan to locate the village chief. The Longier rabbit has been terrorizing our village for quite some time, causing great distress to the villagers. You, young man, possess an extraordinary aura. I foresee you becoming a remarkable figure. Would you like to accept this quest? I accept. Congratulations. You have acquired the quest to slay the Longier rabbits and obtain 20 pairs of their ears as proof. Present them to the village chief to receive 20 copper coins and a pair of novice shoes. Demeng San Qian. You have accepted the quest, but do not underestimate the Longier rabbit's strength. You might consider visiting Blacksmith Wang. He may offer you some assistance. Li Fan was once again astonished. The game, Awakening, not only featured strikingly realistic environments, but even the NPCs behaved like actual players. Indeed, years of labor and construction had rendered him somewhat out of touch, making it exceedingly difficult for him to seek suitable employment. Subsequently, under Ling Xue's guidance, he made his way to the blacksmith shop, where he acquired a damaged staff. Chapter 3. The Long-Eared Rabbit, Broken Staff White. Intelligence won upon acquiring the staff. The mana section of his panel transformed to reflect 2, base, 25, attribute bonus, 1, beginner weapon bonus. After obtaining the weapon, the panel prompted him to consult the priest once more. Li Fan scratched his head, casting an apologetic glance at Ling Xue. His close friend Wang Tao had mentioned the urgency in the new area, yet he had squandered nearly 20 minutes with his back and forth. Great dream of 3,000. You have acquired a new skill. Basic healing white. LV0, 100 after a 5-second chant. Cast towards a target, restoring 6. Magical attack 1. 2. Health. A wondrous epiphany coursed through his being as he mastered this skill. Regrettably, it could not be utilized within the confines of the novice village. Let us go. Ling Xue, evidently still vexed, strode purposefully towards the village exit. Having seen new things, he had never encountered something so novel. Even a 10-year-old child seemed to play better than him. Feeling somewhat guilty, Li Fan hurriedly followed. The moment they exited the village, Li Fan was suddenly enveloped by a ferocious aura. The village offered protection, but outside, one had to grow accustomed to the dangers. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the long-eared rabbits. A throng of players surrounded the area, outnumbering the monsters significantly. It was no exaggeration to say that hundreds were assaulting a single creature. Primevotique. I got the damage output and earned 2 copper coins. This cursed game had far too many players. Did they not consider opening several novice villages? And as for the monsters, dozens were present, with thousands competing for them. Damn it, this wretched game. After an entire hour, I managed to claim 1 monster. Who would want to play this rubbish? The developers must be out of their minds. Only 4 points without a party? At this rate, leveling up to level 2 will take an eternity. Party up, party up! Is anyone interested in forming a group to hunt level 2 monsters? Go on, go on. Many have just left. They should still be stuck in the small black room. What is going on? The level 2 monster, the Fong-Tooth Beast, is not something a novice can tackle. Only high-level warriors and mages can break its defense. And it even has a double strike. Bro, I just entered the game. What does small black room mean? Awakening Realm is not like other holographic games. Death incurs penalties. The first time I heard, it seemed to be 4 hours, and the time offline doesn't teak out. Wow, is this meant for players? The planners must be out of their minds. As Li Fan continued on his way, he noticed numerous players lamenting about the game. 1 hour per monster? For experience points? He glanced at his panel. It required 100 experience points to level up. Even completing novice tasks necessitated the defeat of 20 creatures, which would take an entire day. That guy Tao was truly unreliable. The talent seemed promising, though. Forget it, I'll give it a try. Consider a respite. Tomorrow, I'll look for a job. Dear players, this is indeed the spawn point for the long-eared rabbits. Should we proceed further? Don't call me dear. Ling Xue appeared to harbor a certain disdain for this name. Call me Sister Ling. Refrain from asking anything else. Just follow me. Were it not for the apprehension of deviating from the script of her past life, she would not have chosen such an unappealing name. She quickened her pace, hoping fervently that no one would reach the quest before her. After more than 10 minutes of traversing, they arrived at the territory of the level 2 corner-toothed tortoise, a creature towering above a human, far more formidable than the long-eared rabbit. During this time, Li Fan observed from a distance several novice players teaming up in an attempt to slay the tortoise, but inevitably, they fell one by one. Xiao Kiskiviko. Has Sister Ling not arrived yet? Ling Xue offered no response, continuing to advance while scanning her surroundings. They were approaching the level 2 monster spawn point. She could not afford to make a misstep that might provoke a monster attack. After several more minutes, upon traversing a narrow canyon, Li Fan caught sight of a few long-eared rabbits hopping about. He instantly understood Ling Xue's intention. This area was devoid of other players, and the route they had taken had not attracted any monster's ire. This was undoubtedly a seasoned player. This was to be their monster hunting locale. Ling Xue inquired, "What is your character's status? Do you require a moment to rest?" The game Awakening Realm was far from ordinary. Even in its early stages, much of the gameplay simulated reality, inducing a sense of fatigue. Perhaps due to the collective atmosphere, Li Fan felt no discomfort whatsoever. "Sister Ling, how should I assist you in combating the monsters?" Ling Xue replied, "The long-eared rabbit possesses a range of attack. You will stand there, and I shall lure one out for a solo kill. The damage it inflicts upon me is approximately 21, and I can withstand a maximum of 2 hits. Therefore, when you witness the rabbit's second attack, you must chant and cast a basic healing spell on me. Do you understand?" Although she currently lacked the skill to probe, given that this was the first monster in Awakening Realm, and one she had previously slain, Ling Xue had a vivid recollection of its data. Health 80. Non-defensive monster damage 22, agility 10, physical defense 10. She reviewed her initial skills. Basic heavy strike white. LV1, 100 utilizes a weapon to deliver a heavy strike forward, consuming 2 mana points, inflicting 6 attack 1, 5 damage on the target. She possessed a purple talent that doubled her attack. The warrior's initial attack was 5, with full allocation yielding 15 attack power. Her rusty iron sword contributed 1 point of strength, equating to 3 attack points. Thus, her total attack amounted to 23, and with the augmentation of her double attack talent, her strike against the long-eared rabbit would inflict 44 damage, perfectly aligning with 2 basic heavy strikes. However, since she needed to lure the monster, she would have to endure an additional hit, meaning as long as the priest provided timely healing, she would survive. Li Fan nodded in understanding. Ling Xue brandished her long sword and approached the long-eared rabbit, then struck down with a heavy blow. A damage value of 44 floated above the creature's head. The long-eared rabbit reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching a long-eared strike towards Ling Xue, inflicting a damage of 21 that floated above her head. The nearby long-eared rabbits were simultaneously stirred, leaping in her direction. Ling Xue, sensing the urgency, swiftly moved towards Li Fan. Just 2 seconds later, seeing that the long-eared rabbit was about to attack again, Ling Xue urged, Demeng San Qian, what are you waiting for? Quickly chant the incantation to unleash your skill. Upon hearing this, Li Fan hurriedly raised the battered wooden stick. No, it should be the damaged staff, and began reciting the incantation from memory. Another damage of 21 floated above Ling Xue's head, visibly weakening her. Then, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. A beam of green light drifted above her, striking solidly against the pursuing long-eared rabbit. Your teammate used a basic healing spell, causing 0 damage to the long-eared rabbit. Chapter 4. The astonishing rebirth even after the battle against the star-level lord. Ling Xue couldn't help but curse. What kind of bizarre team had she assembled? Healing the minions? Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, rolling twice to evade the long-eared rabbit's attacks. The creature leapt back to its original position, gradually regaining its full health. Fuming, she approached Li Fan. If she died, she would be locked away in the little black room. Wouldn't he that ruin her painstakingly crafted leveling plan? Li Fan, aware of his misstep, repeatedly apologized. Ling Ye yem truly sorry. The differences between this holographic game and mobile games are vast. For some reason, when I cast my spell, it felt as though the staff was floating. I aimed my skill at you, yet that green light went towards the long-eared rabbit instead. Ling Xue took a deep breath, reassuring herself. Don't be angry. What is there to be upset about with such a small fry? You drove it away, and now you'll have to return to the novice village to find a priest, wasting even more time. Due to her significant health loss, she felt somewhat weakened. Breathe. It's fine, it's fine. You're a novice. Making mistakes is entirely normal. Now please heal me. Okay. Li Fan respunda agerly. The demeanor of the characters in the game was far more agreeable. Had this been in real life with concrete, he would have been berated thoroughly. Li Fan began to chant his spell, and this time, being so close, he surely wouldn't make another mistake. A green light enveloped Ling Xue. Your teammate has used basic healing. Health 36, she had only 50 health points, nearly bringing her to full status. Her previously weakened state had been restored. Wait, what? This healing felt like it struck at the very artery? Ling Xue stared in disbelief, opening her panel to confirm. She was certain that he had only cast basic healing once. Why you? How could your basic healing restore so much health? The main. What is your magic attack value? Li Fan replied. Ling Xue, are you referring to my mana? I see it's 28. I just started playing this game, so I'm not sure if that is a lot or a little. 28 magic attack. Throughout their journey, she had led him in accepting quests, and aside from a basic novice staff, he had carried no other equipment. Ling Xue was once again astounded. A thought struck her, and she hurriedly inquired, what color is your talent? What are its specific effects? Li Fan glanced at his panel and replied with determination. Purple. It's called the tank support talent. The effect is that for every point added to Constitution, there is a 5-point intelligence bonus. A purple talent, a rare 5-fold bonus. Every player entering the Awakening game receives a talent categorized as white, blue, green, purple, orange, or the most potent red. 90% of players possess white talents. The probability of obtaining a purple talent is approximately 1 in tens of thousands, while orange is nearly impossible to encounter. As for red, in her previous life, Ling Xue had witnessed only one person in the entire Huaxia country attain it before her demise. Ling Xue murmured to herself, "This shouldn't be. It shouldn't be." I distinctly recall that in the novice village of 9937, I was the sole possessor of a purple talent. As for this grand dream of 3,000, I find myself devoid of any recollection. Could it be that my reincarnation has led to some deviations? Ling Xue, Li Fan Kidat. What do you think of my talent? Is it good or bad? He often indulged in novels, where the mention of red and extraordinary talents was commonplace, thus leaving him uncertain about the merit of this medium purple talent. It seems quite decent, Ling Xue replied earnestly. However, in the realm of the Awakening game, talents hold paramount importance, especially those with unique abilities. Once others become aware of them, they are prone to targeting. Although the purple talent primarily pertains to attribute points, it is wise to refrain from discussing it with others. Rest assured, I will keep it confidential. Li Fan, perhaps due to some illusion, perceived that Ling Xue's voice had softened considerably compared to before. Ling Xue, what is the level of your talent? Like yours, it is also purple. Ling Xue did not elaborate further. In the Awakening game, time is of the essence. Practice a couple more times, and once you're ready, we shall promptly hunt the long-eared rabbits. All right, Li Fan, lacking in the aptitude for such games, found that even the basic healing green light had a tendency to go awry. Ling Xue, if I miss too often, it might reveal my lack of skill. Perhaps I should remain at the outer circle, keeping a closer distance from you? Ling Xue pondered briefly, with Li Fan's full attribute points. Boasting 100 health and 5 points in defense, he could withstand more than she could at full strength. That seems feasible. However, if any other long-eared rabbits leap outside our designated area, you must flee at once. In the Awakening game, even minor foes could sometimes defy the rules. To avert any unforeseen incidents, she reiterated her warnings to Li Fan before once again charging towards the long-eared rabbit territory, wielding her sword. With a swift strike, a damage value of -44 erupted from the head of a nearby long-eared rabbit. The creature retaliated with lightning speed. Ling Xue turned and fled, pursued by the long-eared rabbit. Li Fan, with heightened focus, launched a basic healing spell towards Ling Xue just as the rabbit unleashed its second ranged attack. At a mere unit distance, he made no further errors. Just as her health plummeted, Ling Xue's vitality was restored to normal. Finally, there were no more mistakes. She pivoted, harnessed her strength, and swung her heavy sword. -36, -21, the long-eared rabbit vanished, leaving behind a pair of rabbit ears. Ding! Your teammate has slain a level 1 long-eared monster, and you have gained 2 experience points. Ling Xue, having skipped collecting materials, executed 2 rolls towards Li Fan's direction. Upon witnessing the return of 3 other long-eared rabbits to their original position, she exhaled in relief. The Awakening game featured a built-in backpack of 20 slots. A gentle touch on the rabbit ears caused them to materialize within her inventory. Excellent, just like that. Subsequently, Ling Xue replicated her previous actions to lure out another long-eared rabbit. With the experience of prior success, Li Fan became increasingly adept. In merely 2 minutes, he had dispatched the remaining 3 long-eared rabbits one by one. Li Fan's panel experience has reached 8 out of 100. However, he did not acquire any equipment or copper coins, which left him somewhat disheartened. If he cannot amass wealth, he will have to seek a proper job. Ling Xue. Why is there no monster? Ling Xue replied. Do not fret. The minor creatures in the realm of Awakening refresh only once every 5 minutes during regular intervals. Chapter 5. Level 2 Instant Kill Long-Eared Rabbit in a concealed underground base in Huaxia. Several esteemed officials were gathered, their attention fixed on numerous screens displaying the projections of the game Awakening Realm. Xiaogua, how are the data statistics coming along? How many individuals possess orange and red talents? This time, the holographic game was markedly different from its predecessors, with the authorities placing particular emphasis on it, covertly arranging for 100,000 participants to enter the game. The assembled individuals turned their gaze to the newcomer, Old Shun, according to the data relayed from various locations. Approximately 98,000 individuals have successfully entered the game. The overwhelming majority possess white and blue talents, with around 130 having awakened green talents, 2 with purple, and 1 with orange. As for red talents, no reports have come through thus far. Old Chin appeared incredulous. 98,000 participants, and not a single red talent? Old Chun, could it be that this game lacks red talents? Might the reports simply be rumors? That seems unlikely. Old Chin shook his head. Xiaogua, ensure that those with green talents receive special attention. We must allocate all possible resources within and outside the game to the 3 individuals with purple and orange talents. Understood. Sir, Xiaogua replied, nodding in acknowledgement. An elder beside them inquired, by the way, what is the current status of upgrades? On my way here, I heard that leveling up in this game seems rather challenging. Xiaogua sighed with a wry smile. Old Fong, based on the reports from various regions, not a single one of our participants has reached level 2 yet. There are a total of 1,000 novice villages in Awakening Realm, each accommodating 10,000 players. However, there are only 36 novice monsters in the level 1 area. With 10,000 players vying for 36 monsters, leveling up is indeed a formidable task. Old Fong rose, chuckling. Xiaogua, do not wear such a troubled expression. If you require assistance in any area concerning the game, do not hesitate to ask us. We, a few old men, still have some influence. Understood, sir. After Xiaogua departed, Old Chin gazed at the game screen for a prolonged moment before speaking. Old Fong, do you think I'm growing old, perhaps overly anxious? Mobilizing 100,000 soldiers to engage in an ephemeral game. Old Chun, you must realize that since the emergence of Awakening Realm, disasters have been frequent in various regions. I have also heard that other nations are organizing substantial numbers of participants to enter the game. Haha, Old Chun, at this juncture, overthinking is futile. At worst, we old bones can accompany you on a stroll through the capital. Indeed, Old Chun, these youngsters are exhausted from training. If nothing else, let them relax for a while. In Awakening Realm, 9937 Game Village. Within a secluded canyon, as Ling Xue executed a swift strike, a beam of white light fell before the two. Long-eared helmet white. Strength 3 Constitution 1, a rather ordinary piece of equipment. Yet donning it may yield a few delightful surprises. Is this equipment? It dropped. We've finally acquired gear. Li Fan gazed at the description of the white light, overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. A wave of peculiar creatures, for in total, respawns every 5 minutes. The duo engaged in battle for a full 50 minutes, during which his experience reached 80 out of 100, alongside a mere 20 copper coins and a solitary piece of equipment. The drop rate in this game, Awakening Realm, is astoundingly low, almost to the point of being absurd. After all, it is the first piece of equipment obtained. Even Ling Xue, accustomed to the game's drop rates, felt a flicker of excitement. One should not underestimate the significance of 3 points in strength. With her double attack talent, that translates to an impressive 18 points of attack. The main. This piece of equipment primarily enhances strength. I shall equip it for now and will pass it on to you when better gear becomes available. Li Fan Shukla, Afha. Ling Xue, you are too modest. Were it not for your guidance to this secluded spot for leveling and allowing me to benefit from your experience, I might still be languishing in my quest. Besides, with you donning the equipment, your heightened attack will expedite our monster slaying. Having completed the novice quest, Li Fan inquired, Ling Xue, shall we head to the village chief to turn in our task? There's no rush. Let us take advantage of the fact that others have yet to discover this location and continue grinding for a bit longer. With her newfound equipment, Ling Xue's attack stat soared to 64. Should she level up twice and allocate all her points into strength, her attack would reach a staggering 94, enabling her to effortlessly dispatch the long-eared rabbits with a basic heavy strike, thus facilitating a smoother monster hunting experience. Moreover, recalling her past life, she knew that many players would soon enter the Awakening Realm, and this spot would not remain concealed for long. given the discussions brewing in online forums. It wouldn't be long before this place was discovered, likely by tomorrow noon. Therefore, it was imperative to maximize their gains while they could. Before long, the four long-eared creatures respawned once more. Ling Xue, sword in hand, charged forward. Ding! Your teammate has slain a level 1 long-eared monster. You have gained 2 experience points. Ah, you really do make that little rabbit look rather endearing. With their teamwork growing increasingly proficient, Li Fan began a jest. He speculated that Ling Xue must be in her 30s, yet her petite, muscular frame was truly a remarkable sight. The formidable berserker of the spirit sword was being referred to as cute, much to her chagrin. Ling Xue proceeded to collect the rabbit's remains. Pretending not to hear his playful banter, she silently vowed that when the next rabbit-eared equipment appeared, she would ensure this fellow wore it. Thus, more than 10 minutes passed. After 3 rounds of long-eared rabbits were dispatched, Li Fan successfully reached level 2. Ding! Your experience is full. Congratulations on reaching level 2. You have gained 5 free points. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan allocated all his points to vitality. Name, Demeng San Qian class. Priest level. 2, 300 agility. 10 health. 50, 100 mana. 2, 51 blue value. 20, 250 physical defense. 0, 10 magical defense. 0, 25. 5 available free points. 0 talent. Heavenly Aid absorption. Tank support points purple. Skill. Basic healing white. LV0, 64 100 equipment. Damage staff white. Intelligence 1. Li Fan noted that upon reaching level 2, the experience gained from slaying long-eared rabbits diminished from 2 points to merely 1. He turned his gaze towards Ling Xue. Ling Xue has also completed her upgrade. Sister Ling, we have both reached level 2. I noticed that the experience gained from defeating the long-eared rabbit has been halved. Shall we turn in our quests and explore the level 2 monster spawn point? In Li Fan's understanding, a higher monster level would undoubtedly increase the probability of obtaining superior equipment. The public channel of a 9937 novice village has already seen someone expressing interest in purchasing white gear at a high price. If the price is reasonable, I shall buy it immediately. If playing the game could truly be profitable, he would certainly aspire to emulate Tao Shuai's professional gold farming approach. Ling Xue replied, "There's no rush." Although the level 2 Fong Tooth monster is a melee fighter, its attacks are a combination of ranged and melee strikes, and its mechanics are unique, which prevents us from drawing monsters in the same manner. With our current strength, we are far from adequate. How long will we have to keep grinding the long-eared rabbits? We'll continue to grind until we have amassed sufficient gear, until the experience is no longer rewarding. As she spoke, the long-eared rabbits respawned, and Ling Xue, brandishing her longsword, charged forward. With a single strike, she astonishingly dispatched one of the long-eared rabbits in an instant. However, 3 nearby long-eared rabbits retaliated, landing their attacks on her. -20, wow, so fierce. Instant kill. Chapter 6. 2 pieces of equipment, why are you still dawdling? Heal up quickly, though there remain 20 points of health. Death would result in being confined to the small black room. Ling Xue dared not be swifter than her companion. Instead, the long-eared rabbit was quicker. In an instant, she dashed towards Li Fan. Your teammate used basic healing. Health 62, a single sip of healing filled her health completely. It even overflowed. Ling Xue took a deep breath. Indeed, every purple talent was dreadfully powerful. She stood her ground, brandishing her longsword. You have slain the long-eared rabbit. Team experience shared. Your experience 1. You have gained 2 copper coins. As the notification faded, aside from a pair of rabbit ears, a beam of white light quietly descended upon the ground. In a novice village of 9937, at the village square, several players gathered around an individual named Hey Hu. Black, this game, Ju edging, is truly distinct from others. It is normal for leveling up to be somewhat challenging. Each novice village consistently maintained an online population exceeding 9,000. Many had ventured to face the level 2 monsters, yet they could not be defeated. They had thoroughly explored the level 1 monster area, encountering merely 36 creatures amidst the throng of over 9,000 players, illustrating the formidable difficulty. I am indifferent to your strategies. If I do not reach level 2 by tomorrow morning, you shall not follow me any longer. Hey Xiao, it is not that we lack capability. The data from Lily's research has emerged, indicating that level 2 monsters can indeed be farmed, but it necessitates a full team of shield tanks to serve as cannon fodder. A player named Yin Hu could not help but chuckle bitterly. Their guild had assembled 1,000 members, yet who knew that the novice village in Jiuejing might contain hundreds? They had merely a handful of players in this novice village. The penalty for death was excessively harsh. It was nearly impossible for a mere dozen players to farm level 2 monsters. Why not recruit an entire battalion of meat shield tanks in this region? If 1,000 is insufficient, then 2,000. We shall simply throw money at the problem. He was evidently not lacking in funds. He was known for being the fastest leveler, with the finest equipment and the strongest combat power in other fully immersive games. Yet in this frustrating game, after spending a full 2 hours in the long-eared rabbit area, he had not claimed a single monster, only to be ridiculed by some lowly minions. Young master, Jiuejing does not allow for recharges. We have exerted ourselves to gather copper coins, but the multitude of factions presents considerable competition. Competition? Then let us increase the stakes. Tomorrow, I will deposit 2 million into the guild account. In any case, before 10 o'clock tomorrow, I must reach level 2. Upon retreating to the rest area, the remaining few felt somewhat helpless. He was becoming increasingly difficult to satisfy. Yingo, what shall we do? The public chat area was just opened. We are collecting copper coins at a ratio of 1 to 60 nearby, and now it has surged to 1 to 80. Shall we continue? Continue. 1 to 150, with the Heiyu Guild's guarantee. Large amounts can be secured with payment first. Jiuejing differed from other games in that it could not connect in real time with the outside world, particularly evident on the first day of the server's launch, where logging out and logging back in would lead to considerable lag. This was one of the significant challenges faced by their guild. In the level 1 monster area, the public channel is abuzz with news that the Black Feather Guild is offering an astonishing 150 copper coins for services rendered. 150. That exceed what I earned from a grueling day's work. They are also actively recruiting shield bearers, offering 2,000 coins for a single life. Is the Black Feather Guild truly reputable? I have heard of them. Their reputation may be less than stellar, yet they are undeniably generous with their compensation. You may not know, but that great black tiger is the scion of the Black Feather Group, and they have wealth to spare. Perhaps I shall venture to inquire further. After all, if death results in merely 4 hours in a confinement chamber at 2,000 coins for that time, I would earn far more than I would in 10 days. I have gained a guaranteed critical hit with reduced health, and my chances of landing the final blow have significantly improved. My novice tasks are complete, and I currently possess several dozen copper coins. Brothers, I shall test this out. Should they fail to pay, be sure to join me in denouncing the Black Feather Guild. They seek 7,000 for various professions. By all means, I shall go and inquire. Tomorrow, I will resign from my 6-day-a-week job. Brothers, await my news. White Rabbit Fur Shoes, Intelligence 2, Agility 3, Durability 100-100. An exceedingly low-tier piece of equipment, yet without shoes, it remains a reasonable choice. White Rabbit Fur Leggings, Agility 2, Constitution 3, Durability 100-100. Unremarkable, yet donning them does offer some enhancement to attributes. Perhaps it is the case that Ling Xue can swiftly dispatch long-eared rabbits, or perhaps there are other reasons. The drop rate has noticeably improved, from approximately 1 item per hour to now 2. Additionally, the drop rate for copper coins has also increased significantly. His pouch now contains over 40 coins. Previously, he had observed in the public chat area that 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 150. That amounts to 7,000. He has been tirelessly grinding from dawn till dusk, earning even more than before. According to Tao Shui, the prices in the newly open game zones are high, but I did not expect them to be this exorbitant. I must seize an opportunity before the exchange rate diminishes too greatly. The long-eared creatures have yet to respawn. Ling Xue, upon seeing Li Fan grinning foolishly, could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. Is he truly so desperate for money? Just having acquired his first piece of equipment, he immediately inquired about its worth. Especially at 11 o'clock, when the public chat area opened, He eagerly asked a passerby how long it would take to return to the novice village. Such a blatant obsession with wealth. In the early stages, copper coins can be utilized for purchasing potions and later for equipment refining, as well as reducing time spent in the confinement chamber. Particularly with regards to equipment, it is prudent to retain what one can. A swift step leads to further swiftness. Even if one desires to amass riches, it is wise to wait until one is stronger to earn more. In summary, the realm of awakening is unlike any ordinary game. To speak candidly, Deming's 3,000 purple talents are extraordinarily powerful. At level 2, Ling Xue, equipped with 2 white items and a novice weapon, is capable of standing her ground against 4 long-eared rabbits. With confidence in her abilities, Ling Xue hopes to surpass her previous accomplishments in this life. Yet, the eagerness of others to sell their modest gains evokes her disdain. Announcement: attention all players, the current time is exactly 2400 hours. The respawn time for wild monsters outside the novice village has doubled. The novice village level leaderboard will refresh at 1 o'clock. Hearing this notification sound, Li Fan turned to Ling Xue and inquired, "It's midnight now. Are you still grinding, Ling Xue?" "Yes," Ling Xue replied. "Are you not planning to stay up all night?" Li Fan shook his head and said, "I won't be pulling an all-nighter. I've browsed through numerous job postings during the day, and after starting this game in the evening, I feel quite exhausted. My well-being is paramount. I shall continue tomorrow." Chapter 7. Selling Copper Coins. Earning a modest profit of 7,000. Are you not the nutritional warehouse? Li Fan had indeed encountered the game's nutritional warehouse in the shopping mall experience area. It was said that playing games within would not only provide a full-body relaxation, but also supply the necessary nutrients for the body. However, such luxury came at a steep price, with the cheapest option exceeding 100,000. It seemed that Sister Ling was indeed wealthy. No wonder she remained indifferent to the acquisition of copper coins. Only the affluent could afford such expenses, while my helmet was merely borrowed from a friend. Ling Xue pondered for a moment and said, "Could you lend me the 2 pieces of equipment you have? I should be able to solo these monsters." Her request stemmed from 2 motivations: the desire to take on the challenge alone and genuine concern that Li Fan might be tempted to sell them. In the early stages, equipment was exceedingly rare. "Rest assured, I will not keep your equipment for myself. Besides, you are looking to sell equipment, right? When the time comes, I'll assist you in selling it at a fair market price." Li Fan replied, "Sister Ling, don't jest. Without your help, my priest class would struggle to even claim a monster, let alone yield any rewards." After saying this, he removed the equipment and handed it to Ling Xue. "By the way, Sister Ling, how do I return to the novice village? Do I just retrace my steps?" Ling Xue shook her head, realizing that he still intended to sell copper coins. "If you walk back, you might enter the attack range of level 2 monsters. It would be better for you to click on Return to Village directly." "Where is that?" "In the lower right corner of the panel, but it will cost you 2 copper coins." 2 copper coins? That's $300. Li Fan winced at the thought, but remembering the hours he would spend in the black room upon death, he reluctantly clicked to return to the village. "Good morning, Sister Ling." Ling Xue nodded. She glanced at the panel. 5 pieces of equipment: Attack 94, Agility 26, Health 110, Physical Defense 6. With Agility at 26, she should be able to manage, but first, she needed to purchase some red potions. Basic Red Potion White. Restores 10 health every 10 seconds, totaling 50 health, priced at 1 copper coin. Minutes later, the long-eared rabbit respawned. Ling Xue charged forward with her heavy sword. Meanwhile, Li Fan materialized in the novice village. Perhaps due to the nature of teleportation, several players immediately approached him, inquiring if he had any copper coins or equipment for sale. One claimed that the Starry Sky Guild was offering a price higher than that in the public chat area, at a rate of 1 to 160. Upon learning that Li Fan possessed 48 coins, they eagerly offered to make a payment in advance. After Li Fan logged off, he noticed a friend request on WeChat. Shortly thereafter, he received a deposit of 7,680. These players were quite naive, seemingly unafraid of him absconding with their funds. However, he was not that sort of person. He then spent a considerable half-hour online, successfully trading the copper coins. Brothers also appreciate loyalty. In the future, for any copper coins or equipment Prioritize our Starry Sky Guild, and I assure you, you will not suffer any loss. Okay. 3 hours after the server opened, acquiring 48 copper coins was certainly not by mere chance. Friendships were being forged. Removing his helmet, Li Fan stood up and stretched. Although he had been lying down while playing, he did not feel it within the game. Yet, upon logging off, he felt a tinge of soreness and fatigue. Nevertheless, all of it is worthwhile. In just 3 hours, he has earned over 7,000 yuan. Tao Shui has not deceived him. Indeed, one can earn money by playing games. He glanced at his phone, noticing a call and several messages urging him to attend an interview, offering a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan with a 5-day workweek. This prospect intrigued him, for earning through gaming is merely temporary. A stable job is essential for sustenance. Outside the novice village of 9,937, in the area populated by level 2 monsters, the jagged-toothed tortoises, hundreds of players congregated, reportedly recruited by the Black Feather Guild. Many onlookers were present as well. Song, what is the situation ahead? Has the Black Feather Guild succeeded in conquering the jagged-toothed tortoise? Boss Wong, not yet. After all this time, they still haven't succeeded? I thought the Black Feather strategy for the holographic game was the finest. It seems merely a hollow reputation. Boss Wong, the game in question is tonight We Hunt Tigers, owned by the chairman of Starry Company. Unlike other wealthy individuals who indulge in various hobbies, he finds joy in gaming. He has previously invested significantly in online and browser games. In recent years, he has become enamored with immersive holographic games, establishing the Starry Guild, which has garnered considerable renown in the gaming community. He genuinely hopes for the Black Feather Guild's success. Today, he has experienced the terror of the game's realm. With over 100 players vying for a single monster for more than 3 hours, he has failed to claim even one. Surprisingly, rather than feeling anger, he finds this game increasingly enjoyable. What is the current rate for copper coins? Over 700. Only 700? Boss Huang, it's unavoidable. The game's yield is pitifully low. Achieving over 700 is quite an accomplishment. What about the players? Players with white talents earn 7,000 a month, and we have recruited over 70. Those with blue talents earn 9,000, with more than 10 recruited. Green talents are rare. Even at a price of 20,000, we have only managed to recruit 3. And the equipment? 2 pieces, a magical staff and a shoulder guard. The staff cost 30,000, while the shoulder guard was 200 copper coins. A magical staff? Give me all the equipment. As for the monetary matters, you need not report to me. Just handle it as you see fit. White fur staff, white. Intelligence 4, Constitution 2. White fur shoulder guard, white. Constitution 3, Agility 1, haha. The attributes are quite impressive. Tonight, we hunt tigers can hardly wait to equip them, feeling an extraordinary sense of strength. War Song, I shall venture to the long-eared rabbit monster spawn. You keep a watchful eye here. If they succeed in their experiment, notify me at once. Before departing, he also took away 200 copper coins. In this game, the penalty for dying for the first time is a 4-hour confinement in a dark room, and 50 copper coins can reduce it by 1 hour. The minor monsters pose no threat. However, 20 minutes prior, an inexplicably spawned elite long-eared rabbit appeared, sweeping through the players with its ears, leaving no one capable of withstanding it, not even the shield tanks. In other games, with thousands of players, not to mention elite monsters, even a single point of damage from each would suffice to vanquish them swiftly. However, this is the realm of consciousness where elite monsters, aside from a few players endowed with unique true damage abilities, are virtually impervious to harm. It took a relentless 2 minutes of combat before they finally vanished into the depths below. Chapter 8. The Revelation of the Long-Eared Rabbit Canyon Within the Canyon. The player known as Fried Cutie diligently engages in monster hunting. She swiftly darts back and forth, seizing the perfect moment to strike down a long-eared rabbit with a single blade. However, the attacks of 3 more long-eared rabbits follow suit, dealing -16 damage each. Her health plummets below 60, prompting her to retreat from the onslaught of the rabbits. She consumes a health potion, patiently awaiting her vitality to replenish. After all, this is the grand opening of the Awakening Realm. Yet, that fellow has chosen to take a nap. After half an hour and 3 waves of monsters. Despite the support of 5 pieces of white gear, she finds herself exhausted from soloing the challenges. Each kill necessitates the consumption of a potion, making the battle more draining than the previous 2 hours. She reminisces about the priest named Dream of 3000. With each potion she consumes, she curses him under her breath. As the effects of the potion wane, Ling Xue once again brandishes her heavy sword and charges forward. -16, -16, -80. You have slain a long-eared rabbit, gaining 2 experience points. -16, -16, -80. You have slain a long-eared rabbit, gaining 2 experience points. -16, -80. You have slain a long-eared rabbit, gaining 2 experience points. With a final, hard-fought stand, she finishes off the last rabbit, her health dwindling to a critical low. Fortunately, she is alone at this moment. Otherwise, an ambush could prove fatal. In the area inhabited by the level 2 monsters, the Blackfeather Guild has dwindled from over 100 players to just 60. In the center of the crowd, a player named Black Tiger wears a grim expression. After spending over 100,000, he has only managed to kill 7 monsters, earning a mere 56 experience points. While this sum of currency is negligible, what infuriates him most is that 4 of the monsters were stolen from him. Although he has sent each of the culprits to the little black room, his frustration remains unresolved. Young master, all the shield tanks are gone. We may not be able to defeat this monster. What? Weren't you all so confident about leveling up twice? This is only half the experience. What are you all doing? A player named Lily steps forward, apologizing. I'm sorry. Young master, I did not anticipate that the rules for even minor monsters would change in Awakening Realm. According to previous tests, if the distance was managed well, a single shield tank could kill a monster before their health was depleted. But after a few attempts, the trajectory of the long-eared rabbits shifted and overlapped. Get lost. Before Lily could say more, she was pulled aside. Black Tiger, unwilling to listen, retorts, is it only the shield tanks who can draw aggro? What about other classes? Yin Hu replies, the long-eared rabbit has formidable defense. Ordinary players cannot penetrate its defenses to draw the threat. The mage's lightning strike does inflict damage, but they cannot withstand its combination attacks, leaving others unable to output any damage. This is utterly infuriating. Black Tiger erupts in anger. At that moment, an electronic voice reverberates in the ears of all players. The novice village player level leaderboard has been refreshed. First, player Fried Cutie. Level 2. Second, player Dream of 3000. Level 2. Third, no players on the leaderboard. How is this possible? There are still 2 level 2s. My goodness. Slaying a long-eared rabbit grants 4 experience points. How extraordinarily fortunate these 2 must be to have claimed 25 of them. Their names seem quite unfamiliar. Despite my extensive time in the long-eared rabbit area, I have yet to encounter them. I have not seen them either. 1. The long-eared rabbits are currently on a respawn cooldown. Numerous players nearby are also murmuring. It is plausible that 1 or 2 players might be unfamiliar. But as I squeezed through the crowd, everyone echoed that they had not seen these 2. They must be exploiting some sort of advantage. Fried little cutie? Dreaming of 1,000 dreams? How intriguing. Players are checking their friend lists tonight after hunting tigers. Boss Wong. The Blackfeather Guild has suffered significant casualties in the secondary monster area. That black tiger has yet to level up, and there are few shield tanks. The entire group is even scarcer, making this path to leveling seem unfeasible. No worries, I have thought of another leveling method. Do you know these 2? Are they players from that guild? Boss Wong, I do not recognize them, but I have some news. What news? The player named Dreaming of 1,000 Dreams previously sold us over 40 copper coins. His game avatar is currently gray, indicating he is likely logged off. But we are friends on WeChat. Old Wong did well. Go ask him for a fee. Understood. The Blackfeather Guild is not short of skilled players. They naturally took note of these 2 at the earliest opportunity. Within a few hours, it is evidently impossible to level up twice in the primary public monster area. The news was disseminated, inquiring if anyone recognized or had seen these 2. Understood. Yin Hu did not harbor high hopes initially. However, unexpectedly, someone had indeed seen the 2 a few hours prior. Did you truly see them? Brother Yin Hu, to be honest, I acquired a supportive talent. The blue basic farsight eye, which allows me to discern basic information within 50 units. not exceeding 10 of my own attributes. The fewer attributes the opponent possesses, the more I can see. This player recounted, I initially intended to view the information of the secondary monsters, but their attributes were too high for me to access. Coincidentally, I spotted these two players. However, it was just. Yin Xue glanced aside. Lily, give him 200 copper coins. Copper coins are currently regarded as hard currency within the game, with various factions actively purchasing them. Their value has not diminished, but rather increased, now standing at 180. 200 copper coins amount to a staggering 36,000. The player's face beamed with joy, surpassing his half-year's income. Brother Yin Xue, they were headed in that direction. I did not pay much attention at the time. In retrospect, they seem to have traversed the area of the secondary monsters. Veteran players of the Black Feather Guild were skeptical. The secondary monster area is exceedingly difficult to navigate. The portion they just defeated attests to that. Is it possible for the game to produce bugs? Yin Xue remarked, do you know the fate of those who deceive the Black Feather Guild? The guild is notorious for its formidable methods. We have had experiences in the real world regarding this matter. Brother Yin Xue, how could I possibly dare to deceive you? This player does not appear to be lying. Lily, what is your take? Yin Xue, why not give it a try? Player Lily pondered for a moment and reasoned from the current circumstances that there indeed existed such a possibility, having already defeated some second-tier monsters. Traversing back could substantially reduce the cost. However, time was of the essence, as the armored tortoise was about to respawn. Upon hearing this news, Black Tiger's interest was piqued, and he promptly instructed them to lead the way in that direction. Yet, the remaining second-tier monster area was fraught with peril. Almost every segment claimed the health of players, imprisoning them in the Black Room. Fortunately, wealth can indeed move mountains. They finally navigated through the armored tortoise territory, albeit at a great cost. Originally numbering over 60, only a little more than 40 remained. Such endeavors could only be undertaken by guild. Had it been ordinary players, they would have long since scattered. They were determined not to overlook any nook or cranny. If their adversaries were exploiting a bug, and they managed to uncover it, that would belong to the Black Feather Guild. In such a case, their guild's growth would undoubtedly soar. After approximately 20 minutes, several players discovered an entrance to a cave in the canyon ahead. To their delight, they stumbled upon the adorable fried creatures battling within. Yin Xue, accompanied by a few others, ventured to investigate and was instantly elated. It was the respawn area for the long-eared monsters. Being seasoned players, they understood the significance of this discovery. As Black Tiger stood still to rest, he too was filled with joy upon receiving the news and led everyone through the canyon entrance. Ling Xue, an experienced player from 2 lifetimes, had sensed the commotion earlier. Therefore, after defeating the first long-eared monster, she retreated to the side, patiently waiting for her health to regenerate. She had anticipated only a few players would arrive. Yet suddenly, a throng of players, numbering perhaps 30 or 40, surged forth, threatening to crowd the canyon. Haha! It appears that the long-eared monsters indeed have a spawn point within this canyon. At last, we shall have the opportunity to level up. Chapter 9. The reborn war god enters the dark room. A chorus of cheers erupted among the players. It is important to note that second-tier monsters can only be dealt with by all-knowing mages. Others simply cannot manage to farm them. The long-eared monsters, however, are different. They can be harmed by just 2 physically strong warriors, and since warriors deal high damage, even those with merely 2 points in strength can be effective. The Black Feather Guild, targeting this opportunity, envisioned numerous developmental prospects. Heihua declared, from this moment onward, this place shall be the secret base of my Black Feather Guild. You all must keep your lips tightly sealed. Should anyone dare to leak the news of this location, do not blame me, Heihua, for lacking loyalty. Loyalty? One might better term it monetary allegiance. Many newly recruited players thought to themselves, yet they dared not voice their opinions, for Heihua's reputation in the realm of holographic gaming was fearsome. At that moment, Ling Xue weighed her own capabilities. If there were only a few, or perhaps a dozen players, she felt her agility of 26 could allow her to contend. However, the opposing players were numerous, and their talents remained uncertain. Acting rashly could easily lead to being trapped by Heihua. It was all the fault of that damned Demeng Sanqian. If he were present, those individuals would not dare to act recklessly. and she could send them all to Heihua herself. Never mind. Reaching level 3 was not far off either. Tomorrow, when that fellow logged in, with some effort, she should be able to defeat a few second-tier monsters. She prepared to return to the city, but unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning interrupted her journey. What do you mean by this? Little girl, don't leave. The one who struck was the mage player, Heihua. He attempted to advance, but Yinhu stopped him, saying, "Young master, this player is well equipped. Given her ability to solo the long-ear rabbit monsters, she is undoubtedly a skilled player. Allow me to handle this. If it turns out poorly, we would be to blame." Heihua nodded in agreement. Yinhu stepped forward, saying, "Miss, we are from the Black Feather Guild. Our guild leader has noticed your impressive skills. Should you choose to join us, you would be welcome to farm this monster spot together." Not interested. The Black Feather Guild remains as dreadful as ever. Ling Xue had no desire to engage with them and clicked to return to the city once more. However, as expected, she was interrupted by another bolt of lightning. "Leaving is fine, but you have farmed at my Black Feather Guild's monster spot for this long. Surely, you should offer something in return. Thus, remove all the equipment you possess, and I shall overlook this incident." Ling Xue scoffed. "Your Black Feather Guild's monster spot boasts a bravado greater than its worth. How dare you insult me? You are merely inviting punishment." Heihua, somewhat enraged, thought, "What is this? Just because she leveled up twice, does she believe she can oppose the Black Feather Guild? Attack!" This was an affront to the esteemed Ling Xue. If it was to be battle, then let be battle. Ling Xue gulped down a bottle of basic health potion and brandished her sword, charging forward. With one strike, minus 50 health appeared above the head of the frontline warrior. What the instant kill! This took the two players beside him by surprise. They hesitated to strike and quickly dodged to the side. The punishment mechanism was severe, and with such a rare turning point, they had no desire to end up in the dark room. In the distance, the mage began to chant a spell, and the sound of thunder roared. Ling Xue rolled twice, evading numerous attacks. Initially, she believed that with her godlike skills, she could dodge them all. Yet a bolt of lightning struck her squarely, inflicting minus 14 damage. However, this was of little consequence, as the red potion she had consumed earlier restored her health. The black-clad player was highly skilled, with agility-enhancing equipment. Yet, the shield tank was able to taunt and restrict his movements, allowing others to attack. "Shield tank, move in. If I die, it LL costs 2,000 coins for everyone. Bring her down." Upon hearing this command, Ling Xue sensed impending danger and fled towards the distance. Facing overwhelming odds, her strategy was to draw them out and eliminate them one by one. However, a shadow was hurled towards her by several warrior players. Beginner's Taunt. The target of the taunt could only execute basic attacks, suffering a 10% reduction in damage. Meanwhile, several priests from the Black Feather Guild were prepared for action. To their surprise, the shield tank player suddenly took minus 80 damage and collapsed, vanishing from sight. Ling Xue's control effects were almost instantly lifted. Yet, the situation was far from over. She swiftly approached two nearby priests, and without even needing to use a skill, she dispatched one with a single strike. The other attempted to flee, but with 10 agility against her 26, he moved as slowly as a turtle. She easily eliminated him as well. How could a basic attack take down a half-shield tank? How high must this guy's attack be? In just 4 hours, she could casually eliminate shield tanks. What kind of game was this? It was utterly unfair. Moreover, they had lost so many brothers just to reach this point. How did she manage to traverse through the level 2 monster zone alone? She must be cheating. Players cursed as they distanced themselves. Despite the Black Feather Guild offering several thousand coins monthly, they preferred to avoid confinement in the small black room whenever possible. "Yinan, aren't you a green talent? Get in there," commanded Black Tiger. Priests support, warriors and mages prepare. Now that they had initiated combat, they had to subdue the opponent, regardless of her strength. Yinan had no choice but to charge in. Beginner S Taunt White. LV0, 42, 100 consumes 2 mana. Taunting the target to force them to attack you for 2 seconds, during which damage received from that target is reduced by 10%. Talent, Shield Body Green. All damage you receive is reduced by 30%. Sensing danger, Ling Xue instinctively released her skill early. Minus 60, you have been taunted by the opponent. You cannot move autonomously and can only use basic attack for 2 seconds. Observing that her opponent still had a sliver of health remaining, a sense of dread washed over Ling Xue. Damn, it's a damage-reducing talent. She attempted to retreat, but found herself unable to move. -13, -16, -12, -14. A series of attacks rained down upon Ling Xue, causing her health to drop below 40, while the shield tank's health was replenished by several priests. The advantage in numbers became glaringly evident. Withstanding for 2 seconds, she retreated swiftly. The flame tiger pursued her, once again unleashing its skills. A basic taunt. Ling Xue executed 2 rolls to evade, inadvertently taunting one of the warriors from the Black Feather Guild who was besieging her. Seizing the opportunity, she distanced herself and consumed a health potion, calmly charging towards the nearest group of mages. In both her past life and the present, she continued to follow the path of a high-attack, high-agility warrior. The 4 or 5 mages were thrown into disarray, hastily casting their spells. However, the proximity was too close for comfort, causing them to misfire and strike their own teammates with lightning. This was one of Ling Xue's objectives. In a novice village of the Awakening Realm, the greatest allies come from teamwork. With so many members in the Black Feather Guild, if she utilized her agility to penetrate their ranks, they would be unable to focus their fire on her. By evading, she could exploit her nimbleness to gradually eliminate them. 2 mages fell in quick succession. The melee fighters could not approach, while the mages struggled to land a hit. -14, just as she thought she could rely on her previous skills to systematically take down the players from the Black Feather Guild, another damage indicator appeared above her head. She had positioned herself behind the mage. How could she be hit? Wait, that damage feels familiar. Could it be a special class talent? She tested it again. -14. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Originally, with the aid of the health potion and her agility, she had restored her health to above 50, only to see it drop back to 25. How infuriating. If it weren't for that mage, she would have surely subdued this group of Black Feather Guild players. But clearly, that was no longer possible. -50. You have slain player Rose. Once again, she killed a mage. Ling Xue fled into the distance. Though the players behind her pursued relentlessly, the disparity in agility widened the gap between them. -14, what perplexed Ling Xue was that the damage appeared again, precisely on schedule. She quickened her pace, having already created a 30-unit distance. At this range, even a longbow player could not hit her. Just as she believed she could escape with her remaining health, a bolt of lightning seemed to transcend space itself, striking her with pinpoint accuracy. "Oomph. You think you can run, you wretched woman? Did you consult me, the long-range mage? Well done. I reward you with 5,000 coins. -14. You have been grievously injured by player long-range mage. You have lost the item White Fur Gloves White. You have entered the black space. Please do not log off, or time will reset." Chapter 10. Avenge the Reborn Overlord. The following day, Li Fan returned home, nearing 10 o'clock. When he received a reply from Wang Tao, he relentlessly conveyed to Li Fan the arduous nature of leveling up in the game, the slow pace, and the abundance of bosses, asserting the potential for substantial profits. He also mentioned being in Zone 9919, having awakened a green talent, and joined a faction that appeared to possess some official backing. Despite the challenges of competing for monsters, he urged Li Fan to persist in playing and sent a screenshot of his triumph over a long-eared monster, which yielded 2 copper coins. Li Fan, Ruplia? Yeah. Good son of Tao, that 1T do. I'm in Zone 9937 and have already leveled up twice, attaching a screenshot of a bank transfer exceeding 7,000. Receiving no response indicated that Wang Tao was likely catching up on sleep after an all-nighter. He prepared to don his helmet and immerse himself in the game, but decided to share the location of the canyon with Wang Tao. You have entered the realm of awakening. Upon logging in, Li Fan was greeted by an overwhelming number of messages, over 100, all from Ling Xue. What on earth happened? He exclaimed. After 10 minutes of perusal, he began to grasp the situation. It must be said that Ling Xue was indeed formidable. After her return, she ventured back into the canyon, absorbing dozens of damage points before sending the long-handed mage into the black room. She subsequently eliminated 4 or 5 others before her health dwindled, and she too was dispatched into the black room. Where are you? Upon seeing Li Fan online, Ling Xue nearly instantaneously sent a message. I'm at the novice village. Coordinates 9746. Without hesitation, Ling Xue spent 100 copper coins to exit the black room. The first words to escape her lips upon seeing Li Fan were, "My sister has been bullied. Will you help?" The adversary was the Black Feather Guild, and aiding her would inevitably lead to enmity with them, resulting in relentless pursuit within the game. Ling Xue's tone was somewhat intense. Despite having endured much in her past life, the grievances of the past 9 hours were insufferable. She had resolutely decided that if the great dream of 3,000 were timid, even if the opponent possessed purple talent or was the top assist in a village 9937, she would not hesitate to part ways. Let them pursue whoever they wished. She would not involve herself further. Yet, at that moment, a thought flickered in her mind. Great dream? Please agree, I beg you. Seeing Ling Xue's reddened eyes and slightly smudged face, memories of the previous night when she had assisted him in leveling surged forth, igniting a surge of inexplicable emotion within him. Help! Ling Xue, do not worry. Even if there were 10 guild opposing us, I would assist you. It is merely a game. If we cannot play or fight, then I shan't play at all. Let us seek out that wretched Black Feather Guild and settle the score. Witnessing Li Fan's earnest demeanor, Ling Xue let out a suppressed laugh, realizing her character was cracking. She quickly stifled her amusement, saying, "Rest assured, it is they who will find themselves unable to play, not us. By the way, Ling Xue, there's something else. The friend who lent me the game helmet is also playing this game, and I mentioned to him the location of the long-eared rabbit monsters in the canyon." Li Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. Is that going to have any repercussions? What repercussions could there possibly be? Eventually, the peculiarities of the canyon shall be revealed, though I remain uncertain about the capabilities of your friend and whether they can maintain their ground. Ling Xue inquired, "Have you completed your novice quest?" "No." "Then proceed to submit the quest. You should still rank within the top 100. The shoes possess unique attributes. Young one, you have completed the task. Here is your reward. You have received 20 copper coins. You have obtained the novice shoes. Novice shoes white, special. Agility 3, flexibility 15, special. As a reward for being among the top 100 to defeat the long-eared rabbit hero. This item is bound to you and cannot be traded. It will vanish upon being dropped. Flexibility 15. This is the special attribute of a unique reward. Players who submit their quests after the top 100 will receive novice shoes with only agility 3, explained Ling Xue. Do not underestimate that 15 in flexibility when calculated. It equates to a full 7.5 in agility attributes. The attributes of low-tier white equipment generally range from 2 to 7, while high-tier white equipment ranges from 8 to 15. The higher the monster S level, the greater the probability of obtaining high-tier white equipment. This can already be considered high-tier white equipment. Ling Xue, the interface indicates that I can accept a new quest. Should I proceed? Not yet. Player Fried Cute 1 has sent you a party invitation. Li Fan joined the team. Ling Xue took out over 100 long-eared rabbits and successfully accepted a new quest, along with the quest items. Demeng, check your interface. Have you accepted this quest? Defeat long-eared rabbit. Special quest, the long-eared rabbit elite has been rampaging outside the village, causing significant casualties. In the active area of the long-eared rabbit monsters, use the long-eared rabbit white fragrance to lure out the long-eared rabbit elite and defeat it to receive a special reward from the village chief. Note, the long-eared rabbit elite is quite powerful. Please assess your capabilities accordingly. To think I can still accept a special quest. It seems Ling Xue is truly an exceptional player. Not at all. Ling Xue sighed. It appears that this realm truly lacks any bugs. Then accept the quest to defeat the jaw-toothed turtle. All right. After accepting the quest, the two made their way towards the long-eared rabbit canyon. Ling Xue, I just noticed your eyes appear red. Is it perhaps due to the lack of light in the small dark room? Lack of light? Can that cause red eyes? And what about your face? It's gray. Haha. Ling Xue. Yesterday, I sold over 7,000 copper coins. This is my first time playing a game. Previously, I only spent money. She paused momentarily. By the way, I will give you your equipment shortly. No worries. Why are you being so polite? Enough about me. Let us talk about you. What about me? What did you do before? I worked at a construction site, overseeing the pouring of concrete. Was it tiring? It was manageable, though the leaders had too many trivial matters and the pay was low. What games did you play before? King of Glory. Did you spend money? Yes. Did you buy skins for yourself? No, I bought them for others. For girls? And now? Now others can purchase better items for her. I mentioned the game. The two of them walked in tandem, and upon engaging in conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the canyon. Inside, the Black Feather Guild boasted around 20 players, diligently farming the long-eared rabbit monsters, all of whom were core members. Ling Xue glanced at the level leaderboard. Indeed, 4 more level 2 players had emerged. Is it them? Ling Xue, how shall we proceed? We shall attack directly. Just maintain your distance and heal me as needed. All right. Li Fan, being new to the world of holographic gaming, struggled somewhat with the controls, but he managed to heal adequately. Ling Xue, wielding her longsword, swiftly approached the players of the Black Feather Guild, with Li Fan closely following her. It appeared that they had been ambushed by Ling Xue previously, as they scattered and took defensive positions. Having just finished a wave of monsters, they were in the midst of healing. Haha, Black Xiao, Yin Go. We've all reached level 2, and this is a prime leveling spot. After village 9937, it will undoubtedly be our domain. This is all thanks to Black Xiao. Before he could finish his sentence, a warrior charged toward them. This little girl doesn't learn her lesson. She asked back again. Is she here to deliver equipment? Is there anyone behind her? Just one. Chapter 11. One against many. Terrifyingly strong, everyone remained cautious, for death meant entering the dreaded Black Room. Traversing through the second-level monster zone, which was no easy feat, the players from the Black Feather Guild took this matter seriously. After all, this was a fertile ground for leveling up, where reaching level 2 or even 3 posed no challenge. The long-handed mage was absent. Ling Xue adhered to the principle of proximity. The trio, clearly a team, was startled upon seeing her approach and hastily scattered in retreat. However, it was a pity. With her newly donned special novice shoes and agility nearing 40, Ling Xue swiftly closed in. In a flash of swordlight, a player was sent into the Black Room. She adeptly dodged and only endured 2 strikes of lightning. Scatter and attack, but do not hit your own. Yinhu, you go. Control him, and we can take him down in an instant. Yinhu, already at level 2 with 2 pieces of equipment, boasted a health pool of 120. Fear was not in his vocabulary. Beginner taunt. Do not attack. Do not attack. I am the one being taunted, cried a mage player, nearly in tears. Though the tank's taunt was indeed unbreakable, it operated under a rule. The taunt dispersed, targeting the first individual. Thus, Ling Xue had positioned herself behind a mage when it was cast. Seizing this opportunity, she swiftly dispatched 2 more players. With Li Fan, the healer, by her side, she fought with reckless abandon. A green light surged towards her, fully replenishing her previously lost health. Were you 2 shield tanks waiting for her? Get in there, or you'll meet a dire fate. If you can control that wretched one, I will reward you with 20,000. Frustrated by his missed skill, Heihu seethed. The remaining 2 shield tanks advanced. Ling Xue rolled twice, creating distance. Excellent. Yinhu rejoiced. He was right in that direction. Beginner taunt. Since you enjoy taunting so much, let me send you to the Black Room first. Demeng, prepare your skills. Ling Xue approached Yinhu willingly. -51 due to Yinhu's recent level up and his constitution-based equipment. This basic attack dealt only 51 points of damage, hardly making a dent in his health bar. Conversely, the priest from the opposing team was close enough to heal Yinhu for 16 points. His sense of security surged. What are you all staring at? Hurry and attack. -16, -21, -17 damage numbers floated above Ling Xue's head. Fortunately, the enemy's ranged attacks were sparse at that moment, and she still retained around 30 health points. Just then, a green light enveloped her, restoring her health to full. What the? How is this possible? That priest must be blind, healing that wretched woman? Damn it. I'll make you regret this. Heihu cursed. Yinhu echoed his frustrations. The nearby priest timidly interjected, Black Xiao, brother Yinhu, that is the enemy's priest. With only 1 priest on their side, can they truly restore full health? Their 2 priests only managed to heal around 30 points. Team 3. Go eliminate that priest for me. With such healing power, if we don't take him down first, how can we proceed? Commanded Black Tiger decisively. Meanwhile, the fully healed Ling Xue executed a basic attack, inflicting -51 damage. With only around 50 health remaining, another hit would spell her doom. Yin, who was genuinely frightened and frantically signaled the other two shield tanks. As soon as the taunt ended, he made a hasty retreat to the side. Unfortunately, their agility was vastly unequal. Basic heavy strike. Ling Xue leaped into the air, bringing her sword down. You have slain the player Yin Hu. Fortune smiles upon you. The opponent unexpectedly dropped white long robe white. White long robe white, strength 2, constitution 2, an unremarkable white item. Ling Xue picked up the robe from the ground and donned it effortlessly. Her attack power rose to 104. Ling Xue, save me. Li Fan cried out as several opponents closed in on him. However, Ling Xue ignored his plea and pursued the remaining two shield tanks. Since you enjoy taunting so much, allow me to return the favor. Her basic heavy strike had advanced to level 1. Basic heavy strike white, LV1, 16, 300 use weapon to deliver a heavy strike ahead, consuming 2 mana, inflicting 12 attack 1 damage to the target. With no defense, the damage soared to 129, while a normal attack dealt 104. These two shield tanks stood no chance and were swiftly dispatched to the Black Room. One player howling as if their novice weapon had shattered. Basic lightning strike. Pursuing Li Fan were 2 warriors and 2 mages. With an agility exceeding 30, he could evade the warriors. Yet, the mage's lightning was another matter. Just as he prepared to heal himself, 2 damage notifications appeared above him, leaving him momentarily stunned. -0, Player Little Mage inflicted 0 damage on you. Player Carefree inflicted 0 damage on you. What's going on? The 2 mages from the Black Feather Guild exchanged incredulous glances at Li Fan and then at their staffs. Could this wretched wooden stick be broken? They subsequently cast their spells once more, and, unsurprisingly, the result was still 0. Demeng, what are you afraid of? Your defense is high. These little mages can't breach it. Ling Xue scoffed. Tank support builds are indeed the mage's nemesis. Can't breach? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, then decided to halt, dust himself off, and turned to provocatively face them. At that moment, the 2 warriors caught up, delivering 2 strikes. One dealt 27 damage, while the other inflicted 25. His health plummeted by a third. My health. Damn it, I was careless. I can't withstand the warriors. He quickly healed himself back to full health and sprinted away again. Your teammate has slain the player Wuchan. Your teammate has slain the player Lily. What are you afraid of? Their attacks are nowhere near as much as your healing. Heal me now. Despite facing several opposing mages, even with agility surpassing 40, one could not entirely evade their attacks. All right, Sister Ling, I'm on my way. With a cast of basic healing, Ling Xue restored her health to full before shifting her focus onto the squad pursuing Li Fan. The 4 players appear to be on high alert. Chase him, keep pursuing. Li Fan remarked with a hint of pride. Against these minor adversaries, Ling Xue didn't even bother to unleash her skills. With a single stroke of her sword, she dispatched them effortlessly to the realm of oblivion. Chapter 12. Strategy against the elite, long-eared rabbit. Damn it. In the past, it was always me against a crowd. You better remember this, you foul creature. The black young master uttered a fierce proclamation, yet still clicked to return to the city. Want to flee? Have you consulted your elder sister? This individual was the most arrogant, shouting the loudest just last night. If he escapes, she is no longer Ling Xue. The return to the city took a full 30 seconds. Upon seeing Ling Xue charging towards him, Black Tiger felt a twinge of fear. He directed the remaining 3 or 4 members to block her. Block her. Hold your ground. These individuals were the core of the Black Feather Guild, having initially clicked to return to the city and were in the countdown. However, upon hearing Black Tiger's command, they interrupted their return and advanced to confront Ling Xue. Ling Xue leaped back and forth, disregarding them. Just as Black Tiger's countdown reached the final 2 seconds, a sword pierced his chest. This way of returning to the city is swifter. Your teammate has slain player Black Tiger. Another beam of white light descended. Rabbit, fur shoes, white, intelligence 2, agility 3. It was precisely the equipment that had dropped from her last night. Such is the cycle of divine justice. Do you truly wish to become our enemy, Black Feather Guild? The villains are quite verbose. Ling Xue showed no mercy towards these lackeys. Regardless of gender, all players were kindly escorted into the little black room. Li Fan approached. Sister Ling, impressive. One sword for each little foe. Ling Xue replied, without you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat them. This time, thank you. Sister Ling, you are being overly modest. Then I shall not be polite. The long-eared rabbit has respawned. Let us continue to grind monsters and strive to level up to level 3 in 2 hours. The death penalty, aside from the little black room, will also clear all experience points. This means Ling Xue, after grinding for so long last night, has less experience than Li Fan. Sister Ling, does this priest have any damage output in the later stages? None, not until job advancement. Will there be damage skills after the job change? Even then, there won't be any. Ah. What do you mean by ah? Are you implying that assisting your sister Ling is a burden? No. I merely wish to experience the feeling of wielding a staff against little foes. What do you want? What could I possibly want? You want nonsense. In the newbie village, after spending some copper coins, Black Tiger and the other two from the Black Feather Guild emerged from the little black room. Fried Cutie and Dream of 3,000. Very well. I shall remember you. Black Tiger's face was grim. How is the assembly of men progressing? Copper coins are limited, and Lily and her companions are still in the little black room. However, the players who were killed last night have contacted about 100 people, who are gradually gathering in the newbie village. 100 is too few. Gather another 100 for me. Understood, Black Young Master. Yin, who respectfully replied, however, there's one more matter. Among the players slain last night, several novice weapons were destroyed, preventing them from unleashing their professional skills. The blacksmith shop can forge novice weapons, but it requires 100 copper coins. Copper coins? This accursed game has a yield that can only be described as barren. Why not simply provide them with the funds and allow them to devise their own solutions? Moreover, the acquisition of copper coins must continue vigorously. Black Tiger, despite his loathsome tongue and arrogant demeanor, pays handsomely, which is a significant reason why the Black Feather Guild retains so many members. In another part of the novice village, the Starry Guild, a player, having repeatedly examined the level leaderboard after battling tigers tonight, remarked, Boss Huang, you guessed correctly. The newly ranked individuals are indeed core members from the Black Feather Guild. They cannot have leveled up by farming second-tier monsters, can they? The Starry Guild is quite formidable. They possess high-caliber strategists. They have nearly deciphered the attributes of the jagged-toothed beasts. Beyond their substantial double-hit damage, their primary advantage lies in their high defenses. Even a fully powered first-tier warrior cannot breach their defenses. And only after allocating points to the second tier can one manage to farm the jagged-toothed turtles like the first-tier regional monsters. Boss, you're indeed correct. Player Wharf Song stated, according to a player we bribed from the periphery of the Black Feather Guild, if you traverse the second-tier monster area and continue for over 10 minutes, you will encounter a canyon. Within that canyon, there are 4 long-eared rabbits, and the leaderboard's Fried Cutie and Dream of 1,000 must be leveling up inside. Ah, I see. Boss Huang realized a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. War Song, observing his boss's expression, comprehended his thoughts. Boss Huang, that monster spawn point will be challenging to capture. Firstly, we must cross the second-tier monster area, and a team of over 100 will likely suffer more than a third of their numbers. Additionally, the Black Feather Guild is not to be trifled with. They are reportedly recruiting, and their numbers have swelled to around 300. Moreover, the female player who initially discovered the spawn point is said to deal outrageous damage. Last night, she single-handedly battled dozens from the Black Feather Guild, and this morning, a fierce conflict erupted, with her and the priest player, Dream of 1,000, pursuing over 20 of them. Even Black Tiger was sent to the little black room. Boss Huang remarked, experience gained from killing lower-level monsters diminishes. While our guild cannot match the Black Feather Guild in direct confrontation, uniting with those 2 high-level players may change the tide. Keep a close watch on the Black Feather Guild and report any developments to me promptly. Understood. In a long-eared monster canyon, after over an hour of monster farming, Li Fan's experience progress exceeded 1/5. He also obtained 2 blue items and over 20 copper coins. Rabbit fur helmet white. Intelligence 2, Constitution 4. White fur gauntlets white. Intelligence 4, Agility 2. As these were intelligence-based equipment, they were naturally allocated to Li Fan. Furthermore, his basic healing skill successfully advanced to level 1. Beginner healing white. LV1, 100 after a chant of 4 seconds. Consuming 10 mana. Restores 16 mana 104 health to the target unit. A single healing can directly replenish 80 health, in addition to 240 health and 19 physical defense, 30 magical defense. He felt unprecedentedly powerful. Ling Xue glanced at the experience bar, then at his stats. With an attack of 124, coupled with a level 1 basic critical strike, he could inflict a terrifying damage of 148 without any defense. It was time to lure out the long-eared elite for the strategy. The Ming. I am ready to draw out the long-eared rabbit elite for elimination. Come over and listen carefully to my plan, he said. Li Fan responded, Sister Ling, didn't you say it would be more secure to wait until we're level 3 to engage? Ling Xue replied, the reward for the elite first kill are substantial. It's better to finish it quickly to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Besides, that Black Feather Guild, while we are not afraid of them, could become a nuisance with their numbers. All right, Li Fan nodded. Sister Ling, I'm listening. The long-eared rabbit elite has an attack of 50, physical defense of 40, magical defense of 20, and health of 800. Its skill, long-eared charge, deals approximately 47 damage to you and 59 to me. As long as you don't make any mistakes, we should handle the first 600 health quite smoothly. The danger lies when a long-eared rabbit elite's health drops to 200. It will enter a frenzy, summoning 2 long-eared rabbit elite avatars, which possess 50 of the main body's attributes. During the time before the avatars are defeated, the main body will be in an invulnerable state, rendering it immune to damage. Chapter 13. Elite blue-eared rabbit Li Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Sister Ling, how can the skills of elite monsters be so incredibly formidable? Isn't that leader insurmountable? He had seen the promotional materials shared by Wang Tao, which detailed that monsters were categorized not only by level, but also into ordinary, elite, and leader ranks. The higher the level and rank, the more valuable the loot dropped. It was indeed outrageous. Without Li Fan's exceptional support, it would be impossible for her to secure the first kill on an elite monster with her current abilities. In his previous life, it seemed that the Heiyu Guild had claimed that kill, resulting in a blue staff drop. That black tiger had wielded that staff, rendering her purple talent ineffective against it. The 2 skills were manageable and had a significant margin for error. The village chief had provided long-eared rabbit fragrance, which could be used twice. They would attempt it once first. Pay attention to your health. If it drops too low, heed my command and flee at once. Understood. Ling Xue elaborated on the strategy for tackling the elite long-eared rabbit. She then produced the quest item. A plume of white smoke billowed in the canyon. Before long, a blue, 3-meter-tall, long-eared rabbit materialized at the designated spawn point. It's here. Attack. Ling Xue charged forward, taking the initiative. She executed a level 1 heavy strike, inflicting 108 damage. The diminutive human dared to attack it first, provoking a display of anger from the creature. Li Fan was astonished. The game was remarkably realistic. This elite monster exhibited such rich emotions. Minus 69 health. Ling Xue retreated while offering a warning. A green light flew in, instantly restoring her health. Following the earlier instructions, Li Fan stepped forward and struck the elite long-eared rabbit with his damaged staff. Your attack dealt 0 damage to the elite long-eared rabbit. The elite rabbit turned its gaze toward him, eyes brimming with murderous intent. You have successfully attracted the wrath of the elite long-eared rabbit. The elite long-eared rabbit used long-eared charge on you. Your health decreased by 47. Damn, he had genuinely drawn its ire. It was known that the long-eared rabbit did not prioritize the first attacker, but rather the damage dealt. Whoever inflicted more damage would garner the creature's attention. This clearly defied common knowledge. The elite long-eared rabbit was indeed, as Ling Xue had described, an unconventional monster. It possessed intelligence and emotions. Li Fan's 0 damage was a mockery to it. He began to move. Ling Xue followed closely behind, delivering damage as she pursued. Minus 84, minus 108 each time the elite long-eared rabbit attempted to turn and attack Ling Xue. Li Fan would raise his staff to strike, successfully redirecting its attention. It was intelligent, but not excessively so. Despite the series of damage inflicted upon it, Li Fan maintained his health above 80%, buoyed by his 240 health and substantial healing. In less than 2 minutes, the elite long-eared rabbit's health had dwindled below 200, with a thunderous roar directed towards the heavens. A tempest erupted around the elite long-eared rabbit. Retreat. The fierce winds encircling the elite long-eared rabbit were not without peril. Under Ling Xue's guidance, Li Fan hastily withdrew to the periphery. 5 seconds later, 2 towering, 2-meter-high replicas of the long-eared rabbit appeared beside the elite. Li Fan stepped forward to draw their fire. Minus 47, minus 27, minus 27. The attacks of the 3 creatures simultaneously struck Li Fan. Primary healing. Health 79, he still maintained over 200 health points. This was the first time Li Fan experienced the allure of a tank support role, capable of both absorbing damage and providing healing. At that moment, he felt compelled to exclaim, "There's more." However, the very next second, his bravado waned. The 3 creatures seemed to accelerate, dealing over 100 damage to him once more. He muttered that the primary healing spell required time. "Ling Xue, please save me." Ling Xue leapt into action. With a sword strike, she executed a primary heavy hit on the long-eared rabbit's clone, instantly depleting nearly a third of its health. As her skill went on cooldown, she resorted to normal attacks. Yet even her basic strike dealt 104 damage. In less than half a minute, 1 clone was vanquished. Ling Xue is magnificent. Who knew the pain of 0 damage? Seeing that damage, Li Fan felt a pang of envy. Ling Xue hurried to tackle another clone. With the pressure alleviated, Li Fan managed to heal himself back to full health, even taunting the elite long-eared rabbit on occasion. Observing Li Fan tenaciously enduring the elite's onslaught, Ling Xue's delight deepened. Compared to a shield tank with double health and defense, he resembled an indomitable mass of flesh. While shield tanks absorbed damage with the assistance of other priests, Li Fan could both withstand blows and heal himself. In this lifetime, she was certain that he would achieve even greater heights. Ling Xue's output was formidable. Soon the remaining clones of the long-eared rabbit were dispatched. All clones of the long-eared rabbit have been slain. You may continue to inflict damage on the elite long-eared rabbit. Li Fan found himself at a loss as he gazed at the notification. He wished to contribute to the damage, but his hits were ineffective. His teammates relentlessly struck, damage numbers continuously appearing above the elite long-eared rabbit's head. Half a minute later, its health bar reached 0. The elite long-eared rabbit let out a final howl before collapsing to the ground, vanishing into thin air. Several streams of white light erupted, alongside a significant amount of copper coins. One particularly bright blue light stood out. Your teammate Yuja Zayakaway has slain the elite long-eared rabbit. You have gained experience 250. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 3. You have received 5 free points. Radiance emanated from both of them. The experience gained was substantial, and both leveled up to 3. Before they could approach to inspect the spoils, Li Fan heard the announcement from the novice village. The team led by player Yuja Zayakaway, having endured countless trials, has successfully slain the elite long-eared rabbit. They have looted a rare blue item. Elite white sword blue. Let's congratulate them. What on earth is happening? Someone has slain the elite long-eared rabbit? How is that even possible? We could barely breach its defenses. Brothers, you can click to view the equipment. Strength 8, Constitution 6, and an additional warrior skill damage. This damage is truly explosive. It's simply extraordinary. The legendary bull Nose is deceased. Esteemed one, do you still require accessories? My friend, is the equipment available? The price is negotiable. Both online and offline transactions are welcome. Such a rogue. Even sending a message in the public channel costs 2 copper coins each time. At this moment, chaos ensued. Ling Xue received over 600 friend requests in an instant, most of which were private messages inquiring about her equipment. Some even offered a staggering 50,000. Ling Xue remained unfazed, promptly clearing her messages and blocking her profile, rendering her unsearchable. She understood that the first elite drop would not be subpar. Yet she was surprised by the broadcast announcement. A broadcast indicates it's undoubtedly a premium item. Even she, reborn, felt a twinge of excitement. Elite White Sword Blue, class, warrior wear level, unrestricted strength 8 constitution 6 special attribute. When wielding this sword, using warrior skills to inflict damage on a target allows for a secondary strike, with damage halved. Description: an excellent weapon for warriors. Donning it bestows substantial attribute enhancements. Origin: the first elite long-eared monster from Village 9937. Chapter 14. Enhancing skill proficiency through glitches on this side. Li Fan also learned about the blue equipment through the announcement broadcast, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Compared to white gear, the rarity of blue items is truly remarkable. The information presented in rows indicated its extraordinary nature. Ling Xue, suppressing her excitement, understood what other players could not see. Only she, having traversed back in time, comprehended the true might of this sword. The second attack inflicts 50% damage, which is formidable indeed. However, what is even more impressive is that with a single skill release, one can double their proficiency gain. This is equivalent to an ordinary green talent. To call it a divine artifact for novice villages would not be an exaggeration. Demeng, this blue sword is perfectly suited for warriors. I shall take it for now. When we acquire one for the priests, I'll pass it along to you, Li Fan remarked. Ling Xue replied, you might be new and unaware of the value of this sword. It can be used for a considerable duration. Many level 10 weapons do not compare to it. And it can also serve as the main component for synthesizing spiritual artifacts, thus possessing immense worth. Li Fan, seemingly indifferent, inquired, how much is it worth? Ling Xue pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, 150,000. Its attributes surpass many others. In the realm of juejing, quality equipment does not depreciate swiftly due to time. Owing to its low production rate, some items even appreciate in value. What 150,000? Perhaps even more. Goodness, 150,000. It would take me 2 years of grinding to earn that much. Li Fan marvelat. Could Ling Xue possibly be exaggerating? Unlikely. He finally understood why Wang Tao could play games daily while continuously dating different girls, living a life of luxury. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, recently roused by his alarm, had yet to rise, yawning several times. He would surely be taken aback if he knew Li Fan's thoughts, for his charm alone could attract women, and money was not a factor. Wang Tao picked up his phone to find numerous messages and missed calls from his guildmates, urging him to log in quickly to farm monsters and level up, so as not to waste his green talent. Who would have thought that in juejing, copper coins and equipment could be so precious? An hour offline translates to a loss, he mused. The gaming headset was inadequate. It seemed he must find a way to acquire a gaming pod. Habitually, he opened WeChat, hoping to read Li Fan's praises. Wow, this good son is quite impressive. Good heavens, how did he manage to latch on such a lucrative opportunity? 7,000 in just 2 hours, along with equipment. He leveled up to level 2. Meanwhile, I toil endlessly for such meager experience. Wait, passing through the level 2 monster zone, there lies a canyon populated by 4 long-eared rabbit monsters. Wang Tao sent a message to verify the information, but received no reply for an extended period. Considering Li Fan's honest natura, he decided to log on immediately to find their guild leader. Newbie Village 9937. Long-eared rabbit canyon monster location. As the first elite long-eared rabbit to be vanquished, the spoils were indeed plentiful. Aside from the blue elite weapon, the white sword, possessed by Ling Xue, there were 4 additional white items and a white skill book. The skill, somewhat redundant for Ling Xue, naturally became Li Fan's prize. Beginner's Exploration White, non-upgradable class. All classes learning requirements. None skill description. Consumes 20 energy points to scout within a 7x7 range. Targeting monsters no higher than 2 levels above oneself. Note, the stronger the base attributes, the more comprehensive the monster information obtained. Concerning the skill book, that dropped. Acquiring it within the realm of consciousness is relatively straightforward. One merely holds it in hand and silently contemplates the learning process. The skill book, enveloped in a white light, transforms into a radiant beam that enters the player's body. Player, Demeng San Qian class, priest level, 3, 17,500 attack, 0 agility, 24 health, 290 mana, 2, 75, 15 energy value, 455 physical defense, 24 magical defense, 44 talent, talent absorption, tank support bonus purple, skills, beginner's healing white, LV1, beginner's exploration white, equipment, damage staff white, rabbit fur helmet white, rabbit fur pauldrons white, rabbit fur gloves white, rabbit fur leggings white, rabbit fur shoes white. The rabbit fur pauldrons were the equipment dropped by the elite long-eared rabbit. Additionally, a pair of leggings enhancing intelligence and constitution replaced Li Fan's previous agility and constitution leggings. Observing the formidable magic attack of 92, the healing effect surged to an astonishing 112. Li Fan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It was no wonder that workers at the site were fond of currying favor with their leaders. There was undeniable comfort in embracing such power. Demeng, what are your defense and health values? Health, 290, mana, 92, energy value, 455, physical defense, 24, magical defense, 44. Ling Xue's eyelids fluttered imperceptibly. The tank support bonus was indeed outrageous. To consider him merely as a support character when his health surpassed that of all shield tanks was a misjudgment. To label him as a meat shield, however, would not do justice to his level 3 magic attack of 92. Should he have been a mage? Anyone who laid eyes upon him would surely feel a shiver down their spine. Even she could not resist the urge to tremble. Come here and stand where I am. Ling Xue stood at the center of the long-eared rabbit spawn area. Your health and defense are high. You will be responsible for tanking the first wave of monsters. Do not cease the release of your beginner healing skill. This blue potion is for replenishing energy. As soon as you take damage, use the blue potion and continuously cast beginner healing on yourself. Li Fan felt somewhat perplexed. She clarified, in this game, the higher the skill level, the more substantial the bonuses. However, the conditions for increasing skill proficiency are stringent. One must be engaged in combat with monsters no more than 2 levels above to enhance skill efficacy. You can withstand the attacks, and I will eliminate 3 long-eared rabbits and then retreat from their attack range. At that point, they will revert to attacking you, allowing you to cast skills and steadily improve your proficiency. To advance from level 1 to level 2, one must unleash their abilities 200 times, while progressing from level 2 to level 3 requires 500 such actions. You currently possess 470 units of blue energy, with each release consuming 10 units, complemented by the restorative effects of a basic blue potion. The objective is to attain level 3 within a 2-hour time frame. Goodness, Ling Xue, you truly are remarkable. Is it possible to exploit this bug in such a manner? Li Fan exclaimed in admiration. However, wouldn't this result in the loss of a monster spawn? Although defeating a long-eared rabbit yields a mere 0. 5 experience points, every little bit adds up, not to mention the potential for equipment and copper coin drops. Losing even one creature is a detriment. Ling Xue reassured him, fear not, for at each spawn point of the long-eared rabbits, as long as the last one is defeated within 9 minutes of the first demise, they will all respawn together. I shall meticulously manage the timing to ensure not a single creature is wasted. Moreover, this is not a bug. Your character's attributes are simply extraordinary. Which priest can withstand 4 long-eared rabbits at level 3 with a staggering 47 blue energy? If you do not make the most of these innate advantages, that would truly be a waste of potential. With this thought, Ling Xue found herself in a moment of introspection, pondering who truly is the protagonist of this novice village. 9937. Chapter 15. The Vengeance of the Black Feather Guild. Having said that, Ling Xue tossed a basic blue potion to Li Fan. The basic blue potion restores 10 mana points every 10 seconds, totaling a recovery of 50 mana points, and it costs 1 copper coin. Given the current price of 1 copper coin for 200 units, each skill cast by Li Fan requires 40 coins. Furthermore, this expenditure is not even for slaying monsters, but merely to gain a slight proficiency. He had repeatedly mentioned to Ling Xue that skill advancement should be approached gradually, without such extravagant spending. Ling Xue reprimanded him for being a miser. Awakening Realm is a game that features strong positive feedback. The stronger you become, the more monsters you defeat, the better equipment you acquire, and thus, earning money becomes increasingly effortless. This fellow, benefiting from such advantages, still pretends to be virtuous. Were it her, she would willingly pay 100 coins for even a modicum of proficiency. While casting skills, Li Fan murmured, "Sister Ling, I've seen many people in the public channel lamenting that leveling up in this game is too difficult and that acquiring equipment is a challenge, with some even threatening to quit the game. The game thrives on a large player base. If they all abandon it, won't copper coins and equipment lose their value? Shouldn't we conserve our resources?" Conserve what? If you level up your skills to level 3 sooner, we can farm the second level Jiao Qi turtle more efficiently. And at that point, copper coins will be abundant. Ling Xue dismissed his concerns. Indeed, in his previous life, during the first couple of days after the game's launch, many players had quit due to the challenges of monster competition and leveling, which significantly impacted the value of copper coins and equipment. However, once the officials discovered that certain game attributes could be mirrored in reality, those who had left were the ones who lamented the most. You have gained 1 proficiency point by casting basic healing. Ding. Your basic healing skill has advanced to level 2. Basic healing. LV2, 0500 after a chant of 3. 5 seconds, consuming 10 mana points. It restores 24 mana 106 health to the target unit. Upon reviewing the skill description, one could not help but acknowledge that the enhancements from leveling up the skill were quite substantial. The chant duration had decreased from 5 seconds to the current 3. 5 seconds. The base healing amount had increased from 8 to 16, and now it had reached 24. He could now heal a total of 123 health points in one cast. Sister Ling, I noticed that each time this skill levels up, the chant time reduces. Is it possible that at a certain level, it can be cast instantaneously? Ling Xue replied, "You have quite the imagination." For the priest class, the maximum precast time for skills is 3 seconds. You should be able to reach this threshold with 1 more level, which is one of the reasons I want you to attain level 3. Ah, I see. Li Fan pondered, reflecting on the potential of instant casting. If he could release it quickly enough, wouldn't that render monster damage virtually negligible? It seemed he was overthinking it. Is there any possibility of achieving casting without any pre-cast time? Ling Xue contemplated for a moment and said there should be. Upon entering the Awakening Realm, everyone receives an initial talent. With so many players, it is bound to happen that someone will receive rare talents, such as a 3-second reduction in skill casting time, enabling instantaneous skill release. Furthermore, once we venture into the new continent, the world there will be larger and more wondrous. As long as our strength is sufficient, endless possibilities await us. Li Fan expressed his confusion. Sister Ling, do you mean to say that such skills can also be unleashed? What is this, a miraculous herb that cures cancer, a fruit of immortality? Do you truly believe it? I find it hard to accept. Your words grow increasingly fantastical. Is it possible that these items can be taken out of here? He chuckled lightly. Ling Xue merely smiled in response, neither confirming nor denying, and urged him to hasten his skill release. It must be said that upgrading this skill felt akin to a sudden enlightenment. The act of unleashing it became notably more fluid. The only downside was the accelerated consumption of resources, resulting in a greater expenditure of copper coins. After another hour had passed, the duo managed to acquire 2 additional white-tier items. One was a pair of agility-enhancing leggings, which Ling Xue mentioned were essential for battling the spiked turtle, though the attributes were hardly impressive. White fur leggings white, Constitution 2. Agility 1, a mere trifling 3 points. The other item had commendable stats, yet its attributes left much to be desired. White fur shoes white, Strength 5. Intelligence 3, nearly the pinnacle of what the long-eared rabbit could drop. Even Ling Xue lamented the loss. Sister Ling, could it be that our levels are too high? Li Fan pondered. If we claim poor luck, we still managed to obtain an 8-point white item. If we argue we had good fortune, then the conflicting attributes of strength and intelligence are of no use to me. Suddenly, Ling Xue sprang into action, dispatching the long-eared rabbit that was attacking Li Fan. What is wrong, Sister Ling? He inquired. Boost your mana. Enemies are approaching. Upon turning to look, Li Fan indeed saw numerous figures emerging from the canyon entrance. He quickly consumed a mana potion. As the two sides drew nearer, a throng of individuals became visible. It was the Black Feather Guild. The sight caused him to grip his staff tightly and don his novice shoes, achieving a newfound agility of 35. Sister Ling, how shall we engage? Ling Xue replied, this is still a novice village. We can only form a party. If others initiate combat, it will be indiscriminate. If they do not all attack us, we needn't rush to retaliate. Should they come at us, we will prioritize taking down those who attack first. This way, players in peace mode cannot harm us. Today, we shall make an example of them, showing all 9,937 players that even as a duo, we are not to be trifled with. Ling Xue radiated a fierce determination. Li Fan, stirred by her spirit, felt anger rise within him. Let's fight. It's just a small confinement. I have yet to experience it. Even if we are captured, I intend to drag a few unfortunate souls down with me. Ling Xue shot him a glance of exasperation. Get lost. With your defense and health, how many can inflict significant damage upon you? There is no reason to be so agitated. Li Fan scratched his head and chuckled. My apologies. My apologies. I've read too many novels. Leading the opposition was none other than Black Tiger, adorned with no less than 5 pieces of equipment and a new weapon. It was evident that wealth indeed had the power to sway fate. They halted at a distance of 10 units, preparing for the impending confrontation. A player named Yin who approached, demanding their surrender and urging them to join the Black Feather Guild, threatening that if they refused to comply, the guild would relentlessly pursue them from dawn until dusk, until they were driven to abandon the game. Such arrogance. Ling Xue could hardly be bothered to respond. She simply took a few steps forward, wielding her elite white sword, which sent Yin Hu fleeing in terror, unable to gather any copper coins. He was genuinely averse to entering that dark room. Attack, commanded Black Tiger with a wave of his hand. Yin Hu then directed his team of 8 players to charge forward. In the Awakening team, a group could consist of no more than 4 members. After 2 or 3 skirmishes, they had gathered sufficient intelligence on Ling Xue as attributes. She was a high-damage, fragile character, as noted by their data analyst player, Lily. This was especially true for magical attacks, which could inflict substantial damage upon her. Chapter 16. Pain breeds fear. Thus, there are 3 groups composed entirely of mages. One group consisting of a mix of warriors and mages, while the remaining formations consist of shield tank and 3 priests. The objective is to ensure that after the tank draws aggro, they can promptly restore health. The Black Feather Guild has indeed some capable individuals. It is no wonder that in the previous life, they surpassed the Starry Sky Guild and other factions, achieving victory time and again in the Treasure Hunter gameplay. However, in the face of absolute strength, all is rendered meaningless. Stay close to me, Demeng. Ling Xue brandished her sword, her intent to cut through from left to right. The first team on the left was a shield priest formation. I must admit, Ling Xue is truly a high-level player. With a subtle feint, she lured out the tank's taunt. Initial heavy strike. -100. Your teammate has slain the tank. Truly impressive. Before even triggering the secondary skill damage, the shield tank was sent to the proverbial black room. The 3 priests in his team were left bewildered. What the hell? Healing is utterly futile here. With 10 agility against 38 and a mere 50 health at level 1, there was no room for resistance. Fools, utter fools. How could they fail to taunt in such a wide area? Kick him out of the guild. In an instant, one strike felled a young opponent. Black Tiger was infuriated. Yin Hu swiftly stepped forward to regain control. Recruiting players in the early stages is not an easy task. The remaining groups surrounded the area, particularly the mage formation, which began to launch ranged attacks. -15, -16. What no one anticipated was that Ling Xue did not evade. Instead, she charged forward, enduring the damage. Once her health dropped below half, a green light descended, instantly restoring her to full health. With low magic defense, she naturally became the primary target for the mage group. Mages are fragile and slow to flee. She dispatched them with basic attacks, not even depleting her mana. In a mere glance, 3 out of the 8 groups of players were eliminated. Seeing this, others immediately called for assistance. Hey, everyone in the back, stop watching. Let us all attack. This useless shield tank cannot taunt anyone. He's like deadweight. Who has the deadweight here? With so many mages, how many can actually land a hit? Their damage doesn't even match a priest's healing. The core members of the Black Feather Guild found themselves in a predicament. In any other game, they could have formed a guild. Even if those two were exceptionally powerful, they would not stand a chance against them. The problem lay in the fact that this game currently only allowed for team formations. Moreover, most of them were newly recruited players, unfamiliar with one another. Once the chaos began, it would surely escalate. No, we cannot let these two continue their rampage. The Black Feather Guild must maintain its dignity. Let us push forward. Split half the players to deal with that priest. His high defense is inconsequential. What matters most is preventing him from healing that female warrior. Understood. Just as Yin, who was about to issue the command, Ling Xue and Li Fan abandoned the other players and charged towards them. Capture the leader first. Black brother, they are coming for us. Quick, run. Accustomed to arrogance, he had always led his team from the front, tormenting others. However, this time, he found himself in peril. The expression on Black Tiger's face darkened. Fleeing would be a blow to his pride. Players on either side surged forward to attack, but they were no match for him. Some hadn't even managed to activate their buffs, having wasted precious time striking at nothing but air. The players of Flame Tiger were both furious and exasperated, forcibly dragging Black Tiger backward. Given Black Tiger's temperament, if he were to be confined again, he would undoubtedly explode with rage. Could they flee? Ling Xue rolled deftly to evade several ranged attacks, suddenly accelerating. The distance to Black Tiger and his companions was now less than 7 paces. Activate your buffs, everyone. Flame Tiger was seething with anger. Fearing chaos would lead to friendly fire. Only the 8 attacking squads had activated their buffs, while those behind refrained. Even some shield tanks leapt forward, mockingly taunting empty air. Seeing no avenue for escape, Flame Tiger darted forward. Basic taunt. Ling Xue let out a cold laugh, slipping seamlessly into the throng of players. The targets of Flame Tiger's taunt were all allies who had just activated their buffs. Damn, he cursed, unable to dispel his status in time, helplessly watching as his opponent struck down Black Tiger. Black Tiger's face turned pale. Damn it, that be TCH, attack her. Damage numbers flew across the screen. -15, -16, -14. Despite being an adept player, Ling Xue was still struck down by several attacks. Basic heal. However, Li Fan, relying on his formidable defenses, caught up. With a distance of 7 paces and so many players present, the green light of healing landed squarely on Ling Xue. Nice. It seems my efforts over the past few days were not in vain. Instantly restored to full health, her confidence soared. She leapt into the air, her high agility allowing her to soar further. Black Tiger sensed an overwhelming intent to kill. A flash of sword light surged forth. His last thought was of his inventory. Thankfully, he had 300 copper coins, enough to erase his time penalty. You foul wench, I'll remember you. I shall return. -15. 2 white lights erupted. Your teammate has slain player Black Tiger. Player Oil-Fried Cutie has achieved a consecutive kill streak of 30, truly a harbinger of death. The sudden scrolling across the screen caught the attention of many players, especially in the area outside the novice village where the long-eared rabbit monsters roamed, igniting a storm of speculation. Ling Xue's name had appeared far too many times. Goodness, that woman is formidable. Who dared to provoke this powerhouse? Wasn't he that legendary weapon dropped by her? This situation is beyond my ability to handle. In a novice village square, a gathering of hundreds congregated within the Starry Guild. Boss Wong, our members spotted those from the Black Feather Guild heading towards the second-tier monster area. It seems a confrontation is imminent. Are all the personnel arranged? The shield-bearing tank, adept at attracting monsters, has been arranged, and alongside you, the team comprises 3 priests, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arise. Very well, let us set forth. As we head towards the Stardust Guild, chaos erupts in the long-eared Rabbit Valley. The upper echelons of the Black Feather Guild are in disarray, with Ling Xue becoming the primary target for whoever is commanding. Consequently, the leaders of the Black Feather Guild find themselves confined to the small black room, devoid of direction. Amongst the over 100 players marked in red, the notion of encircling the two is but a fanciful delusion. With only two individuals, Ling Xue wields devastating damage, equally effective against any opponent, akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. A damage figure of -15 appears. This infuriates Ling Xue. Realizing it is that same individual once more, she scans her surroundings and finally spots her target. Upon seeing the target disregard all others and approach her, the mage's face pales in despair. Despite having concealed himself so well, he finds his speed inadequate to escape. "Sister, I am merely a hired hand. Here, to handle matters for a fee. Could you perhaps go easy on me?" Chapter 17. The Starry Guild very well, but next time, conceal yourself better. Melee players cannot escape from within. With a swift stroke, the long-range mage was instantly dispatched. In truth, this individual possessed commendable talents, boasting a rare and systematic ability that would prove invaluable even in the later stages. Alas, having fallen into the den of thieves, he was now deemed an enemy, and thus must be eliminated, preferably to the extent that he could not even level up. For should he ascend in rank and acquire superior equipment, he would pose a significant threat. The player, Fried Little Cutie, had achieved a staggering 100 consecutive kills, akin to a deity of death descending upon the world. 100 slashes. The Black Feather Guild, positioned near the entrance, could no longer withstand the onslaught and fled the canyon. As some began to escape, others inevitably followed suit. This was no mere game. The warriors fell in an instant, with shield tanks boasting over 150 health points also succumbing in seconds. The priest was particularly formidable. Even when taunted, a multitude of players could not breach his defenses. One by one, the denizens of the canyon were eradicated. Regrettably, Ling Xue had no intention of sparing those who fled and pursued them beyond the canyon. Along the way, several attempted to return to town, but were promptly sent to the little black room. Good heavens! Li Fan trailed closely behind, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It was clear, do not provoke Sister Ling. In his mind, he conjured an image of Ling Xue as a formidable gang leader in a certain city. "Sister Ling, shall we continue the pursuit? Perhaps we should let it go. They are merely doing their jobs for a fee." Many players had just beseeched Ling Xue for mercy. Truth be told, had he not encountered Sister Ling, the prospect of earning 8,000 a month might have compelled him to become a lackey himself. Very well, let us pursue for a few more minutes. Only later did Li Fan realize that a few more minutes referred to chasing the players of the Black Feather Guild into the area of Level 2 monsters. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. Aside from a handful of players hiding in corners to return to town, nearly all had been ushered into the little black room. Li Fan and his companion managed to collect 6 pieces of equipment, one of which, a high-agility item, was precisely what Ling Xue required. Having ensured there were no remaining threats, Ling Xue led Li Fan back into the canyon to hone their skills. Not far away, players from the Starry Guild, who were entering the realm of Level 2 monsters, chanced upon the scene of Ling Xue pursuing a large group. Even the war song sent shivers down their spines. It was rumored that Black Tiger had led 200 players. Half an hour, and they were all slain? Even if they were 200 pigs, it surely would not take such little time. "Boss Huang, shall we continue onward?" Tonight, facing the tiger, Huang furrowed his brow and replied yes. "However, inform everyone to switch to peace mode. Anyone who turns red will be kicked from the team." Meanwhile, within the confines of the little black room, the players of the Black Feather Guild were utterly incensed. Those who had not turned red were relatively safe, with a low probability of losing equipment. However, those who stubbornly fought back faced a different fate. The number of shattered novice weapons had reached over 20. This damn game. Die once, and my weapon is destroyed. As a mage, how can I cast my basic lightning spell without a weapon? Upstairs, I too have faced an unfortunate incident. After spending 2 copper coins to send a message in the public channel, I wonder if any seasoned player knows how to rectify this. Can novice weapons also be lost? Aren't they supposed to be bound? Typically, that should not happen. Have you all perhaps been marked? When one enters a meeting, the probability of losing equipped items increases 20-fold, and bound items simply shatter. What a predicament. Leveling up is already a challenge, and now I find myself without a weapon. What a mess. The blacksmith can recreate novice weapons, but it seems to cost 100 copper coins. 100 copper coins? That amounts to 20,000. My condolences. I hope my brother is affluent. This wretched game, during its promotional phase, seemed so entertaining, yet I managed to defeat merely 7 monsters overnight. What a disappointment. 7 monsters is commendable. I only managed to vanquish 2. I've heard that many have organized in the forums to voice their grievances. If this game is not improved by tonight, I shall cease playing. The gaming experience is quite authentic, yet the pace of leveling is excruciatingly slow. Perhaps it would be best not to play at all, then the monsters would all belong to me. 201 copper coins. Do you all engage in a game with such a high drop rate? With a stroke of luck, one could obtain 7 or 8 items in a day, worth over 1,000 coins. Completing novice tasks yields an additional 20 coins. How does one earn so much? I find it hard to refrain from engaging in idle chatter, and I've lost an additional 400. Alas, I must take my leave and continue hunting monsters. This is my first time posting in the public channel. I have persevered this long due to the generous rewards of novice tasks. By the way, is there a guild seeking members? The All-Wise Mage Guild is recruiting at 8,000, but I would settle for 7,000, ensuring my availability at all times. Large guilds can be quite challenging. I have a friend who joined the Black Feather Guild and faced tremendous difficulty, dying twice in less than half a day. He is now confined in a small room, rumored to have signed a confidentiality agreement, and refuses to disclose his whereabouts or any details of his demise. I can only speculate that it involves some significant figure in treasure. However, that individual is indeed formidable. Oh dear, am I to assume that the one upstairs is a cross-dressing giant? Who else could be so fierce in the game? Do you not understand? The more adorable they appear, the more ferocious they tend to be in reality. In the long-eared rabbit valley, Li Fan remains diligently honing his skills. Ling Xue, with little to occupy her, opened the chat panel and grew increasingly incensed as she read the messages from others. She meticulously noted down the usernames of these players. Li Fan, observing her, felt a shiver of fear. Who has once again provoked the notorious Ling Xue? Ling Xue. More individuals have entered the valley. Ling Xue exited the chat and focused her gaze. Indeed, a group of dozens had arrived, but none had activated their red status. Leading them was a mage player named Tonight We Hunt Tigers. Such a familiar name. After a moment's contemplation, she smirked mysteriously and turned to Li Fan, inquiring, "Demeng, are you in need of money?" Indeed, who isn't in need of money? Li Fan replied, somewhat puzzled by her sudden question. Wait. That smile earlier, could Ling Xue be contemplating a different kind of maintenance for me? Goodness, when should I refuse? Or should I simply decline? Why are you grinning foolishly? Hurry up, the money is coming in. Money? What are you talking about? Li Fan felt increasingly bewildered. Upon noticing the tidal god of slaughter above Ling Xue's head, Zhang Ji's eyelids twitched, prompting him to quickly instruct several shield bearers to step forward. However, contrary to his expectation, Huang Laoda commanded them to fall back. The 200 members of the Black Feather Guild, along with a few level 2 players, were no match for the friars. Do you truly believe you could stand against us? As the two parties drew nearer, Ling Xue inquired, "Are you from the Starry Sky Guild?" Surprisingly, she asked them directly, her tone seemingly devoid of hostility. Indeed, this is our leader, Huang Laoda. Friar Boss, have you heard of us? Chapter 18. Selling the long-eared rabbit canyon monster point. Ling Xue furrowed her brow. She vowed to change this ridiculous name as soon as she arrived at the frontline city, for it tarnished her dignity. Have you come to seize the point as well? No, we are here to conduct business with Miss Fried and Brother Santian, she replied. Ahem, they call me Sister Ling outside. You may address me as Sister Ling too. Are you here to purchase the point? At once, her demeanor elevated. Li Fan, standing by, felt increasingly confident in his hypothesis. Boss Huang found the situation both amusing and exasperating. At over 50 years of age, he doubted there were many players older than him. Sister Ling is correct. We only just learned of this monster point and wanted to take a look. Sister Ling and Brother Santian are both level 3. The experience this level of long-eared rabbits can provide is likely minimal, he continued. We are all from guilds. How can the disparity between Xingqian and Heiyu be so vast? The player from Xingqian, named Zhang Gu, remarked Sister Ling. Isn't that a bit excessive? For monsters domain, let us go. Ling Xue turned without a backward glance, heading towards the corner. What a joke. You wish to haggle over 50,000? This is the realm of awakening. 4 monsters, with each yielding 4 experience points, total 16. With 12 waves an hour, that amounts to 192. Even have due to low spawn rates, it's still 96. Calculating for a day, that's over 3,800 experience, enough for 38 players to level up twice. In 2 days, that's 72. And that's not the end of it. Once they reach level 2, it's a rapid progression. Will other guilds stand a chance against Xingchen? Ling Xue recalled how the Heiyu Guild had seized this monster point, becoming the dominant force in the 9937 novice village. Following the invasion of, the attributes and skills of the realm of awakening became increasingly tangible, causing Heiyu Group's valuation to soar from tens of billions to hundreds of billions, achieving notable fame. Hey, Sister Ling, could you slow down a bit? And is that price truly justified? Upon hearing 50,000 for a day, Li Fan felt the demand was rather exorbitant. If Xingchen occupies it for 10 days, that amounts to 500,000. 500,000. The average person might not earn that much in a lifetime. Expensive? Consider this. In an hour, how many copper coins and equipment can we farm? Li Fan calculated briefly and found it was not unreasonable. However, the experience from Sister Ling's monsters was too scant. They would eventually need to switch points. Ling Xue asserted, just now, we defeated so many members of the Heiyu Guild, proving our strength to the entire novice village. In this long-eared rabbit canyon, we decide who can farm and who cannot. Those who are unwilling or possess great power are welcome to test their strength. It appears. Indeed, it is as such. Sister Ling. Brother Sanxian, please hold on for a moment. The player, tonight we hunt tigers. Approached. A daily payment of 50,000 is acceptable, but may I propose a request on behalf of our Starry Sky Guild? Is this truly being agreed upon? The two paused in their tracks. Ling Xue glanced at Li Fan, as if to say, see, this is what I meant when I told you that strength is paramount. With power, wealth will naturally flow to you. Tonight we hunt tigers. You must be aware of the value of this point. Seasoned players should not be oblivious to it. So do not overreach. Sister Ling, that is not my intention. Tonight we hunt tigers clarified. What I mean is, if the Black Feather Guild gathers their members to seize a portion, we would be unable to farm here. Indeed, the request put forth by the other party is not unreasonable. 50,000 is akin to a protection fee. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. Ling Xue replied, very well. If they come, I and Meng will assist you. However, I do not favor complications and shall only lend my aid for 2 days. With the resources from this monster spawn point, I trust your operations will not falter, and suppressing them should pose no difficulty. Agreed. Tonight we hunt tigers expressed his delight. But one more thing. What is it, Sister Ling? Please, go ahead. A one-time payment for 6 days. 300,000. 300,000. Even before we commence farming. Such a sum is demanded. Even Li Fan thought it improbable that they would acquiesce. Yet, to his astonishment, tonight we hunt tigers agreed without hesitation. Goodness, wealthy individuals are indeed different. Sister Ling, may I inquire why the full payment for 6 days is required in advance? He had navigated the realms of commerce and politics for many years, and, from his observations, it became evident that this charmingly audacious player was not short on funds. Ling Xue pointed to Li Fan. To purchase him a gaming nutrient pod. For me? Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. That amounts to 300,000. He felt a surge of emotion. Sister Ling. This. Silence. She could hardly bear to witness such a display from a grown man. Tonight we hunt tigers smiled faintly and said, Brother Sanxian does not yet possess a gaming nutrient pod. Coincidentally, I am acquainted with the seller. How about this? I shall arrange for them to deliver it to you, which will account for the 6 days. No subpar options, please. Rest assured, should the quality be lacking, you may certainly escort us into the small black room. Then, Brother Sanxian, shall we add each other as friends in the game? Please provide me with your address. Noticing Li Fan's hesitation, he quickly comprehended the gravity of revealing one's real-life address in a fully immersive game. After all, disputes in the gaming world often spill over into reality. Thus, he added, Brother Sanqian, allow me to provide you with the contact details of that gaming company. You can reach out to them directly, and they will guide you on how to place an order on their official website. Rest assured, the nutritional warehouse company for this game is a core enterprise under national control, and they excel in confidentiality. Even if I wish to investigate, it would be impossible. Li Fan glanced at Ling Xue, feeling somewhat bewildered by the unfolding narrative. Just a day prior, he was merely a laborer striving to make ends meet. The gaming helmets belonged to Wang Tao, and today he would have access to the gaming nutritional warehouse. All right, Ling Xue nodded. Furthermore, the skills of Demeng need to be upgraded by 3 levels, and this monster spawn point will be available to you in an hour. Haha, Ling Xue. I thought it was something monumental. An hour is no issue at all. Even if it takes a few more hours, it's fine. Brother Sanqian, when the time comes, please send a friend request, and I'll provide you with the game company's contact information. You can simply fill in your address on their official website and need not worry about anything else. That evening, Dahu addressed those nearby. Stay put and listen to Ling Xue. If they ask you to exit the canyon, then do so. Understood, Boss Huang. In the novice village of 9919, at the long-eared rabbit canyon, dozens of players gathered in an orderly formation, creating a remarkably relaxing atmosphere. For long-eared rabbits reappeared, with the shield tank taunting them. The warriors and mages unleashed their attacks, and in less than half a minute, the creatures fell one by one, yielding experience points. Tao Shuai, well done. The information you provided is incredibly useful. Your green talent is commendable as well. The guild has decided to nurture you as a core member. You will receive a quarter of the drops from this monster spawn point. Thank you, Brother Xiong. One Tao Shuai refers to Li Fan's friend, Wang Tao. He relayed this information to President Xiong, who initially doubted its veracity. However, with so many players vying for the monsters, it was evident that they couldn't secure many. Thus, he gathered people to give it a try. Those who died would simply spend a few hours in the Black Room. Given the game's leveling speed, it wouldn't significantly affect others. Surprisingly, after losing dozens of players, they successfully navigated through the Level 2 monster area and encountered the so-called canyon entrance. Cautiously entering, they found 4 long-eared monsters wandering at the spawn point. Joy erupted among the players. Everyone was on the same side, and no one was competing for the kills. With their shield tank, they could withstand the onslaught. Wang Tao was assigned to the first team, tasked specifically with outputting damage to secure kills. And he was already halfway to leveling up. This Li Fan kid is impressive. To discover such a hidden monster spawn point. Could it be that he truly possesses a knack for gaming? Chapter 19. Strategy for Level 2 Sharp-Toothed Turtle. 9937 Novice Village. You have cast Basic Healing, gaining 1 proficiency point. Ding, your basic healing skill has reached level 3. Basic Healing White. LV3, 1000 after 3 seconds of chanting. It consumes 10 mana points to restore 32 mana 108 health to the target unit. Haha, Ling Xue, my skill has leveled up again. Level 3, restoring 131 health. Li Fan exclaimed with a hint of excitement. With a restoration of 131 health, it is nearly enough to completely replenish the health of 2-level monsters. Nearby players from the Starry Guild looked on in astonishment. These two are simply extraordinary. One dispatches monsters with the ease of drinking water, while the other can withstand 4 long-eared rabbit monsters simultaneously. And the most astonishing part is that they hardly lose any health. Excellent. Let's proceed. We can now hunt level 2 monsters. Ling Xue nodded in agreement, though internally, she was considerably startled. The next day, with an initial skill level of 3 and a base healing of 131 health, this was an achievement that seemingly no one in her past life had attained. Priestly talent. Doubling healing? Apologies, but none can match her little Mengmeng's mana. After a few casts, it would be depleted, unlike this continuous casting. Whoever is hunting tigers. I've marked the monster points for you. If any other guilds come by, just message Demeng. Great. Finally, we have a monster points. Tonight, hunting tigers is particularly joyous. Unlike Black Tiger, he only requires assistance from other players to level up. He truly cannot manage the sacrificial leveling method. Brother Sanqian, the matters regarding the game nutrient pod have been settled. However, there are no supplies in your area. They have been transferred from another province and are expected to arrive by 9 o'clock tonight. Please be attentive to the delivery. Thank you, Brother Huang. After adding Huang Xing as a friend, he engaged in a brief conversation. To his surprise, the other party was a wealthy individual. No wonder he remained unfazed by hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, he was amiable, allowing Li Fan to refer to him as Brother Huang. Li Fan and Ling Xue returned to the city. Ling Xue submitted the quest to defeat the elite, long-eared rabbits to the village chief, who praised her highly. In addition to the copper coins and 100 experience points, she received a piece of superior white equipment. Novice white garment white. Constitution 6 agility 3 special attribute. Health 50 description. A garment gifted by the village chief of Novice Village, seemingly imbued with extraordinary capabilities. Bound upon equipping, it cannot be traded. Ling Xue shared the attributes of the novice white garment with Li Fan, who was equally astonished. According to Ling Xue's insights, white equipment typically has 1 or 2 base attributes, with their combined values ranging from 2 to 10. This novice white garment, however, boasted an impressive 9 points and an additional special attribute. They had farmed over 10 pieces of white equipment without encountering a single special attribute. Yet nearly all the items obtained from the village chief, including the shoes and the white garment, possessed special attributes. Indeed, products from the village chief are guaranteed to be of superior quality. Ling Xue nodded in agreement. The village chief of the novice village was indeed a unique NPC, known for producing rare items that were immensely beneficial for early-level progression. However, she had not enjoyed such privileges in her previous life. It was only upon entering the frontier city and hearing the high-level players share their experiences that she became aware of them. A swift start leads to a swift journey. Coupled with Li Fan's extraordinary talent, Ling Xue was certain that in this lifetime, she possessed the capability to soar to greater heights. The duo accepted the quest to slay the horned turtle and soon arrived at the area populated by level 2 monsters. Horned turtle level 2 attack, 40 agility, 8 health, 200 physical defense, 20 magical defense, 5 skills, charge white. Initiates an impact toward the target in front, dealing 8 attack 1 times damage. Bite white, strikes the impacted target, inflicting 8 attack 2 times damage. If the charge hits, it has a high probability of triggering the bite. Special, the target is invincible during the return period upon death. Ling Xue inquired to Meng, how do you assess the data of this level 2 monster? Previously, the skill probe obtained from the elite long-eared rabbit proved exceptionally useful, with his extraordinary level 3 attributes. The level 2 monsters were laid bare before his eyes. Ling Xue. This creature has an attack of 40, health of 200, physical defense of 20, and magical defense of 5. Its skills are quite similar to what you described. The attributes and abilities are all satisfactory. Ling Xue calculated in her mind. Her level 1 basic heavy strike, which dealt around 181 damage against a physical defense of 20, when combined with the elite white sword skills, would undoubtedly be sufficient to dispatch the horned turtle. However, the aspect of tanking was a concern. Even after changing her shoes and donning the novice white robe, her defense stood at around 18, with a health pool of 280. The horned turtle's attacks would deal approximately 72 damage to her, and with at least 4 monsters in the vicinity, she would face a total of 288 damage. She realized she wouldn't survive even the first wave, let alone subsequent attacks from the horned turtles. Demeng, this equipment is for you. Ling Xue handed the novice white robe to Li Fan. Li Fan appeared taken aback. Ling Xue, once worn, this novice white robe cannot be traded. As a melee character, you will be the one receiving more attacks. You should keep it. It could be considered a minor treasure, and for him, a tank-supporting priest, it felt somewhat wasteful. Just wear it. No more talking. Do you wish to equip the novice white robe? Once equipped, it cannot be traded again. Confirm. Once donned, the novice white robe indeed enhanced his appearance. However, the most crucial factor was still his health. What are your current health and defense stats? Health, 400, physical defense, 30, magical defense, 45. What an astonishing talent. Ling Xue mused to herself, giving Li Fan a playful shove into the attack range of the horned turtles. Enemy incursion. Instantly, the 4 horned turtles launched their assault. These creatures, about half a meter tall, moved slowly, yet when they sprang into action, it was as if they were propelled by a spring, crashing into Li Fan. -22, -26, -22, -26. I'm going to die. In an instant, he lost nearly half of his health, prompting him to hastily consume a healing potion. Fortunately, I donned a novice white robe. A primary strike. -181, -19. Your ally has slain a level 2 jaw turtle. You have gained 2 experience. You have randomly acquired 2 copper coins. Ling Xue's damage sword, instantly drawing the ire of the remaining 3 jaw turtles. With skills on cooldown, I relied on my agility of over 30 to swiftly evade their attack range. Rest assured, I will not perish. You may continue your efforts within, Ling Xue proclaimed. The 3 jaw turtles launched another assault on Li Fan. The flurry of strikes appeared fierce. Yet in the end, Li Fan sustained only 144 points of damage. Meanwhile, with a single skill, he restored 131 points of health. At that moment, Ling Xue unleashed another primary strike, cleaving one of the creatures. The remaining 2, with Li Fan, the great healer, by her side, fell to Ling Xue's determined onslaught one after another. Being our first collaboration against a level 2 monster, we were somewhat unaccustomed. It took approximately 2 minutes, yielding 8 experience points. In contrast, defeating the long-eared rabbit would require an entire 4 waves of foes. Clearly, the pace of leveling had significantly accelerated. Although no equipment dropped from the 4 monsters, a total of 4 copper coins were obtained. Perhaps it was due to the fact that only the 2 of us were engaging the level 2 creatures. Chapter 20. The green tortoise staff Li Fan rubbed his hands and inquired, Sister Ling, how many minutes until the monsters respawn at this spot? Should we consider switching to another location and then return here when the monsters have refreshed? Ling Xue firmly rejected the suggestion. Clearing monsters in a chain is more efficient for both leveling up and acquiring gear. However, this is not an ordinary game. Even the minor creatures follow rules that are not immutable. Until we possess absolute certainty, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Demeng, you seem quite free. I will leave a monster for you in the next round to practice your skills, Ling Xue added. Ah, we have to grind again. Li Fan lamenta. His expression clouded with worry. Though it is just a game, repeating the same actions can be exhausting and tiresome. In the novice village square, players from the Black Feather Guild emerged one after another from the small black room. Heihu remained silent, his demeanor heavy with discontent. Since the establishment of his guild, being killed twice in a single day was an unprecedented humiliation. Hey Xiao, currently, we cannot establish a guild in this game, and with mutual damage between the 2 teams, their cooperation is indeed insurmountable. Perhaps we should first build up our strength and seek revenge later? Yenhu suggested. Ling Xue's damage output was undeniably formidable. Even the second-level monsters fell swiftly before her. While many players had been recruited by them, there were still some who withdrew due to the circumstances. Their numbers had dwindled to around 180, with about 20 still demanding compensation for their lost weapons. What is the situation at the Long Ear Rabbit Valley? Are those 2 still farming there? A few of them hesitated to respond. Speak, Lily urged. Hey Xiao, that Huang Xing has also landed in the 9937 Novice Village. He has established the Stardust Guild, which is nearing 100 members. From what I have gathered, it seems they have reached an agreement with those 2, ceding the monster spawn points to the Stardust Guild. Currently, the Long Ear Rabbit Valley is being farmed by them, and the recent arrivals on the leaderboard are likely their members. Damn it, Heihu clenched his fists. He had encountered the Stardust Guild in previous gaming endeavors and had always been at their mercy. How dare they encroach upon their territory? Yenhu, gather some people. Let's attack together. He felt an urgent need to vent his frustration. Otherwise, he would be consumed by his indignation. Hey Xiao, it might be difficult. Our men just reported that those 2 are farming at the 2nd level spawn point, which is the only way into the valley. Ah, those 2 again. Lily interjected. Though it may be challenging to seize the point, we can spread the word. There are many players in the novice village, including skilled guild members. Let them disrupt those 2 in the Stardust Guild, while we recruit more individuals to claim a monster spawn point outside the novice village. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yenhu, you take charge of this matter. With that, Heihu logged off. The frustration of playing the game had become unbearable. He needed to unleash his pent-up emotions. In the area of the 2nd-level monsters, Li Fan and Ling Xue engaged in their gaming session for over 2 hours, accumulating more than 200 experience points and over 400 in skill proficiency. Their rate was approximately 200 per hour, hampered only by the limited recovery of blue potions. Otherwise, Li Fan estimated that they could surpass 300 in an hour. Additionally, the drop rate from the angular turtle was commendable, yielding around 60 copper coins per person, just enough to cover Li Fan's potion expenses. They managed to acquire 3 white equipment pieces: angular turtle hat white, strength 3, constitution 2, green turtle leggings white, constitution 4, agility 3, green turtle staff white, intelligence 4, constitution 2. Although they had only 3 items, their quality surpassed that of the loot dropped by the long-eared rabbit, which averaged around 4 attribute points. In contrast, these 3 boasted values exceeding 5, with none being the dual attribute waste items. Li Fan replaced both his weapon and leggings. He had insisted on acquiring the leggings from Ling Xue, as the rabbit fur leggings felt overly delicate. The hat, adorned with 2 long ears, was also a point of contention. Had it not been for the angular turtle hat's strength and constitution bonuses, he would have sought a replacement regardless. With the change to the intelligence leggings, his attacks slightly increased, while his health reached 430 and physical defense stood at 33. The damage from the angular turtle's combo attacks diminished to 42. Indeed, although advancement in the game becomes increasingly challenging, each upgrade, however minor, is distinctly felt. Ling Xue, it seems quite a number of players are approaching, Li Fan remarked while casting a basic healing spell. Ling Xue, meditating in a simple resting mode within the game, opened her eyes to observe the influx of players. She accessed the Novice Village's public channel and confirmed her suspicions. The Black Feather Guild had divulged the monster spawn points in the long-eared Rabbit Valley. They were likely heading there, and most of these players were level 1, often entering the angular turtle's attack range only to be swiftly dispatched. Many noticed the duo battling the second-level monsters and expressed their excitement. Big Dream Sanxian, add me. I can be both sweet and salty. Little Cutie, Sanxian, need a pendant. Having all enter the server on the same day. They wonder how these two managed to tackle second-level monsters. Surely, they must have found a glitch. The Black Feather Guild claims that this fried little cutie can dispatch anyone with a single blow. Could they be cheating? What a joke. Who could possibly cheat in this game? I de-acknowledge him as my father. 2 esteemed players, invite me. I'm a full intelligence mage. Big shot, take me along. I'm a full shield tank. Exceptionally resilient. I can assist with leveling to 2, and the price is negotiable. Fortunately, the location they had chosen was near the long-eared Rabbit Valley, allowing them to observe the gathering players from a distance, preventing any encroachment. After about half an hour of continued play, they gained over 50 experience points. Perhaps due to the numerous players being dispatched, the presence of individuals at the long-eared Rabbit Valley gradually dwindled. A wave of hunger struck. Ling Xue, it's getting late. My body can't take it anymore. I need to log off and grab something to eat. Additionally, regarding the game's nutrition chamber, I might be a bit delayed in logging on. Ling Xue remarked. If we expedite the setup of the equipment, we shall avoid such inconveniences, and it would also be beneficial for our health. By the way, around midnight, it would be prudent for you to log in. There remains half a long-eared rabbit fragrance, and we could vanquish an elite foe once more. Otherwise, leveling up to 4 would be in vain. All right. Li Fan gestured affirmatively before logging off and returning to the village. Perhaps it was due to the absence of support that he could not farm any monsters, or perhaps there were other reasons. Ling Xue felt a pang of disappointment but could do little about it, so she too decided to log off momentarily. Chapter 21. The Gaming Nutritional Pod. Several minutes later, as Li Fan savored a mouthful of instant noodles, he felt invigorated. However, with each bite, he couldn't help but lament the expenditure of over 100 copper coins on blue potions, a decision that tugged at his heartstrings. Although many players had abandoned the game, a fortunate few had successfully completed their novice quests, causing the value of copper coins to slightly diminish, yet remained around 180. This meant that he had spent nearly 20,000 in-game today. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from the supplier of the Gaming Nutritional Pod. Upon descending the stairs, Li Fan was taken aback by the sheer size of the delivery. 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, almost the size of a small room. During the initial discussion, The dimensions hadn't been disclosed. This left him in a quandary, as his rented apartment was modest, consisting of a small living room and a bedroom in an aging complex. Although the gaming nutritional pod could be disassembled, the issue of where to place it remained. Fortunately, the staff members were exceedingly cordial, offering to assist Lee Fan in tidying up his space. After some effort, they managed to find a suitable location for the pod. Once all the arrangements were completed and the delivery was signed off, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The professionalism of the corporate representatives was commendable, as they maintained their smiles throughout the interaction. Ling Xue, this is our company's top-of-the-line gaming nutritional pod. According to the contract, we included 10 days' worth of nutritional fluid. Should you require additional fluid, feel free to call our company. A dedicated representative will assist you. After thoroughly reviewing the details, Lee Fan's initial excitement waned significantly. He discovered that the reason the gaming nutritional pod allowed for days and nights of uninterrupted gameplay was due to the energy-supplying nutritional fluid. The fluid was specifically tailored, costing a minimum of $7,000 per refill. This implied that playing for a single day would set him back $700. He mused bitterly that payment should have been required up front. However, a glimmer of solace emerged when he checked the official website and found that the bare machine was priced at an astonishing 999 yuan, excluding additional costs. Even on second-hand platforms, a brand-new model like his could fetch a similar price. If the game turned out to be unenjoyable, he could always sell it off, which didn't seem like a significant loss. After a quick wash-up, it was now 11:30. Following the instructional video, Lee Fan reclined into the pod. To his surprise, it was more comfortable than his own bed. Indeed, there was merit to the expense. Xiaofeng, load the game awakening. Hello, master. Loading the game awakening for you now. Your physical condition has been checked and is deemed satisfactory. Load complete. Entering game mode. The familiar sensation returned. This gaming nutritional pod was indeed exceptional, far superior to the helmet he had previously used. Even the wand in his hand felt more lifelike. As he opened the game list, he noticed that the game companion was offline. Thank you, Brother Huang. The gaming nutritional pod has been received. The experience is quite satisfactory. No need to mention it. Brother Deming, we each benefit from this arrangement. I'm glad the experience is enjoyable. By the way, Brother Deming, if you decide to sell copper coins or equipment, be sure to contact me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. In the Starry Guild, Ling Xue had agreed to provide them with protection. However, one must be strong to forge their own path. In the game of Awakening Realm, they had spent over a day and had gleaned some insights. Initially, the power enhancements primarily stemmed from leveling up and allocating points, as well as equipping gear. Even a single piece of equipment could yield substantial benefits. Before entering the game, he had received some whispers about Awakening Realm. Initially skeptical, he was taken aback an hour ago when news confirmed that the military had deployed 100,000 personnel to engage in this game, further emphasizing its extraordinary nature. Since he enjoyed gaming, investing a little more to enhance his experience seemed inconsequential. Lee Fan glanced at his inventory and sent over the 3 pieces of equipment he had replaced. Brother Huang, I have copper coins for blue potions, but there aren't many. Do you want these 3 pieces of equipment? Absolutely, came the almost instantaneous reply. 20,000 each, what do you think? Lee Fan was startled by the price. It was worth noting that the total attributes of these 3 pieces didn't even exceed 5, and one was a tattered item with dual strength and intelligence boosts. 60,000 was already equivalent to a year's salary from his previous job. Brother Huang, this price is certainly reasonable. I just worry you might be at a loss. Definitely worth it. Huang Xing wasted no time and promptly transferred 60,000 to his account. At that moment, Lee Fan heard a notification sound from Xiaofeng in the game, prompting him to once again reflect on the validity of high prices. Brother Deming, I've sent you the money. Did you receive it? I received it. I'm in the novice village at coordinates 3796. Okay. Huang Xing sent someone over to collect the equipment, and this transaction was enjoyable for both parties. Your friend, Fried Cutie, has come online. Fried Cutie has sent you a party request. You have joined Fried Cutie's party. Party mode. Random allocation. Before Lee Fan could report his coordinates, Ling Xue had already sought him out. She seemed to be in a poor state, somewhat subdued, unlike her usual cheerful self. Ling Xue, what's wrong? It's nothing. Ling Xue shook her head. Is the gaming nutrient chamber properly installed? Yes, I'm currently logged into the game using it. Li Fan Raplia. Brother Huang is quite impressive. The equipment is top-notch, and I'm in good condition. All right. Ling Xue's gaze was resolute. You need to accompany me in leveling up for the next few days. We must level up continuously. Understood. Noticing her unusual tone, Li Fan cautiously inquired, Ling Xue, was there something that happened at home when you logged off? She offered no explanation. Even if she did, the other party likely wouldn't comprehend. I am a reborn individual. My grandfather is gravely ill and has little time left. The only chance to save him lies in rapidly leveling up and obtaining spirit fruits through the fruit-snatching expedition. Playing a game to save a life. How absurd and hard to believe. Let us go. First, we'll head to Long-Eared Rabbit Canyon and collect the elite long-eared rabbits. After about half an hour, the two arrived at the canyon, the time marking precisely 1 minute past midnight. Each tier of monsters spawns only one elite per day, which is one of the reasons why Ling Xue has fallen slightly behind in levels. Should another blue item drop, their journey of monster hunting would become significantly more seamless. Despite it being the early hours, the Xingqiang Guild still boasted a considerable number of players. They had just completed a wave of long-eared rabbits. Ling Xue, the main. You've arrived? Huang Xing and the others were all in the nutrient pods, where the nighttime respawn rate was doubled. After several hours, they had accumulated quite a bit of experience. Brother Huang, Li Fan stepped forward and said, We'd like to borrow the area for a maximum of 5 minutes. Certainly. Although he was unaware of the duo's intentions, Huang Xing was more than willing to assist with such a minor request. He instructed the members of the Xingqiang Guild to disperse, declaring that no one was to approach or attack without his command. Ling Xue promptly took out a long-eared rabbit incense and ignited it. A thin wisp of white smoke ascended. Before long, a piercing scream echoed, followed by a tremor in the ground, as a towering elite long-eared rabbit emerged from below. The commotion rivaled that of a boss from other games. Chapter 22. The guild divides the territory. Beware of the long-eared rabbit elite. Warsong warned loudly. This creature had previously wreaked havoc at the long-eared rabbit monster spawn outside the village, leaving no one able to contend with it. Yet here it was, drawn out by two individuals. He suspected they aimed to defeat it. Although the title above Ling Xue's head was undoubtedly genuine, having never witnessed it firsthand, he remained skeptical. Could such a significant disparity arise in just over a day? Long-eared rabbit elite level. 1 attack, 50 agility, 20 health, 800 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 20 skills. Long-eared charge. Launches 2 long ears, inflicting damage equivalent to 6+1. 2 times the attack on all targets along the path. Long-eared frenzy. When a long-eared rabbit elite's health drops to 200, it enters a frenzy, summoning 2 long-eared rabbit elite clones. These clones possess 50% of the original's attributes. Until these clones are defeated, the original long-eared rabbit elite remains invulnerable, unable to take damage. This examination proved incredibly useful. With such a panel, strategizing against monsters became an effortless endeavor. However, it still paled in comparison to Ling Xue. Li Fan suspected that she, like him, possessed multiple talents, one of which included a form of map and monster perception. This could explain her familiarity with the realm of awareness. As for strategies regarding this domain, his online research yielded no results. Ling Xue, how should we proceed? What else can we do? Let's charge in. Ling Xue advanced with her sword, inflicting over 240 damage in her first strike. The long-eared rabbit elite immediately lost a third of its health. Meanwhile, the damage it dealt to Ling Xue was swiftly restored by Li Fan. Within just over a minute, her strikes reduced the creature's health to below 200. 2 long-eared rabbit elite clones emerged. Ling Xue deftly evaded their attack range with 2 rolls, causing all 3 monsters to direct their assault at Li Fan. At present, clad in armor, his health had not decreased by more than a third, and with his healing abilities, he could endure several rounds without issue. Noticing that Li Fan had drawn its aggro, Ling Xue re-entered the fray. With a powerful strike and the special attributes granted by her elite white sword, she nearly obliterated one of the elite clones with a single combination of attacks. The damage was astonishing. Though Li Fan had grown accustomed to it, the members of the Xingqian guild nearby could hardly believe their eyes. Were they truly playing the same game? The battle continued. With Li Fan's protection, a basic attack felled one of the long-eared rabbit elite clones. With one less adversary, Ling Xue braced herself against the remaining damage, engaging both the clone and the original long-eared rabbit elite. Your teammate, Oil-Fried Cutie, has slain the long-eared rabbit elite. You have gained experience 100 without a first kill bonus, and compounded by the recent level increase, the experience gain amounted to a mere 100. Furthermore, the luminous pillars from the loot revealed no blue gear, not even a skill book. Only 3 meager, white items remained. However, given that these were elite drops, their quality was likely not too shabby. Li Fan approached to inspect the loot. White leggings, white. Strength 5, Constitution 2, white tunic, white strength 3, Constitution 4, white shoes, white. Intelligence 4, Constitution 2 pieces grant a total of 6 points, while 1 piece offers 7. The copper coins amassed to over 70. According to the agreement regarding equipment acquisition, the item bearing intelligence belongs to Li Fan, while the strength item is the sole property of Ling Xue. As for Constitution and agility, they're to be claimed by whoever finds them useful. Although the 2 pieces of equipment can be worn interchangeably, Ling Xue still felt a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated that even if a top-tier blue item did not drop, at least an ordinary blue item would. But to her dismay, nothing materialized. There were no skill books either. The drop rate had been drastically halved. It appeared that the elite monsters would no longer be farmable, which, if not addressed, could lead to a significant waste of leveling time. Li Fan expressed his gratitude, and the two departed from the long-eared rabbit canyon. Many players remained in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth just happened? The long-eared rabbit elite, which had instilled fear in all novice players, was vanquished so easily. These 2 individuals. Huangxing took a deep breath and inquired, "Battle Song, have you estimated their approximate attributes?" Battle Song responded, "From our data analysis, the long-eared rabbit elite possesses physical defense exceeding 38, and the blue item that Ling Xue previously acquired has special attributes. Its attack should hover around 170, indicating it likely has an attack affinity of at least green quality. As for Demeng San Qian, his capabilities are somewhat exceptional. His basic healing spell often restores full health, making it difficult to estimate. Additionally, his defense and health surpass that of shield tanks, suggesting he may have acquired a talent for attribute allocation with a minimum quality of green." Huangxing remarked, "Green is insufficient. I perceive both of them to be of purple quality. Otherwise, how could they effortlessly defeat 4 long-eared rabbits at level 1 and easily slay the elite at level 3? It would be unwise to antagonize these 2 in the future." The long-eared rabbits respawned, and the plan to continue monster farming was set in motion, aiming to elevate the majority to level 2 by tomorrow afternoon, at which point both long-eared rabbits and horn-toothed demons would be farmed. Understood. In the novice village of 9,937, after He Hu logged off, the Heiyu Guild did not remain idle. They spread the word to attract more players' attention to the long-eared rabbit canyon, embellishing the story to transform the original 4 monsters into 20, urging players to form groups to venture into the canyon for monster farming and leveling. Meanwhile, they actively recruited talents with blue and green affinities, including those fortunate enough to reach level 2, thereby augmenting the guild's power, with membership swelling to 300. "Lily, how is your data collection progressing?" Player Lily replied, "Leveling in the game is exceedingly challenging. Many players have opted to quit. The number of online players at dawn hovers around 3,000, and during the day, it is unlikely to exceed 6,000. Although the graphics of this game are exquisite and the realism is high, the slow pace of leveling is truly intolerable. Even for someone like me, who has played numerous games, it feels excessively arduous. Were it not for the insistence of He Hu, I would not recommend the guild to invest all its resources here." What is the situation with the Xingqian Guild? The Starry Guild has amassed over 100 members. They claim the ability to guarantee a 2-level promotion, having absorbed a considerable number of players from China. It is said they engage in both the farming and acquisition of equipment, and they even conduct unified auctions in the evenings. Their strength cannot be underestimated. They may very well become a formidable rival for us in Village 9937. Our guild can no longer afford to remain passive. Yenhu inquired, Lily, where do you think would be the most suitable point for our guild to occupy outside the village? The area for the long-eared rabbit monsters at coordinates 339-265 has only 3 monsters, but since it is located near the edge, there are fewer players farming there. If we push outward from within, we should encounter significantly less resistance. Lily shared her perspective. As for the specific reactions from other players, we will only know through experimentation. The novice area has at least 3,000 players. If the casual players do not react strongly or cannot gather to oppose them, the likelihood of our success remains high. While 3 monsters may seem sparse, it is certainly better than having none. If the mid to high-level players in the guild do not have a point to defend, we will struggle to retain them. This is the point, Yenhu then declared. Send out a notice for an assembly at the designated time. Those who fail to show will forfeit their monthly salary. Chapter 23. Leveling up to level 4 at the level 2 monster spawn outside Long Ear Rabbit Gorge. Li Fan and his companion were diligently engaged in vanquishing the horned turtles. Perhaps it was due to Ling Xue's recent disconnection, or perhaps the doubling of the respawn time at night, but unlike the afternoon, when a single spawn point allowed Li Fan to hone his skills, the entire area was cleared instead. Your teammate has slain a level 2 horned turtle. You have gained 2 experience points. You have reached level 4. You have obtained 5 free attribute points. Level up? Indeed. The leaderboard was also updated at that moment, with Li Fan securing the top position at level 4. Li Fan nodded and inquired, Sister Ling, how much more experience do you need to level up? Although Ling Xue had played an hour or 2 longer than him a night before, she had been engaged in battles with the Black Feather Guild and had been sent back twice, resulting in her experience being reset. Previously, she had gained considerable experience from the long-ear rabbits, enabling her, as the primary slayer, to achieve level 3 first. Just over 20 more, she replied. That is simple. Li Fan pointed toward the horned turtles ahead. After a mere 10 minutes, a radiant glow enveloped Ling Xue. Your friend Ling Xue has reached level 4. Achieving level 4 within 3 days of the server launch was a feat that surpassed her previous life by more than 2 days. In her past life, she had joined a small guild where, being of purple talent and having invested considerable resources, she had become the focus of the guild, with most resources allocated to her. Yet, due to the challenging nature of the game, she had only reached level 4 on the evening of the 6th day. Moreover, her equipment was of mediocre quality, far inferior to what she possessed now. With her 5 free points, she allocated them all to strength. In just over 2 days, she had crafted 2 sets of equipment, one focused on strength and constitution, the other on strength and agility. The former boasted a higher strength attribute. Her attack had reached 244 points, with a health pool of 210 points. Additionally, her basic heavy strike had advanced to level 2, delivering a significant damage output of 18 plus attack multiplied by 1. 15. Now, her first strike damage soared to 298 points, while the second hit reached 149 points. Even as one reborn, she could not help but feel a tinge of pride. In this life, she was determined to seize the extraordinary fruit of victory. Grandfather, in this life, I will surely save you. Ling Xue, Ling Xue. Li Fan waved his hand before her eyes. Ever since she had logged off earlier, this prominent figure seemed to be burdened with myriad thoughts. In the last couple of hours, she had drifted off in contemplation several times, resembling a young girl lost in her musings. Ling Xue snapped back to reality and, to mask her embarrassment, asked, what are your current attack and defense stats? Li Fan glanced at his panel and replied, after equipping my intelligence gear, my magical attack stands at 123, my health at 350, physical defense at 30, and magical defense at 61. Ling Xue took a deep breath. Despite her preparations, hearing those statistics still stirred a hint of jealousy within her. His purple talent build as a tank support was indeed somewhat extraordinary, with level 4 attributes equivalent to those of a level 10 character. It was likely that even the most adept orange talents could not compete. How much more experience do you need for your beginner healing skill to level up? Just 250 more. Levels 1 to 3 were manageable, totaling only 800. However, the leap from level 3 to level 4 surged to 1,000. Li Fan gazed into his pouch filled with copper coins, relieved to have ascended to level 4, now boasting a staggering blue mana of 625, which would significantly reduce his consumption of blue potions. Sister Ling, my mana is ample now, and my basic healing ability has reached 165, which is more than sufficient. I believe we can take our time. He had no job and genuinely wished to save a bit of money. Such trivial thoughts did not escape Ling Xue's keen eyes. Ling Xue remarked, 250 isn't excessive. As we fight and level up, it should be enough by tomorrow morning. By the way, how many pieces of equipment do you still need for your 2 sets? Altogether, including what was in her bag, there were a total of 12 pieces of equipment. It seemed that the other party was not lacking in a few items either. Li Fan hesitated and said, Sister Ling, I plan to craft a set focusing on intelligence and constitution. I don't feel the need for agility and intelligence. Moreover, constantly equipping and unequipping is quite bothersome. It appeared that this fellow had most likely sold his equipment. A miser, indeed. For the sake of a few coins, he would undoubtedly regret it later. However, considering their complementary talents, Ling Xue patiently explained, it's not much at all. Currently, both players and monsters are at a low level, and the benefits of agility can be disregarded. Once you surpass level 100, that is, when the qualitative improvement occurs, greatly enhancing your operational space. If your agility is low, you'll be as helpless as a wooden dummy when others strike you. Some priests, besides these 2 sets, also prepare a set focused on constitution and agility. Although changing equipment can be troublesome now, there will be blueprints for a backup equipment slot and mental switching in the future. Furthermore, there will be equipment refinement, which requires surplus gear, and this is why I've been discouraging you from selling your equipment. If it were before leaving home, I wouldn't mind supporting this fellow. But now, I only have about $1 million in pocket money left over from before. High agility? A wooden dummy? Backup equipment slot blueprints? Mental switching? Equipment refinement? Li Fan became increasingly perplexed. Is this the gameplay that unfolds in the later stages of the Realm of Awakening? Sister Ling, how do you know all this? I haven't seen any guides about Realm of Awakening online. He had long wanted to inquire, given how Ling Xue seemed to possess experience akin to someone who had played the game, from the long-eared rabbit canyon to the elite special quest involving long-eared rabbits. Ling Xue was taken aback. Damn, it seems I might have revealed too much. I've heard that many games have closed beta tests. Sister Ling, could you be a closed beta player? Yes, a closed beta player. Ling Xue's eyes lit up. Indeed, I'm one of the few closed beta players. We signed a confidentiality agreement, so you mustn't speak of this to anyone else. Li Fan made a gesture as if to seal his lips. I see. Rest assured. Sister Ling, I am very discreet. Ling Xue nodded. It seems that it's still best to entice the naive. A teachable child. So, listening to your sister Ling is undoubtedly the right choice. Li Fan pondered for a moment before responding. Sister Ling, I do not wish to deceive you. I have decided to retain the attributes of intelligence and constitution for this equipment. The rest, I still intend to sell. Ling Xue, bewildered, inquired to Ming, are you truly in such dire need of money? Li Fan nodded and replied candidly, Sister Ling, my family hails from a rural background. Currently, I am unemployed, and I still have a mortgage on a house in a small county. I cannot even afford to purchase a vehicle. My parents are aging, and my grandparents are ill, incurring substantial medical expenses each month. I am in need of financial assistance. I am, indeed, just an ordinary person. Chapter 24. Level 4 Basic Healing. Ling Xue was taken aback. She had anticipated challenges for Li Fan, but not to this extent. Suddenly, she began to comprehend why Li Fan, with such remarkable talent, had not been heard of in the novice village 9937 in her previous life. Had she not returned to seek out Priest Quan Ji, Li Fan might have been forever relegated from the game due to his inability to defeat monsters, coupled with his real-life obligations. I'm truly sorry. Previously, I thought you were merely eager to sell copper coins and acquire equipment, assuming it was simply a matter of greed. Li Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, revealed his more introverted nature, as he had never been fond of such discussions. Observing his awkwardness, Ling Xue chuckled, "Haha, it seems you possess a talent for tanking and support, so there's no need for excessive equipment. You could equip intelligence and vitality gear for now. When you reach levels 8 or 9, and the agility of players and monsters begins to stack, you may then opt for intelligence and agility gear." Li Fan nodded in agreement. Dreamland. Awareness is unlike any ordinary game. If you wish for health at home, no matter the obstacles, do not abandon awareness. Ling Xue's earnest tone led him to believe she was referring to the game's lucrative potential. "Ha! How could I possibly stop playing if I get a feast alongside you?" "Ling Xue." "All right," Ling Xue replied. "Let us continue hunting the horned turtles, striving to collect more equipment, ideally summoning elite horned turtles. Are there no special quests or horned turtle fragrance? Are you daydreaming? There are more, but I shall reveal them once we both reach level 5. Their attributes surged, making the hunt for horned turtles increasingly effortless. Furthermore, the absence of competitors meant the entire area of level 2 monsters belonged solely to them. They could not possibly exhaust the supply, especially since the drop rates for horned turtles were significantly better than those for the long-eared rabbits at level 3. As the copper coins steadily accumulated, Li Fan grew more exhilarated with each hunt, to the point where he began to express mild dissatisfaction with Ling Xue's speed and striking. "Your proficiency in Basic Healing 1. Basic Healing has leveled up. Basic Healing White. LV4, 1-5000 after a 3-second chant, consuming 10 mana, restores 40 mana 1. Health to the target unit. On the third day of the game's launch, at the square of Novice Village 9937, numerous players congregated, vociferously cursing the Black Feather Guild. The previous night, while they were hunting monsters, over 300 players from the Black Feather Guild had suddenly attacked, overwhelming them and sending everyone into a state of confinement for 4 hours. Fuming with indignation, they rallied fellow victims in the public channel, seeking justice, and thus gathered in the square. Leading the charge were about 20 affluent players, while not as wealthy as those with fortunes in the hundreds of thousands or millions in other holographic games, felt no pressure in spending a few thousand. The esteemed Qing Feng, the Black Feather Guild, has made their proclamation. The monster spawn point belongs to them. The moment others encroach, they unleash a merciless slaughter without hesitation. How audacious! My comrades, we must show them our strength and make them realize that we are not to be trifled with. Thus, Qing Feng and a cadre of over 200 players, brimming with determination, advanced towards that notorious spawn point. However, just as everyone anticipated a fierce battle, the actions of the Black Feather Guild took everyone by surprise. They initially wooed the casual players, assuring them that upon joining, they would receive upgrades and be moved to the front lines. This promptly swayed more than 10 players to their side. As for the remaining ordinary players, they were met with immediate hostility. The tactics of the Black Feather Guild were all too familiar. With the leaders of the casual players being seduced, the morale of the group dwindled significantly, causing many players to flee. The remaining stubborn few were once again sent to the proverbial black room. Regardless of the copper coin spent, they began to curse in the public channel. What the hell? Just to level up, they sacrificed everything. Playing a game and becoming a traitor in the process? Forget it. I want to watch the next anti-Japanese film. Such a captivating spectacle did not escape the notice of Li Fan and his companion. Ling Xue sighed. The casual players of 9937 are finished. They have met their demise even faster than in the previous life. The leveling mechanism of the game is utterly absurd, and with scarce resources. They started weak and will only grow weaker. In her last life, the small guild she belonged to was also usurped by a major guild. Yet, her temperament would not allow her to succumb easily. With no guild system in place, she would lead a group of shield tanks and mages to create disturbances, ensuring that no one could farm in peace. This strategy had momentarily restrained those large guilds. Ling Xue, how can casual players be so easily defeated? Even if the Black Feather Guild occupies one spawn point of the long-eared rabbit, there are still plenty of monsters at other locations, Demeng remarked. You still do not comprehend the nature of guilds, or perhaps the game itself, Ling Xue explained. This time, the casual players have suffered a complete defeat. Other guilds will undoubtedly emulate the Black Feather Guild. They will strive to seize even more points. Without the ability to unify, the resources available to casual players will dwindle. Do you recall our skirmishes with the Black Feather Guild? If we had shown weakness, they would have only pressed further. Even if we retreated to a level 2 spawn point, they would still come to harass us, demanding we relinquish our gear. The stakes in this game are immense. The true face of the major guilds in this immersive game is grotesque. As Ling Xue had anticipated, other major guilds could not contain their eagerness upon witnessing this outcome. Guilds such as the Bumblebee, the Red Flower Society, and the Irreplaceable began extensive recruitment drives and territorial disputes. In just a single day, the number of spawn points available to casual players plummeted from 36 to 33, then to 29, and ultimately dwindled to a mere 16. Over 4,000 casual players were left to contend with these scant 16 spawn points. Tensions escalated, prompting some casual players to form small alliances to retaliate against these guilds, particularly a group known as the Cloud Hidden Pavilion. Typically, a quartet of mages gathers to unleash a tempest of lightning, capable of instantaneously obliterating certain players, thereby causing considerable inconvenience to large guilds. However, that is a matter for another time. Ling Xue and Li Fan returned to the novice village, where they completed their quest with the village chief, receiving over 30 copper coins, and subsequently accepted a task to vanquish level 3 monsters. The tranquility of being free from guild interference in monster hunting was quite delightful. Ling Xue, seizing the moment, lingered only briefly before leading Li Fan out of the novice village once more. Have you sold everything? Indeed, I have sold it all to that boss Wang, totaling 120,000. Li Fan exclaimed with satisfaction. The efforts of the night had proven worthwhile, yielding 4 pieces of equipment along with 200 copper coins. Did you not save any copper coins? There's still 30 left. Aren't you afraid of being sent to the Black Room? This fellow seemed unlikely to change his ways. Player Ling Xue has initiated a trade with you. Chapter 25. Strategy against the Wind Wolf Ling Xue. What is this? Transaction. You have acquired 170 copper coins. Ling Xue remarked, regardless of the circumstances, one must always reserve sufficient copper coins for the small dark room. All right, Ling Xue, consider these copper coins as a loan. I shall return them later. No need. I insist. Very well, do as you wish. At times, Ling Xue found herself utterly exasperated with Li Fan, who could be more fussy than any woman. As they passed a monster spawn point in the novice village, Ling Xue suddenly halted. Ling Xue, what is wrong? I've spotted an acquaintance. Be prepared to heal me at any moment. With her long sword in hand, Ling Xue approached. The title above the player's head and the username beneath it were quite renowned in the current 9937 village. A few novice players approached, but before they could utter a word, they were swiftly dispatched with a single strike. This left the others utterly terrified. Long-handed mage, it seems we meet again. Fried big shot. Aye. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Xue sent him to the small dark room. After concluding her task, she strode away confidently, causing the members of the Black Feather Guild to remain motionless. What on earth is happening? Fried big shot. Does a long-handed mage have a grudge against him? Who knows? Why didn't you act earlier? Aren't you from the same guild? Weren't you inactive as well? Those who did act are already in the small dark room. Such trivial actions. Did you not see that the core members of the Black Feather Guild remain silent? Hush. Do you wish to jeopardize your salary with such volume? Indeed, members like Lily from the Black Feather Guild had witnessed the incident. But what could they do? They were no match for these 2 formidable figures. If a fight were to break out again, those 2 would turn their attention towards them, jeopardizing the guild's development. If Black Tiger Yin were to hold them accountable, they could not bear the repercussions. Thus, they chose to feign ignorance, knowing that it would result in little more than a reprimand. Li Fan quietly followed behind Ling Xue, refraining from taking any action. His admiration for this formidable woman increased manifold. He was familiar with that mage player. He had been sent to the small dark room by Ling Xue just yesterday. This marked the 3rd encounter. As she had stated, each meeting culminated in annihilation. Ling Xue, you are truly impressive. Those individuals dared not lift a finger, let alone others. Even that long-handed mage refrained from casting a single spell. Ling Xue replied nonchalantly, that is the nature of the game. Strength dictates the rules. If anyone bullies you in the future, inform your sister, and I shall avenge you. All right, wait a moment. Why does it feel like I am becoming a freeloader in this conversation? I'm also quite capable, you know? With a full health bar, he had encountered numerous priests, none of whom were even half as skilled. Indeed, after a journey spanning several minutes, the two arrived at the level 3 monster spawn point. This time, they were there to test their mettle against the creatures. Having reached level 4, they possessed merely a single point of experience in slaying the Fong tortoise. If they were to continuously hunt the Fong tortoise, they might find themselves at it until nightfall, with little hope of leveling up. Wind Wolf, level 3 attack, 60 agility, 40 health, 400 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 20 skills, claw strike. The Wind Wolf lashes out with its sharp claws, inflicting damage equivalent to 10-1. 1 times its attack. Ow! This skill deals damage of 15-1. 1 times attack to all units in front, with a chance to stun the target for 1 second. Passive. Wind Wolf Mark. Upon the Wind Wolf's demise, it bestows the killer with a Wind Wolf Mark, which may provoke other Wind Wolves within a 10-unit radius to seek vengeance on their behalf. Li Fan remarked, Sister Ling. The attributes and skills of the Wind Wolf align perfectly with your description. However, there is an additional Wind Wolf Mark. A Wind Wolf Mark? It implies that upon its defeat, it has a chance to incite other Wind Wolves to avenge it. Such is the distinction of beta testers. With daily earnings exceeding 100,000, even if they break a leg, they will cling to it tightly. Yet, the attributes are truly extraordinary. Excluding scouting, they only possess a basic healing skill. Meanwhile, this Wind Wolf has 3 skills, rivaling that of a level 1 elite monster. Sister Ling, do you think we can manage to hunt them? Ling Xue pondered deeply. The output primarily depended on her, and she needed to ensure her survival. With the Wind Wolf possessing 400 health and 30 physical defense, it fell within the lethal range of her skill set. However, the distressing factor was the creature's agility of 40. Having swapped 2 pieces of strength and vitality gear yesterday, her attack had risen to 265, but her health had diminished to 210, with agility remaining at a mere 10 points. She would likely be unable to evade as she had during her first encounter with the Fong tortoise, dodging out of its attack range. Moreover, the Wind Wolf wielded a stunning skill, and currently, none of the 4 principal classes possessed means to dispel such effects unless endowed with a unique talent to grant immunity to control. Li Fan inquired, Sister Ling, do you think we can tackle this? Let's give it a try. Ling Xue responded, At present, my physical defense stands at only 16 points. I certainly cannot withstand the first wave of attacks. We shall select a spot with 3 Wind Wolves. You will first enter the area to draw their attention, as the distant Wind Wolves will initiate with their howl. With your physical defense at 30, the damage from the 3 howls will be approximately 153. At that moment, you will be stunned and unable to cast skills, but do not panic. They will approach to unleash their melee claw strike, dealing around 138 points of damage. With your 320 health, you should be able to endure this onslaught. I will then execute a series of skills to eliminate one, and create some distance. The aggro will shift to me, prompting them to employ their range howl. Remember, your first basic healing must be cast upon me, or else when I enter the dark room, the first thing I shall do upon emerging is to give you a good thrashing. Understood. Li Fan nodded. Let me consume a red potion for added safety. Very well. He produced a vial of red potion and downed it in one swift motion. The red medicine. He feels no regret for not purchasing, as it is generally dropped with a certain probability when defeating monsters. Presently, he possesses over 60 bottles in his inventory. As Li Fan stepped into the territory of the 3 Wind Wolves, they sensed his presence. One turned its head and unleashed a wolf's howl towards him. The sound overwhelmed him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, severing his connection to the outside world. Even the ferocious strike of the Wind Wolf's claws, which caused his health to plummet, went unnoticed. A primary strike dealt damage, minus 283, minus 117. Ling Xue's basic attack triggered the special attribute of the elite white sword, inflicting 2 segments of damage and vanquishing the Wind Wolf. A beam of white light burst forth from its body. The Wind Wolf vanished. Your teammate has slain a level 3 Wind Wolf. You have gained 4 experience points. Equipment dropped. As Li Fan regained his composure, his eyes immediately caught sight of a flicker of white light. Recalling Ling Xue's admonition, he swiftly cast a basic healing spell towards her. A green light descended. Chapter 26. Wind Wolf Pauldrons. With a surge of vitality, Ling Xue instantly restored her health to full capacity. Yet, she remained in a state of dizziness, unable to make any movements. 2 wind wolves lunged at her with their formidable claws. Ling Xue bore a conspicuous mark of the wind wolf upon her. Li Fan could no longer draw the attention of the creatures. He could only continuously cast basic healing to ensure Ling Xue's health remained at a high level. Once she regained her composure, she brandished her elite white sword once more. You have gained 4 experience points. You have gained 4 experience points at last. They vanquished the 3 wind wolves. Both of them exhaled in relief, though the entire encounter, including preparation, had spanned no more than 3 minutes. The disorienting and uncontrollable sensations had indeed been quite distressing. Wind Wolf Pauldrons White. Strength 5, Constitution 3. Upon seeing these attributes, Ling Xue felt a flicker of delight. The realm of the game was not akin to other holographic games, where character attributes could increase by thousands or tens of thousands in an instant. Here, even a modest increase of 1 or 2 points was a commendable enhancement. White gear typically ranged from 2 to 10 points in attributes, and these pauldrons with 8 points were considered quite favorable. As she donned the pauldrons, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Wait, Li Fan pointed around them. Ling Xue, I have a foreboding feeling. The surrounding wind wolves had all turned their sharp gazes toward them, eyes glinting with a hunger that seemed ready to devour them. Let us go. We must exit the wind wolf territory, Ling Xue urged. What's going on? ISNT, the wind wolf mark, supposed to be limited to 10 units? I must have overlooked it. The wind wolf mark can stack. The more it accumulates, the greater the enmity, and they're likely to breach the established rules to launch an assault against us. In my previous life, these wind wolves possess control skills, making them quite troublesome to defeat. My guild had always farmed the 2nd level, and after only a few encounters with the wind wolves, they would skip to the 4th level monsters. Thus, the wind wolf impression was somewhat weaker. Now, witnessing the crimson eyes of the surrounding wind wolves brought back vivid recollections. Outside the novice village of 9,937, in a long-eared rabbit monster area. Initially, the probability of encountering monsters had significantly increased due to numerous players leaving the game. However, as the Black Feather Guild swept through the area in the early morning, other guilds, unwilling to be outdone, began to stake their claims. This made the journey of casual players toward leveling up increasingly arduous. At this juncture, the Black Feather Guild disseminated information about the long-eared Rabbit Valley, claiming it was the territory of the Starry Guild, which had hardly 100 members but occupied such a vast area. Casual players believed this to be true, thinking the Starry Guild would be an easy target. Consequently, more than 300 players rallied together to march toward it. Upon reaching the area of 2nd-level monsters, they encountered yet another dilemma. As casual players, no one wanted to inadvertently draw monsters into the small black room. Each attempted to outmaneuver the others. Ultimately, they crossed the 2nd-level monster territory with over 150 players remaining. Less than 200 remained in total. With their numbers dwindling, the likelihood of successfully claiming the long-eared Rabbit Valley increased, and some even secretly rejoiced. However, the Stardust Guild is not to be taken lightly. Though their numbers hover around 100, nearly 30 members have ascended to level 2 after just a day's progression. They have amassed a considerable amount of equipment, with Huang Xing and his associates fully equipped with a basic 6 pieces. A single basic Thunderstrike inflicts nearly 45 damage without any defense. All shield tanks struggle to withstand 3 electrical strikes. Moreover, they bide their time, stationed at the mouth of the canyon, launching their initial assault on the scattered players. These casual players, by nature disorganized, are primarily driven by their own interests and stand little chance against such an organized force. The Stardust Guild is no soft-hearted entity either. After half an hour of intense skirmishes, the swift among them returned to the novice village for a mere 2 copper coins, while the slower ones were all sent to the Black Room in the level 2 monster zone. Li Fan and Ling Xue had long since arrived from the level 3 Wind Wolf monster zone. They observed the battle, which could hardly be called a battle, as it was more of a one-sided crushing. The scattered players could not unite, rendering their numbers futile. Demeng, behold the might of a guild. Without absolute strength, do you think we could safely grind monsters and level up? Li Fan scratched his head, realizing she was subtly hinting at his greed for wealth. In the distance, Huang Xing and his companions approached. As part of their trade, Ling Xue had already informed them of the route, allowing them safe passage. Ling Xue, Demeng. It seems your guild is thriving, Ling Xue remarked. Huang Xing replied with a smile. If it weren't for Ling Xue and Demeng's concessions, our Stardust Guild would not possess its current strength. It's not about concession, it's fair trade, each benefiting from the other, Ling Xue clarified. You came here for other matters, correct? Is it regarding the level 2 monster zone? Warsong glanced at Ling Xue. This seemingly innocent and adorable muscle girl evoked a sense of mystery in him. Huang Xing admitted, indeed, we cannot hide anything from Ling Xue. Currently, 28 members of our guild have reached level 2, and we have accumulated some equipment. By evening, the number of level 2 members may reach 40, at which point we plan to challenge the level 2 monster, the Jaw Turtle. Ling Xue responded nonchalantly. That monster belongs to everyone. It's not solely ours. If you wish to grind, you are welcome to do so. However what? Huang Xing inquired. If you encounter an elite jawed turtle, given your current strength, you may struggle to defeat it. At that time, you can notify Demeng. We have reached level 4 and could give a try, Ling Xue continued. Rest assured, Huang Guild leader. Elite monsters do not drop loot when defeated by those above level 3. At most, we will reach level 5 by early morning. Haha, agreed. Huang Xing readily accepted. Ling Xue and Li Fan resumed their relentless monster grinding. Your teammate has slain a level 2 jawed turtle. You have gained 1 experience point, observing the pace at which the two of them dispatch monsters. The seasoned players of the Stardust Guild could not help but furrow their brows. It seemed these two had grown even stronger. Such formidable prowess, at level 4. Is that great dreamer a priest or a shield tank? To withstand the onslaught of 4 monsters is truly extraordinary. Phew, fortunately, they are not our enemies. Guild leader, it would be prudent to entice these 2 individuals into our guild. Otherwise, should they join another guild, they pose a significant threat to us. I am doing my utmost to engage with them. Please inform me of any developments to avoid conflicts. Rest assured, Boss Huang. This Ling's sister could dispatch even level 2 monsters with a single strike. We are not so reckless. However, we still lack adequate equipment. Tonight's auction requires you to procure as much as possible. Zhang Ge. Brother Xiaofeng, every guild is on the lookout for gear. Managing to auction 6 items daily is already a stretch. There are still many affluent players in this game. This morning, a piece of white gear with 5 attributes sold for 21,000. I can only do my best. Zhang Ge, maintain frequent communication with that great dreamer's friend. Raise the prices on copper coins and equipment a bit. It could foster goodwill. Understood, Boss Huang. Chapter 27. The Wind Wolf Helmet. With the launch of the game Awakening Realm, discussions surrounding it have flourished on various forums. The official website remains elusive, upgrades are challenging, and equipment is exorbitantly priced. Many players have opted to uninstall the game, disheartened by their experiences, while issues such as the inability to take screenshots have even trended on social media. In addition to these grievances, a plethora of strategies have emerged. For instance, the location of the long-eared rabbit gorge has gradually been uncovered, with discussions exceeding 50,000 participants. A user named Star Rabbit even generously shared insights on how to avoid attracting the attention of the jawed turtle monster, prompting numerous players to test this out, and indeed, it proved successful, earning a pinned post on the Awakening Realm forum. As time progressed, Awakening Realm became increasingly popular. Numerous conflicts erupted between casual players and guilds in many novice villages. While some villages with fewer guilds remained relatively calm, places like Novice Village 9937, which hosted numerous large guilds, became battlegrounds for frustrated casual players, facing an uphill struggle to level up amidst the cacophony of complaints. In Novice Village 9937, at the second-level jawed turtle monster spawn point, Ling Xue and Li Fan were diligently farming monsters. After defeating 3 creatures in the Wind Wolf area, they returned to tackle the Jawed Turtle. The 2 locations were about a 10-minute trek apart. Leaf Fan was perplexed, although the Jawed Turtle yielded less experience. Surely in 20 minutes, they could defeat 12 or even more. Ling Xue once again explained the nuances of farming with imprint cards. While the Wind Wolves posed a greater challenge, this very difficulty enhanced the drop rates, particularly for equipment. In her experience during the closed beta, the Wind Wolves had been more rewarding than certain level 5 or 6 monsters. Initially skeptical, Leaf Fan considered this notion to be mere superstition. However, reality soon proved otherwise. During their second round of farming, 4 Wind Wolves dropped an item, Wind Wolf Helmet White, with a boost of 4 to Constitution and 4 to Agility. The impressive 8-point white gear left Leaf Fan in awe. A player from the Star Guild, named Battle Song, privately messaged him, offering 30,000 for the 8-point attribute item, and 37,000 for those boosting Wisdom and Constitution. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Since reaching level 4, the drop rate of the Jawed Turtle had significantly diminished. Just an hour prior, they had only acquired a 4-attribute white item. Noticing Leaf Fan's enthusiasm, Ling Xue promptly confiscated the helmet. You may sell items with 6 attributes or fewer, but an 8-attribute white item is absolutely off limits. Leaf Fan felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, his fervor for farming monsters only intensified. By 7 in the evening, they had filled 2/3 of their experience bar. At this rate, they anticipated reaching level 5 by 2 or 3 in the morning. How delightful it is to farm without interference. Ling Xue mused. In her previous life, she had barely accumulated half the experience needed to reach level 2 by this time. The sluggish pace of leveling had caused her to miss many opportunities, preventing her, despite possessing a superior double attack talent, from attaining the prowess of the elite few in the frontline city. As they continued to engage the second-level Jawed Turtle monsters, a group of individuals approached from the direction of the novice village. Initially, I presumed that the individual was merely passing by. Little did I anticipate that they sought the assistance of Ling Xue. Fried Boss and Dream Boss, we are aware that you have yet to join a guild. Those guilds are truly excessive in their demands. Only you possess the ability to uphold justice. We aspire to establish a cooperative community for casual players and humbly request your involvement. Should you choose to join us, any resources acquired by our faction will be preferentially offered to you, and we can also assist you in drawing monsters to absorb damage. With a single decisive strike, Ling Xue felled the spiked turtle, and without a backward glance, she remarked, "This monster can be farmed by Dream and me." Resources? The resources you possess, we too have. What you lack, we also possess. Why should we join you? Apris player named suyu interjective. Then why did you engage in battle with the Black Feather Guild, sending so many players into the small black room? Is it not because they monopolize the points and you disapprove of their conduct? Ling Xue turned slightly, her emotions imperceptibly fluctuating. Thus, now that I have subdued them, they dare not provoke me. Why should I assist you in battling them? Dream, and I have no desire to incur such troubles. Conflicts between factions are exceedingly cumbersome. I apologize, but I am not one to relish complications. Li Fan discerned the shift in Ling Xue's demeanor. Typically, she would not bother to engage with others, yet she spoke extensively to this group. A nearby player, a man like the wind, stated, "Fried Boss, Dream Boss. Just because they do not seek you out now does not mean they won't in the future. Once those guilds flourish, do you truly believe you can continue to farm monsters, level up, and acquire resources unimpeded? As casual players, we must unite to stand against them. Only then can the game remain enjoyable. If each person is solely self-centered, the resources in this realm are far too scarce for anyone to progress. As a fellow casual player, I trust you do not wish to witness this predicament." The reason these individuals sought Ling Xue and Li Fan was that they perceived similarities in their disdain for joining the ridiculous guild and laboring for a select few. Such a game, they felt, was hardly worth playing. Ling Xue replied coolly, "I am not interested. Please seek others." Disheartened, the group murmured among themselves and ultimately turned to leave. "Let us fight among ourselves. If the disparity becomes insurmountable, we shall simply cease playing. I, for one, will not join those guilds." Wait. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Yu, like a joyful child, dashed forward. Dear sister, have you decided to join us? No. You misunderstand. Ling Xue clarified. I merely wish to inquire if you desire to level up. The group found themselves somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Yet, the prospect of leveling up was undeniably enticing. Yes. Then follow me. Ling Xue beckoned, leading them toward the long-eared rabbit canyon. Along the way, she effortlessly dispatched the second-level spiked turtles with a single sword stroke. However, regardless of the amount of health, the formidable figure known as the Meng is nearly instantaneously restored to full vitality. At this moment, they began to perceive the disparity between the two sides, which was astonishingly greater than 4 or 5 levels. It is no wonder that the esteemed players, Yu Jia and Meng, could easily dispatch the notorious Black Feather Guild without fear of repercussions. They too yearned to become such exceptional players. Upon entering the canyon, they encountered players from the Starry Sky Guild engaged in the pursuit of long-eared rabbits. It turned out that the public channel was indeed genuine. Li Fan noticed Ling Xue approaching Huang Xing, and after exchanging a few words, Huang Xing amiably invited the 4 of them to join his party. He said, "You may level up here, and once you reach level 2, you may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. As for your desire to join the Starry Sky Guild, that is entirely up to you. Regarding the so-called factions you mentioned, it would be best to disregard them." With that, Ling Xue turned and exited the canyon. Merely 2 minutes later, Li Fan rushed back in, distributing a piece of equipment to each of the 4. "No need to thank me. This is from Ling Xue," he stated. As they looked on in bewilderment, Li Fan departed as well. "I know you wish to inquire," he said, "but there is no reason. It is simply that I felt a connection with you all." Chapter 28. The elite of the horned turtle. Ling Xue spoke softly. Li Fan replied, "If we are fated, why not bring them along to level up?" Ling Xue shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you foolish, or am I? We are at level 4. Defeating level 2 monsters yields a mere 2 experience points. If we had 2 more people, it would only be 0.5 experience points. Do you still wish to level up? Less chatter, let us hunt monsters. We must strive to reach level 5 before dawn." Li Fan initially believed she was jesting, but to his surprise, she was serious. In less than 10 minutes, they had cleared 3 wind wolves from various locations. He was fortunate to have high defense and considerable health. Meanwhile, Ling Xue nearly perished once. The reason being, as they hunted the wind wolves in multiple areas, one of them managed to break free from its spawn point and entered the territory of 3 others, unleashing a wolf howl that briefly stunned him. Fortunately, Ling Xue reacted swiftly and escaped with a sliver of health. He, on the other hand, had just a second to cast a basic heal and restore his health. "Sister Ling, this game is astonishing. The wind wolves seem to call for help when their companions cannot defeat us. Let's return later and eliminate them all at once." His inexplicable jest elicited a fleeting smile from her. In that moment, Li Fan realized that Ling Xue looked quite lovely when she smiled. After fully restoring their health, they launched another assault. The level 3 wind wolves proved to be somewhat challenging, yet the rewards were substantial. 52 experience points, along with 2 pieces of equipment boasting 6 attributes and over 20 copper coins. This was comparable to the bounty they had amassed over 2 hours at the level 2 horned turtle spawn point. "Sister Ling, news from the Xingqing Guild indicates that they have spawned an elite horned turtle at the level 2 spawn point. We must hurry. Let us go." The duration an elite monster remains after spawning varies, and they needed to seize the opportunity. Li Fan felt a surge of excitement. 4 elites represented a wealth of equipment, pure profit. What would normally take over 10 minutes to traverse, Ling Xue accomplished in 7. However, this proved arduous for Li Fan, as he had sold off most of his agility gear, retaining only a novice pair of shoes obtained as a quest reward. His shoes were nearly worn out, failing to keep pace with Ling Xue. Thankfully, upon their arrival, the elite horned turtle had not vanished. Towering over 4 meters, resembling an armored beast in a vivid crimson hue, it loomed before them. Even Li Fan, who had previously slain 2 long-eared rabbits, felt a weight of pressure. In any other game, this creature would surely be considered a minor boss. Yet in Awakening, it was merely a level 2 ordinary elite. Elite armored turtle level 2 attack, 80, 120 agility, 8 health, 1600 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 5 skills. Giant turtle's weight white. The elite armored turtle vanishes, leaving only a shadow on the ground, rendering it untargetable for a brief moment. After 3 seconds, it descends from the sky, inflicting area damage of 41. To attack. Giant turtle charge white. The elite armored turtle charges forward, dealing damage of 31. To attack to all targets in its path. Giant turtle's bloodlust blue. When the elite armored turtle's health drops below 50%, it becomes immune to all control effects, entering a bloodlust state. Its attack increases by 20 points, and for every enemy defeated, it restores 200 health and gains an additional 10 attack power. The president of the Star Guild remarked, Ling Dream, this elite armored turtle is formidable. Exercise caution if you decide to engage. Thank you for the warning, Brother Huang. Upon examining the attributes of the elite armored turtle, with 3 formidable skills and 1 blue skill, it was evident that the creature posed a significant challenge. Li Fan inquired, Ling, this creature appears exceptionally strong, boasting an attack of 200 along with 2 white skills and 1 blue skill. Are we truly capable of defeating it? We will be able to engage shortly. Ling Xue observed the disarray around them, noticing that the players of the Star Guild were not in optimal condition. It was apparent that they had previously attempted to vanquish the elite armored turtle, but had failed. The crimson hue adorning the creature suggested considerable casualties. Given Li Fan's mention of a 200 attack, it implied that 12 players had perished once the turtle's health was reduced below 50%. The strategy was straightforward. The shield tank would continuously taunt the creature while the mages provided range support. However, they had not anticipated the bloodlust skill of the elite armored turtle. During the creature's crimson phase, Ling Xue instructed the mages from the Star Guild to strike from a distance and promptly retreat. Naturally, the guild was eager to collaborate in their efforts to defeat the elite armored turtle. 3 minutes later, the abnormal state of the elite armored turtle dissipated, and its attack returned to a standard level of 80. At this juncture, Ling Xue donned equipment that enhanced her strength and agility, coupled with a boost from beginner shoes. Her agility soared to an impressive 45. However, her health had diminished to 160. Dream. Li Fan consumed a health potion, willingly stepping into the attack range of the elite armored turtle. The turtle executed a giant turtle charge, inflicting 96 points of damage upon him. Gasping for breath, he realized he had sustained less than a third of his health in damage. Thankfully, the commotion was grand, but the damage was manageable. Li Fan exhaled in relief. Despite knowing the skill's damage potential, the tremors caused by the elite armored turtle momentarily made him fear for his life. With a novice healing spell, a green light enveloped him, restoring him to full health. The elite armored turtle appeared momentarily stunned before unleashing another giant turtle's weight, dealing minus 106 damage, still less than a third of his health. Moments later, Li Fan successfully replenished his health once more. He seemed to comprehend that the cooldown for the skills of this formidable creature appeared rather lengthy. To put it simply, the opponent exuded ferocity, yet posed no threat to him. He decided to sit down and simply observe the colossal beast. This scene left many players from the Starry Guild in utter disbelief. What on earth was happening? They numbered around 70 or 80, suffering significant casualties, while the players from Dreaming of 3,000 blatantly disregarded it. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Every priest present wished they could burrow underground. Was this truly the same profession? Ling Xue seized the opportunity presented by the skill cooldown to enter the fray, unleashing 2 damaging strikes on the horn-toothed turtle elite. Minus 255, minus 87. 1/5 of its health was thus diminished. Unbelievable. This was utterly outrageous. Both of these individuals were extraordinary. Initially, Huang Xing had intended to learn the techniques for battling elites, but it was no longer feasible. Even the collective shield tanks within were unable to withstand a single combo, completely losing their resolve. The horn-toothed turtle elite lacked a target disappearance and healing mechanism. As long as there were foes within its vicinity, it would relentlessly attack. Particularly, the absurd health and healing of Dreaming of 3,000 incited even greater fury from the horn-toothed turtle elite. It was astonishing that it had not yet reached 800 health before it began to rage. The giant turtle's charge inflicted damage of 120, and its overhead crush dealt 130. However, this posed no sense of crisis for Li Fan. The reason was simple. The creature's agility was remarkably low, and its skill execution lacked fluidity. Often, by the time it prepared to unleash its next skill, Li Fan's health had already returned to full. Chapter 29. The Book of Basic Agility. A few moments later, as Ling Xue's sword light descended, the elite jaw-toothed turtle collapsed heavily to the ground. Was it truly this simple? After all the effort, with dozens falling in battle, they had only become stronger. Yet, in mere minutes, two individuals had resolved the matter. The players of the Starry Sky Guild gasped in astonishment as, aside from the scattered copper coins and 5 beams of white light, there were also 2 brilliant beams of blue light. Your teammate, Fried Cute, has slain a level 2 jaw-toothed turtle elite. You have gained experience 150 at that moment. The voice of the public channel system echoed once more. Congratulations to the team of Fried Cute, who, after enduring countless trials, has finally defeated the level 2 elite jaw-toothed turtle, resulting in the drop of the Book of Basic Agility. Let's all extend our congratulations. Book of Basic Agility Blue. Class requirement. None upon comprehension and study. One may acquire the passive skill of Basic Agility, gaining 4 agility points for slaying elites no lower than 2 levels below oneself, and 8 points for defeating a boss, with a cap of 50 points. Note, once agility reaches its maximum limit, a passive effect granting a 10 agility bonus will be activated. Upon hearing the news that the Starry Sky Guild aimed to challenge a level 2 elite monster, Su Yu and a few others curiously emerged to watch. They were not prepared to witness Li Fan and Ling Xue showcasing their prowess, effortlessly dispatching the elite jaw-toothed turtle. It was no wonder the opposing side chose not to ally with them. With such strength, other guilds would not dare provoke them. Upon learning it was the Book of Basic Agility, Ling Xue was exceedingly thrilled. In her previous life, she had pursued an attack agility path, with a double attack talent. Her offensive capabilities had always been high, but agility had been her weakness. Skills related to agility were notoriously difficult to obtain, even in her demise. She had only acquired a white-level book that granted a mere 20 agility, lacking any passive effects. She recalled a white agility book that, after its attributes had manifested, was auctioned for a staggering 70 million, becoming a rarity in later stages. Ling Xue felt a wave of nostalgia. Had she learned this blue agility book back then, that battle might not have led to her demise. She disregarded blue equipment entirely, let alone anything else. This skill book is mine. The rest are yours, she declared. It was the first time Li Fan had witnessed Ling Xue so jubilant, yet he too felt elated, collecting the abundant copper coins and equipment scattered around. Elite Turtle Helmet Blue. Required level. None intelligence, 7 agility, 4 special attribute. Mana 50 description. A seemingly flawed piece of headgear, yet perhaps a wise choice for mages. Source. The first elite jaw-toothed turtle from village 9937. Jaw, turtle gauntlets white. Agility, 4 constitution, 3. Jaw, turtle leggings white. Intelligence 5 constitution, 3. The other 2 items were white gear with 5 or 6 attributes. Now somewhat outdated for the 2 of them. Additionally, there were a total of 120 copper coins, which alone could fetch over 40,000. The Starry Sky Guild was envious, yet not a single member dared to encroach upon that territory. Huang Xing could not restrain himself and said, "Big Dream, could you share the equipment with us for a glimpse?" The skill book has been announced, and they can see it too. At present, many are unaware of the versatility of agility. Most simply prioritize attack, magical power, and health. Aside from a few players who enjoy delving into research, who find the skill book to be beyond their grasp, the majority remain indifferent. Li Fan shared the equipment details in the nearby channel. Upon seeing that the special attribute of the blue gear merely increased mana by 50, a sense of disappointment washed over him. After all, the first blue item they had encountered was Ling Xue's elite white sword, which boasted exceptional attributes. The gauntlets and greaves were commendable, while the other 2 pieces were also acceptable. Big Dream, do you intend to sell the other pieces of equipment? Li Fan inquired, glancing at Ling Xue. She replied, "Your equipment, you may handle as you wish. However, you can keep the blue gear and greaves. It is best to retain them." Ultimately, the elite tortoise was discovered by the Starry Sky Guild. Selling some equipment could also be considered a personal favor. Li Fan relayed the equipment information to player Huang Xing, which included the 3 pieces dropped by the elite, as well as 2 he had received that afternoon. Huang Xing wasted no time, logging off to transfer 120,000 yuan to him. Upon receiving confirmation of the funds from the intelligent assistant, Li Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Once upon a time, he toiled endlessly for a year without indulging in alcohol, smoking, or visiting KTV, managing to save a mere few thousand yuan. Yet, within just a few days since the launch of Juejing, he had already amassed nearly 200,000. Indeed, if one were to achieve their monetary aspirations, they would have to laugh at Li Fan's prior struggles. Of course, all this was thanks to Sister Ling. Meanwhile, the public channel in Village 9937 erupted with complaints. "Damn it, it's her again. Is there no law or fairness? This is beyond ridiculous. I can't even get a single monster, while they constantly dominate the elite positions. That fried oil is a bit too rich. Why don't these large guilds target him? Why do they exclusively camp the minor monsters and steal from us? They bully the weak and fear the strong. If those guilds come to contest the points again, I'll confront them. One strike rich, one strike to the black room. Let us go. Is anyone willing to team up to take her down? Are you sure about targeting the fried oil overlord? You'd best gather over 300 people. Otherwise, I fear you won't have enough to kill." I watched the grand battle of the Black Feather Guild that day. I believe Big Dream Sanqian is the true powerhouse. Ordinary players can hardly inflict damage on him, and a single heal restores the fried oil completely. Big Dream Sanqian certainly possesses remarkable skills. He can both endure and heal. How could dozens of mages possibly fail to take down a warrior with substantial health? I suggest we wait for them to disperse and then stage a sneak attack. Keep it under wraps. Don't let it be known that I said this. Many players were envious, and plenty were reckless. However, numerous players discerned the true prowess of Big Dream Sanqian, recognizing his ability to both withstand damage and heal, seemingly more formidable. Ling Xue, of course, was aware of these remarks. She was unafraid. Should they dare to approach, her long sword would not be idle. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in their words. Without the formidable support of Big Dream, she would indeed struggle against the crowd. After several encounters with the Black Feather Guild, she had gained profound insights. Fortunately, she had obtained the Beginner's Book of Agility, and once she fully stacked the levels, her agility would surpass 100, equipping her to face dozens, if not hundreds, of adversaries with confidence. The two continued their journey towards the area of level 3 monsters. Ling Xue found herself in a state of indecision. Initially, her intention was to level up as swiftly as possible. However, with the acquisition of the beginner's agility skill, she felt compelled to wait a little longer. After the early hours, she planned to observe for 2 more hours to see if the Starry Constellation Guild could spawn the elite jawed tortoise. After all, achieving a 4 o'clock agility was quite appealing. Over the past couple of days of monster grinding, she had surmised that the spawn rate of elites was indeed correlated with the level of the players. Despite her prolonged efforts alongside Li Fan to defeat the jawed tortoise, they had yet to see any, while the Starry Constellation Guild seemed to have spawned one within half an hour at most. Ling Xue, what's there to be troubled about? Li Fan inquired. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to offline, so reaching level 5 at dawn will suffice. Ling Xue replied, "All right then. We shall return to grind later. How long will you be offline?" It was still only a little after 8. They could grind the Wind Wolf for another half hour. Li Fan chuckled. If we managed to secure another piece of equipment in that time, it would truly make for a delightful day. Chapter 30. Super Copy. The fruit snatchers in a residential area of Yushu. Wang Tao had been online for 18 hours, and his body could no longer endure the strain, prompting him to log off from a game. With a sense of satisfaction, he boasted to Li Fan about a piece of equipment he had acquired, along with a screenshot of copper coins he had sold, raking in several thousand in just one day. It seemed that his initial choice of the game, Juejing, had been indeed wise. As he savored his takeout, he noticed that Li Fan had yet to respond to his messages. Thus, he decided to search for strategies related to the game, believing that one should learn as they play. To his delight, he found a thread in a certain forum dedicated to geoedging, and the posts were rather intriguing. One particularly caught his attention, a post about the 9937 newbie village, where he recalled Li Fan was based. Given that the game currently did not allow for screenshots, the entire account was merely a textual description. However, the more he read, the more exaggerated it seemed. Two players supposedly vanquished over 200 foes with ease. Was this a tale spun for a novel? The disparities in strength early in the game were not that pronounced, and he had yet to encounter anyone from 9919 exhibiting such outrageous prowess. Nevertheless, he made a note of their in-game names. Meanwhile, Li Fan had logged out of geoedging just before 9 o'clock. They had been hunting wind wolves, and in the final 7 minutes, he had indeed obtained another piece of equipment. It was undeniable that ever since he had allied himself with a strong player, his luck had improved significantly day by day. He took out his phone to check notifications and first called home. His sister answered the call. Their grandfather had fallen ill, and his parents had taken him to the hospital. Li Fan's heart sank, and he quickly inquired about the situation. His grandfather, restless that morning, had insisted on going out to gather grass and had caught a chill. At over 80 years of age, along with suffering from bronchitis, his condition had swiftly worsened. "Sis, I'll wire you 100,000. Please pay for the medical expenses at the hospital. I will return tomorrow." Li Fan's sister, Li Ling, lived in the countryside, and her husband was from the same village, with their homes not far apart. Their parents were farmers, and their savings were meager. Hospitals are notoriously expensive, and he did not want his elderly grandparents to face financial difficulties. Within minutes, the money had been transferred. Li Ling was taken aback. "Li Fan, where did you get so much money? Weren't you unemployed for 6 months? Please don't get involved in anything illegal." Such was the nature of their family. When one had money, there was always concern about the path they might choose. Li Fan explained that he had come to Yushe, where a classmate had involved him in a business venture that was thriving, allowing him to earn some money. He urged her not to worry about the details, for having money was ultimately a good thing. Li Ling did not press further, and after preparing a meal for their grandmother, she hurried to the hospital. Li Fan prepared a bowl of noodles in his rented apartment. He neither smoked nor drank. He found solace in food during troubled times. Feeling somewhat downcast, he responded to Wang Tao's messages with only brief replies. Contemplating the pristine condition of his gaming helmet, he searched the official website for its price. With some funds remaining, he decided to make the purchase. In the confines of a cramped room, she paced back and forth in hesitation. When she logged back in, it was nearly midnight. In the game, Ling Xue was equally distressed. She realized she was becoming increasingly reliant on that fellow, Li Fan. The level 3 Wind Wolf proved to be an insurmountable challenge. She was unable to evade its stunning attack. That was somewhat acceptable, given it was a level 3 monster. However, just moments earlier, when she attempted to solo the Jawed Tortoise, a level 2 creature, she barely escaped a fatal bite. Fortunately, the members of the Starry Guild were far enough away that no one witnessed her embarrassment. Otherwise, it would have been quite humiliating. While she could easily dispatch the Jawed Tortoise elite, the Jawed Tortoise itself could send her straight to the dark abyss. An hour passed, 2 hours later. Still no sign of him. If Li Fan were here at this moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim it was impossible. How could the formidable big sister complain like a little girl? With no monsters to hunt, she returned to the novice village. Fortunately, it was not long before Li Fan finally logged in. "What took you so long? I thought you were handling a few matters?" she inquired. Li Fan responded, "Ling Xue, I apologize. I received a call from home. My grandfather has been hospitalized." Noticing Li Fan's somber demeanor, Ling Xue asked, "Is it serious?" He replied, "It's nothing major. Just a cold, but my grandfather is quite old and his health isn't great." Li Fan continued, "Ling Xue, I need to return home tomorrow. I might not be able to join you for monster hunting during the day." Just as they thought they were far ahead in levels, believing they could exhaust all the resources of the novice village, such news presented a dilemma she could hardly impede. "Send me your WeChat, and don't forget to bring back that gaming helmet you have." Of course, after all, the realm of awakening can be quite profitable. In the real world, every step is dictated by financial necessity. He mused, wanting to provide a better life for his family, which required substantial funds. Current server talent. Fourth day, the first round of the fruit seizing expedition will commence on the sixth day. The minimum level to participate is 6. The fruit seizing expedition dungeon contains numerous rewards. Players are encouraged to level up diligently. The fruit seizing expedition? What kind of gameplay is that? I can't believe the realm of awakening includes dungeons. I had thought it was merely about grinding monsters for experience. The first dungeon must offer substantial rewards. But what use is that when the level requirement is 6? Look at my level. This is not something ordinary players can partake in. The realm of awakening remains as challenging as ever. How many can achieve level 6 in just 6 days? This does not concern me. I should focus on leveling up steadily. How long will those large guilds monopolize the resources? With so many players vying for just a handful of monsters. I've only managed to earn 12 points of experience today. Be grateful. It has been 3 days, and those unfortunate might not have claimed a single monster. The fruit seizing expedition is about to open. They're on the verge of reaching level 5, seemingly meeting the conditions. Hearing this announcement stirred Ling Xue's interest. One of her primary goals was indeed the fruit seizing expedition. Ling Xue, where shall we hunt monsters now? Ling Xue pondered for a moment and remarked, let us engage in battle with the level 2 creature, the spine-tusked turtle, for half an hour. If the Starry Sky Guild fails to spawn any elites, we shall proceed directly to the level 3 Wind Wolf area to reach level 5. Shall we play through the night? Indeed, he seeks to amass wealth. A mere 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the spine-tusked turtle region. The members of the Starry Sky Guild, who had been temporarily sidelined, had mostly returned, and a significant number of players had ascended to level 2. It appeared that they had recruited dozens of new members, and the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling with activity. One cannot deny the comfort that wealth brings to the gaming experience. One merely needs to focus on delivering the final blows. Given the numerous exchanges between the Starry Sky Guild and the two, the rapport was quite favorable. Thus, when they approached, many offered friendly greetings, seemingly in recognition of Ling Xue's standing. The newly elevated players, such as Su Yu and others, also joined in the collective assault on the spine-tusked turtle. Chapter 31, The Misfortunate Long-Handed Mage, Sister Xue. Su Yu rushed over. The only two friends of Ling Xue were Li Fan and Su Yu. It must be said that women often share more topics of conversation. During Li Fan's offline hours, the two engaged in quite a lively discussion. Su, please inform the others to log in early tomorrow. Our brother Demeng needs to return home for a while. If I have the time, I could guide you all. Sister Xue, that will be splendid. Su Yu exclaimed joyfully, her exuberance causing her to leap with delight. To avoid any disturbances, Ling Xue led Li Fan to another side to begin farming the level 2 jawed turtles. However, it wasn't long before dozens from the Black Feather Guild arrived. The Black Feather Guild was notorious for its tyrannical behavior in other virtual reality games. Aside from Li Fan and Ling Xue, the members of the Starry Sky Guild grew increasingly tense, particularly Su Yu and her companions, who gritted their teeth in frustration. Huang Xing, noticing the two individuals nearby, signaled for everyone to relax. Yet, for safety's sake, he instructed the team to pause and restore their states to optimal levels. The players from the Black Feather Guild, upon noticing the two formidable players, also became anxious, particularly the long-handed mage, who retreated to the back. Player Yin, who began to curse. Are they blind? What the hell is going on? Get rid of them when we return. Nearby, player Lily felt a surge of apprehension. After seizing points to level up, they had managed to elevate over 20 members to level 2. To expedite their progression, they decided to attempt farming level 2 monsters. Brother Yanhu, what should we do? Should we retreat? With Black Tiger absent, Yanhu took the lead. Retreat? That would be utterly disgraceful. What is the point of the Black Feather Guild if we back down? But those two are here. This area for level 2 monsters is vast. Let us find a secluded corner with fewer monsters and start farming while we assess the situation. The members of the Black Feather Guild soon located a remote spot with 3 monsters. The members of the Starry Sky Guild stared in disbelief. At this point, any mage with an intelligence white gear could easily breach the defense of the jawed turtle, not to mention their surplus of level 2 players. Indeed, within a minute, The three monsters were swiftly defeated. Sister Ling Xue remarked, if they do not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves with them. I have no desire to waste time with them. Wait a moment. Follow me. Someone seems quite familiar. What had been a peaceful encounter suddenly shifted as the players from the Black Feather Guild noticed the formidable presence approaching them. What the hell? What is happening? That killer is coming towards us. Brother Yinhu, what should we do? They felt a wave of anxiety, for their fearsome reputation had been forged through their own conquests. Yinhu, more apprehensive than the others, replied, how should I know what to do? Fight? With such a meager number of players, they can't possibly win. He glanced at Lily, who lowered her head in trepidation. Olfried sister, it seems our Black Feather Guild has not provoked you. Do you wish to continue this conflict? The Black Feather Guild harbors no fear. If worst comes to worst, we shall all be brushed aside. However, Ling Xue paid her no heed, walking past her with determination. Taunting? What a jest. The opponent had yet to make a move. Why should he? A player from the rear of the Black Feather Guild seemed to sense something amiss and slowly edged toward the exit. Long-handed mage, we meet again. Is it really you, esteemed one? I have already offered my apologies. The long-handed mage felt a pang of despair. For the past 2 or 3 days, it seemed as if a curse had been cast. Whenever he surpassed half of his experience, the opponent would inevitably seek him out. Apologies? Alas, the wretched woman you speak of remains unwilling to accept them, without granting the long-handed mage the opportunity to utter a second word. Ling Xue swiftly dispatched him with a single strike. She then leisurely returned to her original position alongside Li Fan. Throughout the ordeal, the players of the Black Feather Guild remained passive. Hooray! Sister Xue is incredible. Su Suyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She was nothing short of her idol. In such a vast guild as Black Feather, no one dared to act. It was truly remarkable. The high-level players from the Starry Sky Guild could not help but furrow their brows. Ling Xue's actions were undeniably assertive. Yinhu, what on earth is happening? The long-handed mage had been unceremoniously sent to the Black Room. Was this a blatant slap in the face, or was it the second occurrence? Yinhu was momentarily at a loss for words, while others engaged in lively discussion. Ultimately, it was player Lily who astutely remarked, there seems to be a personal vendetta between the long-handed mage and that adorable little fry. It appears quite profound. Oh, is that so? Yet, the long-handed mage's friend quietly interjected, this is no mere personal grudge. It originated in the Long-Ear Rabbit Valley. Even large guilds fear the strong and bully the weak. It was merely a brief interlude, one that would not impact the Black Feather Guild significantly, as most members were merely there for their wages. Who cared, as long as it did not affect their own interests? However, when a wave of jaw-tusked turtles spawned, a colossal creature suddenly descended from the sky into their monster zone. Several players were instantly crushed and sent to the Black Room. This was an elite jaw-tusked turtle. Scatter, scatter, Yinhu shouted. The elite jaw-tusked turtle's range was considerably larger than that of a regular turtle. Upon landing, it charged with remarkable speed, causing considerable casualties. The high-level players of the Black Feather Guild were both excited and anxious. Danger equated to high rewards. Yinhu, call for reinforcements. We are far too few. I just tried. Its physical defenses are quite formidable. My level 1 skill with 44 attack cannot breach its defenses. Call for mages. Mages can break defenses. The more, the merrier. We shall take it down swiftly. Fall back, fall back. We cannot withstand it. We cannot fight it. We simply cannot. Call for help. Just hold the elite. Do not let it vanish. Being sent to the Black Room means that current experience would be reset to 0. All present were elite members cultivated by the Black Feather Guild. Each loss represented a significant blow. Yinhu hastily directed others to retreat to the sidelines. He had yet to command the mage to advance and unleash continuous damage. In the distance, 2 individuals approached them once more. Ling Xue, who had acquired the basic agility skill book, was filled with exhilaration. Her hours of grinding to reach level 5 were finally rewarded as she encountered this level 2 elite jawed turtle. A grand dream. It was evident. Li Fan strode in boldly, launching a flurry of strikes at the elite jawed turtle. The damage was non-existent, yet his taunt value soared. Wait, that gaze. He could hardly believe his eyes. He perceived disdain emanating from the elite creature's eyes directed at him. What was happening? The colossal turtle bore down upon him. The turtle charged. For Li Fan, it was akin to play. He received healing far more than he dealt damage. The members of the Black Feather Guild were utterly astounded. Was there truly such an absurd method of play? Well, the players who had just been obliterated. Chapter 32. Elite Turtle Leggings as Ling Xue entered the arena. She unleashed a flurry of skills upon the elite horned turtle before swiftly retreating from its attack range. To simplify matters, Li Fan deftly lured the elite horned turtle a bit to the side. The health bar above the elite's head plummeted dramatically, as if struck at a vital artery, soon dropping below 50%. The elite horned turtle then entered a bloodthirsty state, observing the diminishing health of the elite creature. Several high-level mages from the Black Feather Guild began to harbor malicious thoughts. In this game of desperation, the final strike was paramount. When the creature's health dwindled to its last remnants, they planned to strike together, hoping to secure the finishing blow. As for any grudges that might arise, the Black Feather Guild was untroubled. They cared little for such matters. These maneuvers might deceive the untrained eye, but Ling Xue, a seasoned veteran of the game, had seen such tactics countless times. As the elite's health reached 300, she turned and sprinted towards the mages. They too sensed the impending danger. Yet they did not flee. After all, they had yet to make a move. Surely a closer inspection wouldn't hurt, would it? Who was so brazen? Alas! They were met with Ling Xue's fierce approach. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and struck. These overconfident mages crumbled like fragile tofu under her assault, suffering damage that eclipsed half of their health. What are you doing? We are high-level players of the Black Feather Guild. They protested. Oh, I did nothing. Just a friendly reminder that next time you harbor ill intentions, consider whether you possess the strength to back them up. With 4 swift strikes, she concluded the confrontation and turned her gaze toward the Black Feather Guild members. Should you wish to contest for the elite, feel free to try. Anyone who dares cross this line, I will not hesitate to pay another visit. The members of the Black Feather Guild were infuriated. Who is stealing from whom? This elite was clearly summoned by us. They had always been the ones to bully others. Brother Yinhu, shall we take action? That woman is too arrogant. Hold on. Look at their damage output, their damage absorption, and healing. Can we truly contend with that? If you wish to act, do so, but do not involve the Black Feather Guild. Yinhu's eyes burned with deep resentment. Very well. So this is how you seek to humiliate the Black Feather Guild? Your current strength does not guarantee your future invincibility. The tides of fortune are ever-changing. Soon enough, the Black Feather Guild will make you pay dearly. At that moment, Li Fan had lost his earlier composure and was frantically running back and forth to heal. Ling Xue, return and deal damage. The targets you just eliminated will still count towards the elite's health. You've just added 40 to your attack, and with 800 health remaining, the pressure is mounting. Here I come. Ling Xue leaped into action, delivering a barrage of attacks upon the elite horned turtle. The mages, with their high damage output against the turtle's low magical defense, posed a significant threat, and she was reluctant to be the one to do their bidding. What is happening? I can't seem to regain control over the monster. Dameng, what have you done to the creature? Ling Xue, I truly do not know. Li Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. After you dispatched those 4 mages, I noticed its attack power surged to 120, and it has been like this ever since. Moreover, the speed at which this skill is executed is far beyond what mere agility could achieve. It is significantly swifter than before. There is no indication that the bloodthirsty skill enhances agility either. What is this? It seems the creature has gained an edge. What is happening here? How the monsters truly become merciless? Once again, a colossal turtle descends upon him, and his health has already plummeted below half. Fortunately, Ling Xue's damage output is formidable. In the span of half a minute, she manages to reduce its health to below 300. Ultimately, when it is down to a mere 100 health points, they successfully execute a combination attack to vanquish the elite jaw turtle. Your teammate Yuzixi has slain a level 2 elite jaw turtle. You have gained experience 150. Your friend Ling Xue has reached level 5. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 5. You have 5 free points to allocate. You have a new quest available. Please promptly visit the old priest in the novice village. A radiant blue light lay quietly on the ground, exceptionally dazzling, evoking envy in all who beheld it. Were it not for their current capabilities, many members of the Black Feather Guild would likely rush forward to secure this prize for themselves. Elite Turtle Leggings Blue. Strength 9 Constitution 6 Special Attribute. Health 80 Description. A substantial health boost allows you to endure and strike. Source: Elite Jaw Turtle in Village 9937. Jaw Turtle Tunic White. Intelligence 4 Constitution 3. Jaw Turtle Tunic White. Strength 3 Constitution 5. Aside from these 3 items, there were 2 additional white items, but their attributes were merely mediocre. Currently, Li Fan and Ling Xue found them unworthy of attention, casting only a fleeting glance before stowing them in their bags. Li Fan remarked, "Sister Ling, the attributes of these leggings are quite impressive, adding 15 points in strength and constitution, along with a special health boost of 80. In future battles, you will no longer have to struggle so much to manage your health." Ling Xue's previous leggings offered only 4 strength and 2 constitution. With this single piece of equipment, her health had increased by 120, finally surpassing the 400 mark. "I will take this blue item, and you can keep the other equipment and copper coins," she stated. Li Fan replied, "No need. We had agreed that whatever is useful belongs to the one who can use it. I have sufficient copper coins already, and I will also give you the previous coins." He traded the 2 items that enhanced strength and constitution, along with 240 copper coins. Ling Xue wished to refuse, but seeing Li Fan's resolute demeanor, she reluctantly acquiesced. After they finished collecting the items, several members of the Starry Sky Guild arrived, including a few seasoned players eager to examine the attributes of the blue equipment. Huang Xing was particularly interested in seeing whether Li Fan had any additional gear. Initially, Ling Xue hesitated to share, but under Su Yu's curious gaze, she decided to display it nearby. With a strength and constitution boost of 15 and an additional health increase of 80, it was clear that this blue item was exceptional, far superior to the attributes of white items. "Big Sister Ling, are you selling this blue item? I offer 200,000. No, make it 300,000. If you are selling, we can negotiate the price." The warrior player, Shibi, was visibly envious. Unfortunately, Ling Xue completely ignored him. "Deming, I am heading back to the city. Hurry over." Huang Xing then turned his attention to Li Fan. In the midst of a grand dream, the young man spoke. "Here, I have 3 items for you, Brother Huang. Please take a look." He attached the 2 items he had just acquired, along with a third one obtained from a level 3 Windwolf. The shoes and gauntlets were satisfactory, but the sight of the armor made the high-level mages from the Xingqian Guild restless. In the realm of Juejing, it was relatively easier to obtain 6 ordinary pieces of equipment, including weapons, yet this particular armor remained the most elusive. The only piece they had managed to acquire in the long-eared rabbit area was still with Huang Xing, and it only possessed 5 attributes. "Brother Huang, the armor. It could be enhanced further." Huang Xing echoed his excitement, offering 100,000 for the 3 items. Li Fan, taken aback, remarked, "Boss Huang, your offer is exceedingly generous. I fear I may hesitate to trade with you in the future." His nature was such that he preferred fair exchanges, and the weight of gratitude often left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 33. The second auxiliary talent, Exceptional Comprehension. Zihuang smiled and said, "Dear Dream, to be candid, the drop rate for clothing is a mere fraction of that for other equipment, particularly for intellect-oriented garments, which are exceedingly rare, priceless, in fact. You can inquire among them. Others are also aware that when it comes to purchasing gear, one must rely on Li Fan. Thus, everyone is fervently praising him. Dear Dream, President Huang speaks the truth. The prices for clothing are exorbitantly high. Dear Dream, how about this? The next time such attire becomes available, sell it to me for 60,000. Scram, scram, scram. Do you think I know you? Dear Dream, sell it to me. I am well acquainted with Zhang. Just contact him when the time comes. Ahem. What are you all doing? I am still here. Please do not be so blatant in competing for business." Huang Xing interjected, "Dear Dream, do not heed their words. Sell all your equipment to me henceforth." Observing this overwhelming desire among the crowd, Li Fan felt reassured enough to trade 3 pieces of equipment to Huang Xing. He then clicked to return to the village. Not far away, Yanhu and others gnashed their teeth. Player Lily remarked, "Brother Yanhu, this Xingxing guild may become a formidable rival for us in the future." In the novice village 9937, Li Fan followed the prompt to approach the elder priest to accept a quest. It was a skill quest. Upon its completion, he would acquire a new skill. You have a new talent available for absorption. Would you like to proceed with the absorption? Yes, Li Fan felt a surge of excitement. This marked the activation of another of his talents. Talent absorption. Every 5 levels, one can absorb a new talent. He had already experienced the might of a purple talent. It was simply unfathomable. Thanks to this talent, he had amassed nearly 300,000. 300,000, a sum he had once dared not even dream of. Current absorption probabilities: white 30, blue 40, green 20, purple 7, orange 3, red 0. You may select sacrificial items for absorption. The higher the tier of the sacrificed items, the better the talent absorbed. The new talent absorption will expire in 50 minutes. Please confirm swiftly. Goodness, what is this? Why must I sacrifice items? I did not encounter this prompt when I first obtained a new talent. He gazed at the probabilities for acquiring talents across various tiers, feeling rather exasperated. With purple only at 7%, he did not believe his luck would be that fortuitous. He decided to place a white item on the altar. The white item's odds shifted to 10%, blue to 50%, green to 30%, while purple, orange, and red remained unchanged. Very well. After some contemplation, he placed his sole blue item on the altar. The white item's probability plummeted to 0. While the blues dropped to 20%, green rose to 50%, purple adjusted to 17%, orange to 3%, and red remained at 0. It was futile. He had presented the best items he possessed, and thus it stood. He had yet to encounter any purple items. It appears that the entire 9937 has never been released. It is utterly improbable to discover anything superior within mere minutes. The vibrant hues of blue, green, purple, and orange began to swirl rapidly before his eyes. After a minute, the pace gradually decelerated. Just as it seemed poised to land on orange, Li Fan was filled with excitement. However, it veered toward blue. A bug, undoubtedly a bug. Return my orange. Fortunately, blue did not come to a complete halt, transitioning instead to green. He exhaled in relief. Green was acceptable, better than blue. It still wobbled. Was there still a chance? He held his breath. Suddenly, a flash of purple emerged. Ever since I entered the realm of dreams, I'll claim my luck has improved. It is purple. Exceptional insight purple. Possessing this talent, the casting of skills and spells will yield a 10-fold increase in proficiency. At this moment, Li Fan's interface also underwent a transformation. Great Dream of 3000 class, priest level, 5, 13 2000 attack, 0 agility, 16 health, 540 mana, 149 blue value, 755 physical defense, 44 magical defense, 74 talent, heavenly support drain, tank support build purple, exceptional insight purple, skill, basic healing white, LV4, 639, 5000 after a 3-second chant. Consumes 10 blue value, restoring 40 mana 1 health to the target unit. Equipment: Green Turtle Staff white, Intelligence 4 Constitution 2, Wind Wolf Boots white, Intelligence 4 Constitution 3, Horned Turtle Leggings white, Intelligence 5 Constitution 3, Wind Wolf Gauntlets white, Intelligence 4 Constitution 3, Horned Turtle Pauldrons white, Intelligence 5 Constitution 2, Novice Robe white, Constitution 6 Agility, 3 Health 50, Exceptional Insight. It seems rather promising, although it appears somewhat weaker compared to the tank support build. Li Fan held this belief because his basic healing was already at LV4, and the jump to the maximum level of LV5 seemed to promise little enhancement. Alas, had he acquired this exceptional insight talent sooner, he could have conserved a considerable amount of blue potions, which equates to a significant expense. Great Dream. Have you accepted the skill quest? You've been standing there for quite a while. What are you doing? Ling Xue patted him on the shoulder. He snapped back to reality, having been so engrossed in the talent of Drain that he had failed to notice Ling Xue's presence beside him. I have indeed accepted it. It is a task involving the collection of healing-type skill fruits. Ling Xue remarked, "Since you've already accepted it, let us proceed. We must complete it swiftly so we can continue grinding for experience." The two exited the novice village and made their way to the quest location. Along the way, Li Fan couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Ling, I noticed a new skill for priests appears to be a healing shield. What skill do warriors possess?" Shadow Leap. Observing Li Fan's puzzled expression, Ling Xue explained, "It is a skill that enables one to swiftly close the distance to an enemy and inflict damage. This somewhat compensates for the warrior's limited attack range. Particularly after the skill reaches perfection, it can immobilize targets that are less agile than the caster for 3 seconds. For warriors, this is indeed a divine technique in battles against mages. Given the mage's longer reach, they can easily be kite to their demise under equal agility conditions. However, with this skill, the dynamics shift significantly. If utilized effectively, it transforms into a bane for mages. Indeed, do shield tanks and mages also have new skill quests upon reaching level 5? Naturally, mages acquire a teleportation skill, somewhat akin to shadow stepping, though it merely allows them to move from one location to another without inflicting damage. Once perfected, it also grants immunity to damage during the casting period, making a rare, life-saving skill. The shield tank, on the other hand, possesses a skill that weakens and slows down the target, simultaneously reducing their attack and defense. The internal testers are truly exceptional. Li Fan posed numerous inquiries along the way, and Ling Xue addressed each one diligently. "Sister Ling, what do you think of the talent that allows for a 10-fold increase in skill proficiency?" Chapter 34. Skill Dungeon. Ling Xue casually replied, "Not bad. A purple talent." She deliberately inquired, "Oh, is this purple talent really that impressive? Do you think it's subpar?" She continued to explain, "Invading, every skill, once perfected, significantly enhances its effect. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, the warrior's shadow strike, once fully realized, will have a root effect, which is akin to possessing 2 skills. Can this truly be considered lacking? Why the sudden curiosity? Did your friend awaken a purple talent as well?" She abruptly halted, for purple talent is not something to be taken lightly. Li Fan shook his head and responded, "I just logged off and inadvertently browsed a certain forum, where I came across a post." Ling Xue chose not to pursue the matter further. Sensing her lack of suspicion, Li Fan pressed on, "I saw on that forum someone inquired about obtaining 2 talents in the game. What tier does that represent?" "What tier?" "The kind that gets taken for research." Ling Xue replied nonchalantly, "It is inconceivable for Juedging to harbor players with dual talents." Li Fan was taken aback. "Isn't Juedging merely a game?" "Ling Xue, how could one be taken for research?" Ling Xue firmly stated, "Juedging is no ordinary game. Would you believe me if I told you that even the officials dispatched 100,000 players to engage with this game? Officials sent people to play the game? 100,000? This is beginning to sound increasingly absurd." However, he recalled that the promotional material for the game had indeed made quite an impact. "Ling Xue, if you possess 2 talents, what would you do?" "What would I do?" "Naturally, I would keep it hidden, not even telling my parents." Ling Xue expressed her growing annoyance at his incessant questioning. "Wait, you don't happen to be the one with 2 talents, do you?" "Ling Xue, how could that be?" Li Fan pondered, deciding it prudent to remain discreet. Observing his anxious demeanor, Ling Xue couldn't help but chuckle. Having teamed up with him for monster hunting for quite some time, she was well aware of his talents. "Stop asking foolish questions. Let's move faster and aim to complete the task in an hour. We can spend the remaining time hunting more wind wolves." Initially, according to his plan, time was abundant. However, circumstances had changed. Li Fan needed to return home the next day. Leveling from level 5 to 6 required a staggering 2,000 experience points. With the opening of the fruit seizing expedition the day after tomorrow, the urgency began to mount. "Wait a moment." Ling Xue seemed to sense something amiss, turning to scrutinize Li Fan for a while. "Marula? Has he been discovered?" Li Fan felt a surge of anxiety as he prepared to confess. Just then, Ling Xue interjected, "Where is your helmet?" In Juedging, early game equipment cannot be concealed. It is evident from one's attire how many pieces of gear a player possesses. At that moment, Li Fan had nothing atop his head, not even a rabbit hat. "I sold it." "Ah, really?" Ling Xue inhaled deeply. her expression one of exasperation. You sold a blue item? Not even keeping a white one? Li Fan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. This made her somewhat skeptical. If it weren't for her words, would he have left nothing behind, given his panel attributes? Never mind. You may handle your equipment as you wish. Earning money is acceptable, but one must not neglect their own strength. If other players catch up in levels, we will no longer enjoy an overwhelming advantage and will not be able to leisurely grind monsters, especially concerning the blue gear, which is essential for synthesizing blue spiritual artifacts. It would still be useful even in the frontier city. Big dream. I hope you won't sacrifice the greater good for the sake of trivial gains in the future. Ling Xue, I understand now. Sigh. I hope this fellow can truly remember that. After about 10 minutes, the two arrived at the quest location. Upon entering the underground cave and walking 200 meters forward, four equally sized cave entrances appeared before them. Above each entrance were inscribed the words, Battle, Physical, Magical, and Support Skill Crystal Cave. Li Fan inquired, Ling Xue, do we just go in and collect? Awakening Realm? Such a task cannot be that simple. Ling Xue shook her head and replied, once inside the cave, there will be an illusion trial. You will need to choose an illusory teammate, approximately level 5, equipped with basic white gear. Given your high health and robust defense, I suggest you select a mage as your partner. Once the battle begins, you should take the initiative and act as a meat shield, allowing the illusory teammate to deal damage. Clearing the trial should pose no difficulty. Upon success, you will have the opportunity to collect crystals. If you find yourself short on funds, you may challenge the trial again up to 2 times after collecting. In a few days, as everyone's levels increase, there will inevitably be those who lack the strength to complete the illusion trial. The support skill crystals will still fetch a good price. Understood. Li Fan nodded and entered the support skill cave. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. The entrance they had come through vanished, replaced by the structure of a grand hall. Welcome to the illusion trial. Please select your teammate's profession, mage. As Li Fan uttered his choice, a figure resembling a player mage materialized beside him, automatically forming a team with him. Illusory mage level, 5 mana, 45 agility, 10 health, 110 physical defense, 6 mana, 235 magical defense, 22 beginner lightning strike white. Level 1, the mage's magical attack was decent. However, both health and defense were alarmingly low. Even a level 2 monster would be too much for it to withstand. No wonder Ling Xue suggested he take the brunt of the attacks. There was no choice, since he lacked output, if this mage were to fall. Neither could he defeat the enemy, nor could the enemy defeat him. The outcome of such a scenario was uncertain. Nevertheless, each skill crystal was valuable, and he would not waste it out of mere curiosity. After a few seconds, 2 illusory figures emerged from the opposite side, a priest and a warrior, both level 5. Li Fan rushed forward, devoid of strategy or output, relying solely on verbal taunts. The illusory warrior naturally charged at Li Fan. A swift shadow reached his side. -29, then came a powerful strike. -121, the damage was quite substantial. It appeared this was a fully committed illusory warrior. Fortunately, I managed to sprint ahead of my mage companion. Otherwise, he would have been left in tears after just a couple of hits. Li Fan raised his hand and cast a healing spell, restoring 150 health and returning to full vitality. Meanwhile, the illusionist mage arrived belatedly. A bolt of lightning struck the illusion warrior, inflicting -54 damage, prompting the warrior to advance toward the mage. Without needing any reminders, the mage swiftly employed a teleportation spell to create distance. He unleashed another bolt of lightning, dealing -54 damage once more. At this juncture, the warrior's health was nearly depleted, and he was far less resilient than the minor creatures outside. As the mage's target vanished, the warrior redirected his pursuit toward Li Fan. Strike away, strike away. Let's see who tires first. A beam of green light enveloped the warrior, instantly restoring him to over half of his health. Chapter 35. The Savage Bull in an instant. Li Fan comprehended the significance of the phrase, the team battle can be lost, but the priest must survive. The healing capacity of the omniscient cleric was nothing short of terrifying for an ordinary player. Additionally, there existed a small, ethereal white shield. When a mage ally summoned a bolt of lightning, it absorbed 18 points of damage for the illusionary warrior. This must be the healing shield, and it appeared to perform admirably. However, the illusionary priest was poised to cast healing once more. Li Fan would not permit such an outcome. With a decisive leap, he intercepted the green light. The illusionary priest casts basic healing on you. You received 0 points of damage. What a familiar notification. With the healer now rendered ineffective, his mage companion effortlessly vanquished the warrior, redirecting their attacks toward the priest. -32, a mere 32 points of damage. This was insignificant compared to the recovery provided by the illusionary priest. At that moment, the priest's limitations became glaringly apparent. He was incapable of inflicting any damage. The priest's mana dwindled rapidly, forcing a slow and tedious consumption of resources. After approximately 5 or 6 more casts, the priest's mana was nearly exhausted. A few more bolts of lightning from the mage dispatched the illusionary cleric. Congratulations, you have passed the illusionary trial. Subsequently, his mage ally vanished, and the surroundings shifted swiftly. Before long, a crystal of priestly skills materialized ahead. Li Fan proceeded to collect it. A few moments later, upon completion of the gathering, he was automatically transported back to the entrance. This illusionary trial was exceedingly simple for Ling Xue. With a single strike, she dispatched her foes, emerging at the cave entrance after completing the trial 3 times ahead of Li Fan. After an additional 10 minutes, he finished the remaining 2 trials of the illusionary dungeon. The duo returned to the novice village, where he handed over the auxiliary skill crystal to the elder priest. Once again, the elder bestowed upon him the one-on-one transmission of the healing shield skill. Soon, a notification appeared before him. Consumed 1 auxiliary skill crystal. You have successfully comprehended Healing Shield. Healing Shield Blue, LV0, 200, a passive skill that consumes an additional 10 mana points. Triggered upon casting a healing spell, bestowing a shield that absorbs 30 of the healing amount for 3 seconds. 30% of the healing amount. With a magic attack of 149 and a level 4 basic healing skill, resulting in a healing capacity of 204. This equated to a shield of approximately 60 points. A commendable skill indeed. Li Fan felt a surge of joy. Ling Xue approached from a distance. Have you mastered the healing skill? Indeed. Then let us venture forth to test our mettle against level 4 monsters. The area inhabited by level 4 creatures lay to the north and south of the Wind Wolf territory. Starting from the novice village, it would take about 20 minutes at a normal walking pace. Sister Ling, during my trials, I noticed an issue at the same level and with equivalent equipment. It seems the priest's healing surpasses the mage's damage output. If a mage were to engage a warrior with a priest nearby, would they not lose any health at all? This mechanism appears somewhat problematic for players who choose the mage class. Ling Xue inquired, what issues are we facing? Do mage players experience a lack of engagement during PvP encounters, especially when the damage dealt feels less rewarding than the healing received? The main. Could it be possible that the game's design does not prioritize player experience? Is the planning team stubbornly oblivious to the fact that a lack of engagement would deter financial investment? Have you even encountered the recharge interface in this game? It seems you have. Li Fan was immediately taken aback. How does the game generate revenue if there is no recharge option? And what about the talents? White and blue attributes are inherently inferior to green and purple ones, which contradicts the common understanding of typical games. Without even starting to play, one is already at a significant disadvantage. Who would still find interest in that? Deming, imagine if one day the monsters from the game entered reality. How could that ever happen? Ling Xue, you certainly have a knack for humor. Ling Xue chose not to respond further, fearing that revealing too much would disrupt this individual's worldview. 20 minutes later, the two found themselves in the realm of level 4 monsters. Wild Bull, level 4 attack, 80 agility, 30 health, 600 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 20 skills. Wild Bull charge, charges forward, inflicting 18-1. 1 attack damage to the target. Wild Bull stomp delivers a heavy strike to the ground, causing tremors that deal 25-1. 1 attack damage to players within the area, with a slight chance of triggering resonance from other Wild Bulls, causing further quakes. The information about the level 4 monster, Wild Bull, appeared before Li Fan. With 80 attack, 600 health, and 40 physical defense, he pondered, why does it seem that this level 4 Wild Bull is not as formidable as the Wind Wolf? Ling Xue, your health is 410, and your physical defense is 28. I have a healing capacity of 204 and a healing shield of 61. This monster should be able to withstand a few hits, right? Ling Xue smiled mysteriously. Shall we find out? With that, she playfully kicked Li Fan into the attack zone of 3 wild bulls. The 3 wild bulls sensed the intrusion and charged towards him with ferocity. -62, -62, -62, nearly half of his health instantly vanished. Fortunately, as a meat shield, he had experienced such scenarios numerous times before. He quickly chanted a spell. Green light descended. 186-68 shield, exceptional insight triggered. Your proficiency in basic healing skill 10. Your proficiency in healing shield skill 10 shadow slash. Basic heavy strike. -154, -424, -22. Your teammate has slain the level 4 wild bull. You have gained 8 experience. You have acquired 2 copper coins. Indeed, Ling Xue is as formidable as ever. She can eliminate level 4 monsters in an instant. This partnership is truly rewarding. The remaining 2 wild bulls, evidently provoked, raised their legs skyward and stomped heavily on the ground. -1, shield -68, -69. Ling Xue's defenses were slightly lower, suffering from 2 hits of 78 damage. It was at this moment that he recognized the true terror of the level 4 wild bull. At the very moment of landing, the formidable bull unleashed its charge. Despite the impact of the ground, Ling Xue was unable to evade the bull's attack range in time, effectively suffering a double hit. Heal. Basic healing spell. Li Fan cast a beam of green light, which landed squarely upon Ling Xue, restoring her health to normal. Once more, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. 2 basic attacks took down one of the bulls. Your teammate has slain a level 4 bull. You have gained 8 experience points. The thrill of an effortless victory was exhilarating. Just as Li Fan believed the battle was easily won, 4 nearby bulls suddenly stomped the ground in unison. What the hell? Why are you stomping from so far away? Can you even inflict damage on me? To his astonishment, Li Fan's health swiftly plummeted to below 1/5. -69, -69, -69, -69. His health was nearly depleted. Terrified, Li Fan dashed away while casting the basic healing spell. Only after his health was fully restored did he dare to pause. That was close. I almost lost 200 copper coins. Chapter 36. Horned Helmet. Ling Xue had already dashed out of the charging range of the bull demon ahead of him. Just moments ago, Li Fan had assumed that Ling Xue was merely luring the monsters away as she had done in the past. Ling Xue, what is going on? Do you know something? He inquired. How can the bull demons from another area, even at such a distance, still inflict damage on me? Ling Xue shrugged and replied, Demeng, you possess the ability to scout. Did you not notice the description? Li Fan activated his scouting ability once more. Indeed, behind the bull demon's ground stomp, he saw the word resonance. Consider this a lesson for your carelessness. Remember, never underestimate any monster in dire situations. Otherwise, you might lose several hundred copper coins, she cautioned. Li Fan felt a flush of embarrassment as he realized she was subtly admonishing him. Ling Xue continued, As you just observed, the level 4 bull demon has latent mechanics. After the bull demon executes its stomp skill, if any bull demon in the vicinity perishes, it will trigger a ground stomp attack from bull demons in other areas. Therefore, after a kill, do not become complacent just because you have high health. Always exit the zone promptly. Understood, he replied enthusiastically. After that, the cooldown for his shadow skill finished. With a swift motion, the remaining bull demon collapsed heavily to the ground, a white light drifting down gently. What are you standing there for? Hurry and collect your loot. Collect what? Li Fan approached and was astonished to find it was indeed his helmet. Horned Helmet, Intelligence 5, Constitution 3. Wearing this helmet certainly boosts one's prowess. His magical attack had risen to 154, and his health points were back up to 460. Ling Xue. Another piece of equipment dropped, and it's an 8 attribute item. This is just like when I defeated the Wind Wolf. You're a closed beta player. Is there some sort of special mechanism for first kills with lesser monsters? He suggested. Should we try our luck with a level 5 monster? Ling Xue paused, contemplating his words. It did seem plausible, as the first piece of equipment from the Wind Wolf had dropped quite swiftly as well. The level 5 monster, the Firebird, resided on the opposite side of the Wind Wolf area, and it would take half an hour to reach it. Others wouldn't be able to farm there, so it would be a waste of time. Tonight, we should aim to defeat as many bull demons and wind wolves as possible, she decided. Lifan, Buzlad, Ramarka. I think the level 4 bull demon is quite good. It grants 8 experience points. Why should we venture to the wind wolf area? Ling Xue had initially planned to teach Li Fan a lesson, but then she reconsidered. If he truly found himself in a predicament, even if he managed to reset his time, it would still take a considerable amount of time to return. She would be left with nothing to do. Thus, she patiently explained to him, the stomp of the bull demon is not a fixed pattern and does not only apply to a single area. When we move to the next area to hunt bull demons, it is highly probable that the stomps from bull demons across 2 areas will increase. The more bull demons you kill, the greater the resonance stomps triggered by the bull demons will be. At that point, even with high health and defense, you could still be eliminated in an instant. During the next offensive, when a monster is drawn to me, after you cast the basic healing spell, you can swiftly flee outside. Understood? So this is the nature of resonance, a form that leaves him pondering for ages without resolution. Sister Ling is certainly more effective than mere exploration. 10 minutes later, the duo successfully took down 7 ferocious bulls. Li Fan accumulated a total of 56 experience points and 12 copper coins, in addition to acquiring a white grade item. Bovine leather boots white, strength 5, constitution 3. It is uncertain whether this is due to a first-time defeat or because the bulls are level 4. Nevertheless, both the drop rates for copper coins and equipment have noticeably increased. Regrettably, due to the tremors caused by the bull stomps, they had to temporarily abandon the area and venture towards the zone of level 3 wind wolves. Both of them had already ascended to level 5, and their equipment skills had improved as well, making the encounter with the wind wolves significantly easier. The wolf claw strike dealt 35 damage, and the wolf howl inflicted 40 damage, just enough to shatter Li Fan's healing shield. This reassured Ling Xue, as she only needed to focus on evading the wolf howl. Consequently, she switched her equipment from strength and constitution to strength and agility. With an additional 4-point bonus from basic agility, her total agility reached 60, making dodging exceedingly effortless. In just 8 minutes, they cleared 3 areas, defeating 10 monsters. However, due to their level advancements, the experience gained had diminished, yielding only 2 experience points per monster. The drop rate for copper coins was astonishingly low, with both of them receiving only 8 coins together and no equipment at all. Sister Ling, why do I feel that your wind wolf mark is becoming less effective against other wind wolves? Li Fan inquired. Ling Xue responded, let's elaborate. Li Fan continued, I've observed the behavior of the wind wolves. When we were at level 4, we could defeat 10 wind wolves and encounter an additional 20 or 30, their eyes glowing red with aggression. Now, with the 10 wind wolf marks, only those nearby react somewhat, but not strongly, while the distant ones seem oblivious. Ling Xue nodded, acknowledging that this novice player, Demeng, had shown improvement. Your conclusion is quite astute. The reason lies in our level advancements. Our strength exerts an absolute dominance over the wind wolves, thus diminishing the potency of the wind wolf marks upon us. Li Fan asked in this game, do players exert a suppressive influence over monsters? Ling Xue affirmed, indeed. This becomes increasingly apparent as one progresses further in the game. For instance, with the ferocious bulls. By the time we reach level 6, our prowess in defeating them will significantly weaken their previous earthquake resonance. His understanding was once again refreshed. Could it be that the minor monsters in the game possess wisdom, realizing the principle of preying on the weak while fearing the strong? The diminishing effect of the wind wolf marks signifies their absolute control over the wind wolf territory. Thus, Li Fan took the opportunity to practice his proficiency in basic healing. Observing Demeng's diligent efforts, Ling Xue smiled knowingly, quickening her speed in slaying monsters with her sword. The level 3 wind wolves numbered 40 in total. They completed their first clearing of all 40 in half an hour, yielding a total of 40 coins and one white grade item. The Wisdom Agile 6 was collected by Li Fan into his pouch. Despite their lack of experience, the interval for monster spawns was a mere 10 minutes, with creatures appearing almost uninterrupted. This exemplifies the advantages of level and combat strength. While other players were cursing as they struggled to defeat first-level monsters, their spawns seemed endless. The two of them managed to clear 4 waves in total here. The second wave took 28 minutes, the third wave took 26 minutes, and by the fourth wave, they had grown increasingly adept, completing it in just 22 minutes. If they continued, they could potentially reduce the time to under 20 minutes. It is worth noting that the third-level Wind Wolf area is quite expansive. Merely traversing it takes about 10 minutes. Thus, their actual time spent on monster hunting was merely 12 minutes. Ultimately, both decided to abandon the Wind Wolf hunt. Ling Xue was unable to spawn elite Wind Wolves due to the significant level disparity, which felt almost cursed, while Li Fan was purely motivated by the drop rates. Aside from the first wave, which yielded 1 item, the subsequent 3 waves produced only 2 items, both of which were for strength builds. The speed of their loot acquisition paled in comparison to their previous encounters with the long-eared rabbit and the horned turtle. They returned once more to the 4th-level Barbarian Bull area. It was at this point that Ling Xue noticed an apparent increase in her healing shield. "Has your healing shield leveled up?" she inquired. Li Fan nodded. "Yes, it just reached level 1 in the Wind Wolf area. Now the shield heals 50% of health." Ling Xue had been either swinging her sword or on the verge of doing so, and since the shield merely served as a barrier, many of the Wind Wolf's attacks did not penetrate it, hence she had not paid much attention. However, while battling the Barbarian Bulls, she discovered that the absorbed damage seemed significantly higher. She felt a twinge of envy towards the priests, who could effortlessly hone their skills. In contrast, for warriors, upgrading skills was exceedingly arduous. Several days had passed since the server opened, and his basic heavy strike had barely reached level 2, still 200 proficiency points away from level 3. As for Shadow Strike, due to its lengthy cooldown, achieving maximum level and unlocking the ability to immobilize foes seemed a distant dream. Chapter 37. Home. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Fan emerged from the gaming nutrient chamber. The rewards were quite satisfactory. The two of them had been battling level 4 monsters. After defeating nearly 10, they paused and waited for 10 minutes for all the monsters to respawn, then resumed their attack. This continued for approximately 3 hours, yielding 90 Savage Bulls. In total, they amassed 120 copper coins and 7 pieces of equipment, 4 for him and 3 for Ling Xue. Among these, 2 pieces were up for replacement: Leather Gauntlets White, Intelligence 4, Constitution 4, Savage Bull Staff White, Intelligence 6, Constitution 3, Magic Attack 156, Health 590, Physical Defense 49, Magic Defense 77. Additionally, the Healing Shield had also advanced to level 3, increasing its shield value to 70% of the healing amount. His strength had seen a modest enhancement. Just then, the rideshare driver called to inform him of their arrival. Li Fan hurriedly freshened up, grabbed his pre-packed backpack, and dashed downstairs, only to discover via his phone's GPS that he was still 7 to 8 kilometers away. Truly, the complexities of urban life were profound. In the city of Yu, at the upscale Tongrong community, Ling Xue rose from the gaming nutrient chamber, clad in a flowing white dress. Her fair skin and striking features would surely elicit an exclamation of awe from Li Fan, were he present. This was no fierce woman. She appeared as a beautiful young lady. She opened her phone to find a flurry of messages inquiring about her whereabouts, urging her to return home. Reluctant to go home or to meet the so-called young Master Su, she added Li Fan as a friend and tossed her phone aside, opting instead for a quiet bath. As the clock struck 10, she checked her phone again, noticing that Li Fan's friend request had yet to be accepted. Unable to suppress her murmurs of discontent, she recalled that Li Fan's grandfather was unwell. She too wished to visit him, but after nearly being discovered by her family the previous day, she resolved to remain in seclusion until the spiritual fruit materialized. Spiritual fruit. This time, during the treasure hunt, she must secure the spiritual fruit and manifest the spiritual talisman. She logged back into the game, noticing friend requests popping up. excitedly nodding. She was disappointed to find it was merely Su Su Yu. However, recalling their shared experiences from a previous life, she thought, if that guy isn't online, there's nothing I can do about monster hunting. Fine, I'll just lend him a hand. This will be the last time. Li Fan arrived in the county of C by just past 10 o'clock. He quickly contacted Li Ling and hurried to the hospital. Dad, Mom, the elderly couple, both in their 50s, wore worried expressions as they faced the illness of Li Fan's grandfather. Xiao Fan, you're back? Fanboy, come here for a moment. Before he could even set down his belongings, his father pulled him outside. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep breath before inquiring, where did you get that money? They were well aware of their own circumstances, having emptied several pockets to purchase their apartment. If they had money to spare, why would it remain untouched for years without renovation? While our family may be impoverished, engaging in illegal activities is absolutely out of the question. Tell me, where did that 100,000 yuan come from? Li Fan could observe that his father's hand trembled uncontrollably as he posed a question, clearly anxious about what response he might receive. Dad, didn't I mention to my sister yesterday? I earned it by doing business with my classmates. He initially intended to claim it was a lottery win, but given that he seldom purchased lottery tickets, he feared that a slight inquiry would reveal the truth. His father continued, is money really that easy to come by? You've only been out for a few months, and you've managed to amass 100,000? At that moment, Li Fan finally comprehended the reason behind his family's financial struggles. Both his father and sister were evidently fearful of wealth, while affluent families would undoubtedly perceive it as a sign of success. This stark contrast was enlightening. He felt fortunate not to have exaggerated further. Had he told them that one could earn over 100,000 in a single day playing games, their understanding would likely shatter. Dad, rest assured, my classmates and I sell the trending tiramisu online. We have numerous customers and can sell several hundred portions in a day, making thousands. Furthermore, he added, do I look like someone involved in illegal activities? His father mused, that makes sense. It appears my son isn't deceiving anyone. Hearing that he sells items online brings me some relief. The two continued their journey towards the hospital. Dad, how is Grandpa doing? The doctor said his condition isn't great. At his age, recovery is slow, and he has many chronic ailments. However, based on this morning's state, he seems stable. For now, they suggest hospitalization for a few days to monitor his situation. I want to see Grandpa. The elderly gentleman was a traditionalist, particularly regarding the importance of having heirs. Thus, 29-year-old Li Fan felt as though he had violated a fundamental rule within the household. Previously, the old man even urged Li Fan to consider arranged marriages, insisting that if Li Fan did not marry, he should not return home. Let us not press the issue. His father advised, just stay at the entrance to avoid upsetting your grandfather. It would be best if you brought someone home next time. His greatest wish is to see you married and starting a family. Li Fan felt a sense of helplessness in today's world, lacking both wealth and the ability to boast charmingly. Which young lady would take an interest in him? The old man appeared weary, resting on the bed with an oxygen mask, flanked by relatives. Upon seeing Li Fan return, they beckoned him over. He gestured for silence, hesitant to approach too closely for fear that his grandfather might see him and become angered, worsening his condition. Li Fan's mother approached and said, Xiao Fan, there's no need for so many people at the hospital. You've been on the road all morning. After everyone has lunch, you should head home to rest. I heard from your father that you're busy with business in Yushur. Are you? Li Fan replied, Mom, it's manageable. My classmate is busy for the next few days, and I'll cover for him when I return. He dare not claim he was not busy, lest it spark suspicion. Ordinary people earning tens of thousands effortlessly would be met with disbelief. How long will you stay at home? Perhaps 2 or 3 days. All right. Yang Sanyang has mentioned something to you. I will make a call and ask him to arrange a meeting for you. Ah, Mother, is that really necessary? Grandfather is still unwell. Why not? If a deal is struck, it could be brought back to show your grandfather, which might lift his spirits a bit. Chapter 38. Training the Su Su Yu team in the novice village 9937. After hours of monster grinding and leveling up, the leaderboard began to fill with more names. The top 2 spots remained occupied by Fried Little Cutie and Dreaming of 3000. Following them were Huang Xing and 7 others from the Starry Guild, all at level 3, while 4 members of the Black Feather Guild had also reached level 3. The rest were predominantly at level 2. Notably, the number of level 2 players in the Starry Guild exceeded 60, with the Black Feather Guild trailing closely behind with around 50. The total number of level 2 players surged to 500. As more players reached level 2, some had started equipping gear. The area with the jawed tortoise monsters suddenly became highly sought after. In the morning, the Starry Guild managed to secure 3 spawn points and continued to grind. However, by around 10 o'clock, they had to relinquish 1 point, maintaining control over just 2. The Black Feather Guild, leveraging their numbers, forcibly occupied 4 points. Meanwhile, the formidable Ling Xue led a group that claimed a spawn point with 3 monsters, earning a fearsome reputation that discouraged any challengers. Other smaller guilds could only manage to grind at 4 points, which left them dissatisfied. Consequently, many guilds banded together to contest the monster spawns against the Black Feather Guild. Initially, the Black Feather Guild appeared dominant, believing they could handle these guilds as they did with casual players. However, any guild capable of forming has financial backers, making their players less susceptible to intimidation. Despite their numerical superiority, the Black Feather Guild could not escape the concerted efforts of the other guilds. After a fierce battle, during which nearly 100 of their members were sent to the Black Room, they became more compliant, agreeing to concede 2 points and promising to only occupy those. The jawed tortoise monster area finally settled down. Susuyu, as a priest, standing so close. Are you afraid the monsters won't be able to kill you? And you, little A Bai, as a mage, while you're a range class, you must learn to position yourself correctly. Anyone can attack while standing still. You need to master casting spells while on the move. The shield tank, DeLong, had a taunt that was so predictable even a mouse could evade it. You must learn to catch your opponents off guard. Otherwise, after everyone else has dodged your taunt, you'll just be left taunting the air. How many flowers have fallen? Despite being a nimble warrior, you nearly got taken out with your high agility. How can you still smile? For Ling Xue's sake, the Starry Guild agreed to grant Susuyu and their team another opportunity to level up to level 3, albeit at the back of the line. This morning, they were assisting the Starry Guild with monster grinding. Susuyu received a private message from Ling Xue, stating she would take them to level up, which thrilled them. Initially, Abai and the others thought the fried boss was aloof, but they soon realized how formidable she truly was. What puzzled them most was how Ling Xue seemed to understand them even better than they did themselves, being well aware of their talents. Their interactions felt as though they were longtime friends. DeLong, keep an eye on your health. Don't think you can be reckless just because you have damage reduction talents. After the first wave of level 2 attacks from the jawed tortoise, the subsequent skills can be avoided. Pay attention to your positioning. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, Susuyu deftly directed her initial healing spell towards the player who had drawn the monster's attention after the first wave of attacks from the horned turtle. This strategic maneuver allowed the player to endure an additional strike, unlike that reckless fellow, Demeng, who felt compelled to restore his teammates to full health. As yet another horned creature fell, the quartet collectively exhaled in relief, grateful for a moment of respite. With the formidable presence of the renowned player, their anxiety escalated. Fearing any misstep, Xue, your commands during our monster hunts are quite stern, Susuyu remarked, recalling how she had nearly been brought to tears just moments ago. The player known as Hua Luo Ji Duo chimed in, Little Rain, without such strictness, how can we ever improve? Have you not noticed how, from the very beginning, when Ling Xue summoned 2 monsters and left one for me to engage, we struggled for 2 to 3 minutes. I almost found myself in the dreaded Black Room. Yet now, I am astounded that we can defeat 3 level 2 horned turtles in just 4 minutes. Xiao Abai chuckled, Little Rain. Ling Xue has been quite lenient with you. Just now, your healing spell missed, nearly sending DeLong to the Black Room, only for Ling Xue to intervene and swiftly eliminate the monster. Had it been her thunderstrike that faltered, she would have surely faced a torrent of scolding. DeLong, with a smile, added, Little Rain, Ling Xue is merely looking out for us. At that moment, Ling Xue approached, still in tears. This young girl, barely 18 and fresh out of high school, had once been her devoted follower. I'm not crying, Xue, I just can't help it. Susuyuri played. Wiping her tears, her melodious voice tinged with grievance. Her tears stirred sympathy among her teammates, For them, Su Yu was the heart of the team. Her gentle nature and slow growth in her previous life led to her downfall during the first invasion of the leader, resulting in her exclusion from the dire game. Although she had received an invitation card later on, the gap in their progress had become insurmountable due to time constraints. Nonetheless, this brave girl had shown her mettle during the final battle against the star-ranked lord, courageously running to provide healing even as she fell in battle alongside her comrades. It was this very bravery that had compelled Ling Xue to assist her upon their first encounter. She could only hope that in this life, Yu would not remain so naive. Little Rain, I am not scolding you. I merely wish for you to grow more swiftly. As a priest, you must learn to heal your teammates or yourself while on the move. Moreover, regarding your healing spells, Demeng, despite his clumsiness, has reached level 4, while you remain at level 0. Your innate talent for healing enhancement can only flourish with greater proficiency in your skills. Do not slack off during our next monster hunt. This is the blue potion. Upon returning home, Li Fan was assaulted by a wave of inexplicable yawns. Priced at 1 copper coin per bottle, he had just acquired 50 bottles. Although the value of copper coins had diminished since the game's inception, it still stood at 1 to 160, amounting to a staggering 8,000 coins. Xiao Abai couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. She too was a beauty, yet the disparity was striking. It must be her charm. Ishaladupta kuta persona and so forth. Let us swiftly vanquish these monsters. Prepare yourselves. This time, I shall only summon a single alligator snapper, and you must learn to calculate both damage and endurance. Ling, do you understand? Had it been in the past, they would undoubtedly have failed. However, over these few hours, they have made significant progress, and they possess both confidence and assurance. In a rural household in Yushu County, Li Fan, under the urging of his mother, reluctantly slung his backpack over his shoulder and returned home. He was advised to rest well and await news. As for what news, that would naturally pertain to Aunt Yang. During dinner, he could not resist the persistent inquiries from the elders and reluctantly acquiesced. Amidst the rice fields, with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers, a wave of familiarity enveloped him. Were it not for the pressures of life, who would willingly leave their homeland? Grandmother, I have returned. Upon arriving home, he found his sister accompanying their grandmother at the dining table. Hearing his voice, she hastily set down her chopsticks. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with an uncontainable smile, revealing the few remaining teeth she had. Xiao Fan. Chapter 39. The Wind Wolf Elite. Although my grandmother has been suffering from dementia for several years, she can still accurately call out for Xiao Fan every time I return home. This fills me with a sense of warmth. If only time could slow down a little more. If given a choice, if I could avoid university and the grueling work at that construction site, I would have so much more time to spend with them. Have you eaten, Xiao Fan? Sis, I've already eaten. You and Grandma should eat. Li Fan gently returned the dishes to his grandmother's hands and quietly sat beside her. While eating, Li Ling remarked, "Oh, Xiao Fan, have you heard about the turtle monster appearing by the riverside in Yushu? What turtle monster? It's a gigantic creature, several meters high, that crawled ashore and is said to have devoured several people. I wonder if it's true. Turtle monster? Where did you see this? On a certain app? You should search for it now." Intrigued, Li Fan took out his phone to look it up. "There's nothing here, sis. It's impossible. Show me." Li Ling took the phone and confirmed, "Wait a moment, I shared it when I saw it." However, upon opening the shared video, it indicated that it no longer existed. "Sis, you must have misseen it, or it could be AI generated. The technology is astonishing nowadays. It's real. Even your brother-in-law saw it. Just a moment. I took a screenshot. Look." Li Fan leaned over to take a look, his eyes widening in surprise. This was the elite monster, the horned beast, that he and his gaming partner, Ling Xue, had defeated just yesterday. Sees. I can assure you, this is just a photoshopped image. It's a monster from a game. How could it possibly exist in reality? Is it fake? Well, that essay relief, I was quite worried about you. Once Grandma finished her meal, she needed to take a nap. Li Fan and Li Ling tidied up the room together. With some spare time, he decided to take out his gaming headset. An extra hour of playtime is worth its weight in gold, and every additional piece of equipment could be worth 20,000. In the novice village, 9937, the public channel erupted with excitement once more. It turned out that an elite long-eared rabbit had spawned in the long-eared rabbit area. Many players joined forces to attack the long-eared rabbit. The final blow was struck by a player known as San Juan, who claimed the kill. Most importantly, they had obtained a blue item with special attributes. Long-eared staff blue, intelligence 8 agility 5 special attribute. The wielder of this staff has a 10 increase in spell damage. A rare piece of mage gear. Useless bunch, all of you. With so many members in the guild, how could a mere little mage steal the kill from us? What are you all here for? Black Tiger of the Black Feather Guild raged, cursing vehemently. No one dared to respond. In the long-eared rabbit area, there were still 3,000 to 4,000 players farming monsters, and other guilds were present as well. Securing the final blow was purely a matter of luck. As for turning red, one would be eliminated in an instant. Yinhu, get in touch with him and ask how much he wants. Boss, he's just messaged in the public channel. The first blue quality staff is now on sale, with bids pouring in and no price is too high. In an instant, the private messages of players flooded the screen with offers of 30,000, 50,000, and 80,000. One player even bid 120,000. A smile of joy illuminating his face. His time in this dark corner was worth it. As the blue light erupted, many players turned red with envy, but he, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, managed to snatch the staff before it was lost to the chaos. The long-eared staff blue. The highest bid is 120,000. Those with paltry offers of 2,000 to 3,000 step aside. Even the white gear is worth 10,000 to 20,000. Those who bid recklessly will be blacklisted. A mere broken staff, dropped by a level 1 monster for 150,000? What nonsense! The public channel was abuzz with activity. Huang Xing from the Starry Sky Guild, noticing the lack of responses, decided to spend 10 copper coins to make a statement in the rumor channel. Rumor: the staff is worth 150,000. Selling him tonight. S-Hun is on. The rumor channel conceals the identity of the speaker with a chance of exposure. 10 copper coins seemed steep, and typically few dare to speak up. The long-eared staff blue. The highest bid is 150,000, the fastest in the entire region. Is there a higher offer? Still 150,000? I'll bid 180,000. Are you all fools? Bro, it seems it's really Tiger Brother. The president of the Starry Sky Guild. Rumor: the staff is worth 200,000. Selling him. Black money. You can pay first, then receive the equipment. Among the mages, there were certainly many wealthy individuals. Naturally, everyone desired such a prized possession. The price surged dramatically. Ultimately, it appeared that the Black Tiger from the Black Feather Guild secured it for 300,000. Instantly, the entire 9,937 server erupted with excitement. Everyone knew that the equipment from the realm of perception was scarce and costly, but no one expected the price to soar this high. News spread, and even those who were offline hurried back to log in. That was 300,000. A level 1 monster could drop it. What if they encountered it? They could live without worries for a lifetime. The mage, Xiao Bai, gazed with envy. How she longed to be wealthy. When will I ever have such riches? Hua Luo replied, It's simple, Xiao Bai. Send me your photo. I'm friends with the president of the Starry Sky Guild. I can introduce you for a price of 120. You'll need 1 million. Just give me 20,000. Abai, you're so pretty. It just might work. Get lost, you all. The group joked while battling monsters. After more than 3 hours, their experience points reached 2,8,300. Just a few more waves of monsters would lead to their level up. However, at that moment, someone from the Starry Sky Guild rushed over to announce that a level 3 Wind Wolf Elite had been spawned by players from the Red Flower Guild. Ling Xue's heart leaped with joy, but upon remembering that Li Fan was absent, she cursed him several times in her mind before hastily making her way to the level 3 Wind Wolf Elite. As a warrior, she was too fragile to take on the guild and could not solo the elite. She could only rely on luck to see if she could secure a finishing blow. Yawning. How can one even in a game? And this graphics, this feeling, after using the game nutrient chamber and then donning this helmet. She truly felt somewhat out of place. Upon entering the game, Li Fan was immediately beset by a series of yawns, prompting him to voice his discontent. Before he even exited the game village, he overheard numerous players discussing a staggering sum of 300,000. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired with a nearby player, only to learn that someone had discovered a blue staff and sold it for 200,000. Good heavens! Why wasn't he at him? He had merely been offline for a few hours, and yet he had missed out on such a fortune. Opening his friends list, a wave of melancholy washed over him. In the past, as soon as he logged in, Ling Xue would send him a message, urging him to join her in monster hunting. Yet today, more than 10 minutes had elapsed without a word from her. Had she perhaps found a new partner? Ling Xue, where are you? Are you already hunting? Do you still need any charms? At that moment, Ling Xue was already in the level 3 Wind Wolf region. She had entered the combat zone, oblivious to the notifications in her friends list. It must be said that the guild excelled in strategies for tackling elite monsters. Although the Wind Wolf possessed a stunning howl that could incapacitate, its defense was rather low. It simply could not withstand the onslaught of 20 to 30 well-equipped level 3 players, alongside a horde of several hundred level 2 players. By the time she arrived, the lesser Wind Wolves had been entirely vanquished, and the health of the elite Wind Wolf had been reduced to below half. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Dream Brother. At this moment, the Wind Wolf roar was unleashed, bestowing upon all present players the elite status of the Wind Wolf. Initially, they assumed it was akin to the usual Wind Wolf mark. However, as players began to fall, the elite Wind Wolf's health surged, reaching a staggering 101. At this juncture, the guild swiftly deduced the mark's function and adjusted their tactics. With warriors whose health dipped below 200 retreating from the battlefield, the shield tanks taunted, mages unleashed their might, and priests provided healing from the periphery. The elite Wind Wolf's health dwindled, eventually reducing to 20%. It then summoned forth 40 Wind Wolf minions, who promptly engaged in protecting their master. Several major guilds suffered severe casualties, with even the Starry Guild losing 7 or 8 members in their secluded chamber. Ling Xue realized that if this continued, there would be no possibility of defeating the elite Wind Wolf. It was time for her to intervene. The level 3 monster area was perilous. They should merely observe from the outside. Sister Xue, are you going? If I don't, this elite will remain unconquered. Initially, she had intended to employ Shadow Step, complemented by a primary strike and secondary damage, to enter and eliminate swiftly. Yet, her health management faltered, allowing the elite to summon Wind Wolf minions, restoring its health to full after the minions had dispatched numerous players. Sword in hand, Ling Xue charged, activating Shadow Step. The minions could hardly withstand 2 strikes, and she was aware of the wolves' weaknesses. After defeating them, she swiftly dodged to the side. The monsters dealt substantial damage, naturally drawing aggro. This alleviated a significant amount of pressure from the other guilds. Minutes later, the minions were eradicated. The players once again focused their output on the elite Wind Wolf. Its health plummeted rapidly. Heihu exchanged glances with Yin Hu, Li, and others. They proceeded towards the leaders of the Red Flower Guild. Jia Oswan. That fried player inflicts considerable damage. It's difficult for us to secure the final blow. You all handle her while we take care of the Starry Guild members. When the elite Wind Wolf drops its loot, we will share it among our guilds. After a swift discussion, just as the elite Wind Wolf's health dipped below 50%, the Red Flower Guild and others suddenly launched an assault on Ling Xue. The Black Feather Guild intercepted the Starry Guild. The remaining members focused on dealing damage. While Ling Xue's attacks were formidable, her defenses, especially against magic, were severely lacking. A few high-level fighters from the Red Flower Guild inflicted over 50 damage with their unmitigated strikes. Caught off guard, a series of lightning strikes caused Ling Xue's health to drop below half. Thankfully, she reacted swiftly, evading the remaining bolts. Primary healing. Witnessing their leader being besieged, Su and the others rushed to her aid without consideration for anything else. Red Flower Guild, are you truly provoking war? Since the Black Feather Guild had been subdued by her, no guild had dared to confront her directly. Fried, we've fought for so long. It's inappropriate for you to charge in now and attempt to claim the final blow. DeLong admonished, are you blind? If it weren't for Sister Ling attracting the monsters, could you have possibly dealt with those summoning Wind Wolf minions? Now they wish to cross the river and dismantle the bridge. How despicable, a pack of ingrates. Ling Xue's reputation precedes her. Just moments ago, they felt a twinge of guilt but recalling Ling Xue's terrifying damage, they believed that a sneak attack would be a fool's errand. Thus, they reluctantly acquiesced to the Black Feather Guild. However, after a few strikes of lightning, they realized that this individual was not as formidable as they had imagined. The leader of the Red Flower Guild, Yashao Xian, a wealthy second-generation heir, was accustomed to arrogance. I offer you a chance. Withdraw from the level 3 monster zone. You can withdraw, not us. Ling Xue charged forward, her sword poised. Unfortunately, a mage swiftly maneuvered to shield Yashao Xian momentarily. Daxiao Swan Ritriti Fastidi, commanding the guild's shield tank players to advance. Ling Xue struggled to evade their attacks. Damn it, I've long found these guild members unbearable. Let us take them down. At worst, we'll spend a few hours in the Black Room. Although Su Yu and her companions were only level 2, they managed to draw considerable fire. Yet, within less than half a minute, the frontline tank, De Long, along with Hua Luo Ji Duo, found themselves sent to the Black Room. Ling Xue felt a significant reduction in pressure, but upon witnessing her companion's fate, her fury ignited. With a strike for each, she eliminated several opponents. Just as she was about to confront Yashao Xian, a shield tank descended from above. Before landing, they initiated a taunt, leaving her no opportunity to evade. Sister Xue, be careful. Unable to move, she was bombarded by a series of precise ranged attacks. -40, -37, -52. Her health plummeted beneath 100 in mere moments. Rank first, what a joke. Today, even they would be sent to the Black Room. Suddenly, a prompt illuminated the screen. You received a teammate's basic healing effect, health 211. You received a healing shield effect. The members of the Red Flower Guild were rendered speechless. Where did that healing come from? And his shield? -0, 38, -0, 42, -0, 28. All damage was reduced to 0. Another green light descended, restoring Ling Xue's health to full. And her protective shield solidified further. Dare to bully my sister Ling? Have you consulted me? A figure appeared, positioned protectively before Ling Xue, absorbing the lightning strikes with no damage incurred. It was Brother Deming. Brother Deming has arrived. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ling Xue felt a surge of envy. This fellow had finally logged in. The instant the taunt effect vanished, the shield tank was swiftly dispatched. She charged forward, her sword raised and then swiftly brought down, lacking in technique. She allowed the enemy's attacks to land upon her without flinching or dodging. Regardless of the damage dealt, a green light would always descend, restoring her to full health. She pressed onward, cutting through the ranks of the Red Flower Guild, instilling fear in their hearts. Were it not for the lure of gold, many players would have fled. The name of the god of killing was, at this moment, truly justified. In the midst of the unfolding events, the esteemed Ling Xue, with a swift motion of her sword, dispatched the opponent to the confines of a secluded chamber. The onlookers from various guilds nearby were left in a state of profound astonishment. They were well aware of the formidable prowess of the fried war god. However, even though they were of a higher level, being in the second or third tiers with decent equipment, it was disheartening to witness their esteemed Red Flower Guild, renowned in the 9937 novice village for its strength, being so easily trampled upon. The Black Feather Guild's leader, Black Tiger, felt a twitch of apprehension in his eyelids. Although their guild surpassed the Red Flower Guild in strength, the difference was marginal. If the opposing faction could effortlessly overpower the Red Flower Guild, it stood to reason they could do the same to his guild. Fortuitously, he had the foresight to hold back earlier and allowed the Red Flower Guild to take the lead. Otherwise, after merely 4 days since the server launch, suffering 2 defeats would have rendered his Black Feather Guild participation futile. Lily, return and conduct a thorough analysis. I require the fundamental attributes of that priest. As seasoned players, they naturally comprehend the gravity of the situation. No matter how formidable Ling Xue may be, with her ability to dispatch foes in a single strike or her exceptional maneuverability. If 20 mages are insufficient, then let it be 30. Ultimately, they will find a way to bring her down. Chapter 41. The Beginner's Intelligence Attack Skill Book. The Priest, Kana, is undeniably an extraordinary anomaly. His healing capabilities exceed 200, and the damage absorbed by his shields is also considerable. What poses an even greater threat is the remarkably high defense of this individual. Not only can the mage's lightning spells fail to penetrate, but even a fully powered warrior inflicts pitiful damage. What shall we do now, Black? First, we must retreat and allow other guilds to take the lead. The more enmity these two cultivate, the more guilds will unite against them in the end. The Black Feather Guild remained inactive, as did the Stardust Guild. For if a confrontation ensued, the Black Feather Guild outnumbered them by more than double, placing them at a severe disadvantage. Due to Ling Xue's elimination of numerous Red Flower Guild players, the health of the Windwolf elite rapidly replenished. The other guilds were not oblivious. With the God of Death present, the elite continued to regain health, prompting them to retreat to the outskirts of the Windwolf monster area to avoid further casualties. Windwolf Elite Level 3 Attack, 160 Agility, 60 Health, 2,600 Physical Defense, 60 Magical Defense, 30 Skills. Windwolf Roar, White the Windwolf Elite Howls. Marking all targets present with a Windwolf Elite imprint. The Elite restores 100 health for each target it kills. Claw Rend, White the Windwolf Elite uses its claws to inflict 2 attack damage on the target ahead. Windwolf Summon, Blue when the health of the Windwolf Elite drops to 20%, it resurrects all Windwolves in the current area once. The Windwolves will automatically protect their master and attack players in the vicinity. Li Fan employed a basic reconnaissance technique on the Windwolf Elite. Ling Xue, the Windwolf Elite, is at full health. Ling Xue responded, "No worries. The Windwolf Elite has already utilized its Windwolf Summon. As long as there are no disruptions, we can swiftly bring it down." Su Yu and Little Bai followed closely behind, approaching the Windwolf Elite. Da Mingxie, you were incredibly gallant when you shielded Xue just now. Su Yu's words carried a genuine vibrancy that momentarily caught Li Fan off guard, prompting him to jest. Just how gallant was I? Su Yu pondered for a moment, gently raising her staff, as gallant as a spectacular explosion. Don't believe me? Just ask Xue. Ling Xue, feeling a subtle tension, replied nonchalantly, it was merely average. If someone had arrived earlier, this elite might have already been vanquished. Little you and Little Bai should remain at the periphery. Your health is low. After the Windwolf Elite had executed its Windwolf Summon, it posed no threat to the two of them. She advanced with her sword, employing the Shadow Step technique to close in. Minus 144 8 damage figure floated up. Subsequently, a level 2 basic heavy strike dealt 384 damage. The elite white sword triggered, and another 152 damage appeared. The Windwolf Elite retaliated with Claw Rend. Minus 156 a basic healing spell from Li Fan restored her health to full capacity, instilling a sense of security. Minus 308 standing before the Windwolf. Ling Xue unleashed a series of normal attacks, causing the health of the Windwolf Elite to plummet rapidly. The individuals from a nearby guild appeared somewhat reluctant. Boss, what should we do? If we hesitate, the elite Windwolf's blood will be lost. Let's wait a moment and observe how the other guilds proceed. Just moments ago, the Red Flower Guild had at least 30 or 40 members, and they were swiftly eliminated one by one. We would be utterly outmatched in a confrontation. Moreover, that notorious little creature, the Fried Cutie, is known for holding grudges. Anyone who offends that long-handed mage is met with lethal vengeance. And she is currently only at level 1. Does the Black Feather Guild not intervene? This is indeed within their territory. If we engage now, she may turn her wrath upon us, and our level 1 and 2 monsters will struggle to maintain their ground. Yet, this is a level 3 elite Windwolf, and should it drop quality gear, we must keep an eye on the Black Feather Guild. Once they act, we shall follow suit. However, the members of the Black Feather Guild were equally anxious. Brother Yin Hu, when shall we make our move? If we charge in alone, we risk drawing their ire. Let us wait until the other guilds engage, and then we will join them. Surely, that woman cannot dominate the entire area. Ling Xue and Li Fan were content, as they had enough to eat, leaving their families untroubled. If we provoke them now and attract their attention, the entire Black Feather Guild's development could falter. Just as the elite Windwolf's health dwindled to 600, the atmosphere shifted peculiarly. Just as a guild prepared for stealthy ambush, Ling Xue executed a swift series of beginner-heavy strikes, instantly dispatching the elite Wind Wolf. Two beams of blue light erupted, accompanied by an exceptionally conspicuous skill book. Your teammate has slain a level 3 elite Wind Wolf. You have gained 100 experience. Congratulations to the party of Fried Cutie for successfully defeating the level 3 Wind Wolf, which dropped the rare elite Wolf Staff Blue. A beginner intelligence attack skill book has been acquired. What extraordinary fortune! Those two beams of blue light and the book were astonishing. Damn it, we've lost out tremendously. We should have rushed in for that staff, even if it meant being hunted down 10 times. Curses, that woman's damage output is ferocious. I was just about to dash in and the health was gone. Anything that could be shared on the public channel is bound to be valuable. The staff previously held by that brother sold for 300,000. This time, two had emerged. Many players from various guilds and casual gamers lamented, feeling as though they had missed out on a fortune. Brothers, shall we charge in and eliminate them to seize the gear? Eliminate what? That priest is extraordinarily resilient. Your mage cannot even break through their defenses. How can you expect to take them down? How can there be such overpowered players? I have barely managed to reach level 2, and they're already standing toe-to-toe with level 3 elites. Envy was palpable among the crowd. Wealth should not be flaunted for too long. Li Fan hurriedly scooped up the equipment into his backpack, inspecting it 2 or 3 times to ensure not a single copper coin was left behind before nonchalantly departing with Ling Xue and the others. Elite Wolf Staff Blue, equipped class, Mage Priest level requirement, None Intelligence 9 Constitution 7 Special Attribute, Healing Effect 20, Elite Wolf Boots Blue, Strength 8 Constitution 8 Special Attribute, Agility 16 Beginner Intelligence Attack Skill Book White. Class requirement, Mage Priest upon comprehension. One may acquire the passive skill of Beginner Intelligence Attack, earning 2 mana points for defeating elite foes of at least 2 levels above oneself, and 4 mana points for vanquishing a boss, with a maximum limit of 30 points. Note, once the mana limit is reached, a passive effect granting a 10 mana enhancement will be activated. Additionally, there are 4 pieces of white gear with attributes ranging from 7 to 8, along with 200 copper coins. Li Fan's smile was nearly uncontainable. Fortuitously, he had logged in, or he would have missed out on a considerable fortune. Ling Xue, how do you propose we distribute these? Upon his arrival, Ling Xue was already accompanied by a team. After the duo was escorted to a secluded space, he finally joined the group. Ling Xue walked on, still enveloped in excitement, not solely due to the equipment, but rather because of the skill book. Chapter 42, Tips for Acquiring Skill Books in Her Previous Life. Upon entering the city of Qianyan, there were whispers that the first elite monster of each level in the novice village, upon its initial spawn and subsequent defeat, had a significantly heightened chance of dropping skill books. Reflecting on this, she and Li Fan, with the exception of a long-eared rabbit elite, which they did not defeat on its first appearance, had successfully vanquished the elite horned turtle and the elite wind wolf during their first encounters. Consequently, both times they had obtained skill books. If they were to continue this trajectory, with each elite monster at every level being felled for the first time, there existed a genuine possibility of amassing a complete collection of skill books. In a novice village, there were 5 basic passive skill books that could potentially drop: the Book of Basic Intelligence Attack, the Book of Basic Blood Shield, the Book of Basic Agility, the Book of Basic Dual Defense, and the Book of Basic Strength Attack. To have a complete collection of skill books meant mastering all 4 that were available for learning. As a warrior class, she could only acquire the latter 4. The mere thought of this made her breath quicken. It was noteworthy that in her previous life, her combat prowess only flourished in the later stages. The basic skill books could only be learned before reaching level 10. In the early phases of development within the novice village, she was significantly outpaced by the members of the major guilds, failing to procure a single skill book. This resulted in a foundational disadvantage. Despite having a plethora of equipment later on, she remained inferior to those wielding top-tier combat abilities. Ling Xue. How do we divide these items? Ling Xue paused and said, The Elite Wolf Staff and the Book of Basic Intelligence Attack belong to you, while the Elite Wolf Boots are mine. The other 4 white items can be distributed among Xiao Yu and the others. Su Yu and Xiao Bei remarked. Sister Xue, we haven't contributed much, and yet you've divided 200 experience points with us. Now, Xiao Yu is level 3 and feels quite satisfied. Indeed, we shall forego the equipment. Having spent considerable time with these two in her previous life, Ling Xue was well acquainted with their characters. If you wish to keep them, then so be it. There is also DeLong and the others to consider. Once your levels rise and you are equipped, there will be times when I require your assistance. What she referred to was, of course, the endeavor of defeating elite monsters beyond their current level. After all, she and Meng were ahead in levels, making it impossible to spawn elite monsters while farming. Although they were formidable, they could not remain in the monster zones to contend with the guilds for elite spawns, as they too needed to level up. The only solution was to cultivate Su Yu's team to farm monsters at their level, and ideally, to challenge monsters beyond their tier for better drops. In truth, Su Bai and Xiao Bei also harbored similar aspirations. Their team had farmed for over 4 hours today, with each member receiving only one piece of equipment. The drop rate in the realm of awakening was indeed disheartening. As for purchasing equipment, one had just graduated from high school while the other was a university student, making it financially unfeasible. Xiao Bei said, "Then, Sister Xue, we shall accept this. If you require our team for anything, just send a private message to Xiao Yu." Li Fan handed the 4 white items to the two of them. "Thank you, Brother Demeng," came a melodious and bright voice. One could not deny the emotional value that Su Yu provided, which Li Fan found quite gratifying. They then made their way towards the area of the Tier 2 angle-toothed turtle beasts. The members of the Red Flower Society dared to bully Sister Ling. They would certainly pay for it. "Wait, Sister Ling, aren't we headed to the Tier 2 monster zone?" "Yes, but come here first," Ling Xue beckoned. Li Fan was somewhat puzzled. Equip the elite wolf staff, and there is a small lock in the upper right corner. Click on it. He complied with her instructions. Immediately, a notification appeared before him. "Would you like to lock the equipment?" Note: once locked, the equipment cannot be traded or destroyed. Unlocking requires 24 hours. Confirm. He felt somewhat helpless. Sister Ling was worried he might sell the equipment. Was he really that kind of person? All right, now use the beginner intelligence attack skill book. To be honest, Li Fan found himself in a dilemma. Just moments ago, Brother Huang from the Starry Guild had seen the information about the skill book in the public channel and messaged him privately, inquiring if he wanted to sell the skill book and staff. The staff was manageable, as its special attributes leaned towards the priest class, making it hard to sell. However, the skill book was offered at 400,000, with the possibility of further negotiation. No matter how significant the realm was, to him, it was merely a game. Moreover, his magic attack was already sufficient at 156. "Sister Ling, should I use the skill book later?" "No way." Ling Xue's attitude was resolute. Equipment could be exchanged later, but if they missed the skill book, there was no guarantee it would drop before entering the frontier city. She was concerned Li Fan might be swayed by greed. The two of them had already agreed that any means to enhance their strength should be prioritized. Li Fan clicked to use it. The moment the passive skill, Beginner Intelligence Attack, appeared on his panel, he felt a pang of loss. 400,000 gone. And what about the copper coins you just picked up? "Sister Ling, come on, not the copper coins too?" The 8th level requires a vast amount of copper coins for equipment refinement, which are hard to gather. Give them to me now, and later I'll exchange some gear for you to sell, and you can still make a profit. All right then. After receiving over 200 copper coins, Ling Xue shook her head. This guy was as greedy as ever. Should I just tell him about the attributes and panels in the realm of awakening, as well as the demonic creatures? Perhaps he would be more agreeable then. After careful consideration, she ultimately decided against it. Su Yu ran over and said, "Brother Demeng, Sister Xue is looking out for you. With good gear and skills, our strength will grow. Once our strength increases, just like today, we can easily tackle the elite wind wolves. Acquiring equipment and copper coins will be effortless." Xiao Yu had a point. Previously at level 1, he primarily farmed copper coins and a few low-level white gear. Now, he could farm 100,000 in a single night, something he had never dared to imagine before. This little girl had quite the insight. Li Fan suddenly felt enlightened. "Let us go and deal with the Red Flower Society members." The players from the Red Flower Society in the first and second monster zones would be in for a rough time. They had been farming monsters comfortably, relying on the shade of a large tree. Unexpectedly, the ruthless killer posed an immediate inquiry about their withdrawal from the guild. How could one retreat amid such fervent engagement? Without hesitation, the adversaries launched their assault. Despite the valiant resistance from dozens of members who banded together to defend their territory, their efforts proved futile, as they were unable to inflict significant damage, ultimately failing to even breach the protective barriers. Naturally, other guilds refrained from intervening, lacking both the motivation and the capability to do so. In fact, some guilds seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the Red Flower Society's momentary absence to claim their territory, reveling in their newfound advantage. I must inform you that today's events serve as a lesson for the Red Flower Society, should they wish to engage in battle. I'm always ready to oblige. Upon hearing this news, the young Xiaoxian, who had just emerged from the shadows, nearly fainted. How audacious! I did not seek out that woman, yet she dared to approach me. This slight cannot go unaddressed. Chapter 43. The Misfortunate Red Flower Society. Thus, he sought out Black Feather and the irreplaceable major guilds, hoping to unite against Ling Xue and Li Fan. Even if they were unable to defeat them, they would at least cause some disturbance. After all, if they provoked the Red Flower Society, there would be no room for them to grind for experience. However, he was completely unprepared for the fact that those guilds outright rejected him, with Black Feather being no exception. It was ludicrous to provoke those two assassins at such a critical time. How could they possibly develop? They would fall far behind the other guilds. Only a fool would proceed. Enraged, Ye Xiaoxian lashed out again, cursing, stating that they were all a bunch of cowards, none of whom had any courage. He also made a mental note of the Black Tiger, vowing that one day they would all regret their decision. If they chose not to participate, then so be it. The Red Flower Society had had enough. Several hours later, members of the Red Flower Society emerged from the small black room one after another. Ye Xiaoxian received word that the fried little cutie and several others were grinding monsters in the level 3 Windwolf area. He promptly dispatched several groups of mages with the intent to interfere. If they did not wish to grind, then let none of them grind. However, he believed that as long as they did not engage in combat or provoke them, there should be no significant issues. Little did he know that Ling Xue possessed a second set of agile equipment. Chasing them was as easy as child's play, and with the addition of shadow, escape was impossible. Fortunately, Ye Xiaoxian did not go himself. Otherwise, he would have faced the same fate again. The opposing side took action. Naturally, Ling Xue would not let them off the hook. Alongside Li Fan, they immediately returned to their city, starting from the level 1 monster area outside the novice village. They thoroughly cleared out the members of the Red Flower Society. The Red Flower Society, particularly those mid to high-level players who did not work for wages, found their hard-earned experience points reset to 0. Who could endure such a loss? The players from the novice village of 9,937, especially the casual gamers, were finally witnessing someone dealing with this group of bullies. They reveled in the drama, continuously fanning the flames in the public channel. Ye Xiaoxian, can you really endure this? Rally the troops quickly. Ye is definitely unable to tolerate this. He has already gathered 1,000 people and will soon strike. Ye, call on me. I only need 1,000 to enter the small black room swiftly. Come on. Are you underestimating Ye? He can easily invest 1 million to acquire all the best equipment in the entire region and take them down. Yeah, Fried, you're indeed targeting the soft ones. You've chosen correctly. Seeing the messages, Ye Xiaoxian's fury ignited. He intended to send more people, but others quickly intervened. Boss, we really can't provoke those 2 assassins any further. Half of the mid to high-level players above level 2 have already departed. If this continues, we will lose our monster points. Without monster points, the guild cannot develop, and the remaining members will leave as well. They are nothing but a bunch of grind hunters. They run away at the slightest hint of danger. How very commendable. And that wretched woman is truly bullying us. Boss, was the Black Tiger also previously bullied? If Black Feather could endure it, so can we. Indeed, boss, those 2 are merely slightly higher in level and better equipped. Once we reach levels 3, 4, and 5, We will surely be able to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Xiao Xian, unable to comprehend, abandoned the situation to them and logged off directly. Convey the command to everyone. Should that ruthless adversary return, let her strike without retaliation or insults. Those who cannot adhere to this directive shall be expelled from the guild. Understood. Oh, Brother Demeng, you are truly magnificent. I do not exaggerate. Even the members of the Red Flower Society cannot contend with me when I stand my ground. Su Suyu possesses a remarkable ability to deliver flattery with sincerity, which pleases Li Fan immensely. In the preceding hours, Li Fan and Ling Xue ventured into the realm of level 4 bull monsters, yielding a satisfactory haul of 2 pieces of equipment and over 40 copper coins. However, sporadic members of the Red Flower Society were ambushing Su Suyu and her companions in the level 2 monster zone. Consequently, Ling Xue was compelled to guide Su Suyu and the others to grind at the level 3 Wind Wolf area. Fortunately, the group gradually leveled up to 3 and acquired 2 or 3 pieces of equipment each. After completing the other monster zones, Li Fan and Ling Xue assisted them in attracting some enemies, managing to grind just enough. Brother Demeng, what is your talent? As a priest, how are you so formidable? Before Li Fan could respond, Ling Xue playfully smacked Su Suyu on the head. Mind your own business. Su Suyu pretestit, samwit agriyev. Glancing at Li Fan and Brother Demeng, Ling Xue, I haven't said anything. Talent is crucial, especially in Qinyan City, where one must be wary of not only monsters, but also of potential killers seeking to loot. Understanding one's talent makes confrontations significantly easier, which is one of the primary reasons I insisted Li Fan keep his talent a secret. Ling Xue, I should reach level 6 by tomorrow. I have matters to attend to, so I will log off now and return later. All right. Ling Xue recognized that Li Fan was wearing a helmet and had to return home for important business, so she did not impede him. However, seeing him rush back to town, she suspected he intended to sell equipment. Her instincts proved correct. Upon returning to the city, the Xingqiang Guild was already waiting for him. He had 2 pieces of 8 attribute white equipment dropped by the bull monsters and 1 6 attribute piece from the Wind Wolf area, totaling 80,000 in earnings. Satisfied, he logged off. What a delight. In just one afternoon, he earned 80,000. Moreover, he could spend time with family. If only life could persist in such a manner. Yet, Li Fan was acutely aware that most games feature expensive equipment in the early stages, with an abundance of cheaper options in the later stages. It was a pity about my 40,000. What 40,000? Li Ling entered the room. Are you referring to Joy Beans? Is it a holographic game helmet? Are you using it to play Do Diju? Ah, sister, it's game currency. I just had something that could be sold for 40,000 game coins. Li Fan Siga. 40,000 game coins. What could they be worth? Probably around $40. $40? Surely that shouldn't trouble you this much. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. Li Fan Ramarka. Sister, how about we dine out and bring something back for mother? He had just earned 80,000, yet the 40 was still 40,000. He wondered what expression his sister would wear upon hearing that. Having acquired wealth, you still indulge in dining out. Save some for the future and for the prospect of marriage. Our parents and the entire family eagerly anticipate your nuptials and offspring. Li Ling remarked at nearly 30. You ought to know the virtue of frugality. Sister, surely dining at home is acceptable. Furthermore, Mother mentioned that Aunt Yang has already made arrangements for you to visit tomorrow morning, so do prepare yourself well. Since my brother-in-law's family resides nearby, the 2 children have also come over, one in elementary school and the other in kindergarten. The atmosphere at the table has become notably more joyful, and even the mother-in-law appears considerably uplifted. Li Fan relishes this convivial ambience. Although such gatherings are rare, typically, he is away working. He savors these moments. As the clock approached 9, the mother-in-law retired for the night, and Li Ling took the 2 children back home. Why is he still offline? Has he ceased to seek earnings? A WeChat message with an animated avatar pinged. It was from Ling Xue. Just finished up, I'll be online shortly. The pursuit of wealth brings him solace and confidence. Given that the equipment in dire circumstances is valuable, he must seize the moment. Ling Xue gathered a few individuals in the Barbarian Bull region. Su Suyu expressed her apprehension. Sister Xue, are we truly expected to tackle the Barbarian Bull monsters? But we can barely manage the Wind Wolves. Chapter 44. The strategy against the ferocious bull Ling Xue reassured. Do not worry. Soon, Demeng and I will eliminate every excess ferocious bull in the area. You only need to face one. Demeng then began to relay the fundamental data regarding the ferocious bull. Unlike Susuyu, both De Long and Hua Luo Ji Duo were filled with excitement at the prospect of confronting the ferocious bull. According to the experience rules in the game realm, the total experience gained from slaying 3 level 3 wind wolves amounted to 16. Thus, the ferocious bull, being a level 4 creature, should yield 32 experience points. Divided among them, that equates to 8 points per person, akin to defeating 2 wind wolves or 4 horned turtles, with the most enticing aspect being the equipment drops. The higher the monster's level, the superior the attributes of the equipment it drops. Li Fan nodded and stated, the level 4 ferocious bull has an attack of 80, agility of 30, health of 600, physical defense of 40, and magical defense of 25. Its first skill is Bull Charge, which affects the area directly in front of the bull, dealing 106 damage without defense. The second skill, Ground Stomp, has a larger radius, approximately 7 units. The more ferocious bulls present, the wider the stomp area will become. However, since we will only engage one, such a scenario is unlikely. With a damage output of 113 without defense, Susuyu and the others quickly contemplated before engaging in discussion. De Long, who was tasked with absorbing damage, spoke first. My defense stands at 22, health at 270, and my talent provides damage reduction. The first skill from a level 4 monster causes 42 damage, while the second skill inflicts 46 damage. Susuyu responded, Brother De Long, I currently possess a level 2 healing skill, capable of restoring around 52 health. Player Hua Luo Ji Duo added, my skill damage should be around 76, but my health is low, making it difficult for me to endure damage. Little A Bai chimed in, my talent grants me a damage bonus. The monster's attack should be around 35. De Long continued, in that case, I will take the lead in the fray to ensure stability. After I absorb the initial wave of damage, Xiao, you can cast healing on me. Then Hua Luo will engage, and Little Abai will deal damage. Following that, I will taunt the ferocious bull when it uses its second skill. Successfully interrupting it would be ideal, but if we fail, we can discuss our next steps. Ling Xue acknowledged the strength of Susuyu's team. Otherwise, they would not have progressed so far together in their previous life. Li Fan was the first to enter the monster zone, casting a healing shield to draw the monster's attention and absorb damage. Ling Xue swiftly entered the fray, unleashing 2 normal attacks to slay one, then executing a heavy strike with the elite white sword, swiftly dispatching another. It must be said that the high level of the monsters resulted in generous loot drops. From the 2 creatures, he obtained 2 copper coins and around 400 currency, equivalent to what an ordinary person would earn in 2 or 3 days of work. Quite a lucrative endeavor indeed. Li Fan now hoped that the novice phase in the game realm would linger a bit longer, allowing him to accumulate more wealth. Susuyu and the others watched in awe. Sister Xue, Brother Demeng, you are truly impressive. Enough boasting. Ling Xue replied. Quickly, let's proceed to hunt more monsters. Though her words were stern, should Susuyu's team falter, or if any tactical issues arose, she would undoubtedly intervene at once to eliminate the level 4 ferocious bull. The mechanics of the game realm differ. The team's level is not calculated based on the average level, but rather according to the highest level player in the group. Therefore, even though Li Fan served as a support role, he could not join their team, as it would render the endeavor against the level 4 ferocious bull meaningless. After all, Ling Xue aimed to achieve an elite kill. A damage of -42 emanated from the head of the dragon. Hua Luo and Xiao Bai entered the fray, dealing 35 and 77 points of damage respectively. The level 4 Minotaur prepared to unleash its ground stomp, but the dragon's taunt interrupted it perfectly, allowing for another round of output. Xiao Bai retreat. As the taunt ended, the Minotaur was about to charge. Player Hua Luo, relying on high agility, rolled behind the Minotaur to evade damage and continued to deal damage. Li Fan could not help but exclaim, there's indeed a distinction between players. The finesse of Hua Luo's maneuver and the timing he executed are unmatched. The Minotaur's health quickly plummeted below 300. However, during the second ground stomp, the dragon could not evade. Everyone retreat. Ling Xue noticed the minotaurs in other areas were becoming restless and quickly cautioned. Su Yu and the others were puzzled, but withdrew from the battle nonetheless. Sister Xue, that monster's health is nearly depleted. Why should we stop? Li Fan, however, understood. Xiao Yu observed the surrounding minotaurs. Their eyes have turned red. If this minotaur falls, it is likely to launch an attack on you. Brother Deming, can it attack from such a distance? Li Fan explained. The minotaur's ground stomp can resonate, causing damage over a wider area. Deming concurred, stating that even he and Li Fan had previously hesitated to farm minotaurs. Ling Xue nodded and said, "You are currently outside the monster zone. Deming and I will first eliminate the minotaurs in the surrounding area, reducing the resonance of the ground stomp considerably. Xiao Yu, keep an eye on the respawn timer." Understood. Li Fan and Ling Xue sprang into action. They had farmed these minotaurs hundreds of times and were exceedingly familiar with the process. In just 5 minutes, they had reduced the surrounding minotaurs to 1 each. Su Yu and her team re-engaged, and with their previous experience, they found it easier this time. Before long, they successfully defeated a level 4 minotaur, earning a generous 8 experience points. Their first victory against a higher-level monster exhilarated them. They were immensely grateful to Ling Xue. Without her, they would have been at a loss on how long it would take to reach level 2, let alone tackle level 4 monsters. Time is short. Quickly kill the remaining 2. Got it. They completed the task just before respawn. Ling Xue was quite satisfied. Their coordination was impeccable, and their skills were employed adeptly. Level 4 monsters were merely the beginning. If the experiment proved successful, there would be level 5 and level 6 monsters in the future. The minotaurs had all respawned. In this round, Li Fan and Ling Xue farmed 5 monster points, leaving 1 at each location. Meanwhile, Su Yu's team also sprang into action, striving to eliminate the one left behind by the duo. The experience of farming monsters was utterly delightful. Currently, only a handful of top players, such as those from the Xingqian Guild and Heiyu Guild, were at level 4, totaling no more than a dozen. At this rate, it would take them hardly 1 or 2 hours to reach level 4, surpassing 90 of the players in the 9,937 novice village. It must be said that the drop rate for level 4 items when tackling level 3 monsters is indeed remarkable. Just after defeating the 6th creature, Su Yu and her companions obtained a 7 attribute shoulder piece, boasting strength and agility attributes, which was allocated to the character flower Falling knows how many. How I wish I could possess their fortune. No sooner had Li Fan spoken than a radiant white light emanated from the slain bull monster. Bull monster staff, white. Intelligence 5, Constitution 3. Although the market value of the equipment has slightly decreased, it remains an 8 attribute staff. The difficulty of obtaining such a weapon is second only to that of clothing. This round alone will surely yield at least 30,000. With 1 piece of equipment every half hour, it seems today is quite fortuitous. Li Fan was leisurely enjoying the moment when he was called by Ling Xue. Chapter 45. The elite bull demon Ling Xue remarked, "Deming, please hand this weapon to Xiao Yu. Her current weapon is merely novice equipment." Susuyuri Blade, Sister Xue, the novice weapon is sufficient for me. As a priest, using such superior gear would be a waste. The equipment from Juejing was exorbitantly priced. When Ling Xue had distributed several white pieces of equipment to them earlier, she had nearly transformed into a little fangirl. Now, with another staff in her possession, she felt it was inappropriate to keep it. "You take it," Ling Xue insisted. She continued, "Deming, any white equipment with 8 attributes that we acquire should be given to them. From now on, all white equipment dropped by elites will belong to you." Li Fan readily agreed, recognizing that if Ling Xue's experiment was successful, they would have a stable source of elite monsters each day. Moreover, the elites typically dropped 4 or 5 pieces of white equipment. It seemed as though Ling Jie was taking good care of him. Su Yu and the others had been guided by Ling Xue every step of the way, from drawing monsters for leveling up to equipping them. Thus they had no objections. Within 10 minutes, they coordinated their efforts at 5 monster locations, growing increasingly adept. Particularly, Su Yu and her companions had improved their efficiency significantly, reducing the time taken to defeat 1 monster from 2 minutes to approximately 1.5 minutes. With ample time at their disposal, Ling Xue had no intention of increasing the number of monsters. Based on the reactions of the level 4 bull demons, the current quantity was just right. Any increase could lead to a resonance upon stepping on the ground, potentially sweeping Su Su Yu and her companions away into hours of wasted time in a dark room. At level 4 monster points, Su Su Yu's team, now at level 3, could fully benefit from the experience of 32 monsters. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Su Su Yu and Xiao Bai were the first to reach level 4, followed by DeLong and Hua Luo Ji Duo, who also ascended to level 4, eliminating the need for battling higher-level monsters. The elite had yet to appear, leaving Ling Xue with a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, the others, wearing their game helmets, were fatigued from a full day of play and prepared to log off for some rest. Just as the last wave of monsters was nearing completion, a colossal figure materialized in the arena. Bull Demon Elite, level 4 attack, 160 agility, 50 health, 3200 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 30 skills. Power charge white. The Bull Demon Elite charges forward, inflicting 51.2 attack damage on all targets within a wide radius and applying Bull Fury. Unstoppable force white. The Bull Demon Elite strikes the ground heavily, causing tremors that deal 51.2 attack damage to all players within the Bull Demon territory. Bull Roar Blue. The Bull Demon Elite lets out a mighty roar, summoning Bull Fury. Players affected by Bull Fury will be rendered dizzy for 5 seconds, taking 10.05 attack damage per second. For each target that perishes, the Bull Demon regains 200 health and 20 attack. It has spawned. The Bull Demon Elite has finally appeared. Both Su Su Yu's group and Li Fan and Ling Xue were filled with excitement. Xiao Yu, you and your companions should withdraw from the combat area. The equipment levels are not yet established, and the Bull Demon Elite's high attack of 160 could easily take down several of you in one strike. Understood. Su Su Yu and her companions retreated to the side. DeLong spoke. Sister Ling, brother to Ming, I have just leveled up to 4 and acquired 2 additional pieces of equipment. My health now stands at 410, with a physical defense of 36. Coupled with my talent that reduces damage taken, do you think I could join your team for a trial? When he initially selected this profession, it was with the intent of experiencing tanking and battling bosses. Unfortunately, the game's elite opponents were quite formidable, and with his inadequate level and equipment, he was on the verge of giving up. Fortunately, he encountered Sister Ling, and his health surpassed the critical threshold of 400. Before him stood an elite foe, igniting a yearning to engage. Ling Xue was familiar with DeLong's talents, which boasted a green damage reduction of 50%. The elite Bullman dealt approximately 103 damage with its first 2 skills. With Li Fan, the Great Priest, present, there was no cause for concern, as someone drew the aggro. She could focus on dealing damage. Player DeLong joins the team. He promptly cast a healing shield upon DeLong. The tank DeLong entered the fray. The elite Bullman unleashed a powerful charge, bestowing a layer of might upon itself. -0, -103. DeLong was astonished. The Bullman's skill damage failed to breach the shield, indicating the potency of Demeng's healing spell. Li Fan was equally taken aback. After switching gear, his healing capacity hovered around 258, while the level 3 healing shield equated to approximately 181. Yet DeLong had only sustained 103 damage, clearly indicating that the opponent's talents were formidable as well. Ling Xue swiftly entered the battlefield, inflicting 213 damage, and executed a level 3 basic strike. -446, -183. The explosive damage caused the elite Bullman to lose a quarter of its health instantly. However, this also drew the creature's attention towards her. The elite Bullman then turned to assault Ling Xue, preparing to deliver a ground-shattering blow with unstoppable force. Desiring to unleash another skill, player DeLong intervened with a taunt, drawing the aggro back once more. -50, -74, -124. The elite Bullman's basic attacks rained down upon player DeLong, resulting in successive damage. The healing shield had just shattered when a green light enveloped DeLong, restoring him to full health and granting another healing shield. Such healing power and protective shield felt exquisite. In that moment, DeLong felt extraordinarily powerful, confident that he could withstand another elite's onslaught. Minus 338 Ling Xue struck repeatedly, her damage output soaring. With DeLong present, she would have previously distanced herself to wait for her skills to cool down. As the taunt faded, the elite bullman seemed provoked and let out a deafening roar. DeLong was stunned, suffering continuous damage. Although Ling Xue was not stunned, her equipment was focused on physical strength, and her agility skills had yet to be stacked, leaving her unprepared to react. She endured a brutal two-hit combo from the elite bullman. Minus 209, minus 209, her health plummeted below 100, just as the elite bullman's ordinary attack was about to land. Fortunately, Li Fan had no such might. A green light descended upon Ling Xue first. You received a basic healing from a teammate. Health 258. You gained the healing shield effect. -0. Minus 127. Ling Xue exhaled in relief. The distance just mentioned was approximately the maximum range for the priest's healing abilities. It seems that Demeng's basic healing skill has significantly improved, albeit with a hint of greed. Confronted by the elite bullman, she proved to be rather fragile. Thus, she opted not to pursue further aggression and instead distanced herself from the foe. However, the elite bullman, exhibiting greater agility, easily closed the gap, inflicting damage exceeding 100 points. Fortunately, Li Fan's continuous healing allowed her to gradually restore her health to full capacity. With a combination of Shadow, Slash, Basic Strike, and Elite White Sword's secondary damage, she unleashed a remarkable total of 840 points of damage. Yet, being so close also subjected her to 2 substantial hits. Ling Xue, I am here to assist you. DeLong, having regained consciousness from his stupor and possessing damage reduction abilities, remained in a healthy state. He executed a basic taunt, drawing the monster's attention back. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Xue unleashed 2 basic attacks. Chapter 46. Basic Blood Shield Skill Book. After Li Fan healed her to full health, he directed his skills towards the Great Dragon. One must admit, the shield tank is indeed formidable. Thick-skinned and resilient, it also possesses the ability to taunt. Engaging with this level 4 elite became significantly easier. Once the taunt concluded, the elite bull once again unleashed its powerful charge. Both players were momentarily dazed and suffered continuous damage. Fortunately, the aggro remained on the Great Dragon. Minus 103, minus 103, minus 27, minus 27,258. Even amidst the relentless barrage of skills and the ongoing damage from the bull's charge, Li Fan felt no pressure. Once his skills were off cooldown, the awakened Ling Xue unleashed another series of attacks. At this juncture, the elite bull's health had dwindled to mere hundreds. The aggro was redirected. Ling Xue, braving the damage, continued with her basic attacks and ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the elite bull. Your teammate has slain the level 4 elite bull. You have gained 500 experience. You have acquired 20 mana. 20 mana. Wait, what is happening? Li Fan opened his panel and saw that his basic magic attack was now at 20-30, 2/3 of the way complete. He was immediately ecstatic. It turned out that the tenfold proficiency due to his exceptional insight could also apply to passive skills. This meant that if he defeated one more creature, he would reach the maximum. His joy was not yet over, as he continued to hear system notifications. Congratulations to the team of Deep Fried Cutie for overcoming numerous challenges and finally slaying the level 4 elite bull, receiving substantial rewards. Super lucky! The team of Deep Fried Cutie has obtained the ultra-rare equipment, Elite Bull Gauntlets Blue. Let's congratulate them. Elite Bull Gauntlets Blue. Intelligence 9, Constitution 7, Special Attribute. Skill Casting Range 5, Ultra Rare. Usable by range classes only. Fortune continues. The team of Deep Fried Cutie has also acquired the Basic Blood Shield Skill Book. Basic Blood Shield Skill Book. Class requirement. None upon comprehension. Grants the passive skill Basic Blood Shield. Slaying an elite creature at least 2 levels below oneself grants 15 health, while defeating a boss grants 30 health, with a maximum limit of 300 points. Note, once the health limit is reached, a passive effect granting a 10 health boost is activated. Fortune continues. The team of deep-fried cutie has received the Elite Bull Helmet Blue. Elite Bull Helmet Blue, Strength 10 Agility, 7 Health 90 Description. A comprehensive enhancement of strength, agility, and health, making it an excellent choice for Warrior Shield tank players. Source: the first Elite Bull in the 9937 Novice Village. The cascade of messages flooded the screen, nearly overwhelming the entire 9937 Novice Village. It is essential to note that just this afternoon, the public channel had reported Deep-Fried Cutie defeating a Level 3 Elite Wolf, yielding rare equipment and skills. And now, another triumph in the evening. Cheater, absolutely a cheater. Seriously, how is this not being banned? Can this even be played? This wretched game. You might as well let everything be selected through deep frying. I can't take it anymore. Is there any remedy for my red eyes? They are practically about to burst. Damn it, brother, let us report this. Cheating leads to disaster for the entire family. Ling Xue was equally unable to contain her excitement. It truly happened. The elite barbarian bull indeed dropped a basic skill book. This confirmed her earlier conjecture. Before Li Fan even began to collect the items, his friend notifications kept buzzing. Huang Xing and Yin Hu from the Starry Guild insisted he must sell something to them. If the elite bull gloves dropped, they would pay any price. Sister Ling, I don't think these elite bull gloves are that impressive, Li Fan remarked. Huang Xing and his companions offered 500,000. They asked if I would sell. 500,000. The eyes of Su Yu and others widened in astonishment. They were aware of the value of the equipment, but had never anticipated it to be worth so much. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue wasted no time and quickly stashed away 2 pieces of blue gear. This granted a skill release distance of 5, which, even in the early Rock City, could be considered as top-notch gear. It was something rare and precious. One must understand that a mage's and priest's initial skill release distance is roughly around 3. With increased skill proficiency, a fully leveled basic skill peaks at about 8. However, a release distance of 5 nearly doubles that. If the opponent is a warrior, a player adept at distance control could easily pull the warrior to their demise without giving them a chance to strike back. Demeng, you better dismiss those thoughts. Otherwise, be wary of my wrath. Allowing you to sell white gear is already a significant concession. Even if you replace the blue gear, it can serve as synthesis material for blue spiritual artifacts. Despite the affluent start of this life, I will not permit wastefulness. If my family hadn't frozen my payment card, I would have gladly thrown 2 million at this fellow. Li Fan scratched his head and chuckled. Sister Ling, I merely mentioned it casually. Such a rare attribute. I've never seen it before. I just wanted to inquire about its nature. Ling Xue replied. The attribute lives up to its name, exceedingly rare. Even after defeating 100 elites, we may not encounter another attribute of such rarity. Here, wear it like a staff, and unlock it. Li Fan responded, Sister Ling, truly no need. I, Demeng, am a person of principles. Selling white gear is sufficient. As for the blue gear, I will absolutely not part with it without your permission. That is for the best. Ling Xue said with satisfaction upon seeing Li Fan lock the gear. Li Fan felt somewhat helpless as he handed the skill book to Ling Xue. You forgot to pick up this skill book. Ling Xue inquired. Aren't you going to learn it? Li Fan replied. I've allocated all my points into durability. I'm quite sturdy. You require melee output. So having a bit more health increases your margin for error, lest I be unable to heal you in time. I'll learn the second one when it drops. Ling Xue looked at Li Fan, feeling a touch moved that he was considering her needs. Despite her high output, she was indeed fragile and required that skill book. In passing, 300 copper coins were traded. Li Fan glanced at several pieces of white equipment and noticed a particular garment with 8 attributes, suitable for agility and physique. DeLong, you have indeed labored in this battle. This attire is just right for you. Come over and we shall trade. Liter tunique physique 5, agility 3. Will you give it to me? DeLong replied, Brother Demeng, there is no need. We agreed beforehand that I would merely assist. Ling Xue interjected DeLong. This clothing is indeed fitting for you. Demeng is offering it to you. Accept it. Should you wish to tackle elite opponents in the future, it will certainly enhance your resilience. DeLong's talent as a shield tank was commendable. Although the elite Minotaur could be defeated without him, the process would take considerably longer, primarily due to her fragility. However, With the acquisition of this basic Blood Shield skill book, the situation would undoubtedly improve once fully stacked. Time passed swiftly, and it was nearly midnight. Sister Ling, I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I will also prepare to log off. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who had yet to return to the city, remarked, Brother Demeng, both DeLong and the others have logged off. I too am preparing to sleep. Do keep Sister Xue company for a while longer. Chapter 47. The auction begins. The auction commenced, but Sister Xue could not tackle the monsters alone. What does it mean to accompany? Ling Xue inquired. Demeng, has your grandfather's condition worsened? No, it is something else. He, Demeng. Are you meeting with some young lady? Su Yu frequently conversed with Ling Xue and had a vague understanding of Li Fan's situation. It's not exactly a date, but it could be considered one. My family has arranged for me to meet someone tomorrow. What does she look like? Demeng, could you send me a picture? Su Yu seemed to possess an immense enthusiasm for anything that piqued her interest. Ling Xue furrowed her brow, placing a hand on her little head. Aren't you supposed to log off and sleep? Hurry back to the city. In the realm of Dreamland, players must log off in a safe zone. Otherwise, if they log off in the wild, they will respawn randomly. And if they land amidst monsters, it could spell disaster. Sister Xue, Demeng, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ling Xue glanced at Li Fan and said, for a blind date, there's no need to sleep so early. It's almost midnight. Come with me to the level 3 Wind Wolves. The organized guild resembled a well-oiled machine. Hundreds of players surrounded a mere 20 or so individuals for development. Their leveling speed was not significantly inferior. On the leaderboard, aside from her and Li Fan, who were at level 5, all others in the top 30 were at level 4. The top 100 had no visible presence of level 2 players. System announcement. On the 5th day of the server, the auction house officially opens. Players can spend a certain amount of copper coins to list items for a limited time, allowing other players to compete. Once the time ends, if players agree to the trade, the highest bidder will acquire the item. Note, the system will deduct a 5% transaction fee. Li Fan took notice of the notification and clicked to enter the auction house, which at first contained no items. He reviewed the listing rules. The fee for white items was 5 copper coins, blue items 10 copper coins, and green items 20 copper coins. On the 5th day since the server opened, Ling Xue felt quite satisfied with the current leveling pace. Her stats were nearing those of her level 15 character from her past life. Not to mention, she had 2 beginner passive skills that, once fully stacked, would further enhance her prowess. Before long, the two arrived at the monster spawn point for the level 3 Wind Wolves. The locations had already been claimed by guild members, with the Xingqian Guild among them, boasting the fastest development, having 6 players at level 4. In terms of skilled players, their strength surpassed that of the Black Feather Guild. They occupied 3 points, one of which had been ceded to them by Su Yu in the afternoon. In Village 9937, whether among guild players or casual gamers, it was well known that Su Yu was a formidable figure, and thus no one dared to challenge her. Upon the arrival of the Killing God, many guilds slowed their monster farming pace, particularly the players from the Red Flower Guild, who were fearful that Ling Xue might descend upon them with a flurry of attacks. Fortunately, she did not, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. In the realm of dreams, observe how others tirelessly strive to level up even in the late hours. Unlike you, if you had not dallied, we might already have reached level 7 by now. He, too, is diligently farming and selling equipment. Li Fan remarked, Sister Ling, leveling too swiftly can be detrimental. One must refrain from excessively defeating elite monsters. In the game of Jiu-edging, surpassing elite creatures by 2 levels results in no further item drops. Naturally, this is why Ling Xue subconsciously chooses to grind levels during the night. Zhanggu cleared a monster spawn point. Fried Big Shot, Brother Demeng, this is your spot. Why not grind for a while? His tone was one of polite request, intended to showcase their prowess to other guilds. See, this spawn point belongs to Fried Big Shot. If you wish to contest it, feel free to try. Ling Xue found the Xingqian Guild somewhat agreeable, and thus approached the monster spawn. Meanwhile, Li Fan initiated a trade with Zhanggu. She shook her head, initially thinking this fellow had changed, only to realize her mistake and pretended not to notice. Sister Ling, are we not grinding for experience? Should we not defeat some monsters? He was merely 80 experience points shy of leveling up. If an elite were to appear and he leveled up unexpectedly, it would be quite a loss. No witties. I'll draw the monsters while you practice your skill proficiency. That works. The Wind Wolf monsters posed a high threat to other players, but for Li Fan and Ling Xue, they were merely a trifling annoyance. After defeating 3 other monsters, Ling Xue intentionally left one alive to attract the creatures. Li Fan then continuously cast his basic healing spell. According to his past experiences, he had prepared for an hour-long battle. However, to his astonishment, a level 3 elite monster respawned in the center of the area merely 20 minutes later. Towering nearly 4 meters, it let out a mighty roar, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet in the next moment, a female warrior swiftly approached, her sword striking its vital artery. "Boss, the elite has spawned. Shall we engage?" "Engage? Are you foolish? Did you not see that the other guilds have not moved an inch? That is an elite. Are we to let them simply collect the spoils? If you're so capable, you go ahead, but do not involve the guild. That creature holds grudges. Just look at the examples of the Longshome Mages and the Honghua Guild. For our small guild, successfully farming even a few monsters is commendable. Everyone, remain calm. Do not rush in. Have you not noticed that the Black Feather Guild has not stirred? Let us continue to farm monsters diligently. I hope these 2 killing machines level up to 6 soon. Brother, what is there to discuss? Do you not know? In Jiuejing, exceeding 2 levels means no item drops. I see now. A few level 2 players, witnessing the scene in the level 3 monster zone, were left in disbelief. Are these guilds truly blind? An elite has spawned. It's those guilds that usually contest their spots. Indeed, they were all characters who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. They still wished to take advantage of the chaos, yet they did not want to defend themselves, slowly inching closer to the elite, preparing to steal the kill with a surprise attack. Ling Xue scoffed coldly and directly dashed towards these individuals. A few swift strikes from her sword soon followed. The elite Wind Wolf's recovery of a few hundred health points was of no concern. Ling Xue returned to the center. In mere moments, the health regained by the elite Wind Wolf was swiftly diminished. With a thunderous roar, all Wind Wolves in the vicinity respawned, serving as a small boon for those engaged in monster hunting. A few minutes later, the Wind Wolves were dispatched, and almost simultaneously, the elite Wind Wolf's health reached 0. Your teammate has slain a level 3 Wind Wolf. You have gained 100 experience points. You have ascended to level 6. You have acquired 5 free attribute points. You have received 10 mana. Your basic magical attack skill is now maxed out, granting you a 10 mana bonus. Chapter 48. The blind date that ended before it began dreaming of 3,000 occupation. Priest level, 6 attack, 0 agility, 16 health, 720 mana, 235 blue value, 930 physical defense, 62 magical defense, 91 talent, heavenly assistance, purple tank support, exceptional insight purple skills, basic healing white, LV4. 4,000, 335,000 after a chant of 3 seconds. Consumes 10 blue value, restoring 40 mana 1 health to the target unit. Healing Shield Blue. LV3, 3,705,000 a passive skill that consumes an additional 10 blue value when triggered while casting healing skills, granting the target a shield worth 70% of the healing amount for 6 seconds. Basic magic attack skill book, mana 30. Total mana 10, Elite Wolf Staff Blue, Intelligence 9, Constitution 9, Healing Effect 20, Horned Helmet White, Intelligence 5, Constitution 3, Wind Wolf Pauldrons White, Intelligence 5, Constitution 3, Novice Robe White, Constitution 6, Agility 3, Health 50, Leather Trousers White, Intelligence 5, Constitution 3, Elite Cow Gauntlets Blue, Intelligence 9, Constitution 7. Skill Casting Distance 5, Wind Wolf Boots White. Intelligence 4, Constitution 3. It seemed that luck had been exhausted. This time, there were no blue items and no skill books. Only a few white items and some copper coins. Ling Xue was too apathetic to take a closer look. Li Fan, however, eagerly took the opportunity to gather the spoils. As every bit counted, Battle Song was the first to rush over. The 4 white items were unimpressive, the best having only 7 attributes. Yet there was a piece of clothing worth 90,000 bundled together. Both parties were quite satisfied with the trade. Sister Ling, it's about time. I need to log off. All right, let's head back to town. See you tomorrow. Li Fan removed his helmet and quickly took out his phone, noticing 2 transactions had arrived, nearly 200,000, along with his afternoon earnings, totaling an impressive 300,000. Gazing at the balance in his bank account, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. After years of hard work, he had never earned so much in a single day. Who could he possibly discuss this with? In the novice village of 9937, Ling Xue returned but did not log off. Instead, she headed straight to the long-eared rabbit monster area, naturally seeking out the Red Flower Society. To deal with such guilds, one must overpower them. Even in the early hours, several thousand players remained. Upon seeing the god of death approach, the players in the long-eared rabbit area instinctively paused. The Red Flower Society is in for a tough time. Why did they provoke him of all people? They thought the god of death could be bullied like ordinary players. Well done, deep-fried boss. However, the members of the Red Flower Society simply dispersed. They neither fought nor insulted, merely observing in silence. Even when pursued, they did not retaliate, which was rather dull. After sending 2 or 3 into the small black room, Ling Xue departed from the long-eared rabbit area. Chun, this woman is alone. We should be able to handle her. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what the management said? No resistance, no insults. Did you not notice she has only been here for a brief moment? If you take action, the god of death will take an interest. After the god of death leaves, the Red Flower Society continues to grind monsters as if nothing happened. The same goes for the second-level angle-toothed monster area. This leaves Ling Xue quite bored. She has plenty of time and had originally intended to play with the Red Flower Society all night, but who knew they would be so cowardly? In her helplessness, she borrowed 2 priests and a shield tank from the Starry Sky Guild and began to hone her skills in the level 4 barbarian bull monster area. In the early morning, Li Fan had just awakened from his slumber when he heard his sister cursing angrily. Sister, what has happened so early? Your blind date has fallen through. Li Ling took a sip of water and continued. Last night, I don't know which big mouth went to the girl's side and spread rumors, saying you have no car, that your house was bought with borrowed money, and that you have several elderly family members who are on the brink of starvation. This morning, Aunt Yang called to say the girl has disappeared. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. If others mind, then let it be. Li Fan replied, Sister, it's fine. I wasn't particularly interested anyway. I plan to go to the county this afternoon to look at cars. Look at cars? Li Ling thought he was reacting to her earlier comments and said, a car is a depreciating asset. Your brother bought one 2 years ago just for commuting, and it costs nearly 20,000 a year. Do you have that much money left? Li Fan replied, Sister, I made a little profit these past few months, so yes. Without a car, it's inconvenient to get around. All right then, let me know if you need any money. Li Ling grew increasingly agitated, especially since they had exchanged photos, and the girl had agreed to meet. She thought there was hope. This is infuriating. She then stormed off to the village to vent her frustrations. On the brink of starvation, eating your food. Who has spreading rumors behind my back with their foul mouths and ill intentions? After finishing breakfast with his mother-in-law, Li Fan donned his helmet and entered the game, as earning money brought him peace of mind, freeing him from worries. In the 9937 novice village, Ling Xue was somewhat surprised to see Li Fan online. Big dream, it's only 8 o'clock. Have you finished everything? The matter she referred to was naturally Li Fan's blind date. Li Fan replied, it fell through. She isn't interested in me. Perhaps thinking of how Li Fan had ample time to play Realm of Dreams, or perhaps for other reasons, Ling Xue felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Big dream. Do not be overly worried. I believe that a day of grinding white gear can yield tens of thousands, right? With more money, things will naturally fall into place. Spend more time in the Realm of Dreams. Li Fan nodded. Sister Ling understood. Where shall we grind monsters? Ling Xue replied, wait a moment. Su and you should be online soon. Today, we'll grind in the level 5 monster area, hunting firebirds. Your novice healing has reached level 4 for 2 days now, and you can spend some time in the Wild Bull Zone, striving to elevate it to the maximum level by 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow, which would yield a significant enhancement. Tomorrow marks the village's Fruit Conqueror event. while the day after will feature the Treasure Conqueror event across 10 villages. She glanced at the leaderboard, noting that 7 or 8 individuals had already attained level 5. Furthermore, during the latter part of the night, several guild members began to congregate in the area of level 4 monsters. However, advancing from level 5 to level 6 necessitates 2,000 experience points. Those guilds can only afford to support 1 or 2 members to have a chance at reaching level 6. With their combined strength, as long as Li Fan is online, there should be no issues. She exited the team and assembled Li Fan, and through a night of diligent effort, her Shadow Stride reached level 1, 5,500, increasing her distance and enhancing her damage to 80. Her Novice Heavy Strike similarly advanced to level 3, 281, 1000, with damage scaling to 24 plus attack multiplied by 1. 2. This can be considered a substantial improvement. Chapter 49. Strategy for the Flame Bird. After approximately half an hour, Su Yu and the others gradually logged in, joining Ling Xue. The game commenced favorably, yielding a piece of equipment with 7 attributes of intelligence and agility. Hey, Demeng, why are you online so early today? Isn't there a matchmaking event? Susu Inuited. Upon hearing this, Xiao, Bai, and Along also expressed their curiosity. Who is going on a blind date? The illustrious Demeng? What happened? It fell through, Li Fan replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, why would I be online so early to grind for equipment? It fell through. Su Yu's large eyes reflected her disappointment. She then turned to Xiao, Bai, Demeng. How about I introduce you to Sister Xiao, Bai? She is kind-hearted, beautiful, and has a lovely voice. Xiao, Bai shot a glare at Su Yu. This little girl certainly dared to say anything. However, aside from being a bit money-minded, Demeng seemed to possess a commendable character. Ling Xue patted Su Yu on the head. It's time to focus on our task. As she led the group forward, she continued. Today we are targeting the level 5 Flame Birds. The Flame Bird possesses 2 skills. One is Flame Shield, which provides damage reduction and reflects a portion of the damage taken. The second is Flame Breath, which inflicts continuous damage. Demeng will disclose the specific statistics of the Flame Bird shortly. Additionally, the territory of the Flame Birds is located at the edge of the Novice Village Plain, adjacent to the Tower Forest, making it quite distant from the Novice Village, over 30 minutes one way. Therefore, exercise caution while hunting. If we end up in the Black Room, it would be a waste of time. The monster zones in the Novice Village do not extend in a straight line, but are scattered in various corners, such as the level 4 Barbarian Bull area. The 6 of them journeyed westward for over 20 minutes before finally arriving at the Flame Bird Zone. DeLong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Ling Xue, the number of monsters seems off. There are only 20. Is there another area for the Flame Birds? Ling Xue shook her head. The group felt that the game, Zhu Jing, was exceedingly harsh. With thousands of players, a monster zone of 40 was acceptable, but at level 5, it had dwindled to half. It was evident that the competition would only intensify as they progressed, and they were fortunate to have aligned themselves with 2 prominent figures. Ling Xue remarked thus, "We must strive to maintain our level advantage to avoid greater competition. Flame Bird, level, 5 mana, 120 agility, 20 health, 1200 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 40 skills. Flame Shield, reduces damage taken by 40 and reflects 30 of the damage mitigated. Flame Breath, unleashes a stream of fire, dealing 12-0. 4 mana damage per second to the target, lasting for 5 seconds. Li Fan utilized the detection skill, bringing the attributes of the Flame Bird into view. Level 5 Flame Bird, magic attack 120, agility 20, health 1200, physical defense 40, magical defense 40. He then reiterated the 2 skills of the Flame Bird. It was a magical attack creature, and this was merely the first one. Sister Ling, brother to Meng. It seems that the damage dealt by this Flame Bird's abilities is rather low. Indeed, the Flame Shield is merely a retaliatory effect, and the second skill, Flame Breath, inflicts a meager 60 damage. How dare they underestimate the Flame Bird? Let us see if they LL still be crying later, except for that freak, Li Fan. Ling Xue remarked, "You perceive its damage as low simply because you're fixated on a singular numerical value. Imagine if Flame Breath could be unleashed continuously. Consider the most resilient dragon, It deals approximately 30 damage per second. If stacked twice, that amounts to 60, thrice to 90, and 4 times to 120. How long can it endure? As for the others, once they are touched, without a healer's timely intervention, they would perish within 2 to 3 seconds. Bye. Exit the team and let the Ming join. They should give a try first. Alright, you have exited the team of Fried Little Cutie. You have entered the team of Su. After a brief discussion on tactics, they decided that the dragon would initiate the encounter. However, it was essential for Li Fan to lead the charge and draw the monsters first. Given that it was their initial attempt, Li Fan cast a healing spell upon himself, enveloped by a protective shield, and entered the fray. The 4 flame birds unleashed their breaths upon him, but the damage registered as mere -1. After several seconds, even his shield remained intact. This level 5 monster appeared to be no match. It was even less formidable than a level 4 berserker. Su inquired, Brother Demeng, what is your magic defense? 91. That's incredible. Truly absurd. The typical warrior's attack does not even come close to that, let alone a mage S. Su felt a pang of despondency. How could there be such a vast disparity between her and Brother Demeng? Despite both being priests, the dragon entered the field, managing the distance expertly, and employed a basic taunt, drawing 1 flame bird towards him from several paces away. Hualuo followed up with an initial heavy strike, dealing 44 damage, momentarily stunned. He had made considerable progress yesterday, with unmitigated damage around 150, yet the flame bird's damage reduction was quite disheartening. Moreover, he suffered an additional 11 damage due to retaliation. As the taunt expired, the aggro shifted to Hualuo, who was then targeted by the flame bird's breath. Hualuo executed 2 consecutive rolls, maneuvering behind it, while the dragon was struck and began to lose health consecutively. -30, -30, -30. 2 beams of green light descended, restoring the dragon's health. However, without the ability to inflict damage, he could not regain the aggro. The flame bird continued its pursuit of Hualuo. Hualuo's agility was unexpected. Although the flame bird was not lacking in nimbleness, its breath was directed straight ahead and had a relatively small area of effect. He repeatedly evaded its attacks, managing to land a few basic strikes in the process. Ling Xue shook her head at the paltry damage, stating, "It appears that we cannot farm this flame bird. Let us return to the berserker area." Yet Hualuo countered, "Fried big shot, I believe we can still give it a try." The flame bird's breath has a limited range, and its skills do not inflict significant damage. It cannot take me down. As long as I exercise caution, we should be able to farm it. At that moment, due to Hualuo's sustained output, the remaining 3 flame birds were also drawn towards him. De Long desired to compel Hualuo to retreat, yet Hualuo maneuvered with effortless grace. Ling Xue was taken aback. This level of agility was already comparable to her own remarkable dexterity in her past life. The firebird seemed to hold promise. She instructed everyone to halt momentarily. Subsequently, she teamed up with Li Fan to commence a targeted extermination of the firebirds in 2 distinct areas. As customary, Li Fan took the lead in absorbing damage. She executed a shadowy advance, and due to the presence of damage reduction, she inflicted 164 points of damage. Meanwhile, she endured a counterattack resulting in 49 damage. A cascade of green light descended, bestowing a healing shield upon her. With renewed confidence, she unleashed a primary heavy strike, resulting in -313 and -144 damage. With the counterattacks of 94 and 43 fully absorbed by the shield, the firebird's aggro was drawn towards her as she deftly dodged, evading all 4 of its fiery breath attacks. Chapter 50. Maximum level of basic healing with a relentless series of basic attacks directed at the same firebird. Its health swiftly diminished. However, simultaneously dealing damage while evading proved to be somewhat challenging for her, given her limited agility. In the midst of the battle, she was struck by 2 fiery breaths. The initial 2 seconds of continuous damage were entirely absorbed by the healing shield. As her health began to wane, Li Fan cast basic healing once more. Your teammate has slain a level 5 firebird. You have gained 16 experience points. Truly, as a level 5 creature, It offered a substantial 16 experience points even after a significant decrease in health. Li Fan mused, continuing to release basic healing at a steady pace. Gradually, Ling Xue sensed something amiss. The healing provided by Demeng appeared to be remarkably potent. She found herself able to endure 3 fiery breaths, and after dispatching another firebird, she could even withstand basic attacks from the creature while remaining stationary. With only 1 firebird left at this spawn point, she withdrew from the combat zone. Demeng, has your basic healing reached maximum level? Not yet. Then how is your healing output so high? Li Fan scratched his head and replied somewhat dismissively. Perhaps it's due to wielding the elite wolf staff, which enhances healing effects by 20%, along with the shield being at level 3. Oh, I see. Ling Xue contemplated. Indeed, priests have an advantage in skill proficiency. Meanwhile, my shadow skill is only at level 1. Demeng, let us proceed to the next spawn point. Su, you all stay here and farm this firebird. Remember to keep an eye on the respawn timer. All right. Su and the others collaborated to deal damage to the firebird. A bit of resilience was inconsequential. After all, there was only 1, and they could gradually wear it down. Li Fan and Ling Xue arrived at the second spawn point, which also contained 4 monsters. Following the previous strategy, Ling Xue attacked while dodging fiery breaths. After the first firebird fell, she instinctively began monitoring the shield's durability. -0, -60, -0, -60, -0, -60, -0, -60, -49, -11. The first 4 instances of damage did not breach the shield. It was only on the 5th instance that the shield was finally broken. This indicated that Li Fan's healing shield had a value of approximately 251. She recalled that a priest's healing shield at level 1 is 30, at level 2 is 50, and at level 3 is 70. By reverse calculation, Li Fan's basic healing amount should be around 359. After deducting the 20% enhancement, it would be approximately 299. The basic healing for a level 4 priest is calculated as 40 plus mana multiplied by 1. Li Fan's mana had reached 235. Minutes later, the 2 of them sequentially defeated 3 firebirds, earning 48 experience points. Ling Xue casually inquired Demeng, how much magic attack do you have now? It feels like the healing shield has improved significantly. Li Fan smiled and replied, Ling Xue, it could be due to leveling up, along with the effects of the basic magic attack skill book, tank, and support points. She was clear that the maximum increase was 25 mana. Currently, both individuals were at level 6, fully equipped in blue gear. Yet they still could not reach the terrifying 235. In her heart, she harbored some suspicions, but chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su and her companions successfully defeated the elite firebird, each earning 16 experience points, surpassing both Ling Xue and Li Fan. However, nearly 3 minutes had elapsed, and with monsters respawning every 5 minutes, they had no time to hunt a second one. Sister Xue, we should be able to take down only 1 in the next 5 minutes, so there's no need to leave us too much, she said. All right. The firebird did not possess the group response skills like the wind wolf or the barbarian bull, allowing them to continue farming consistently. It was somewhat regrettable, however, as they had to dodge the firebird's fiery breath. In 10 minutes, the duo could only manage to farm 2 monster points, yielding 7 creatures and a total of 112 experience points, which was significantly faster than the level 4 barbarian bull. Ling Xue calculated that, in an hour, they could achieve approximately 6 rounds, equating to 672 experience points. From level 5 to 6, the required experience was 5,000. Unless something unexpected occurred, they would likely reach level 7 by the end of the day, provided that Li Fan was present. Otherwise, they would all have to return to the barbarian bull area. Su team fared quite well. During their 4th monster defeat, they looted a white equipment piece with 8 attributes. Flame leggings white, strength 5, agility 3. In contrast, Li Fan's situation was less fortunate, having only obtained a piece that boosted strength and vitality. In the Firebird zone, he currently lacked any equipment. Ding! Your beginner healing has reached level 5, maximum level. Beginner healing white, LV 5, max level after a 3-second chant and consuming 10 mana, it restores 80 mana 1. 2. Health to the target unit. A golden light shimmered around Li Fan, instantly drawing everyone's attention. What has happened? Did I hallucinate? Why is there a golden light around Demeng? Brother Demeng, what did you do? What is that golden light? In the realm of Juejing, the highest light they had witnessed in the novice village was blue. The golden light was a first. Ling Xue, astonished, asked Demeng, has your beginner healing reached maximum level? The golden light in Juejing was not ordinary. It indicated the mastery of skill. Li Fan confirmed, Sister Ling is correct. My beginner healing has indeed reached maximum level. Ling Xue took a deep breath, suddenly recalling Li Fan's earlier inquiry about 2 types of talents that could accelerate the acquisition of skill proficiency. Now, reflecting on it, it seemed quite plausible. This guy had even instilled a sense of defeat in her, a reincarnator. According to the narrative of the novel, was she not supposed to be the protagonist? Fortunately, the only consolation was that Demeng was her teammate. Try using your beginner healing on me now, she urged. Li Fan nodded and cast a green light toward her. How much health? How much shield? The healing effect was 435, and the healing shield amounted to 304. What an extraordinary ability. This sentiment resonates in the hearts of several individuals. Even with the power-enhancing equipment, Ling Xue possesses merely 470 health points. The group continues to engage in monster hunting. Su Yu, let's all strive to reach level 6 today. All right, Sister Xue. Su Yu and the others belong to the category of undertaking challenges beyond their level, capable of acquiring the full experience points from defeating the level 5 flamebirds. Each victory yields 16 experience points. In an hour, they can defeat 12, with a total of 1,000 experience points required to progress from level 4 to level 5. If fortune favors them, they will ascend even more swiftly than the other 2. Chapter 51. Confronting the elite bull in the Huaxia Kingdom. In Yushu, by the riverside of a certain village, dozens of personnel were diligently sealing off all access roads. Report, Commander. The giant tortoise has reappeared. We have secured the site and barred all personnel from entering. Our foremost priority is to ensure safety. Without absolute certainty, we must await military support. Understood. The phone call ended. Team Leader Su began directing the scene. Team Leader, the magnetic interference surrounding the giant tortoise is too intense. Drones cannot approach for an attack. Damn it. Where on earth did this creature come from? He felt a sense of helplessness. The creature's defensive capabilities were formidable, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective. Have all personnel been evacuated? Yes, the evacuation is complete. Report. What is it? Team Leader, we captured footage. The giant tortoise vanished in a thin air. It did not submerge into the river. The individual presented the video to Team Leader Su. Indeed, as he claimed, it had abruptly disappeared. Su's worldview began to waver with the emergence of the giant tortoise. The last appearance was many miles away. It appeared and vanished too swiftly, leaving the military no time to prepare for a stronger offensive. They had assumed it had submerged in the river and deployed considerable forces for a search, only to find nothing. So it was simply a matter of vanishing into thin air. Compile all the information promptly. I need to report the situation to higher authorities. He sensed that this was not a mere coincidence. If not taken seriously, they might regret it in the future. In the novice village, 9937. Within the flame bird monster zone. After 3 hours of coordinated training, Su Yu and her companions significantly increased their monster hunting speed. Particularly, Little Abai, through continuous experimentation, discovered a range for infinite long-range output that kept her safe from aggro, maintaining the rhythm for the Long and Hualuo. Although the damage of 16 was somewhat trivial, the sustained output proved substantial. They could defeat a single monster in 2 minutes, but due to the distance in the monster zone, they had yet to manage to farm 2 monsters back and forth. However, Ling Xue and her partner, with Li Fan's healing skill reaching level 5, had enhanced healing and shields. She merely needed to make slight movements at the start to dodge the flames of the 4 flamebirds, essentially ignoring damage and retaliation, a foolproof method for farming monsters. As their monster hunting speed improved, the drop rates for copper coins and equipment increased significantly, yielding a total of 7 pieces of equipment, two of which Su Su Yu and her companions did not possess, while Ling Xue acquired 3. In terms of copper coins, they amassed over 70, a considerable sum indeed. Nothing invigorates the spirit quite like the pursuit of wealth. If there were, it would be the pursuit of even more wealth. Fueled by enthusiasm, he eagerly anticipated an elite encounter to earn an even greater fortune. Anticipation proved fruitful as a message from a friend arrived. Ling Xue, an elite has appeared. Ling Xue, puzzled, inquired what elite. A message from the battle song revealed that an elite had spawned in the level 4 monster zone. Shall we go? Let us go. How could she possibly refrain from joining? Her 2 introductory skill books were merely awaiting the enhancement of elite attributes. In a monster zone, typically only 1 elite creature spawns each day. Last night, she had the members of the Xingqian Guild cooperate for an extended period, yet the elite bull monster remained elusive. Xiaoyu, will you accompany us or stay behind? Li Fan pondered as he planned to venture out later that afternoon and remarked, let us go together. After we finish our meal, I might need to step out for a while. You all can farm in the bull monster zone until I return. No one objected, as they knew they could not tackle the Firebird without Li Fan's presence. The 6 returned to the city and embarked from the novice village towards the bull monster area, managing to save time. Before long, they arrived at the level 4 bull monster zone. The elite bull monster stood prominently in the center, while the guilds refrained from attacking. What was the situation with these guilds? Yesterday, they were fiercely competing for elites, yet today they seemed disinterested in engaging with them. Ling Xue internally criticized. It's not that they choose not to fight, it's that they attempted and suffered casualties, realizing they cannot defeat it, which is why no one is engaging. Otherwise, how would the members of Xingqian Guild have sent word to you? Battle Song remarked, Brother Demeng, you finally arrived. Upon hearing that you were coming to farm elites, several of our brothers took the initiative to pull the monsters. If any additional equipment drops, you must sell it to us. The advantage of superior gear translates into a guild advantage. Having acquired quite a bit of equipment from Li Fan, and with the stability of the long Ear Rabbit Canyon, the Xingqian Guild was subtly showing signs of surpassing the Black Feather Guild. Furthermore, their leader, Huang Xing, was particularly invested in this perilous game. Just that morning, he had transferred another 1 million specifically for acquiring copper coins and equipment. There were some items available at the auction house. However, they required copper coins for transactions, and their attributes were far inferior to what Li Fan had sold them. After all, both Li Fan and Ling Xue had farmed high-level monsters or elites, making their gear incomparable. Thanks, Battle Song. We're all familiar faces. If I have equipment, I'll definitely seek you out for a trade, Li Fan said with a smile, acknowledging the favor. The matter of pulling monsters was no exaggeration on Ling Xue's part. From the moment they received the news until their arrival here, it had taken them over 10 to 20 minutes. If an elite monster goes without a pull for a certain duration, it will vanish. Li Fan used a scouting ability on the elite bull monster. Ling Xue, its attack is in a normal state. We can engage. Ling Xue nodded and included De Long in the party. With the presence of the formidable healer Demeng, he eagerly entered the fray, unleashing a barrage of shield attacks on the elite bull monster. In the game of peril, attacks that do not penetrate defenses wield the most potent taunting effects. The elite bull monster commenced its assault. Which guild does this shield tank belong to? Truly valiant. I hope he can maintain this vigor, even in the small black room. Haha, this reckless youth. I once did the same with a shield. Everyone speculated. How long do you think he can endure? Endure? Did you not see who stand behind him? The god of death and Demeng Qian. Others are here to farm monsters. Do you think they are merely marching to their demise? As expected, a beam of green light descended upon Li Fan, effortlessly absorbing the dual skill attacks of the elite bull demon. Goodness, have you all seen the health bar? This shield is rather absurd. Is that white glow the shield? Where did it come from? It appears you are rather uninformed. At level 5, one can learn new skills, and that white light is the priest's healing shield, capable of absorbing damage. But this absorption is indeed quite formidable. Isn't it? Of course, one must consider whose shield it is. It belongs to the renowned 3,000 Masters, my idol, who navigates through crowds without sustaining a scratch. The elite bull demon's charge has already been unleashed, and for a brief period, there will be no bull energy attached. Ling Xue gracefully entered the fray, executing a basic heavy strike followed by a secondary damage hit. With Li Fan present, Ling Xue completely disregarded the bull's attack, even bypassing the need for evasive maneuvers, opting instead for a simplistic yet effective auto-attack output. Chapter 52. The guardian boots of the spirit, are they truly battling the elite of the bull brute? Even the lesser monsters would not yield so easily, would they? Just now, over 100 players from various guilds were engaged in a single confrontation, weren't they? My goodness, is that Shadow Strike the second skill of a warrior? How magnificent! In the face of absolute power, even the bull brute elite is merely awaiting slaughter. In less than 3 minutes, under Ling Xue's blade, they were reduced to mere beams of light. Your teammate has slain the bull brute elite. You have gained 250 experience of blue glow. The surrounding players were filled with excitement. The Sweet Talk Guild had managed to land the finishing blow on the elite Jawtooth Turtle today, resulting in a blue quality shoulder armor that fetched an astounding price of 1,200 copper coins at the auction. Although the price of copper coins had plummeted to 120 to 1, that still amounted to a staggering 144,000. Each participating player in their guild received over 20 copper coins, which incited envy, among others. Unfortunately, the guild's higher-ups had decreed that in the presence of these two, they should refrain from causing trouble, thus missing out on another blue item. Bull Brute Boots Blue. Constitution 6 Agility 8 Special Attribute. Mana Value 1, 20 Li Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. The attributes were somewhat low, and the special attribute Enhanced Spirit. Ling Xue this blue item. Ling Xue shot him a disdainful glance and traded the blue item over. Blue items are quite useful. I shall keep this for now. He possessed 5 white items, 1 with 6 attributes and 3 with 7. The shoulder armor with 8 attributes, 5 constitution and 2 agility, was just what Along needed, so he handed it over to him. The rest were sold to the Starry Sky Guild. In the morning, 3 items were sold, along with 4 elite items, totaling 7 pieces of equipment. The Song of War promptly transferred 150,000. Trading with the affluent is indeed a pleasure. Fried Big Shot, Dreamer, Li Fan continued, I have a small request. Ling Xue remained silent. Li Fan inquired, what is it, brother Song of War? He candidly explained that the Starry Sky Guild had occupied 3 monster spawn points for level 4 creatures, and other guilds were coveting those spots. They wished for Su Su Yu and her companions to farm there for a while. Li Fan smiled and replied, brother Song of War, that works perfectly. They might be farming in the Bull Brood Zone this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Song of War was exceedingly pleased and promptly cleared one of the spawn points. Ling Xue cast a glance at him. This fellow certainly knows how to repay favors adeptly. Given their strength, they could clear that spawn point without issue. Yet, she did not refuse. It could be considered Starry Sky Guild's gratitude for their assistance against the Shadow Phantoms. Su Su Yu's group commenced their farming in the Bull Brood area. Around noon, Li Fan removed his helmet and gazed at the soaring balance of 500,000, a contented smile spreading across his face. He hurriedly grabbed a quick lunch. Sister, I'll transfer 20,000 to you. Buy something for the 2 kids. And treat yourself to some new clothes as well. Li Ling replied, it's not as if we lack food or clothing. Why do you need so much money? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Fan had already dashed out the door. That little rascal. Li Ling was somewhat moved. However, she chose to keep her emotions reserved for Li Fan, intending to reveal them when he needed money. After a journey of over half an hour, Li Fan arrived at the store in the county. During his time at the construction site, he had familiarized himself with several car models. Faced with the choice between purchasing a car or a house, he had opted for the latter, becoming quite entangled in the process. He also possessed the contact information for the dealership. After a round of haggling, he settled on a luxurious model priced at 330,000, securing a discount of several thousand, bringing the total to 170,000 for a vehicle ready for immediate delivery. As the car hit the open road, he felt a momentary daze, merely days prior. The thought of buying a car had been unfathomable. All of this was a gift from Juejing and Sisterling, with a gentle breeze caressing him. He posted his first moment on WeChat after many years, proclaiming that it is never too late in life to strive for success and wealth, accompanied by a picture of his very first car. Subsequently, he ventured to the supermarket, purchasing a large array of items before heading to the hospital. "Why'd you buy so much?" "I just picked up a few things while passing by the supermarket." "Xiao Fan, you bought a car?" "Your Aunt Tang saw your WeChat post." His mother, Ms. Zeng, who was now 56 and showing deeper lines of age on her face, remarked. He nodded and took Ms. Zeng to the garage to show her the new vehicle. For some unknown reason, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Both she and Li Fan's father were aging, feeling unable to provide much support for him. "Mom, what's wrong? Please don't cry. We'll have everything we need," he reassured her. "The one who helped me in business was Wang Tao, the one who visited us last time. The more work we do, the more we earn. Next month, I plan to renovate this apartment in the city as well." Ms. Zeng replied, "I'm not crying. I'm just proud to see Xiao Fan with a house and a car." They returned to the hospital building. "Mom, how is Grandpa doing? I want to see him." Ms. Zeng said, "Perhaps it's best not to. Your sister called this morning, saying there are some rumors circulating about your blind date." She was furious and nearly fainted from anger. "Xiao Fan, are you leaving today?" He felt exhausted from the virtual reality experience. He aimed to make as much money as possible while the in-game currency was still valuable. "I can't manage alone. I'll return home to help. Now that I have a car, it's convenient. Once things calm down, I will come back." Ms. Zeng nodded, indeed. A good business opportunity should not be delayed for too long. "You may go. I will speak to your father. If there are any updates regarding your grandfather, I will call you." Li Fan retrieved 2 mobile phones from the trunk. "Mom, I noticed both you and Dad have cracked screens. Sometimes you can't even answer calls. I bought you 2 new phones. Please give one to Dad." "You silly child, why waste money? We're getting older. There's no need for such expensive things." "They're not expensive. I got them from a friend for just a few hundred. Here's a few thousand in cash. Take it for emergencies." For his parents, ready cash often proved more useful. "Child, do you not consider the costs of conducting business?" "Mother, rest assured, this is not an expense. It is all profit." With this reassurance, the Wen family felt a sense of relief. As they prepared to journey to Yushu, he steeled himself to ascend the stairs. Fortunately, his grandfather was asleep. Yet Li Fan's father cast him a reproachful glance, questioning why the blind date had once again fallen through. "Father, do not worry," Li Fan declared with conviction. "This year, I will focus on earning money, and next year I shall surely bring someone home." In the beginner's village of 9,937, Susuyu had to log off early due to family matters. Xiao Bai and the others had been grinding in the area of the Manticore for over 2 hours, acquiring 3 pieces of equipment. Alongside the gear exchanged with Ling Xue and the Xingqian Guild, apart from clothing, the group was now fully equipped. Huang Xing from the Xingqian Guild approached Ling Xue. Ostensibly, they were discussing matters concerning the long-eared rabbit canyon. Yet his true intent was to persuade Ling Xue to secure a position for the Xingqian Guild at each level's monster spawn point. Had this been before, Ling Xue would have dismissed the notion with disdain. However, the circumstances had changed, and she acquiesced, the price being a gaming nutrient pod. Chapter 53. The giant turtle incident. Huang Xing was quite pleased and promised to deliver it immediately. The game nutrition pod was, of course, not intended for her, but for Susuyu, the young girl who had quarreled with her family. In her previous life, she had run away from home. This time, she certainly would not allow the girl to suffer, so she invited her to come to Yushu and live with her. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the game nutrition pod arrived, yet Demeng had not logged in yet. At that moment, Demeng had just arrived in Yushu and called Wang Tao. Surprisingly, the call connected. "Tao Shui, it's not easy to reach you. Are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner," he said. "Tao Suaziplit, Xiao Fan. I might not have time in the next few days. Can you guess how much money I've made playing Juejing recently?" "How much?" "A whopping 130,000. I added a bit of my own money to buy a second-hand game nutrition pod. I'm planning to make the most of it. If you can't reach me, it means I'm in the game. I've awakened a green real damage talent, equipped with 6 pieces of gear, and I'm a core member of the guild. Even in the entire village, my strength ranks quite high." "What talent have you awakened?" "Hold on. The guild leader is urging me to log in for the elite run. By the way, thanks for the location of the long ear rabbit canyon. I'll treat you to a meal later. Before Li Fan could respond, Wang Tao hung up the phone. Green talent? Real damage? Li Fan murmured to himself. That's quite a decent talent, but it still pales in comparison to the two talents of your grandfather and me. It was a pity that they were not in the same novice village. Otherwise, he would have stood before him and shocked him for an entire day and night. A WeChat notification popped up. It was a message from Ling Xue. What are you doing? Aren't you logging in to farm monsters and earn money from selling equipment anymore? Li Fan quickly replied, just returned to Yushu, almost home, and sent a money-making emoji while carrying his belongings upstairs. He immediately entered the Jiu-Edging game. In a 99-37 novice village, the two met in the square. Back already? Yes. Li Fan said. Ling Xue, tonight I'll accompany you to grind all night. We must turn this Jiu-Edging upside down. Ling Xue appeared indifferent on the surface, yet inside, she felt a flicker of joy. When Li Fan was not around, especially at night, although she had high attack power, she could not withstand monster damage. Last night, she had to rely on the assistance of a Xingqian guild to grind for an entire night. Yet the experience gained was scant. We are heading to the Firebird monster zone, she stated. Li Fan inquired, Ling Xue, what about Su Yu and the others? As they walked, Ling Xue replied, Xiaoyu has some matters to attend to and one TB online until tomorrow. Xiao Bai and the others are already on their way. Oh, if Xiaoyu isn't here and along and the others don't have support, we'll be all right? Finding a level 4 high support from the Xingqian Guild should suffice. Before long, the 6 of them successfully gathered in the Firebird monster zone. DeLong stealthily approached them. In the realm of dreams, a certain charming individual known as Shan Shan has garnered attention as a wealthy singleton. You may seize this opportunity, but do you think I, Deming, am that kind of person? Li Fan cast his gaze towards the player, Shan Shan, who is adorned with 7 pieces of equipment. Clearly a seasoned player. Are you the esteemed Deming of the 3000? Shan Shan approached him. Indeed, I am Deming Sanxian. Greetings. I am Shan Shan from the Xingqian Guild. You may call me Shan Shan. I have witnessed your battles. Your support skills are truly remarkable. It's nothing special. Faced with such direct praise, Li Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. His role was merely to absorb damage and heal, akin to a simplistic support role. Shall we become friends? I heard you have equipment for sale. If it suits me, I will be interested. Cough, cough. Ling Xue interrupted their conversation. Fighting monsters and leveling up is imperative. You, DeLong, will lead the charge. Previously, she had thought Li Fan merely struggled with financial matters. Now, it appeared he also faltered in matters of allure. Li Fan wished to say more, but was abruptly kicked by Ling Xue into a horde of flame birds, instantly besieged by their fiery onslaught. Shan Shan, having never witnessed such an aggressive method of monster aggro, felt reassured. After all, Deming had high defense and substantial health. Even facing the full brunt of the flame birds would pose no threat. Ling Xue swiftly followed suit, employing a shadowy maneuver to enter the fray, seamlessly connecting her primary heavy strike with the elite white sword's secondary skill damage. Minus 164, minus 313, minus 144. The total backlash damage amounted to 186. A green light descended, restoring Ling Xue to full health. She deftly maneuvered to evade the first wave of the flame bird's breath attacks. Upon cooldown completion, she swiftly dispatched the first flame bird, followed by a series of regular attacks. 3 foes were vanquished in under 2 minutes, after which the duo hurried towards the next monster location. Is that all it takes to clear them? Shan Shan was mentally prepared but still taken aback by such an aggressive and rapid monster clearing technique. These are level 5 creatures. In the Xingqian Guild, we require 4 tank-style shields to taunt and separate level 4 barbarian bulls, while a dozen others provide damage output. Truly, they are worthy of the titles killing Godling Xuanda Meng the Great. Let us commence. Shan Shan, please provide me with a shield. DeLong entered the fray with a healing shield. The team, having gained experience earlier in the day, completed the defeat of the flame birds under DeLong's command in 3 minutes. The 16 experience points gained were considerably superior to her previous encounters in the Barbarian Bull area. In Huaxia, within a clandestine military base, the news of the giant turtle incident in Yushu has likely reached everyone. Let's compare these 2 images. The first depicts the giant turtle from Yushu, while the second showcases the level 2 Fong-toothed turtle elite from the novice village of Juejing 9919, which are strikingly alike. Furthermore, the sea monsters from Xian Shalon also appear in the promotional footage of Juejing. Old Chun, do you imply that monsters from the Juejing game have emerged into our reality? Could this merely be a coincidence? After all, the realm of consciousness is a creation of all AI, which may serve as inspiration, leading to the emergence of similarities. Now, let's observe this video. The footage captures the second appearance and disappearance of the colossal turtle in Yushu. Instantly, everyone furrowed their brows. Supernatural forces. Elder Chun, is this genuine? Young Gong, as an expert in this field, please elucidate for Elder Su whether it has been fabricated. Elder Su, there are no signs of manipulation in the video. Elder Chun, what is your conclusion? Elder Chun remained silent for 3 minutes, and the entire conference hall was enveloped in complete stillness. Based on the existing data, we believe that there exists a monstrous realm, which is likely connected to the Blue Star Bridge, with the conduit possibly being the realm of consciousness. Chapter 54. The Elite Flame Bird in the Novice Village of 9937. After more than 3 hours of monster hunting, Li Fan's experience had reached 3,400 out of 5,000. He estimated that it would take another 2 hours to reach level 7. However, his gains were commendable. He had acquired 3 pieces of white gear with 6 to 7 attributes, 1 piece with 8 attributes, and nearly 150 copper coins, bringing his total to a modest sum of nearly 100,000. De Long and the others had also leveled up to 5, enabling them to undertake skill-learning quests. Sis Ling, it's almost 11:30. We plan to return to town now, complete a skill side quest, and then log off to sleep. The elite flame bird had not appeared. Ling Xue felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that defeating just one monster was insufficient to attract an elite. This meant they would miss out on an elite monster today, marking the first time since the server's launch that they had failed to secure at least 2 elites. Missing out on a first kill elite could be detrimental, especially as the guild members gradually leveled up. It might not be theirs to claim. The novice village was quite distant from here. Shanshan was also close to leveling up to 5, so they decided to grind for another half hour. The player Shanshan nodded earnestly. Since Ling Xue had spoken up, they naturally did not wish to miss this additional half hour. The Ming, let us strive to hunt a few more flame birds in this half hour. Perhaps we can summon an elite, Li Fan suggested. He nodded, aware that elites represented golden treasure chests, and he too wished to encounter another. Sis Ling, my healing shield has just reached level 4, with a shield value equal to 100% of the healing health, lasting for 15 seconds. You just need to focus on dealing damage. I will handle the rest. Alright, the flame birds respawned, and Li Fan initiated the first wave of monsters. Ling Xue swiftly executed a seamless series of attacks. After defeating the first one, 3 breaths of fire accumulated, and a green light descended, restoring her health completely and granting her a healing shield of 443, with accumulated damage of -180. During the second breath, Ling Xue did not manage to kill the second flamebird. This resulted in the breath damage stacking to 6 layers, leading to a shield rupture of -360. Fortunately, Li Fan's healing green light descended once more, but this time, she dared not endure the damage and had to pull the monster away, waiting for the breath effect to dissipate. After a series of maneuvers, their efficiency was not as swift as before. The flame birds possessed damage reduction, retaliation, and breath attacks, making them one of the most challenging monsters to hunt in the novice village. The two decided to accelerate their monster hunting pace, adhering to their previous strategy. Thankfully, perseverance bore fruit. Finally, at the 50th minute, a colossal creature engulfed in flames descended from the sky. Flame Bird Elite, level 5 mana, 180 agility, 40 health, 6,400 physical defense, 120 magical defense, 40 skills. Earth Fire Inferno White. The Flame Bird Elite summons Earth Fire, engulfing the ground in flames, inflicting damage of 20 for mana on targets within the area. Meteor Firestorm Blue. The Flame Bird Elite soars into the sky, unfurling its wings, and unleashes fiery blast upon the ground, dealing 41 2 mana damage to its target. Fiery Rebirth White. For each target within the area that perishes from the flames, health is restored by 200. It has finally emerged. The excitement among the crowd is palpable. With 10 minutes remaining, Demeng prepares to engage. The Flame Bird Elite deals area damage, and the flames erupting from the ground inflict continuous harm. Ling Xue, concerned that Li Fan and the healer duo may not suffice, declines DeLong's request to join the team. The duration of the healing shield is extended to 15 seconds. After Li Fan casts 3 shields on Ling Xue, she enters the fray. Prior to unleashing its abilities, the Flame Bird Elite hovers in midair. Ling Xue employs a jump strike, followed by a basic attack. Without damage reduction or retaliation, the opportunity for output increases. Damage figures of 328 erupt from the creature's head. The Flame Bird Elite emits a piercing cry, and countless flames rain down. Despite Ling Xue's evasive maneuvers, she suffers 2 or 3 hits, but fortunately, the shields absorb the damage. Li Fan, lacking sufficient agility, cannot evade and endures 7 or 8 attacks, relying on his impressive health of 680 to withstand the onslaught. At this juncture, the flames surrounding the Flame Bird Elite weaken by half, and it descends to the ground, seemingly absorbing the fire from below. This presents a prime opportunity for damage output. Ling Xue swiftly approaches, executing a combination of a basic strike and the Elite White Sword attack, causing the Flame Bird Elite to screech in agony. Li Fan presses close, continuously healing both Ling Xue and himself. Within a mere 2 minutes of landing, Ling Xue has diminished half of its health. Now, the Flame Bird Elite regains its vigor and ascends once more. Be careful, it is about to unleash Meteor Firestorm. A massive area damage attack looms. Without Li Fan's extraordinary resilience, they would be incapable of enduring it. Ling Xue, my defense is high. Stand behind me, he declares. I will absorb the damage. Otherwise, the skill's power is too great, and the healing interval is too lengthy for just the 2 of us. Understood. She realizes that Li Fan's prior healing shield allowed him to endure. Without hesitation, she positions herself behind him, only enduring the burning damage from the earth fire. As Li Fan bears the brunt of the assault and heals himself, an inexplicable feeling wells within. As the Meteor Firestorm concludes, the Flame Bird Elite crashes to the ground. Ling Xue darts forward, delivering a flurry of strikes. The Flame Bird Elite is left with a mere 5 to 600 health. It prepares to ascend yet again. Ling Xue, I shall assist you. As the mighty dragon entered the battlefield, it unleashed a basic taunt, forcefully dragging the Elite Flame Bird from the sky. Ling Xue swiftly executed a basic attack, and just as the taunt concluded, she delivered a decisive leap strike that vanquished the Elite Flame Bird. Your teammate has slain the level 5 Elite Flame Bird. You have gained 800 experience points. Congratulations to the team of the adorable deep-fried cutie. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, they have finally slain the level 5 Elite Flame Bird, earning substantial rewards. Fortune smiles upon them. As the team of the adorable deep-fried cutie has acquired the Elite Bird Leggings Blue, Elite Bird Leggings Blue, Intelligence 10, Constitution 7. Special attributes, Dual Defense 10 description. With high intelligence and constitution, alongside dual defenses, these leggings are a boon for mage players, enabling both offense and resilience. Source: the first Elite Flame Bird in the 9937 Novice Village. Good fortune continues. As the team of the adorable deep-fried cutie has obtained the Elite Bird Shoulders Blue. Elite Bird Shoulders Blue, Strength 10, Constitution 5. Special attributes: Physical Attack 30 description. With dual maximum attack power, wearing these shoulders compels even elites to yield. Source: the first Elite Flame Bird in the 9937 Novice Village. Good fortune continues. As the team of the adorable deep-fried cutie has acquired a basic physical attack skill book, Chapter 55, Beginner Strength Attack Skill Book, Beginner Strength Attack Skill Book, Occupation Requirement, Warrior upon comprehension and study. One may acquire the passive skill of Beginner Strength Attack. Defeating an elite that is at least 2 levels lower than oneself grants 5 strength attack, while vanquishing a boss yields 10 strength attack, with a maximum cap of 75 points. Note: once the strength attack cap is reached, A passive effect of a 10 strength attack bonus is obtained, resulting in a continuous stream of notifications. Here comes the bot again. Daily appearances. Each blue gear worth at least 100,000. This must total in the millions. What a lucrative venture. Every game has its share of bots. Those in the know understand. No recharge portal, yet they still manage to fleece you. How? This is not being shut down. Can we still play? Where are the brothers who mentioned reporting yesterday? Come fort. Report what? There's no reporting option. A single elite dropping 3 major loot items. These two must possess a rare loot probability talent. Another skill book has emerged, once again the beginner strength attack book. Even Ling Xue could not suppress her excitement. She already possessed 3 out of the 4 books, needing only one more beginner dual defense skill book to complete her foundational skills. Additionally, she aimed to fully utilize blue attribute spirit fruits. Once both were maxed out, she could opt for a rare class upon reaching the frontier city. In her previous life, the only player in Huaxiao with dual attributes maxed was an individual with a red talent. Attribute spirit fruits are classified into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Upon use, they grant 1, 2, or 3 free attribute points respectively. Each player may utilize up to 10 fruits. To achieve a full state with attribute spirit fruits means using exclusively high-level ones. High-level spirit fruits are primarily dropped by the 3rd layer of the village treasure hunt, the 10 village treasure heroes, and the 100 village treasure heroes. While she would not dare to dream of accomplishing this alone, the extraordinary support from Dazhong changed the scenario. A gamble was necessary. While Ling Xue was deep in thought, Li Fan had already gathered the items. After equipping the elite bird shoulder pads, his magic defense surpassed 100, additionally granting him the beginner magic defense specialization, which reduces magical damage by 10%. He grinned widely, reveling in the small boost to his power, while effortlessly amassing wealth. This game was simply exhilarating. She had seen greed before, but never in such a manner, with no one competing with him. Couldn't he tone it down a bit? Li Fan traded the blue elite bird shoulder pads, the beginner strength attack, and 200 copper coins to Ling Xue. Sister Ling, I've noticed the price of copper coins is still plummeting, fluctuating daily. Today it's nearly dropped to 110. Should I sell for you? No need. Ling Xue declined. Long and the others were aware that Ling Xue and Dazhong were both focused on elite monsters. After a full day of grinding, the results were satisfactory. Sister Ling, it's getting late. Shall we head back to the city? Sure. See you tomorrow. Brother Dazhong, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. One by one, they returned to the city. Only Li Fan and Ling Xue remained in the flame bird monster zone. Sister Ling, what shall we do now? Where should we hunt for monsters? The immersive experience of the game Nutrition Pod was indeed delightful. After a few hours, he found himself in a better state than before entering the game. How much experience do you need to reach level 7? He asked. I need 800 experience, replied Ling Xue. I still need over 400 experience. Then let's return to the city and head to the level 4 bull monster area, practicing our skills while we fight. Sound good? Li Fan understood that Ling Xue was strategically leveling up, eager to see if any elites would emerge in the level 4 bull monster area. Based on experience since the server launched, although the monster hunting time had doubled in the evening, areas with more players tended to spawn elites more easily than during the daytime. They made their way to the level 4 bull monster zone. The leaderboard already showed that over 60 players had reached level 5. Moreover, many level 5 players in the public channel were lamenting that the new skill quest was too challenging and could only be attempted 3 times. Many had already failed their attempts and would have to wait until next week for the quest count to refresh. Others were seeking to purchase skill crystals. Li Fan quickly listed a priest-skill crystal along with a warrior skill crystal, setting the starting bid at 100 copper coins. Someone is selling skill crystals at the auction house. That brother SM. I don't have that much copper. The price is negotiable. Can someone really get through multiple attempts? Competing against other players is too difficult. Even my 7-piece gear couldn't manage it. Is there any mage brother with extra skill crystals? Please list one. Li Fan certainly would not privately message these individuals. There were too many scammers. The auction house would suffice, and he could later contribute the copper coins to the Xingqiang Guild. 10 minutes later, the warrior skill crystal had been bid up to over 240 copper coins. There were fewer wealthy players opting for the priest class, so It only reached over 220. Seeing that no one else was raising the bid, Li Fan confirmed the transaction. After deducting the handling fee, he received a total of 420 copper coins, amounting to nearly 50,000 in local currency. How delightful! Tomorrow, more players would reach level 5, and he decided to list the remaining 2 crystals the following day. Demeng, are you making money again? The smile on Li Fan's face indicated that there was no other matter at hand. He chuckled, Sister Ling. I sold 2 skill crystals and made a small profit. Ling Xue replied, at level 8, we can equip refinement, which will require a substantial amount of copper. Please trade me 400 copper coins. She was aware that he had earned at least 300 copper coins, so he must have over 700 now. All right. Li Fan traded 400 copper coins to Ling Xue. She scoffed, look at you. Don't worry, once the equipment refinement is complete at level 8, I'll give you any extra white gear I have. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes sparkled. Ling Xue had played for much longer than he had, and by now, she must have at least 20 to 30 pieces of equipment. How many could be used for equipment refinement? However, Ling Xue did not disclose to him that the equipment refinement had not yet reached the same attributes, which meant there was still potential for improvement. Moreover, refining white equipment into blue equipment significantly reduces the probability of achieving high attributes. Not to mention, she possessed 2 sets of equipment. After reaching the level 4 Barbarian Bull area, the Xingqian Guild swiftly cleared out a monster spawn point. Brother Huang, you're here too, Huang Xing remarked with a smile. Isn't there a level 6 event dungeon tomorrow? Let us put in some effort tonight and strive to reach level 6 so we can experience that so-called fruit snatchers. Observing Li Fan and Huang Xing sneakily retreating to the side, only to return beaming with joy, she realized that he must have completed his transactions, and it seemed his gains were quite substantial. Indeed, they were considerable. In just one night, he had earned back the money for the car. He was nearly infatuated with the realm of dreams. Chapter 56, The Invasion of the Leader, Awakening Realm, Newbie Village 9856. On the 6th day since the launch of the server, all players within the village received an urgent notification from the system. An invasion by a leader is imminent. Please summon all your strength to defend your village. Defeating the invading leader will yield substantial experience and item rewards. Should the village fall to the invading leader, players will be barred from re-entering the game. Players below level 5 will lose all their data. Newbie Village 9856 is situated on the server occupied by Japanese players. Instantly, chaos erupted. What is happening? What on earth is an elite invasion? If the village is destroyed, they will be unable to log back in? What sort of rule is this? Many players, who had been enjoying a comfortable gaming experience, were vocally outraged. What concern is the village's survival to them? With such scarce resources and precious few monsters to defeat, how could they possibly be expected to defend the village? Nevertheless, upon hearing the notification, many Japanese players gathered outside the village. Particularly, larger guilds recognized the imminent danger as an opportunity. If elite monsters yield such great rewards, how much more could a leader monster offer? Soon, a towering creature, standing 3 meters high, appeared just beyond the village. Its health was seemingly boundless. The players of Newbie Village 9856 launched an assault against the monster, only to abruptly realize that without at least 4 or 5 pieces of equipment, those below level 4 could barely scratch the leader's defenses. Moreover, the most alarming aspect was that a single breath from the leader could fell even a level 5 tank, resulting in the swift demise of dozens. The Japanese players discovered that upon death, they did not enter a waiting room. Even using in-game currency could not mitigate their time in limbo. They could only watch in wide-eyed horror as other players battled the invading leader. More than an hour passed. Over 5,000 players from Newbie Village 9856 had perished. And even those who had logged back in to assist could not withstand the onslaught of the invading leader. They could only helplessly witness their village being trampled underfoot. As the statue of the Plaza Guard was destroyed, the system's notification echoed in their ears. Regrettably, you have failed to defend. Newbie Village 9856 has been breached by the invading leader, and all players will be barred from entering the game. Then, a flash of light engulfed them. Even those in the game's nutrient pods awoke in shock and pain. They quickly disseminated this news on the Japanese Awakening Realm game forum. In this internet age, Information travels rapidly, especially concerning a globally renowned game like Awakening Realm. Instantly, forums around the world exploded with chatter. Newbie Village 9937. Li Fan was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in distant Japan. He was merely a relentless machine for casting skills. Under Ling Xue's supervision, he had unleashed skills over 500 times in a little over an hour, with only a handful of monsters spawning. This was but a game, in reality. You have long since been exhausted from such repetitive motions. Ling Xue. These level 4 monsters drop nothing worthwhile, and the experience is minimal. Why don't we venture into the level 6 monster area? If all else fails, we could even hunt firebirds. Just a little longer. Ling Xue felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Today was indeed peculiar. The level 3 Wind Wolf Elite had been cleared. Yet there was no sign of the level 4 Bull Elite. She surveyed the surroundings and suddenly noticed a peculiar scene. A mage was engaged in a tug-of-war with a monster, repeatedly casting lightning spells, seemingly on the brink of death. A few players had just vacated the bull area, and once the bull regained its health, they resumed their assault. It was not until the second wave of spawns that they were vanquished. Damn it, this is the reason. She fumed. Someone was deliberately stalling the monster without killing it. Enraged, she strode over, dispatching the monster with a single strike, and admonished them that while it was permissible to practice skill proficiency by kiting monsters, it was imperative to time their kills properly, especially as a wave was about to respawn. She warned that should she witness them continuously kiting the same monster, she would not hesitate to send them to the proverbial black room. This priest, an irreplaceable high-level player, was also a wealthy heir who had invested nearly 500,000 in upgrading and acquiring gear. Infuriated by her warning, he remained silent, not daring to retort. Not only did he refrain from speaking, but the guild irreplaceable also dared not utter a word, resigning themselves to allowing this affluent heir to practice his skills another day. As expected, following Ling Xue's warning, Irreplaceable promptly cleared the monsters. In less than 20 minutes, that familiar figure reappeared in the center of the bull area. The level 4 bull elite had finally spawned. Li Fan, shaking off the earlier gloom, eagerly rushed into the monster zone, braving the initial wave of the bull elite's skill damage. At level 6, augmented by a newly equipped shoulder piece with a special 30 attack attribute, Ling Xue's attack power had reached a staggering 568. A single basic attack inflicted 1/7 of the bull elite's health. Following up with a swift strike, she unleashed a series of hits. -318, -626, -273, as if striking the bull elite's very artery, its health plummeting rapidly. A few players who had just entered the bull area with ulterior motives grew anxious upon witnessing this scene. In less than 2 minutes, the level 4 bull elite succumbed to oblivion. Your teammate has slain the level 4 bull elite. You have gained 325 experience. Fortune smiled upon them with a blue item and 4 white items. Elite Bull Chest Piece Blue. Stamina 9, Agility 6, Special Attribute. Dexterity 18, Description. An unremarkable garment, yet a commendable choice for a dexterous shield tank. Source: Level 4 Bull Elite in the 9937 Novice Village. The equipment from Juejing was notoriously difficult to acquire, having defeated so many elites. This was the first time she had obtained a blue-quality chest piece. Ling Xue was somewhat surprised, for in her previous life, she had only worn white gear until she reached the frontier city. This showcased the advantage of fully utilizing the resources of the novice village, thereby amplifying her benefits as she progressed towards the front rock city. The level 4 bull elite had been slain. It would not respawn before the morrow. With no desire to linger, the two made their way to the Firebird monster area to continue their quest. Around 2:30 in the morning, Ling Xue and Li Fan both ascended to level 7. He once again allocated 5 attribute points to his constitution. Chapter 57. The Bidda Forest Dreaming of 3000 Profession. Priest level, 7 attack, 0 agility, 16 health, 800 mana, 274 blue mana value, 1105 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 119 elementary magic defense specialization, damage reduction 10, talent, heavenly assistance, tank support talent purple, exceptional insight purple, skills, elementary healing white, LV5, max level after a 3-second chant. Consumes 10 mana, restoring 80 mana 1, 2, health of the target unit. Healing Shield Blue. LV4, 2110,000, a passive skill that consumes an additional 10 mana. Activates when casting a healing spell, granting the target a shield equal to 100 of the healing amount for 15 seconds. Elementary Magic Attack, Skill Book, mana 30. Total mana 10, Elite Wolf Staff Blue. Intelligence 9, Constitution 9, Healing Effect 20, Horn Helmet White. Intelligence 5, Constitution 3, Wind Wolf Pauldrons White. Intelligence 5. Constitution 3, Novice White Garb White. Constitution 6, Agility 3, Health 50, Elite Bird Leggings. Intelligence 10, Constitution 7, Dual Defense 10, Elite Bull Gauntlets Blue. Intelligence 9, Constitution 7. Skill Casting Range 5, Wind Wolf Shoes White. Intelligence 4, Constitution 3 with 800 health, 274 magic attack, 80 physical defense, and 119 magical defense. Li Fan's basic healing value has reached an impressive 490, especially when coupled with a healing shield. He stands as a formidable elite, unperturbed by the dozens or hundreds of players surrounding him. Ling Xue, having significantly advanced to level 7, boasts a terrifying panel attack of 524, acquiring an elementary strength attack specialization that enhances her weak point perception by 10 points. This enhancement is not merely damage. It allows her to detect weaknesses in her foes, such as wounds or hidden ailments, enabling her to deal excessive damage with precise strikes. Equipped with 6 blue items, her health has surged to 620. Though her agility is only 84 and physical defense is 37. On paper, she may lag behind Li Fan, yet in practice, they complement each other perfectly. Their synergy is indispensable for grinding and leveling up. The two advanced purple talents, when combined, yield effects surpassing even those of red talents. Upon reaching level 7, they remained undeterred in their quest. Ling Xue yearned for further experience, while Li Fan sought additional equipment and coins. Thus, they ventured deeper into the Bita Forest. The Bita Forest is abundant with Bita trees, situated nearly half an hour from the novice village. Upon entering the forest and proceeding for about 10 minutes, they arrive at the location of the level 6 Great Tree Guardian. True to its name, the Bita trees tower even higher than some towers, with dense branches that obscure much of the light, casting an eerie shadow over the forest. Yet, upon realizing that this was merely a game, Li Fan mustered his courage. After all, as a grown man, he couldn't always linger behind a young lady. Thus, he positioned himself at the forefront. Before Ling Xue could offer her warning, several branches lunged at him, and before he could react, he found himself suspended in midair. Although his health had only diminished by a few points, he was utterly unable to break free. What on earth is happening? Ling Xue, save me. In a swift motion, Ling Xue severed the branches with her sword. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. As a healer, why was he not content to stay safely at the back instead of seeking to show off at the front? At that moment, Li Fan felt utterly embarrassed. His intention to impress had backfired, leaving him as the one in need of rescue. Ling Xue, what is going on? The very entity that ensnared you is the level 6 Treant Guardian. Ling Xue elucidated. In the Bit Tower Forest, the constraints of the novice village on these creatures had significantly lessened, allowing them to roam freely rather than being confined to a specific area. Constraints? Novice village. Li Fan found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Was it possible for monsters to behave in such a manner? Thus, despite having robust health and high defenses, one must exercise caution within the Bit Tower Forest. Understood Ling Xue. He gazed ahead at the towering tree, nearly 3 meters tall and standing motionless. Was this truly a haunted house? He cast a basic reconnaissance spell. Treant Guardian, level, 6 mana, 140 agility, 30 health, 1400 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 50 skills. Treant counter. Damage received is reflected back to the enemy at a rate of 20%. The more enemies present, the higher the cumulative retaliatory damage, up to a maximum of 200%. Treant Ensnare. The Treant Guardian attacks forward with branches, inflicting damage of 31. 15 attack value on the target, and ensnares the target for 2 seconds, ensnared, unable to move. Indeed, it was a Treant Guardian. Instantly, he became more vigilant regarding the surrounding bit tower trees. Prepare to engage. Shield up. A green light enveloped Ling Xue, significantly enhancing her safety with a robust shield. She approached the Treant Guardian that had attacked Li Fan, utilizing her shadow step. Minus 392 then, she unleashed a basic heavy strike, coupled with an elite white sword second hit. Minus 573 minus 246 in an instant. The Treant Guardian's health plummeted to below 200. Finally, with a regular attack, the Treant Guardian collapsed with a resounding crash. The entire encounter lasted less than 10 seconds. However, its Treant counter inflicted 560 points of retaliatory damage. Fortunately, Li Fan's healing shield mitigated this, resulting in her losing only a few health points. Your teammate has slain a level 6 Treant Guardian. You have gained 32 experience points. You have acquired 4 copper coins. The experience gained was substantial, comparable to several rounds in the level 4 Barbarian Bolt area. Moreover, the quantity of copper coins seemed to have doubled. With the Treant Guardian now vanquished, we must continue onward. The Treant Guardian can sometimes disguise itself as the smaller trees of Bit Tower. Exercise caution, Ling Xue advised. The Bit Tower Forest serves as a transitional area for the frontline city, designed to acclimate players to the behavior of monsters. Li Fan was somewhat taken aback. Sister Ling, does that mean we still have to search for monsters in the realm of awakening? What did you expect? Ling Xue glanced at him and replied, do you think creatures like the long-eared rabbits will simply stand there, foolishly allowing you to strike them for loot? Such fortunate circumstances are hardly likely. If you wish to earn money, you must learn to discern and locate monsters, even anticipate their presence. Healing Shield. Li Fan cast a healing spell toward Ling Xue. Before he could identify a target, he saw Ling Xue charging towards the left front. Before long, a series of familiar notification sounds echoed, and he realized that the tree was, in fact, a monster. Good heavens, is this still the realm of awakening? The time spent searching for monsters far exceeds the time taken to defeat them by tenfold. At this rate, how long will it take to acquire a piece of equipment? Sister Ling, why don't we return to farm the level 5 Firebirds? Although the experience is lower, at least we could secure one piece of loot within an hour. Ling Xue declined, stating, monsters above level 8 in the areas outside the Bitter Forest will not yield experience or items. It is best to adapt quickly. Instead of complaining, you should observe your surroundings closely. The more monsters you find, the higher your chances of obtaining equipment. Her plan included entering the Bitter Forest ahead of schedule. In her past life, there was a rumor that defeating the first elite tree guardian would mark one as a public enemy of the Bitter Forest. At that time, as soon as they entered, monsters would seek them out without needing to hunt. This would make farming significantly easier. Furthermore, if they farmed the Firebirds, they would earn 16 experience, and by tomorrow afternoon, they might reach level 8. However, achieving level 8 would mean they could no longer farm the level 5 Firebirds. She aimed to defeat 2 more elites to stack the levels of the 3 passive skill books. Li Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, could only follow Ling Xue's guidance and search within the vast Bitter Forest. Chapter 58. Tips for the first fruit snatch. The novice village of the Japanese players was invaded and its leader defeated, rendering it inaccessible. Initially, this seemed a trivial matter, just a holographic game, with only the players from that village expressing their discontent. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was far more serious. The stationed Eagle Army in Japan swiftly apprehended dozens of individuals overnight, leading to fierce confrontations despite the Japanese government's vehement opposition to their demands for the release of the detainees. The Eagle Army, however, remained unyielding, promptly transporting these individuals to Eagle Nation. The following day, the situation escalated. Japanese citizens flooded the streets in protest, demanding the release of all apprehended individuals and urging their government to take action. The public outcry was overwhelming, and the Eagle Army's oppressive stance compelled the Japanese government to seek assistance from international organizations. To everyone's astonishment, within mere hours, Japan rescinded its request for international aid and instead joined forces with the Eagle Army to suppress its own citizens. Countries such as Huaxia took note of this drastic shift and, in collaboration with several nations, dispatched inquiries. The Japanese government later clarified that the detained individuals had vandalized numerous facilities belonging to the Eagle Army, injuring some of their personnel, thus dispelling the rumors of arbitrary arrests. However, such a transparent falsehood was hardly credible to the major powers. Many nations mobilized their resources, urgently investigating the underlying causes of this upheaval. In the novice village of 9,937, within the Bita Forest, after a night of arduous effort, Ling Xue and Li Fan had managed to defeat approximately 60 tree guardians, yielding disappointingly low rewards, around 150 copper coins and 2 white items belonging to Li Fan. Nevertheless, the attributes of these items were commendable, including 1 piece of clothing. Both items boasted 8 attributes. Tree staff white, intelligence 6 constitution 2, tree cloak white, intelligence 5 constitution 3. Both were significantly superior to what he currently possessed. Huang Xing, upon seeing the 2 pieces of equipment, was elated, eagerly offering 80,000 coins. This somewhat compensated for the scarcity of gear drops, alongside the 180,000 earned from defeating the level 4 elite bull. However, his joy was somewhat diminished, as they were still required to grind for monsters in the Bita Forest. Ling Xue, on the other hand, felt a pang of disappointment. After several hours of searching, they had yet to encounter any elite tree guardians. With time nearly reaching 9:30, and the fruit snatch event set to commence at 10, they could not afford to miss it. The 2 clicked to return to town, reappearing within the novice village. Huang Xing, unable to contain his excitement, sought out Li Fan, who had reached level 6 and was now eligible to participate in the dungeon. Every bit of power gained was invaluable. He wondered about the nature of this dungeon and whether a team would be necessary. "No need," Ling Xue replied, shaking her head. "Demeng and I are accustomed to tackling these challenges as a duo." "That's fine," Huang Xing chuckled. "I have 2 people with me as well, should our paths cross. I hope you will be lenient." They had already reviewed the rules for the fruit snatch event. There are 4 gates: east, south, west, and north. Upon entering each gate, at precisely 10:10, a guardian of the attribute spirit fruit will respawn. Defeating this guardian yields substantial rewards and unlocks the passage to the 2nd level. Should one fail to vanquish the guardian, the passage will still open after 3 minutes, allowing access to the 2nd level. Players entering through the southeast and northwest gates will encounter one another in the 2nd level for a fierce competition over treasures, with the 2nd level guardian materializing at 10:20. Ultimately, all players will converge in the 3rd level for a brutal contest. The team that successfully defeats the 3rd level guardian will earn the right to participate in the 10 villages fruit seizing expedition the following day. Ling Xue remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the leaderboard. Aside from her and Li Fan, both at level 7, there were 5 other players at level 6, 2 from the Starry Sky Guild and seemingly 2 from the Black Feather Guild, known as Black Tiger and Flame Tiger, along with a warrior named Nine Brother. As the clock struck 9:50, the system announced that players reaching level 6 could head to the Novice Village Square and engage the Fruit Seizing Expedition teleporter to enter the arena. Ling Xue and Li Fan made their way to the preparation area for the expedition, where direction for the 4 gates were marked on the ground. "Ling Xue, shall we enter now?" Li Fan inquired. "No rush," she replied. "We have 10 minutes of preparation time. Let us stay in the center for now." Nearby, a count of the preparation area participants was displayed. Within just 2 minutes, all 7 players above level 6 from village 9937 had arrived. Ling Xue instructed Li Fan to remain in place while she ventured towards the 4 treasure gates in succession. This was a strategy from her previous life, known as seeking the gate. Remaining in the center allowed her to observe which gate would be most advantageous for entry, planning to rush through at the 1-minute mark. As she walked, she spotted Nine Brother at the entrance of the south gate. This warrior, upon seeing the famed killer known as the Fried Cutie, contemplated retreating to another gate. However, Ling Xue was quicker, heading towards the east gate, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At the east gate stood Black Tiger and Flame Tiger from the Black Feather Guild. They appeared somewhat anxious upon noticing her presence, but fortunately, she simply glanced at them before moving on. The north gate housed Huang Xing, a mage from the Starry Sky Guild, and Hua Jie, a priestess. Ling Xue, are you entering through the north gate? We can yield it to you, they offered. No need. Ling Xue contemplated for a moment before responding. The monsters on the first level are level 3. You should focus on the small platform in the central area once you enter. No small monsters will spawn there. Only the Guardian. Make sure to stock up on red and blue potions. Whether you can defeat it depends on your own skills. Remember, do not leave the platform, otherwise, you will attract the smaller monsters, making it even harder for you to succeed. As for the second level, your current strength may not suffice. The choice to proceed is yours. After surveying the area, Ling Xue made her decision. At 9:59, she directed Li Fan to enter through the west gate, while she herself entered through the south gate. As the clock struck 10, the fruit-seizing expedition officially commenced. Countless level 3 guardian monsters appeared in the arena. Ling Xue had yet to make a move when Nine Brother, the warrior, inadvertently attracted the attention of 4 or 5 monsters, unable to withstand their onslaught despite his full effort. In merely 3 seconds from the onset, one found themselves unceremoniously returned to the novice village, at the northern gate, heeding the wise counsel to ensure one's sustenance. Upon entering the treasure-hunting arena, Huangxing of the Starry Sky Guild and Sister Hua promptly ascended the platform, thereby evading the initial wave of slaughter. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate, Heihu of the Black Feather Guild barely managed to scramble onto the stage, relying on a taunt from his battle song to survive. As for Li Fan at the western gate, he ascended the platform with an air of casual ease. With no means to penetrate the high health of the level 3 guardian beasts, they posed no threat. Guardian beast level 3 attack, 40 agility, 20 health, 400 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 20 skill. A blow to the head swings a wooden stick at the target, inflicting 10-1 attack damage. Upon reaching the center of the platform, the guardian beasts instinctively vanished from his presence. The attributes of the precious fruit protectors would not refresh for another 10 minutes. These guardian beasts were of such low level that they could not contribute to skill proficiency. Thus, he decided to access the public channel, whereupon he was taken aback by the fervor of the discussion. The topic at hand was not his entanglement with Ling Xue, but rather the alarming news of the 9856 novice village in the land of Washington being breached. Chapter 59. The Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit. A delightful piece of news has emerged. A novice village in the land of the rising sun has been besieged and overrun by an invasion leader, prompting thousands of Japanese players to take to the internet to vent their frustrations. Indeed, it is a noteworthy development. Reports indicate that the invasion leader's assault on a novice village has rendered players unable to log in after its breach. Is this game truly operating as intended? Must we, too, protect our village? It is said that the formidable leader possesses astounding defenses and wide-ranging area attack skills, which even thousands of players from Japan could not withstand. What a predicament! If such a creature were to appear in our village, we would surely be doomed. Not at all. The issue lies not with us, but rather with the ineptitude of the Japanese players. Should the invasion leader materialize in our novice village, we would require no assistance. The renowned duo, the Fried Master and the 3000 Master, could handle it effortlessly. Amidst this chatter of invasion, the Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit has already respawned on the first level. Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian Beginner Level, 5 attack, 80 agility, 30 health, 1600 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 30 skill. Spear Thrust White pierces the target with a spear, inflicting 21 attack damage. A flurry of damage notifications appeared above Li Fan's head, all of which were absorbed by the healing shield. Ling Xue instructed him to lead this Guardian into the second level after 10:23. Should the Guardian remain in the second level, they would draw it to the third level, where they would regroup and methodically eliminate each Guardian. This strategy would allow them to maximize resource acquisition by conquering 2 first levels, 2 second levels, and 1 third level. Of course, the success of such a plan hinges entirely on the fact that very few players from the novice village 9937 have reached level 6, and they're not part of the guild. The probability of encountering a second-level Guardian is a mere 1%. Otherwise, Ling Xue would not dare to execute this plan. With ample time at their disposal, Li Fan decided to cast his beginner healing spell on the level 5 guardian. You have successfully cast beginner healing. Your number of healing shields has increased by 10. To advance from healing shield level 4 to level 5 requires a proficiency of 10,000, of which he has already accumulated 6,000. It is worth noting that he had only just reached level 4 yesterday. Initially, his exceptional innate talent was not as formidable as that of the purple-tinted tank auxiliary build. But it now appears that both paths possess their unique merits. After all, in terms of basic values, the leap from level 4 to level 5 doubles the foundational figures. The disparity between maximum and non-maximum levels is indeed substantial. Meanwhile, in a subterranean base somewhere in Huaxia, Elder Chun has confirmed that the Eagle Sauce Army Station in Japan has conducted extensive arrests of the Japanese populace during the early hours. The individuals apprehended were predominantly players from the novice village of Juejing 9856. Furthermore, another piece of information has surfaced, somewhat astonishing, yet its authenticity remains unverified. What is this news? It is said that during the arrests, some individuals possessed extraordinary strength, capable of overturning military vehicles of the Eagle Nation with bare hands, while others could scale walls with ease. Has there been any communication from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? No. The Eagle Nation seems oblivious to the dealings with the Yamato Nation, which has since withdrawn its lawsuit against the Eagle Nation, making it exceedingly difficult to glean any information from that front. In my name, I shall unite all parties and mobilize every possible resource to uncover more intelligence. Observing the resolute gaze in Elder Chen's eyes, even the nearby elders, who only spoke after Young was departure, remarked, "Elder Chun, have you made any discoveries?" Matters escalating to the international level are typically approached with great caution. However, today's deviation from the norm suggests something significant. Have you heard of the term game abilities materialization? What do you imply? Indeed, after the breach of Juejing 9856's novice village, players were unable to log back into the game, yet some managed to bring portions or all of their abilities into reality. The stationed Eagle troops in Yamato discovered this and swiftly initiated action. Subsequently, the Yamato Nation capitulated, likely in exchange for some data from the Eagle Nation, expressing a willingness to share. In this light, everything becomes explicable. Gentlemen, the materialization of game abilities. Is this not somewhat preposterous? I too find it implausible. Yet since its inception, the game Juejing has been anything but ordinary. Relay my orders. The 100,000 participants in the Juejing game must endeavor to collect as much data as possible from within the game. I shall promptly request funding from the capital to ensure they enhance their capabilities at any cost. Village 9937. The first level of the Fruit-Seizing Legion. A private message from Ling Xue informed him that he could now enter the second level. Li Fan then summoned the Attribute Spirit Fruit Protector Beginner and, from a corner of the teleportation array, ventured into the second level. Before long, the protector from the first level appeared in the second. He breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, as an internal test player, he was well informed and aware of everything. The second level Attribute Spirit Fruit Protector Intermediate had respawned at the center of the platform, yet there were no players present. Attribute Spirit Fruit Protector Intermediate level, 6 attack, 120 agility, 30 health, 2400 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 40 skill. Long spear thrust white, thrust to spear the target. Dealing 31. 1 attack damage. He maneuvered from the corner to the center, drawing the monster's attention. Damage numbers floated above his head. The minor creatures on the second level were level 4, inflicting only around 10 points of damage on him, but their numbers were somewhat overwhelming. His healing shield had already shattered, prompting him to quickly cast another one upon himself. He swiftly led 2 protectors toward the third level. The third level of the Fruit-Seizing Legion. Li Fan and Ling Xue successfully reunited. Ling Xue was not in good condition. Behind her trailed an intermediate-level guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit, whose health had dwindled to merely 1/3. The main, casting a basic healing spell. Your teammate has cast a basic healing spell on you. Your health has been restored by 490. You have received a healing shield effect at last. She returned to full health. She sighed in relief. If given another chance, she would choose to venture through the door with Deming. She had accurately assessed the damage from the Guardian, yet she had overlooked the peril posed by the three-tiered level 5 Guardian monsters. Had she not swiftly utilized her Shadow Leap to distance herself from the horde of monsters, she might have truly faced calamity. Li Fan inquired, "Sister Ling, which Guardian should we target first?" The monsters here inflict considerable damage, and with 2 evasive maneuvers, they could avoid attracting the monster's attention. They reached the right corner, where the Guardian monsters had returned to their original positions, leaving only 3 Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardians remaining. Chapter 60. Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit Advanced. Ling Xue was the first to launch an assault on the Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit Beginner. With 2 swift basic attacks, she inflicted -484 damage, reducing its health by more than half. Following this, a powerful strike was executed, combined with the secondary damage from the elite white sword, resulting in the swift demise of the Beginner Guardian. Your teammate has slain the Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit Beginner. You have gained 50 experience. Current mode is random loot. You have obtained low-level Attribute Spirit Fruit. You have obtained low-level Attribute Spirit Fruit, unlike the free loot mode available in the wild. Upon entering the Fruit Seizing Brigade, the default setting is random loot, along with options for Captain's Loot and free loot. Ling Xue had been evading damage and had not reverted the loot mode. After reviewing the distribution records, she discovered that she had acquired a white gear with 4 attributes. "How should we divide the Attribute Spirit Fruits, Sister Ling?" Ling Xue quickly replied, "For the blue Attribute Spirit Fruits, each person can only use 10. Be sure not to exceed that limit. As for their specific usage, I will decide after the conclusion of the Fruit Seizing Brigade tomorrow in the 10th village." Understood. Li Fan traded the Attribute Spirit Fruits to Ling Xue, who in turn gave him the white gear, changing the team's loot mode to free loot. This naturally brought him joy. Although the prices of 4 attribute gear had depreciated somewhat rapidly, it still held a value of around 8,000 to 9,000. Every bit counts. The remaining 2 Guardians of the Attribute Spirit Fruit Intermediate were both level 6, yet they posed no challenge to the duo. Within merely 2 minutes, they were defeated one after the other. A total of 2 intermediate Attribute Spirit Fruits and 4 low-level Attribute Spirit Fruits were obtained, alongside 4 pieces of white gear, each boasting 5 or 6 attributes. Ling Xue focused on collecting the Attribute Spirit Fruits while he gathered the gear. Money is money, and the ease of it all was delightful. "Sister Ling, how often does the Fruit Seizing Brigade take place?" The Fruit Seizing Brigade in this village occurs every Friday. If our village secures the 3rd tier of Guardians, we can participate in the 10th village's fruit seizing. Should the 10th village conquer the 3rd tier, they can then join the 100 villages Fruit Seizing Brigade. As one progresses, competition intensifies, and the drop rates increase. Before long, on the platform of the 3rd tier, the Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit Advanced reappeared. Clad in armor and wielding a long spear, it towered nearly a meter taller than the Intermediate Guardian. Guardian of the Attribute Spirit Fruit Advanced Level, 7 attack, 140 agility, 30 health, 3,000 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 50 skill, spear thrust white, stabs forward with the spear, inflicting damage of 41. 2 attack. With Li Fan's exceptional support, even if the attack were to double, it would pose no issue. The health of the Advanced Guardian plummeted rapidly. Ling Xue allowed its attacks to rain down, her healing shield remaining intact. Just as its health dipped to half, suddenly, 2 figures emerged within their line of sight. Ling Xue hastily ceased her assault, for she understood that this Guardian was also in a final strike mode. If the treasure were to be snatched, even as a reborn player, she would find it unbearable. She lowered her sword and discovered that it was Huang Xing and a player named Sister Hua. "Fry boss, do not engage. We are all acquaintances," Huang Xing quickly exclaimed. The fact that they had made it to the 3rd level astonished her, prompting her to glance at Li Fan. Li Fan indicated that he had not seen either of them when he summoned his 2nd level Guardian. With a swift maneuver, Ling Xue drew the attention of the minor monsters and instructed, "Head over there, and the minor monsters will cease their attacks on you." "Understood," Sister Hua replied while healing. As the duo moved toward the right corner, by the time they arrived, their health was nearly depleted. After the 3rd level Guardian appeared, there was a 30-minute window before the treasure seekers would be teleported back to the entrance. Ling Xue and her companion halted their offensive and inquired, "Now, Huang President, What are your intentions? Huang Xing responded, Fried boss, brother to Ming. Sister Hua, and I wish to venture into the 10 villages to see some treasures. Rest assured, we desire nothing but the pure experience. Having encountered the first-level guardian, they were well aware of their own limitations, realizing that defeating the higher-level guardians was beyond their current capabilities. Participating in the 10 villages treasure dungeon would make their all-night leveling worthwhile. Sister Hua possessed a talent that enhanced the defenses of her healing targets by 30%. If they could partake in the 10 villages treasure hunt, it would be a significant boon. Brother Deming, what do you think Sister Hua proposed? Perhaps we could pay you too to guide us, Li Fan interjected. Ling Xue. ISNT their Captain S loot mode? After all, having an additional member would bolster their treasure-seeking prowess. Accompanying them seemed feasible. Ling Xue pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need for payment. If you truly desire nothing, then that is acceptable. Haha, Ling Xue. I can assure you of that. After Li Fan clicked to agree, Ling Xue changed the Team S loot mode to Captain S loot and invited the two into the party. With no worries lingering behind, Ling Xue renewed her assault on the advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian. 2 minutes later, they successfully vanquished it. Your teammate has slain the advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian. You have gained 100 experience. Congratulations to the team of Fried Cute One for successfully defeating the advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian. What incredible fortune! Fried Cute One has slain the advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian, yielding advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Blue. What incredible fortune! Fried Cute One has slain the advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian, yielding advanced attribute Spirit Fruit Blue. Congratulations to Fried Cute One. De Meng San Qian. Tonight, we hunt tigers. And Sister Hua, for qualifying for the 10 villages treasure hunt. Please arrive at the venue by 10 o'clock tomorrow. With Fried, there are no surprises. Congratulations to all esteemed players for successfully leveling up. Several esteemed individuals. Let us strive diligently to seize the treasures of the 10th village, ensuring that the name of our village 9937 resonates throughout the entirety of the Awakening Realm gaming community. This is indeed a noble endeavor. Let us rally together. Our esteemed leader is also present. Truly impressive. Let's persevere. Are there any distinguished individuals willing to place bets on the acquisition of the treasures from the 10th village? The Novice Village Square is open for wagers, starting from a mere 10 copper coins, with the Grand Guild providing assurance. Chapter 61. Utilizing Advanced Attribute Spirit Fruits. 2 Advanced Attribute Spirit Fruits, accompanied by 4 Intermediate Attribute Spirit Fruits, undoubtedly constitute an exceptional bounty. Even Ling Xue felt a flicker of excitement. In her previous life, within the Novice Village, guilds often comprised hundreds of players competing for treasures. The small guild she led had never even conquered the 2nd level, let alone the 3rd. Returning to the Novice Village, Li Fan was equally elated. For Ling Xue had bestowed upon him 4 pieces of white gear, each boasting attributes of 6 and 7. With a single endeavor to seize the fruits, he had acquired a total of 10 pieces of white gear, which he promptly traded to Huang Xing for an impressive sum of 190,000. In the span of merely half an hour, he had amassed such wealth. Li Fan eagerly anticipated the treasure hunt in the 10th village the following day, hoping that their opponents would not be overly formidable, allowing them to successfully conquer the 3rd level. Ling Xue, Deming, if you decide to sell your attribute spirit fruits, please do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, the price will be satisfactory, he proposed. Ling Xue responded, President Huang, I am afraid we will not be selling the attribute spirit fruits. While they are merely fruits for now, once we obtain the item manifestation scrolls, they will become invaluable treasures. I would never wish to part with them. Huang Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. Player Hua Jie then interjected, Deming, I've heard you're also from Yushu. I happen to have a branch office in Chongqing. If I come to Chongqing, we could meet up, dine together, and perhaps forge a friendship. She had witnessed Li Fan's formidable healing capabilities. The level 7 advanced protector could not even breach his shield. If they could recruit him, they might stand a chance at conquering the 3rd level. Hua Jie, in the game, appeared as a woman in her 30s. Her words caused Ling Xue to furrow her brow. He has no time. He needs to grind and level up, she asserted, pulling Li Fan away. Let me tell you, Don't engage too casually with those wealthy individuals. A mere trifling trick could lead you astray, turning you into their labor. Li Fan chuckled. Ling Xue, you jest. I'm not a child. I'm not so easily deceived. What if they offer you $1 million a month? Ling Xue pressed. Impossible. What about 2 million? Such a proposition genuinely made Li Fan contemplate the possibility of being duped. Ling Xue, you must be joking. It's just a game. They can't be that foolish. Ling Xue merely smiled, choosing not to respond further. She had also noted the news of the invasion of the novice village 9856, which occurred 2 days earlier than in her previous life. It wouldn't be long before many high-ranking players became aware that the strength within the Awakening Realm game could manifest. By then, players like Li Fan, who excelled as support, would likely attract offers of not just $1 million, but perhaps even 10 million. Though I, Demeng, am fond of wealth, I understand the importance of gratitude. Without Ling Xie's guidance, I would not be where I am today. Rest assured, as long as you do not rush me, I will certainly remain by your side. Hearing Li Fan's earnest commitment, Ling Xue felt a surge of happiness. Make sure you remember your words today. In the novice village phase, the most coveted item is the blue high-level attribute spirit fruit, and by fortune, 2 have just been obtained. You and I shall each take one. Excellent. You have consumed the blue high-level attribute spirit fruit, acquiring 3 free points. Li Fan allocated all points to his constitution. His health now reached 830, magic attack 290, and his primary healing amount surpassed the 500 mark, achieving an impressive 514. Truly remarkable. If all 10 were utilized, that would yield a total of 30 constitution and 150 intelligence. At that point, his magic attack would exceed 400. Ling Xue accompanied Li Fan to the village chief of the novice village, presenting proof of their defeat of the Great Tree Guardian. The village chief then assigned her a new task. Sister Ling, what kind of task is this? Why can't I accept it? Like the previous task, it can only be accepted by one person. Is it from the Forest of Towers? Indeed. What shall we do now? Ling Xue replied. I need to log off for a bit, perhaps for an hour. DeLong and the others are currently in the level 4 area with the barbarian bull monsters. You might as well practice your skills there. Li Fan said, I will log off too, just to make a phone call home. Send me a message when you're back online. All right. Upon exiting the game, Li Fan noticed a WeChat message from Wang Tao. We captured the treasure in level 3 with the guild, and I got an intermediate attribute spirit fruit. ISNT Grandpa amazing? After responding, he anticipated the day when the 2 villages would merge, envisioning himself adorned in blue gear, having consumed all 10 high-level attribute spirit fruits, dazzling all with his titanium alloy dog eyes. Wang Tao hadn't read his response, likely having entered the game already. Thus, he opened his computer. He had lost interest in job hunting, earning hundreds of thousands a day. He could no longer tolerate the thought of jobs that paid only a few thousand and required enduring a boss's reprimands. He began researching the Social Security back payments in Yushu. Both his parents hailed from rural backgrounds and had never purchased Social Security. Previously, they lacked funds, but now that he had money, he wanted to secure their future. He indeed discovered options for one-time Social Security back payments. He immediately called his sister. Xiao Fan, what is up? Sister, I want to make a one-time payment for 15 years of Social Security for Mom and Dad. When are you free to help me inquire at the Social Security Bureau? I believe one plan is over 90,000, with a monthly payout of around 800 or 900. One-time Social Security payment. Li Ling had certainly come across this before. Xiao Fan, you're not joking, right? For both Mom and Dad, wouldn't that amount to around 18 or 19,000. Have you discussed this with them? Li Fan replied, it's fine. I want to provide them with some security while I can. Sister, I'll transfer 200,000 to you. Li Ling initially thought Li Fan was joking. However, the next moment, she received a transfer of 200,000 in her bank account. This was no small sum, prompting her to quickly call their mother to discuss the matter. Then, Zheng Shi contacted Li Fan. After much explanation, Zheng Shi finally believed him. Inquiring about my grandfather's condition, his health remains somewhat compromised, yet his spirits have notably improved. He reassures my mother not to worry about financial matters, as his business continues to flourish. Chapter 62. The Manifestation of Game Abilities, the Realm of Awakening. With the invasion of the 9856 novice village chief commencing, numerous villages experienced varying degrees of disturbance. However, it was not as severe as reported by certain Japanese online users. Some novice villages even managed to slay the invading monsters, yielding substantial rewards, including rare blue equipment. Naturally, players from Japan's 9856 novice village were indignant. Upon comparison and inquiry, they discovered two categories of invasions, the first being the chief they encountered, and the second, the lesser elite monsters faced by other villages, which were far weaker, not even reaching a tenth of the strength they had encountered. Yet players from other nations deemed the Japanese players as merely making excuses. Until the following dawn, the novice villages of John Bull and Gallic Rooster were breached, mirroring the plight of the Japanese novice village, rendering players unable to log in. It was then that players in the realm of Awakening recognized the genuine distinction between elite and chief-level invasions. Furthermore, as the server time progressed, the likelihood of chief-level invasions increased significantly. In a restaurant in Yushu, Sister Xue, you are incredibly beautiful. Without a doubt, you are the most stunning person Xiaoyu has ever seen. Ling Xue gently patted Xiaoyu's head. Isn't it enough that you're eating? Then let us skip the meal. Waiter, bring the bill. Xiaoyu quickly interjected. Sister Xue, please don't. I haven't had a proper meal all day. And what I said is absolutely true. Half an hour later, the two returned to Ling Xue's residence. Xiaoyu was filled with curiosity about everything, especially the game nutrient pod that was almost the size of half a room, dazzling her eyes. This pod is yours. Once you enter the game and complete the certification, you can log in. Sister Xue, I adore you so much, Xiaoyu exclaimed, throwing her arms around Ling Xue. Her cheeks flushed even after 2 lifetimes. Is Brother Dezhong nearby? No. Is Brother Dezhong in Yushu? It seems so. Are you and Brother Dezhong very good friends? In the game, yes. Ling Xue felt a headache coming on. Why did this little girl have so many questions? Hurry up, log in and level up. Dalong and the others have already reached level 5. If you fall too far behind, no one will take you along. Oh, Xiaoyu entered the game nutrient pod, and the room fell considerably quieter. Ling Xue sent a message to Li Fan, who replied with a meme about logging in to make money. In the realm of Awakening, at Novice Village 9937, the 6 gathered in the area of level 4 barbarian bulls, preparing to head towards the Bitta Forest. Xiaoyu, you haven't logged in for almost a day. Did something happen? Haha, I'm living with Sister Xue now, and she even bought me a game nutrient pod. It's so much better than the helmet. And Sister Xue, is truly beautiful. How beautiful. Super beautiful. Xiaoyu. The stern voice of Ling Xue resonated in her ears, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth. No wonder Sister Ling refrained from selling equipment and copper coins. She casually provided the game's nutritional supplies. Li Fan, intentionally lagging behind, whispered to Su Yu, is Sister Ling truly beautiful? Hasn't Brother Demeng and Sister Xue seen her? Not yet. Does she have tattoos? Su Yu pondered for a moment, recalling that when Sister Xue had changed clothes, there appeared to be a crescent symbol on her back. I think she does, Brother Demeng. Why do you ask? Are you planning to pursue Sister Xue? Should this lady dares to say anything? He quickly gestured for her to lower her voice. They were about to enter the Bitta Forest. Everyone gathered together to avoid being ambushed by monsters. Ling Xue instructed everyone to concentrate. Thanks to her detailed strategy, the group understood that the monsters in the Bitta Forest differed from those outside. They wouldn't foolishly stand in the danger zone, waiting to be defeated. To gain experience, they needed to identify the monsters first. About 3 minutes later, Ling Xue spotted a great tree guardian and intentionally refrained from warning them. Li Fan, caught off guard and lacking agility, stepped into its range and was ensnared by its branches. Although the great tree guardian could mimic the Bitta trees, a careful comparison of its branches and leaves revealed distinct differences. Sister Ling, I'm still suspended in midair. You have high health and defense. Hanging there for a bit is no problem. Su Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh. She had overheard his earlier inquiries and wondered why he didn't just ask directly. This was a small punishment for him. Hua Luo, deep in thought, realized this was indeed the great tree guardian and pointed to a tree approximately 20 units away. "Sister Ling, look at that tree. Isn't it the great tree guardian?" Ling Xue shattered a branch with her sword. With the group's cooperation, they defeated the great tree guardian in under a minute. As they approached the tree Hua Luo had indicated, they confirmed it was indeed a great tree guardian. "Hua Luo, how did you notice it from such a distance?" Everyone was curious, including Ling Xue, who found it remarkable that even she couldn't identify the great tree guardian from that far away. Hua Luo replied, "I find it quite simple. Real bita trees remain still, while the great tree guardian sways back and forth." "Does it sway? Is it moving?" Xiao Bai and the others were even more puzzled. Nevertheless, discovering it was certainly advantageous. Li Fan detailed the attributes and skills of the great tree guardian. Su Yu and the others had been a fixed team for some time, and they quickly devised a strategy to tackle the great tree guardian. There were minor missteps along the way, but nothing significant. After approximately 4 minutes, they finally defeated the great tree guardian. They commenced their search deeper into the forest. It must be said that Hua Luo's ability to locate the great tree guardians was impressive. Within a mere 60 units, he had found 4. His efficiency surpassed that of Demeng and himself by more than double. With 3 successful kills of the great tree guardian under their belts, Ling Xue felt reassured. Under the direction of Hu Lu, the task of locating the formidable tree guardians within the designated area was assigned, with the coordinates sent to LFN. Subsequently, the team would split up to execute their individual missions. Should they encounter elite tree guardians or any other form of peril, immediate communication was mandated. Meanwhile, while LFN and Ling Xue's party engaged in battle against the tree guardians, multiple novice villages, including Zhujie in 9129 and 9329, faced a renewed invasion aimed at safeguarding these beginner settlements. The elite-level incursions were manageable, as thousands of players collaborated effectively to vanquish the foes. However, the 2 novice villages, besieged by leader-level invasions, found themselves in dire straits, unable to fend off the onslaught. Ironically, players from the Wan Nation S9856 Novice Village, who had mocked their plight in the morning, found themselves among the besieged by afternoon. On the side of Hu Shi, persistent efforts from intelligence operatives of the Wan Nation and the Eagle Sauce Nation, coupled with reports of extraordinary abilities emerging in certain Southeast Asian countries, revealed a troubling truth. These extraordinary individuals were none other than players from novice villages in Zhujiang, who had fallen victim to leader-level invasions. It was ultimately confirmed that if a novice village in the Zhujiang game failed to repel a leader-level incursion, players who had already achieved level 5 within the game would retain their abilities, despite being unable to re-enter the game. This was particularly significant for full-strength warrior players, whose extraordinary powers were magnified to nearly 15 times that of an ordinary individual. If they possessed suitable weaponry, their strength could potentially double. The higher echelons of Hu Shi were divided regarding the manifestation of game abilities. Some deemed the information inaccurate, while others argued for immediate preparations. It was only after receiving several players from Southeast Asia through various channels that the matter garnered serious attention. Top-tier technical experts from the national level convened in the capital, aiming to infiltrate the Zhujiang game, yet they underestimated the advanced AI-driven game, which surpassed existing human technology. Ultimately, a team of hundreds concluded their efforts in failure. Following a decisive vote, with an overwhelming majority of 90%, the initiation of the S-Plan was resolved. Chapter 63. Repeatedly battling the Level 5 Flamebird Elite on the 6th day of the game's opening at 6 p.m. in the Novice Village 9937. The passage of time saw an increasing number of players reach Level 5, with more than half of the leaderboard now occupied by Level 6 players. The Level 4 Bull Monsters could no longer satisfy the leveling needs of the high-level players. Several prominent guilds banded together to venture into the Level 5 Flamebird area. Initially, they suffered considerable losses, but through gradual exploration and analysis of its attributes and skills, they soon achieved success in their endeavor. A testament to the strength of the major guilds, they joyfully commenced their grinding in the Level 5 Flamebird region. where the experience gained far surpassed that of the level 4 bull monsters. The Black Feather Guild, with Black Tiger and Flame Tiger assisted by dozens of players, experienced a substantial increase in experience. The morning's unexpected ambush had indeed infuriated Black Tiger. Upon entering the area, he was swiftly besieged by minor monsters. Flame Tiger, utilizing taunts, managed to extricate Black Tiger from peril. Yet by the time the Guardian of Treasures respawned, their resources were nearly depleted. Lacking a healer, they were ultimately forced out of the treasure-seizing arena. What is the current status of the guild's development? Black Xue reported that they currently occupy 1 level 1 monster point, 2 level 2 points, 2 level 3 points, 2 level 4 points, and 1 level 5 point, thereby establishing a comprehensive leveling chain. Among their ranks, there are over 40 level 4 players, 17 level 5 players, and 9 level 6 players, with 15 seasoned players boasting equipment of level 5 or higher. How do they compare to the Starry Sky Guild? There remains a slight deficiency. Black Tiger inhaled deeply. In this immersive game, the Black Feather Guild had always claimed the top spot. The Starry Sky Guild ought to remain in the shadows. Yet he was taken aback to find that they were faring poorly even in the novice village. Black Xue, there's no alternative. They possess the inherent advantage of the long-eared rabbit canyon. It is said that the guild ranked second, Dream of 1,000, sold all their equipment to them. While they occupy more points across various level monster zones than we do, Lily had anticipated another tirade from Black Tiger. However, this time he simply stated, in the novice village 9937, I will transfer an additional 10 million funds to the account. Today, I will purchase all equipment from the auction house and the public channel. Ordinary players cannot pass the level 5 skill trials. Acquire as many skill crystals as possible for reserves. Just as the Black Feather Guild was strategizing to amplify their strength and develop the various novice village guilds, a colossal creature emerged in the level 5 monster area. It was the Flame Bird Elite. The major guilds were elated, and they launched a coordinated assault, determined to defeat it before the 2 other players arrived. Yet, in the next moment, they were rendered speechless. Not only was the ground ablaze, but the massive bird took flight, raining down fire upon them, overwhelming even the shield tanks. Numerous attempts to conquer the creature ended in failure. With the Starry Sky Guild absent, the elites they summoned were not to be easily relinquished to those 2 players atop the leaderboard. Thus, they opted to wait for the Flame Bird Elite to vanish before entering the area to slay monsters. Yet, 10 minutes swiftly passed. The flame birds within the arena had respawned, but the Flame Bird Elite had not disappeared. It remained quietly crouched on the ground. No one dared to initiate an attack. The Flame Bird Elite still lingered. 10 minutes passed without any signs of disappearance. These accursed elites, are they ever going to upgrade? Never mind. Let us hasten to summon those 2 formidable assassins. Upgrading is of utmost importance. In the vicinity of the Bitta Forest, Ling Xue and Li Fan were engrossed in their grinding. In just a few hours, they had already surpassed their earlier efforts, thanks to the unique gaze of Hua Luo. Over 4 hours, they had acquired 4 pieces of equipment, all boasting high attributes. Their copper coin count was nearing 300, more than double what they had previously. Experience points had also risen to just over 4/5 of the required amount. If all went well, they should reach level 8 by nightfall, thereby enhancing their prospects for tomorrow's treasure hunt. After all, in just half an hour, they could earn over 100,000 without the need for dungeons, which was far more lucrative. As he continued to grind, he kept an eye on the public chat channel. White gear with 4 to 5 attributes had surprisingly surged to 15,000. The minimum bid for skill crystal stones at the auction house was 35,000. Moreover, the copper coins had almost dipped below 100 in the morning, but now they had risen to 130, with a strong upward momentum as numerous major guilds were scrambling to acquire them, suggesting a potential rise to 150. The game, Ju Edging, was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him, with prices inexplicably soaring. He had purchased quite a bit last night and this morning, resulting in a loss of several thousand. It seemed that he could not wholly trust what Tao Shui had said. The value of items in the game appeared to diminish as time progressed. It was already the 6th day since the server launch, and yet prices had risen by half. The Susuyu team was also faring well. First, she reached level 5, And then the team had 3 equipment drops, all with 7 to 8 attributes. Li Fan Kira Ling Xue. Have you noticed that the white gear dropped in Bit of Forest seems to never have attributes lower than 7? The monsters in Bit of Forest were indeed more challenging to locate and defeat than those outside the novice village. Ling Xue explained, naturally, the drops will be of higher quality. Of course, Hua Luo is an exception. I suspect that her rebirth has caused some subtle changes, allowing her to bring a certain clarity from reality into the game, enabling her to discern movement and stillness with remarkable precision. She is practically a nemesis to the Treants. It was a pity that the game had not spawned any elite Treants. If they had, their leveling speed would have undoubtedly accelerated. After all, the leader's invasion had breached the novice village earlier than expected, by several days compared to their previous life. Ling Xue, look at the public channel. Li Fan's voice chimed in beside her. Ling Xue opened the chat panel and discovered that many players were sharing the coordinates for the elite level 5 Firebird. The elite Firebird had respawned, but she was puzzled as to why so many guilds were being so benevolent today. Li Fan was equally perplexed. To be frank, they had encountered numerous guilds, such as Black Feather, Red Flower Society, and Irreplaceable, with which they had their share of conflicts. Aside from the Xingqian Guild, which might extend to casual courtesy, other guilds would typically wait until the elite monsters disappeared without notifying them. The resources for upgrading were almost entirely controlled by the guilds. There was no way for casual players to access the level 5 Firebird area. The elite level 5 Firebird was different from its predecessors. After its respawn, if it was not defeated, it would remain until midnight the following day. They are unable to prevail or even make any progress. So that is how it is. Li Fan realized, and he had to admit that following the players in the closed beta was indeed a comfortable experience, sparing him from numerous detours and placing him significantly ahead of others. But should this elite still be farmed? Or should they leave those guild members to their own devices for a while? Ling Xue shook her head, for she now possessed 3 basic passive skill books and needed to defeat elites. No, tomorrow is the treasure hunt in the 10th village. I lack the assurance of victory. The only course of action is to enhance her strength as much as possible. She decided to hunt the elite Firebird now and elevate her level to 8 by evening. Chapter 64. The Flamebirds will mark the 2 individuals found themselves at the edge of the Baitar Forest, not far from the realm of the Flamebirds. After a mere 10 minutes, they arrived. Upon witnessing the scene of the level 5 Flamebird area, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. A throng of individuals, no less than 200 strong, stood at least 15 units away from the level 5 monster zone. However, Ling Xue was unable to share in his amusement. Before them lay the level 5 Flame Bird Elite, lying quietly on the ground, flames engulfing it to a height of 2 to 3 zhang. Clearly, these guilds were formidable opponents. Having failed in their initial attempts, they had regrouped for a second and even a third round, with a number of participants likely exceeding 200. Otherwise, the flames emanating from the Flame Bird Elite would not be so abundant. It was no wonder they stood at such a distance. Demeng stacked a few healing shields before entering. The Flame Bird Elite's meteor flame damage consists of at least 3 waves. Alright, Li Fan assessed his current health at 830, magical attack at 290, magical defense at 126, along with a 10 reduction in magical damage. He felt confident he could withstand the onslaught. With a healing capacity of 515 and a level 4 healing shield. Also at 515, he took a mere 15 seconds to stack 4 healing shields before stepping into the fray. Initially, he endured the burns from the lesser flame birds and the flames on the ground, but due to his high magical defense, his shields barely diminished. As he moved toward the central area, approaching the Flame Bird Elite, he renewed his stacked healing shields. Perhaps due to a perceived lack of threat from him, the elite did not immediately retaliate. Damn it, am I being ignored? Li Fan felt a pang of frustration, knowing he was merely a support character. Strike it with your staff, came Ling Xue's suggestion. With a resolute swing of his staff, he struck downwards. You dealt 0 damage to the Flame Bird Elite with a normal attack. The 0 damage was a severe blow to his pride. The Flame Bird Elite took to the air. Meteor Flame, minus 117 minus 117 minus 117. Numerous flames cascaded upon Li Fan. His healing shields diminished rapidly. He swung his staff incessantly, casting healing shields upon himself. The Flame Bird Elite descended again, intent on incinerating this audacious invader. At last, Li Fan's healing shield shattered. Yet, just as his health dipped to half, it was instantaneously restored. In contrast, the Flame Bird Elite began to emit wisps of smoke, unable to maintain its position. "Little one, you're not holding up too well. My shield has only just broken." The Flame Bird shrieked in anger at Li Fan. Indeed, it seemed to falter, its cries now resembling those of a frightened creature. "Ling Xue, you may enter." It's weakened. From a distance, the guild players watched in disbelief. Was this the same Flame Bird Elite that had just decimated players? Was it the Flame Bird that was faltering? No, it was Demeng Sanxian, who was simply too formidable. Most of them could barely withstand a single wave of flames. Yet this individual had endured dozens. Ling Xue swiftly entered the battle. A multitude of assaults descended upon the Flame Bird Elite, causing its health to plummet rapidly. Yet astonishingly, the creature remained fixated on Li Fan. She was taken aback. Was the enmity generated by the Demeng Sanxian truly this profound? I am nearly half depleted in health, and the Flame Bird Elite still has its unwavering gaze fixed upon Li Fan. At last, she amassed enough fiery energy and ascended into the air. This time, the fire meteor she unleashed was unlike any before. The flames surged towards the very area where Li Fan stood. Ling Xue initially intended to take refuge behind him, but having encountered such a scenario for the first time, she quietly shifted to the side, wary of approaching even a fraction closer. Could it be that Li Fan had awakened some latent consciousness within the creature? In a mere 2 seconds, more than 10 strikes rained down upon him, shattering his healing shield. Fortunately, his health points were sufficiently high, and his staff swung with such fervor it nearly left a blur in its wake. Damn it! Who altered the code of this flame bird? Why are all the fire meteors aimed directly at me? Initially, he had thought that standing firm would enhance his masculine allure. Yet the sheer volume of attacks forced him to flee. After several tense seconds, the fire meteors finally ceased. Li Fan exhaled in relief, though his body was left marred by the blackened remnants of the flames. 2 minutes later, Ling Xue successfully vanquished the Flame Bird Elite. Your teammate has slain the Flame Bird Elite. You have gained 400 experience. You have provoked the wrath of the Flame Bird Elite. Earning the Flame Bird will mark. Flame Bird will mark. The Flame Bird's awareness of your presence has significantly increased. Please take care to protect yourself and maintain distance from the Flame Bird, as it signifies danger. The Flame Bird will mark? Stay away from the Flame Bird? Is this not absurd? Li Fan was someone who could withstand the Flame Bird Elite. He feared not even a multitude of flame birds nearby. Elite Bird Long Boots Blue. Intelligence 9 Constitution 8 Special Attribute. Agility 18 Description. A commendable pair of boots that grants substantial agility bonuses. Swift as the Wind is now within reach. Produced by Flame Bird Elite of Village 9937. An excellent pair of boots, and, in addition, for other white equipment pieces with 6 or 7 attributes, along with over 200 copper coins. The players from the guild gazed with envy. Such treasures could fetch hundreds of thousands. Beasts, those 2 beasts. Yet, they were powerless to act, forced to seethe silently from a distance. The 3 basic passive skills also provided significant enhancements to Ling Xue. The 2 set forth towards the bit of forest. Suddenly, Li Fan spoke. Sister Ling, when you defeated the Flame Bird Elite just now, I received a Flame Bird will mark. Is this item of any real use? The Flame Bird will mark? Ling Xue abruptly halted. Are you certain it is this mark? Indeed, Li Fan nodded, the white text clearly visible before him. Ling Xue found herself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had unleashed her full power, while Demeng dealt 0 damage. Yet this mark had found its way onto him. Perhaps Demeng truly possessed a talent in this regard. The elite tortoise from earlier seemed to be in a similar predicament. Noticing a change in Ling Xue's expression, he inquired, Sister Ling, is it serious? It's merely the attention of the elite birds, isn't it? They can hardly pose a threat to me now. In a few days, they may not even breach my defenses. Ling Xue replied, it's nothing much. Just be cautious of the bird when you go out. They might relieve themselves on you. Surely not. Can a game like Dream Realm truly interfere with the real world? Li fan prasaon. However, Ling Xue began to ponder. The constraints of Dream Realm are not so feeble. With so many novice villages, the flame birds are likely to be encountered countless times. Even if they manage to flee, they should still be quite weakened. Given their strength, this could very well turn into a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 65. Beginner Healing Specialization in the Nation of Huaxia. The release of an official incentive policy has sparked excitement among millions of citizens. However, there are those who fail to comprehend the rationale behind such governmental actions, and some even express grievances, claiming that this will lead to an increase in idleness. What is this? A mere game in the realm of perception rewards 6,000 a month? That surpasses my earnings from work. Players who achieve level 5 and above can even receive a subsidy of 10,000. Those on the leaderboard can access game nutrient pods for free. What does this even mean? Promoting consumption can hardly be achieved in this manner. If everyone is engrossed in gaming, who will engage in genuine work? Can anyone enlighten me on what the realm of perception is? Is there truly someone here without internet access? This game has been heavily advertised online recently. A holographic game crafted in collaboration with AI from around the globe. It has been live for over 6 days now. I must register an account to take advantage of these benefits. Why not seize what is offered? The individual above is clearly mistaken. Registration for the realm of perception ceased days ago. Aside from previous players, no one else can access the game now, and they still wish to benefit without effort? Dream on. Haha, I'm in luck. I registered earlier, but found leveling up too challenging and couldn't secure any monsters, so I stopped playing. I shall log in now to see. Oh no, I deleted my account out of frustration over the difficulty in leveling. What a terrible mistake. I've missed a golden opportunity. With the introduction of Huaxia's policy, an increasing number of players are undergoing online verification, eager not to miss out on complimentary benefits. In the novice village of 9,937, after defeating the elite flame bird and laboring for over an hour in the beta forest, Ling Xue and Li Fan have both ascended to level 8. Demeng Sanqian Profession, Priest Level, 8 Attack, 0 Agility, 34 Health, 930 Mana, 323, Beginner Healing Specialization, enhances your perception of healing targets, increasing the probability of sensing their wounds and enhancing the effectiveness of healing. Mana points, 1330 Physical Defense, 93 Magical Defense, 141 Beginner Magical Defense Specialization, reduces damage from spells by 10. Talent, Heavenly Assistance Drain, Tank Assistance Points purple, Exceptional Insight purple, Skills, Beginner Healing white, LV5. Max level after a chant of 3 seconds. Consumes 10 mana points, restoring 80 mana 1, 2. Health to the target unit. Healing Shield blue, LV4. 8,310,000, a passive skill that consumes an additional 10 mana points when triggered upon releasing a healing skill. Applying a shield that equals 100 of the healing amount to the target, lasting for 15 seconds. Beginner Spell Attack Skill Book, 30 mana, total mana increased by 10. Elite Wolf Staff blue, 9 Intelligence, 9 Constitution, 20 Healing Effect. Horned Helmet white, 5 Intelligence, 3 Constitution. Wind Wolf Pauldrons white, 5 Intelligence, 3 Constitution. Novice White Garment white, 6 Constitution, 3 Agility, 50 Health. Elite Bird Leggings blue, 10 Intelligence, 7 Constitution, 10 to both defenses. Elite Bull Gauntlets blue, 9 Intelligence, 7 Constitution, 5 Skill, Casting Range. Elite Bird Long Boots blue, 9 Intelligence, 8 Constitution, 18 Agility. Due to the existence of the tank's support talent, every level gained by Li Fan significantly augments his power. Upon reaching an attack of 300, he additionally acquires the basic perception specialization, which essentially doubles the probability of healing when targeting allies. Ling Xue also experiences considerable enhancement, boasting an attack of 582, agility of 86, health of 630, and physical defense of 37. As her physical attack reaches 500, she acquires a skill akin to the basic perception specialization, known as Basic Weak Point Break. This skill allows her to recognize the target's weaknesses and inflict substantial damage. Meanwhile, DeLong achieves an upgrade first, closely followed by Hua Luo. Xiao Bei is merely 300 experience points away, while Su Suyu lags significantly behind, requiring over 900 points to reach level 6. All four are present on the level leaderboard. Apart from their notable level advancements, the Su Suyu team also successfully upgrades their equipment, completing a full set of ordinary gear with impressive attributes. Thank you, Brother Demeng. Thank you, Big Brother Demeng. Demeng, thank you. No need for thanks. No need for thanks. Next time, seek me out for such trades. The group rejoices over their exchange of 2 or 3 items for elite gear with higher attributes, expressing their gratitude towards Li Fan. However, Li Fan does not suffer a loss. In fact, he benefits slightly as DeLong and the others trade 2 items for 1. Ling Xue remarks, your equipment has also seen improvements. While those guild players have yet to enter the Tower Forest, let us seize the opportunity to slay more monsters. Additionally, DeLong and Hualuo, you must have accumulated quite a few items. If possible, bring them to Li Fan for sale. This way, we can all utilize the game's nutrient pods, enhancing our efficiency and time, which will lead to greater experience, equipment, and copper coins, forming a virtuous cycle. While helmets can also be utilized, they cannot compare to the efficiency of the game nutrient pods, having once again intertwined their fates in this life. Ling Xue naturally hopes for their continued growth and strength. DeLong states, Sister Ling, I noticed someone on the public channel mentioned that the officials recently announced some incentive policy for the game, indicating that high-level players can claim nutrient pods for free. The 3 of us discussed it and plan to check the website later. If we cannot claim them, we will consider purchasing the nutrient pods. Since the assistance of the esteemed Ling Xue and Li Fan over the past few days, their fortunes have notably shifted. Essentially, one can acquire 2 to 3 pieces of equipment daily, even if one purchases game nutrient warehouses, given the current market prices. Recouping the investment would take but a few days, without the need for Ling Xue to mention it. The absence of official events has led to discussions regarding the game nutrient warehouses among players. With that in mind, the group should continue to grind monsters, striving to gather as much equipment as possible. At level 8, one can commence the refinement of equipment, significantly enhancing their strength. When that time comes, encountering elites in the Bidda Forest will offer a worthy challenge. The elite monsters in Bidda Forest differ from those outside the novice village. They possess a high degree of freedom and will not idly wait for players to conquer them. Upon completing the reconnaissance of the towering tree guardians in the vicinity and sharing the coordinates, the Su Suyu team entered a phase of efficient monster grinding. Li Fan remarked, Ling Xue, you've reached level 8. Why not return to the novice village and try refining your equipment? We can discuss it again after midnight to avoid wasting time. Ling Xue was well aware of Li Fan's underlying intentions. He was likely concerned about his overflowing inventory of equipment and eager to sell and convert it into currency before the market prices dropped and he incurred significant losses. With a sigh, she acknowledged that while he had many commendable qualities, his obsession with wealth was unmatched, even to Long and others. Upon hearing her mention the equipment refinement at level 8 requiring the consumption of gear, decided to store the equipment they had amassed over the past 2 days, preparing for a surge in strength. Yet, reflecting on it, Demeng was indeed fortunate, possessing dual purple talents, with an 8-level base stat surpassing that of many 18-level players, thus holding the potential for financial gain. Chapter 66, Equipment Refinement. Ascendance of power in the vicinity of the Yamado Nation. An immense tornado suddenly emerged, swirling an abundance of seawater and inundating a coastal village. As the winds ceased and the waters receded, a colossal creature materialized, wreaking havoc upon the dwellings and extending its long tongue to devour the villagers within their homes in an instant. Panic ensued as the villagers fled in desperation, some attempting to dial for help. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances, all communications were severed, and even vehicles failed to start. The beast, resembling a gluttonous serpent, traversed back and forth, and those who ran the fastest met their demise the quickest. Half an hour later, hundreds of villagers had perished, leaving only a scant few remaining. The monstrous entity swiftly made its way towards a nearby forest, seemingly in search of new prey or perhaps evading something unseen. In a flash of light, the creature vanished from sight. Had there been players from the 88-56 novice village present, they would have undoubtedly recognized that this beast bore a striking resemblance to the two-headed serpent leader that had invaded their land, the only distinction being its seemingly larger physique. Hours later, the military of Yamato finally arrived at the scene, the apocalyptic visage of the village sending chills down their spines. In a 99-37 novice village, the clock struck 10 in the evening. The elite guardian tree had yet to emerge, leaving Ling Xue somewhat disheartened, especially since she had completed the task of defeating the myriad monsters in the Bita Forest. How long do you all plan to play today? Probably until midnight. Hualua, what about you? Xiaowei Bai and I are on a similar schedule. In the game Jiu Edging, their enthusiasm remained fervent. They would typically wake early, hastily consume a meal, and log in to hunt monsters, indulging in 16 to 17 hours of gameplay. Beyond that, it was a matter of life and death. Very well. Demeng and I will make a quick trip back to the novice village, and we'll join you shortly. We might need your assistance later. Ling Xue, you're too polite. Just let us know if you need anything. Currently, the Susuyu team faced no issues in defeating the Guardian Tree as long as they did not venture into the Bita Forest and encounter elites. Before long, Li Fan and Ling Xue returned to the novice village. Li Fan had intended to seek out the war song of the Xingqiang Guild, but Ling Xue guided him towards the blacksmith shop instead. Ling Xue, my equipment is still in cooldown for unlocking. Can I proceed with equipment refinement? Refinement does not require removing the gear. There's no need to unlock it. Ling Xue replied calmly. Currently, there were 7 pieces of equipment, and even a single refinement would necessitate all 7, along with 350 copper coins. That would amount to over 100,000, and one could not afford to deplete resources so recklessly if aiming for optimal attributes. Li Fan inquired, Ling Xue, is there a method for minimal expenditure with maximal gain in equipment refinement? There is. Ling Xue responded, by refining at a lower copper coin cost, and selecting 2 attributes that match the equipped gear, one could, with a stroke of luck, achieve attributes that last for a considerable time, thus yielding great returns for little investment. According to the prowess of the 2 individuals, the blue gear they possess primarily consists of transitional equipment. Furthermore, Li Fan's innate talent is indeed remarkable. A single refinement should suffice. Demeng, commence the refinement of the blue gear, he suggested. The resources you expend and the copper coins you utilize can easily be recouped in the Bita Forest. Allow me to enlighten you. The village chief has issued a quest to slay 100 monsters in the Bita Forest. Do you know what the reward is? What is it? A welfare grade boss. If elites drop such a plethora of items, imagine the bounty from a boss. This opportunity is singular. If we fail to seize it, it would be a regrettable waste. Thus, we must strive to enhance our capabilities as much as possible. Upon hearing the mention of a boss, Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bosses are a tier above elites, present in promotional materials, yet he had never encountered one in reality. It is said that they can even yield blueprints for golden equipment. Ling Xue, how does one go about refining this equipment? He inquired. Indeed, for someone like Li Fan, the allure of loot was a potent motivator. Ling Xue replied, first, converse with the blacksmith, then select the option for equipment refinement. Begin with the primary gear. The elite wolf staff, which possesses attributes of intelligence and vitality. The refinement rules dictate that the equipment consumed must possess either intelligence or vitality. Otherwise, the refinement will fail. It is advisable to utilize equipment with both attributes during the process, as this allows for dual attribute enhancements. Additionally, the higher the attributes of the consumed equipment, the superior the refinement outcome. Now, click yes. Li Fan followed Ling Xue's instructions diligently. A confirmation message appeared. Do you wish to refine the elite wolf staff blue? The consumption for refinement is irreversible. This is the first refinement of this equipment, costing 50 copper coins. He clicked yes. A radiant light flashed before his eyes. Player Demeng Sanqian, your elite wolf staff blue has been successfully refined. Please retrieve it. Elite wolf staff blue, intelligence 9, refinement 3, vitality 7, refinement 4, special attribute. Healing effect 20. Ling Xue inquired, how effective was the refinement? Li Fan displayed the equipment and responded, Ling Xue, I refined using a 7 attribute gear. How does this outcome fare? The nature of equipment refinement inherently involves significant reduction, with only a slim chance of enhancement. Furthermore, refining blue gear with white gear increases this probability. Demeng, astonishingly, managed to refine a 7-attribute gear from a 7-attribute source. One could argue his fortune was indeed remarkable. Yet, one might also contend that utilizing white gear squandered a guaranteed opportunity for a complete refinement effect. Subsequently, Li Fan refined the Elite Bird Leggings Blue, Elite Bull Gauntlets Blue, and Elite Bird Shoes Blue consecutively. Regrettably, each refinement exhibited a decline in efficacy, lacking the fortuitous outcome of the initial attempt. Elite Bird Leggings Blue, Intelligence 10, 3, Constitution 7, 2, Special Attribute, Dual Defense 10, Elite Bull Gauntlets Blue, Intelligence 9, 4, Constitution 7, 2, Special Attribute, Dual Defense 10, Elite Bird Boots Blue, Intelligence 9, 3, Constitution 8, 3, by refining these 4 pieces of equipment. Intelligence is enhanced by 14 points and Constitution by 10 points. This improvement is indeed substantial, equivalent to 1.5 pieces of blue gear. Li Fan's magical attack has reached 339, while his health has soared to a formidable 1030, and his physical defense has surpassed 100, granting him the basic physical defense specialization, reducing physical damage taken by 10. However, the expenditure of 200 copper coins for 4 pieces of white gear with mediocre attributes was somewhat disheartening. On the other hand, Ling Xue was also engaged in equipment refinement. Unlike Li Fan, she even refined white gear, yielding a combined attribute total that did not exceed 6. And she proceeded with a second round of refinement. From a second refinement onwards, each attempt costs 100 copper coins, and locking in a specific refined attribute increases the cost by an additional 300 coins. Refining 7 pieces of equipment, her strength increased by 22 points, constitution by 20 points, and agility by 5 points. This is roughly equivalent to 2.5 pieces of blue gear. Currently, Ling Xue's attack has reached a terrifying 714, with health at 830, agility at 96, and physical defense at 57, even after her rebirth. She couldn't help but reflect on the fact that swift progress truly is a reality. In her previous life at level 15, she did not possess such impressive attributes. Of course, credit is also due to having encountered Li Fan, an extraordinarily powerful ally. Chapter 67. The beneficial leader. The equipment refining was complete. Ling Xue sought out the village chief of the novice village to turn in her quest and received a golden summoning stone. Based on her knowledge from her previous life, this summoning stone was likely to summon a beneficial leader of level 5 or below outside the novice village. Therefore, she opted to use it in the Bitter Forest, where higher levels meant greater risks and, consequently, higher drop rates. Soon, the two arrived at the Bitter Forest and reunited with Su Yu and others. Upon hearing that a beneficial leader was to be fought, everyone was filled with excitement. Following the instructions, Ling Xue activated the summoning stone. A figure towering approximately 10 feet appeared before them. Congratulations to the player Deep Fried Cutie for using the beneficial leader summoning stone in Bitter Forest and summoning a beneficial leader. Let us all wish her good fortune and great loots. What on earth? A beneficial leader? Damn, I told you this person was a plant. Yet you all refuse to believe me. They managed to summon a beneficial leader? Don't be envious. In a game where the officials have issued incentive policies, there can't be any internal favoritism. The person above is right. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for not leveling up faster than Deep Fried Big Shot. Is it not normal to level up quickly and reap more benefits? Haha. Those who are envious can head to Bitter Forest and try to seize their loot. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Any monster in there could take you down in an instant. 8-eared rabbit beneficial leader. Level 7 attack, 250 agility, 80 health, 5,600 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 60 skills, 8-eared charge blue. Wielding its 8 ears. Each ear inflicts damage of 20 plus 1. 3 times its attack on surrounding targets, ignoring defenses. 8-eared red eye blue. The 8-eared rabbit's eyes turn red, immobilizing any target it sees for 3 seconds. Reminder, After using 8-eared charge, the 8-eared rabbit will enter a brief state of weakness. Note: play hide and seek with the 8-eared rabbit. Ensure you attack from behind. Upon seeing the attributes of this beneficial leader, Li Fan could not help but scoff. The 8-eared charge was equivalent to enduring 8 instances of damage. With an attack of 250, the damage from each ear reached a terrifying 345, which explained why Ling Xue had insisted on refining his equipment. If a beneficial leader was this formidable, how powerful must the invading leaders be? Li Fan had previously entertained thoughts of facing the invading leaders, but now he wished to keep his distance. If they breached his novice village, how would he manage to earn money? He relayed the attributes to the group, and everyone involuntarily took a deep breath. Even Ling Xue felt a twinge of regret for not having engaged in battle previously. She had only heard tales about it. Had she known it was so outrageous, she would have certainly chosen to use the stone at the outskirts of the novice village. Su Suyu remarked, "Sister Ling, do you think we can defeat this leader?" Hey, it seems to be moving towards bit of forest." Everyone looked up, and indeed, it was moving, and not slowly either. They could not allow it to venture deeper into the forest. If it made too much noise, it would attract other monsters, making their task even more difficult. They could only fight while keeping a vigilant watch. Failure may be imminent, and we may find ourselves confined in the dark room. At that point, we shall utilize copper coins to wash away time, and I will trade with you upon our exit. Ling Xue, you are being overly modest. Were it not for you, we would still be locked in a fierce battle with those guilds, possibly unable to even reach level 3 or even 2. Brother Long is right. Without you, Ling Xue, we might have long abandoned this game. Now we stand proudly on the leaderboard, adorned in 7 white garments, our strength formidable. Do not speak of dying once. 100 deaths would pose no concern. Xue Jie, please dictate our strategy. Very well. Ling Xue nodded. She had not forged friendships across her 2 lifetimes. As the 8-eared rabbit leader had not been previously strategized against, the specific effects of its skills, including whether they could be interrupted or evaded, required practical exploration. Brother Long joined the group. Excellent. Xue Jie, what of me? Little Bai Jie and Hua Luo? Ling Xue replied. You 3 shall be responsible for perimeter vigilance. Should a monster approach, you are to divert its attention. Indeed, they were not novice. The 8-eared rabbit could easily dispatch them, making monster diversion a fitting task. After Brother Long and Hua Luo joined the group, Ling Xue continued. Demeng will provide healing to the entire team, so Brother Long, you must withstand the initial round of damage. At that time, Demeng will grant you several healing shields. I will alert you when to release the basic taunt. If we can interrupt its skills, the strategy will be considerably simplified. I will handle the first wave of damage. Demeng will roam, bestowing healing and shields throughout the battlefield. You are the team's safeguard, so remember to always position yourself behind the 8-eared rabbit. Understood. After some deliberation, Li Fan granted Brother Long 5 consecutive shields, after which he entered the attack range of the 8-eared rabbit. The rabbit launched its assault, executing the 8-eared charge. Brother Long. Now, basic taunt. Level 2 taunt, successfully hitting and drawing aggro for 3 seconds. Regrettably, the 8-eared rabbit skill was still unleashed. -0, -188, -0, -188, -0, -188. Significant damage continued to manifest above Brother Long's head. Yet fortunately, he had a 50% damage reduction, complemented by Li Fan's healing shield. The first wave of attacks was successfully endured. Ling Xue swiftly entered the fray, inflicting 463 damage. Following that, she executed a basic heavy strike, combined with the elite white sword's secondary damage. -701, -260 truly. She was the foremost swordsman of the novice village at 9937. Such considerable damage caused the 8-eared rabbit leader to lose nearly a quarter of its health in that single onslaught. The 8-eared rabbit turned. Ling Xue, capitalizing on her agility, rolled from beneath it to the opposite side. However, the rabbit leader's awareness was astounding. It swiftly kicked, sending her hurtling forward. In an instant, its eyes glowed red, freezing Ling Xue in place. It approached her, preparing to unleash the 8-eared charge. This is it. She contemplated all possibilities, yet never anticipated becoming the first member of the team to be confined in the darkroom. "Brother Long, retreat," Li Fan shouted as he rushed toward Ling Xue, fervently casting healing shields upon himself. He positioned his body as a barrier in front of Ling Xue. Due to the relentless passage of time, Li Fan found himself equipped with merely a single healing shield. In the blink of an eye, after only 3 strikes, his shield was shattered, inflicting over 200 points of damage. His health plummeted precipitously, swiftly descending below half, teetering on the brink of oblivion. As the immobilization effect wore off, Li Fan hastily cast a basic healing spell upon himself. The 8 long-eared rabbits completed their assault, with the final rabbit launching a particularly ferocious attack, sending Li Fan hurtling through the air. The silver lining was that both he and his companion managed to endure the onslaught. The unfortunate news, however, was that the great dragon had not escaped, finding itself ensnared in the depths of darkness. Chapter 68. Extremely Rare. Second-tier armor golden blueprint Ling Xue gazed at Li Fan with profound gratitude, wishing to continue her assault. However, Li Fan grasped her firmly. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. The 8-eared rabbit was in a moment of vulnerability. "Listen to me, Ling Xue," Li Fan cautioned. "Such an approach to attack is exceedingly perilous. The timing of the long-eared rabbit's assault is far too tight, and if that heavy strike were to occur amidst the other ears, the situation could become dire. Perhaps there's an alternative strategy for dealing with the 8-eared rabbit leader." Ling Xue appeared puzzled, and Li Fan pulled her behind a large tree. She glanced at her hand and then at Li Fan, instinctively forgetting to resist. Just as she was about to suggest that this might be useful, the 8-eared rabbit leader indeed vanished. "What is happening? Are we playing hide and seek?" Li Fan remarca. "I believe the 8-eared rabbit leader has a tendency to hide." "Ling Xue, have you never played hide and seek?" Realization dawned on Ling Xue. She had wondered why the leader was so formidable and now understood that the strategy was thus. She was grateful for Li Fan's presence. "So what do we do now?" she inquired, admitting she had little experience with the game. In her memories, her parents were seldom home, and she spent most of her time with her grandfather. Li Fan contemplated for a moment. "In the Bita forest, the trees are abundant. We simply need to select trees that are reasonably close and then launch our attack. After delivering our blows, we must swiftly retreat behind the trees. The specifics will only become clear through trial." He led Ling Xue, taking shelter behind the towering trees of Bita, positioning themselves to the side of the 8-eared rabbit leader. It was the optimal attacking position. Ling Xue readied her sword for the strike. "Wait!" Li Fan swiftly cast several healing shields. "This is a safer approach. If we make a mistake, we can endure for a while longer." Darting forth, he executed a basic heavy strike coupled with secondary damage. -463, -701, -260. After completing the sequence, Ling Xue hurriedly retreated. Thanks to the proximity of the hiding tree, they were not spotted by the 8-eared rabbit leader. Ling Xue rejoiced. It truly works. They proceeded to attempt their strategy a second and third time. Just as they were poised to deliver a decisive blow, the 8-eared rabbit leader leaped into the air, unexpectedly appearing behind them, uttering clumsily articulated human speech. "I've caught you." With its crimson gaze fixed upon them, both were gripped by an unsettling chill. This was not the game monster they had anticipated. It felt more akin to a horror experience. 8-eared charge. The sudden descent of the 8-eared rabbit leader caught them off guard, and both were unable to react in time, receiving a simultaneous onslaught from its powerful paws. Their health plummeted rapidly. Ling Xue fared somewhat better, as Li Fan had consistently cast healing shields upon her, stacking 2 layers, and although he had not cast a third, a green light inadvertently enveloped him, providing a layer of protection. Unfortunately, the frequency of the 8-eared charge's damage was overwhelming, and the shields were on the verge of shattering, leaving Li Fan in a critical state. At present, he found himself faced with 2 choices: to cast a healing spell upon himself, knowing that Ling Xue might not withstand the remaining onslaught, or to bestow it upon Ling Xue, which would undoubtedly spell his demise. In an instant, he made his decision. A flicker of green light descended upon Ling Xue, while the remaining flurry of rabbit ears followed in rapid succession. Li Fan's health reached 0, and he was sent to the confinement room. Yet, Ling Xue managed to endure the assault. With a swift motion, she executed a primary heavy strike, adding a second-tier damage, and successfully vanquished the 8-eared rabbit elite. The team of fried little cutie endured countless trials and tribulations, ultimately slaying the welfare leader of the 9937 novice village. Divine fortune smiled upon them as fried little cutie achieved this feat, resulting in the drop of an extraordinarily rare second-tier armor golden blueprint. Truly a stroke of luck? Let's all extend our congratulations to her. Second-tier armor golden blueprint. Usage instructions. Click to use in your inventory. Enter the synthesis interface. The upper section is for synthesizing blue armor main equipment, while the lower section requires 4 pieces of blue-grade equipment. Click to synthesize and a miracle will occur. Source: welfare leader of the novice village. What on earth is this second-tier armor golden blueprint? It turns out equipment can be synthesized? I feel as if I am playing an entirely different game compared to Fried Big Shot. Incredible. Sister Little Cutie is my idol. Does the Big Shot need any accessories? Sweet or salty, I can do both. Big Shot, why not establish a guild? I would gladly join. Truly, the foremost player of the 9937 novice village is simply remarkable. Ling Xue, too, was exhilarated. This welfare leader had dropped the most prestigious item. It is worth noting that in her previous life, after breaking through to the 3rd tier, she had only acquired 2 second-tier spirit artifacts. And here, she was at merely level 8, having obtained a second-tier armor golden blueprint. Su Yu and the others rushed over, brimming with excitement. Sister Xue, what is this second-tier golden blueprint? Ling Xue explained, ordinary equipment is categorized into white, blue, green, purple, and so forth. I trust you're all aware of this? Indeed. Su Yunadith. Above ordinary equipment lies golden equipment. Taking blue equipment as an example, it possesses 2 common attributes and 1 special attribute. By using the second-tier golden blueprint as a medium and 5 blue items as a foundation, one can synthesize blue-gold equipment. Blue-gold equipment can have 3 common attributes and 2 special attributes, with the relevant values significantly enhanced. A blue's common attribute maxes out at 10, whereas blue-gold equipment reaches 20. The group widened their eyes in astonishment. Doesn't this equate to wearing 1 piece of equipment, while effectively granting the benefits of 2? No, it should be said to be equivalent to 3. However, there is one crucial aspect of blue-gold equipment that Ling Xue did not mention: the additional special attribute, also known as the unique attribute. Upon reaching the frontier city, aside from the ordinary colossal beasts, there exists another type of monster known as the anomaly. Anomalies can create their own spaces, referred to as realms. They traverse between these realms, proving exceedingly difficult to defeat and possessing some peculiar abilities. In the previous life, the casualties inflicted by anomalies during several great battles were devastating. The unique attribute is specifically designed to counter the existence of these anomalies. Aside from the second-tier armor's golden design blueprint, there are 2 pieces of blue equipment, 6 pieces of white equipment, and a substantial amount of copper coins. 8-eared rabbit shoes blue. Wear level. Unrestricted constitution. 8 agility. 7 special attribute. Mana value 70 description. Wearing these brings you 1 step closer to becoming a master of mana. Origin. First welfare boss of village 9937. 8-eared rabbit gloves blue. Wear level. Unrestricted constitution. 7 agility. 6 special attribute. Mana 6 description. A commendable pair of gloves. Potentially an excellent choice for magic users. Origin. First welfare boss of village 9937, having gathered all the items. Ling Xue beckoned Su Yu and the others to return to the novice village together. Li Fan, feeling a pinch in his pocket, spent 200 copper coins to exit the small black room. Upon seeing Ling Xue, he approached her eagerly and exclaimed, "Sister Ling, this is my first time. You must take responsibility." Chapter 69. Free from debt, Su Yu and others stifled their laughter nearby. Ling Xue's face turned pale the more she heard. The more ambiguous the words became. "What was your first time? Please don't speak recklessly." In the small dark room, he leaned closer and said, "Sister Ling, haha, I saw everything in the public channel. The welfare leader was successfully defeated. It It wasn't in vain that I used my last basic healing on you. To be honest, when Li Fan's healing spell had touched her, she had felt deeply moved. However, witnessing this greedy demeanor from him truly evoked a sense of frustration within her. She traded several pieces of white gear to Li Fan. I can give you the white gear, but I cannot part with the blueprints and blue gear. I have greater needs for them. Although the 6 pieces of white gear were merely of 5 or 6 attributes, the resources spent on equipment refining compensated for that. Ling Xue had indeed not deceived him. This is sufficient. Observing Li Fan smile, she could only hope that during future guild raids, he would not be blinded by greed. DeLong also emerged from the small dark room. Ling Xue traded all the 300 copper coins she had collected to DeLong, as he too had entered the dark room for the purpose of defeating the welfare leader. After Xiao Bai and the others logged off, she took Su Yu to undertake the skill crystal quest, while Li Fan contacted Zhang Ge, clearing out all the gear in his backpack. Zhang Ge was straightforward with him, offering a price slightly higher than market value. The 4 or 5 attribute gear fetched a total of 15,000. After a few hours, he had sold a total of 250,000. Yet another windfall. Demeng, my friend, do you still have any skill crystals? Demeng's prowess was widely acknowledged. Completing that skill quest posed no challenge for him, and it was highly probable he had surplus skill crystals. Li Fan replied, I sold 2 at the auction house yesterday. Currently, I possess 1 auxiliary skill crystal and 1 warrior skill crystal. Aren't those skill crystal quests available for 3 attempts? Are you in need? Shanye Suklid Vrili. Demeng, you may not be aware. That dungeon is simple for you, but for other players, the difficulty is akin to a hellish trial, especially since one can only enter at level 5. To be frank, I failed thrice upon entering the dungeon. The 2 phantom players nearly drove me to despair. Choosing a mage, I found myself eliminated in an instant by a warrior's swift combination. I attempted twice with warrior teammates. The phantom player tank would taunt too, while the mage continuously unleashed spells from afar. Once, a warrior barely managed to close the distance with low health, only to be instantly teleported away. My shadow skills never even had a chance to activate. I have a lingering feeling that this game, from start to finish, perhaps isn't meant for ordinary players, especially for auxiliary and tank roles, as passing through this dungeon is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, one must remain at a capped level. Otherwise, upon surpassing level 6, entry into the dungeon becomes impossible. Consequently, skill crystals, particularly those for auxiliary and tank roles, have skyrocketed to 40,000. The 2 skill crystals were transacted at 75,000, nearly double the price from yesterday. In the game Awakening, the value of items is escalating rapidly. Fortunately, Li Fan has managed to secure the favor of a beta player. After making a transfer, Zhang Ge approached Li Fan and said, Brother Demeng, if possible, could you lend us your equipment for an hour to help our guild with this dungeon? Of course, it wouldn't be for free. Would 50,000 suffice? Li Fan's eyes sparkled at the thought of lending equipment for an hour at such a lucrative rate. However, he suddenly recalled something, as if he had missed a golden opportunity for wealth. Zhang Ge, I'm afraid I can't lend anything. All my equipment is locked and therefore not available. However, I have a suggestion. Once players reach level 8, they can enhance their equipment at the blacksmith in the novice village, which significantly boosts the attributes. Once you refine the equipment, you could lend it to level 5 players, which should greatly increase the chances of successfully completing the dungeon. He added, showing Zhang Ge a staff that had nearly doubled its attributes. Refining 7 pieces is akin to acquiring 3 additional items. Zhang Ge became exhilarated, seemingly perceiving a business opportunity. Haha, Brother Demeng, this information is incredibly valuable to us. Thank you so much. I'll go find Boss Wang. I heard you're in Yusher. And I am too. Let us grab a meal sometime. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Ge logged off to seek out Huang Xing. At that moment, Huang Xing was in a meeting but was equally pleased upon receiving the news. He decided to invest an additional 3 million to enable Zhang Ge to amass equipment and copper coins. After Zhang Ji's departure, Li Fan, a pure priest without the capabilities of Ling Xue, found it impossible to farm monsters. He sent a message to Ling Xue, who replied that she would need about an hour, as she was currently instructing Su Yu on how to clear the dungeon. With nothing else to do, Li Fan logged out of the game. In the stillness of the night, in an old neighborhood and a cramped rental room. He glanced at his bank account balance and felt an impulsive urge to purchase a property in Yushu. Slap! He quickly chastised himself and dismissed the thought. Despite the ongoing downturn in the housing market, acquiring a well-decorated 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment would still require over $1 million, especially in a prime location. Li Fan. Just because you've earned a little in the game doesn't mean you can start dreaming. He admonished himself. Earning money in a game isn't a sustainable venture. Who knows if awakening will even be around tomorrow. Yet, the more he thought about it, the stronger the impulse grew. He chuckled bitterly, realizing that having been poor for so long, he was unaccustomed to having money. Thus, he opened his banking app, where his loan balance was displayed. Resolutely, he decided to make an early repayment, clearing the remaining $40,000 of his loan in one fell swoop. Indeed, being free of debt lightened his burden, and Li Fan felt an immediate sense of ease wash over him. He then opened a popular social media app to pass the time. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon news of a colossal beast from the land of the rising sun attacking a village, though the veracity of such information on the internet remains unverified. Around 2 o'clock, Ling Xue sent him a message, urging him to log in and engage in monster hunting. Upon entering the game, Li Fan observed Su Yu's aggrieved expression, instantly realizing that the poor girl had likely endured a fair share of Ling Xue's reprimands. Though he was curious to inquire, Ling Xue swiftly halted him. The young lady, rather slow-witted, had taken 3 attempts under her guidance to finally clear the level. Indeed, her earlier remarks had been somewhat harsh. After a little more than half an hour, the trio ventured into the Baita forest. Compared to daylight, the forest was populated with a number of players. It must be said that the guild's strategy of having dozens of players manage a single account or group certainly expedited the leveling process. The outer sentinels, towering trees, yielded an average of 10 experience points, whereas ascending from level 8 to level 9 required a staggering 20,000 experience points, which was evidently insufficient for the two. Thus, they proceeded deeper into the forest. Soon, they encountered a level 7 tusked wild boar. Chapter 70. The Peculiarities of Slope Valley. Ivory Wild Boar. Level 7 attack. 160 agility. 50 health. 1600 physical defense. 100 magical defense. 50 skills. Boar charge. The ivory wild boar relentlessly charges at enemies within its vicinity, inflicting damage of 10-0. 6 attack with each strike. Ivory impale. The ivory wild boar thrusts its tusks in the target, dealing 41. 2 attack damage, and inflicting bleeding damage of 10-0. 3 attack per second. The statistics of the ivory wild boar may appear formidable, yet, in reality, it is significantly easier to defeat than the great tree guardians for a party of 3. The primary hindrance posed by the guardians is their retaliatory damage, which can be time-consuming, and their ability to ensnare. The level 7 ivory wild boar lacks crowd control and damage reduction. Ling Xue executed a swift strike, dealing 543 damage. Following up with a basic heavy strike, she dealt 781 damage. The elite white sword dealt 340 damage in pursuit. With a full set of skills unleashed by Ling Xue, the boar could be vanquished in an instant, requiring no additional basic attacks. Your teammate has slain a level 7 ivory wild boar. You have gained 43 experience before long. You reached level 6. Her delight mirrored that of a child, as the previous grievances seemed to dissipate entirely. After more than an hour, they encountered a dilemma. Ling Xue, why are the ivory wild boars becoming increasingly scarce? Initially, they could slay one from a distance of 20 to 30 units. But now they had to venture 50 units without even catching a glimpse of one. Ling Xue replied, "We have eliminated far too many ivory wild boars. The remaining ones have become wary. After respawning, they communicate with one another." Li Fan was taken aback. The game, crafted by AI, was indeed remarkably intelligent. Su Yu inquired, "Then, Xue Jie, have these boars hidden themselves?" Ling Xue shook her head, "No. The wild creatures of the Beta Forest possess a vengeful nature. The ivory wild boars are likely gathering somewhere to launch a counterattack against us. Keep an eye out for any canyon-like terrain we might have passed. The collective charge of a congregation of ivory wild boars could be formidable. Even with Li Fan's unparalleled healing capabilities, Ling Xue felt uncertain about withstanding such an assault. Therefore, she aimed to scatter them before they could unite. Minutes later, they finally encountered another boar to defeat. Susu pointed in a certain dirección due area. Look over there. Following her gaze, the two beheld a small hill-like formation ahead, and crucially, an ivory wild boar was making its way towards it. The trio stealthily approached. Indeed, they discovered a multitude of ivory wild boars within. However, they soon faced a conundrum. The sheer number exceeded 30. If they all charged at once, it was likely that all three would end up in the Black Room. They had no choice but to retreat quietly. However, Li Fan proposed a strategy. They could position themselves just outside the slope, specifically targeting the ivory wild boars that approached from various directions. Li Fan dubbed this tactic slope defense against the boars. It proved to be remarkably effective. Within 10 minutes, they had slain 3, with Ling Xue capable of delivering instantaneous kills, maintaining a firm grip on the situation. Su Suyu was tasked with overseeing the ivory wild boars within the valley, while Ling Xue took charge of slaying monsters. Surprisingly, he found himself with little to do. The time spent guarding the valley and hunting boars passed swiftly. In nearly 6 hours, they had dispatched close to 100 ivory wild boars. Li Fan managed to acquire 3 pieces of white gear with decent attributes and over 50 copper coins, marking a modest profit. Around 9:40, they returned to the novice village, preparing to participate in the treasure hunt of the 10 villages. On the 7th day since the server's launch, it was a typical Saturday, a peak time for regular players. With policy support, many players felt as though they were earning 2 salaries, even if they could not secure a monster to hunt. They were genuinely happy. Brothers, did you catch anything? Yesterday, the country of Wa was attacked by sea monsters. Haha, we did. Not sure if it's true, but I can't help but feel excited. It's true. A video has surfaced, and, as we all know, videos cannot be edited. Some players say that monster was the leader that invaded the novice village 8856. The imagination of Wa country players is truly rich. I've seen photos of that village, and it looks truly devastated. Honestly, it does resemble the aftermath of a monster rampage. Just wondering where their Ultraman is. Ling Xue furrowed her brow upon reading the public channel's discussions. While others doubted the manifestation of game monsters, she believed it wholeheartedly. Shouldn't these events have occurred over a week later? How could they have arrived so soon? Could it be that my rebirth triggered a series of changes? Regardless, strengthening her abilities was of utmost importance. She was determined to seize victory in today's treasure hunt of the 10 villages. A few minutes later, Huang Xing from the Xingqiang Guild and Sister Hua arrived, accompanied by another individual. Li Fan instantly recognized him, the long-handed mage, someone who had met his demise at Ling Xue's hands on multiple occasions. Ling Xue, I wish to discuss something with you. Long-handed mage, hurry and apologize. Fortunately, they were in the novice village. Otherwise, the long-handed mage might have feared a swift strike from his adversary. Forgive me, I was at fault. I was foolish and spoke harshly to you. However, at that moment, I had no choice. I had accepted money from the Black Feather Guild, and had I known they would not tolerate my lack of effort, I would have acted differently. Ling Xue inquired, President Huang, did you bring him here to plead on his behalf? Not at all, Huang Xing replied. This long-handed mage was expelled from the Black Feather Guild and wishes to join my Xingqiang Guild. He does possess talent, yet if his enmity with you two remains unresolved, I cannot accept him. The long-handed mage interjected, Oil-fried boss. How many times must you kill me to feel satisfied? I will leave the village now. If you could spare me, I could prove useful in drawing monsters in the future. It's time. We must enter the arena, Ling Xue declared as she stepped into the preparation area for the treasure hunt of the 10 villages. The others looked somewhat bewildered. Brother, what is this? Li Fan responded, let us put this matter behind us. Just be mindful of your words in the future. He patted the level 2 long-range mage and then entered the treasure-seizing preparation area. Li Fan inquired about the reason. Ling Xue merely replied nonchalantly that the fellow possessed considerable talent and might contribute to the 9937 novice village in the future. She had taken down several opponents, which served as a form of venting her frustrations. In the treasure arena of 10 villages, The four of them automatically formed a team, with Ling Xue as the captain once again. She adjusted the team mode to captain as the attributes of spiritual fruits were of utmost importance, and she wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. President Huang, let us secure the southern gate first. I will see if I can acquire an additional 10%, which you all may benefit from as well, she suggested. Huang Xing replied, that is of little concern. It is best to proceed with caution. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Ling Xue assured him. Soon, numerous players began to traverse back and forth seeking the gates. Initially, Li Fan assumed they were competing for treasures against the 9 nearby novice villages. However, upon noticing the server prefixes before the players' names, he realized they were randomized. The four of them also bore the prefix of 9,937 village. Chapter 71. The Red Talent Mage Jack 2 Level 7 players approached. But upon noticing the high-level equipment worn by Li Fan and his companions, they opted to proceed to the next gate. Another player, with a notably dark complexion, extended an invitation for a collective treasure hunt, promising a division of spoils later. The intelligence of the game's system was remarkable. Foreign players spoke in their native languages, yet the dialogue manifested in Chinese around them, and they heard it as such. Ling Xue outright declined the offer. The disgruntled group of players then moved towards the next gate in search of allies, while others came to assess their strength. However, upon realizing that Li Fan's team consisted of 4 members, none chose to linger. As the clock struck 9:58, almost all players had entered the treasure hunting arena. Ling Xue instructed Huang Xing to enter through the south gate. Is there anyone inside the south gate? No. Good. She then directed Sister Hua to descend as well. With only 40 seconds remaining, she and Li Fan rushed towards the east gate, successfully entering the treasure hunting arena with just 4 seconds to spare. Inside the east treasure hunting arena, 7 or 8 players from villages 9211 and 9339 were present. Ling Xue and Li Fan wisely concealed themselves in a corner, waiting for the players from the 2 villages to engage in combat. Ling Xue explained that the novice village beginning with 92 belonged to the Western European region, while those starting with 93 were from Eastern Europe. Li Fan understood at once. No wonder they all had blonde hair and blue eyes. In the same cross-server treasure hunting arena and on the same map, notifications would indicate who had eliminated whom. It was evident that the players from village 9211 held the advantage, having already taken down 2 players from village 9339 at the outset. However, for reasons unknown, the 2 sides appeared to reach an understanding, pausing their conflict as 6 players advanced towards them. Li Fan swiftly granta Ling Xue afa Ling Xue. They are coming. Let's take the initiative. Be agile and avoid being taunted by the shield tank. One player from village 9211 even directed a few words in a foreign language towards them, but the translation provided in Chinese was, Easterners, no chance of picking up scraps. Ling Xue dashed forward, instantly reaching the side of shield tank player, before the jeers could escape their lips. Her series of strikes eliminated the shield tank in an instant. The players were left dumbfounded. How could a shield tank, with damage reduction talents, be defeated so swiftly? They shouted in anger as lightning and sword strikes rained down upon Ling Xue. However, the initially high damage failed to even breach her shield. Target the priest first. Take down the priest. They bellowed. Yet when their attacks landed on Li Fan, they were once again met with astonishment. Merely a few dozen points of damage. Ling Xue swiftly dispatched another foe with 2 strikes. The players encircled the platform while discussing an alliance to jointly conquer the 2nd and 3rd levels, needing only a foothold in the 2nd level. Ling Xue paid them no mind, her shadowy dash cooling down before she struck again, sending another player from village 9339 out of the treasure hunting arena. Witnessing the explosive damage dealt to their enemies, the remaining players hesitated, realizing that a mere 2 strikes from Ling Xue had decimated their health. In the team chat channel, Huang, the leader, inquired, "What is the situation on your end?" "No one is here. We stand on the platform, devoid of any threats and currently safe." "How is the situation on your end?" "Haha, Sister Ling has displayed extraordinary prowess, vanquishing 6 foreign players. Truly, Sister Ling is formidable. Both gates await the respawn of the Treasure Guardian." Li Fan could not restrain himself from asking, Sister Ling, logically, the participants in the 10 villages treasure hunt should all be victors from their respective villages. They ought to be quite strong. Why does it seem they are rather underwhelming? Ling Xue shot him a glance, explaining that the two of them had consumed the majority of resources available in the early stages of Village 9937, with no one daring to contest their monsters and elites. She boasted a level 7 blue gear, while Li Fan had 4 pieces. Moreover, she possessed a rare red talent, which emerges in merely 1 out of 100 novice villages, while orange talents are confined to about 5 or 6, and purple talents number around 20 to 30. She, however, had a high-level purple talent, and Li Fan held dual advanced purple talents. Common novice village players, still below level 8, without refined equipment, could hardly be their rivals. If they lacked funds, waiting a few days for the lower-tier elites to spawn more frequently and for blue gear drop would yield stronger allies than these players. To say nothing of defeating 6. As long as Li Fan was not continuously taunted and maintained his basic healing spell, she could easily take on 20 without any issue. Before long, the Treasure Guardian respawned. Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian low-level cross-server, level 6 attack, 120 agility, 30 health, 3000 physical defense, 70 magical defense, 50 skill, spear thrust white, thrust the spear at the target, inflicting 31. 1 attack damage. Li Fan examined the attributes of this cross-server Spirit Fruit Guardian, which were roughly equivalent to the attributes of the second-tier Treasure Guardian in their village. In less than a minute, Ling Xue dispatched it effortlessly. She obtained a medium attribute Spirit Fruit, a low-level attribute Spirit Fruit, and 3 pieces of white gear. In the team chat channel, President Huang, how are things on your side? Can you manage a respawn? Brother Demeng, I have leveled up to 7, and I have replaced 2 pieces of intelligence blue gear. Sister Hua has also reached level 7 and replaced 1 piece of blue gear. Currently, we can withstand attacks, though our output is somewhat sluggish. No rush. The second tier is also ours. Sister Ling and I will wait for you on the next level. All right. Li Fan felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, the wealthy have their advantages, as they can simply purchase superior equipment. Upon reaching level 8, the refinement of gear would surely be undertaken without concern for costs. He began to believe Ling Xue's words. High-level players from ordinary villages might not necessarily be as formidable as they were. The minor monsters in the second tier of the cross-server treasure hunt had already inflicted some damage, but Li Fan was disappointed to find that at level 5. He could not even practice his skill proficiency. A few minutes later, Huangxing and Sister Hua arrived at the second tier. The two were somewhat elated, having successfully conquered the first level of the cross-server treasure hunt, maximizing their experience. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the cross-server treasure hunt arena. Player Jack the Mage from Village 9532 has achieved a 10-kill streak. He is truly a harbinger of death. Player Jack the Mage from Village 9532 has accomplished a 20-kill streak. Who can possibly stop him? The novice village beginning with 95 is located in the North American region. Such a dense series of kills led her to conclude that Jack the Mage's talent was at least orange in quality. And even Ling Xue began to feel a twinge of unease. At 10:20, the Guardian of Treasures on the second level of the cross server was refreshed. It was at level 7, slightly more formidable than the Guardian on the third level of our server. Without any unforeseen circumstances, we successfully vanquished it, resulting in the drop of 2 intermediate attribute spirit fruits and 5 white-grade items. However, the absence of blue-grade equipment left Li Fan somewhat disheartened. Sister Ling, what is the plan for the third level? Shall we descend directly? No, we must time our approach. Let us wait until the Guardian of Treasures on the third level refreshes. Then we shall descend. This way, the aggro of the Guardian monsters will be directed towards them, effectively granting us an additional ally. Chapter 72. The power of the little mage Ling Xue's words illuminated the minds of the 3 companions, revealing an unexpected strategy for seizing the fruit. Indeed, it was far more comfortable to rely on the expertise of seasoned beta testers. As time gradually passed, they convened at the entrance to the next level. The experience within the realm of consciousness was extraordinary, particularly with this cross-village competition format, which even stirred excitement within Huangxing, who had not felt this way in quite some time. What could the experience of the 100 villages competing for fruit possibly be like? At 10:29:45, the four stood at the entrance, with Li Fan diligently bestowing a basic healing shield upon Ling Xue. Hua Jie did the same, managing to enhance both defenses, albeit modestly. At exactly 10:30, they surged forward. Ling Xue led the charge as all four entered the third level of the fruit competition. Indeed, they were four players from a novice village, 9,532, a shield tank, a mage, a warrior, and a priest, all appropriately configured without any casualties. This situation heightened her concern. "The Ming, let us take the stage together," she commanded. All right. She had fixed her gaze upon the mage Jack, realizing that if she could eliminate him in the initial wave, the battle would become significantly easier. Li Fan followed closely, continuing to enhance her healing shield. The player Mage Jack and his companions momentarily ceased their monster slaying, initially intending to descend and pursue Ling Xue and her team. Yet, the players from village 9,937 boldly charged onto the stage. Having witnessed urgency in battles before, none had prepared for such fervor. With a single blow from his staff, Jack would send them back home. 0-606. A damage indicator floated above Ling Xue's head, startling both her and player Mage Jack. The former was taken aback by the over 600 magic damage, while the latter was astonished that his shield had not been breached. Shadow Strike. Ling Xue executed her skill. -420-186. Damage emerged from Jack's head, instantly reducing him to critical health. Damn it, he cursed, hastily casting a teleportation spell to widen the distance. Jack's reaction was swift. In such circumstances, Ling Xue found herself unable to connect even a basic attack. Losing her target, she redirected her damage toward the nearby female priest, effortlessly eliminating her with a single heavy strike. Player from village 9937, Deep Fried Cutie, eliminated player Lisa from village 9532. With the priest ally lost, player Mage Jack remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to unleash a bolt of lightning at Ling Xue. -626. The damage escalated as Hua Jie's status faded. Gazing at the damage that still had yet to breach her shield, Jack was momentarily taken aback. "Priest, quickly taunt that priest," commanded David, the shield tank for village 9532, as he executed a basic taunt. Ling Xue deftly evaded this taunt, but Li Fan lacked the same agility and was caught immobilized. "Demeng, I'll assist you," Huang Xing declared, waving his staff as 30 points of damage floated above player David's head. Jack retaliated with a mere bolt of lightning. He sent Huang Xing back to the cross-server fruit competition preparation area. Player 9532, the Mage God Jack, has been vanquished by the warrior player from village 9937 this evening. Ling Xue once again took the stage, as her shadow step was still on cooldown and the distance between her and Mage God Jack was too great. She opted to target the warrior player from village 9532. Despite the warrior's high attack and health, he could not withstand her single strike. Player 9937, the Fried Cutie, eliminated player Michael from village 9532. Mage God Jack chose to assault Li Fan, whose healing shield was exceedingly robust. He needed to eliminate him swiftly. 430? How is that possible? Jack exclaimed in frustration. He possessed the red talent, God of Magic, which augmented his magical attack by 400 at the first level, yielding a formidable unshielded damage of 626. Yet, the lightning struck the priest, dealing only 430 damage, leaving his opponent with more than half of his health intact. Feeling the loss of vitality, he promptly cast a basic healing spell on himself, restoring his health completely. Another bolt of lightning descended. 0-430. This time, it did not even breach the shield. Mage God Jack was on the verge of despair. Previously, the shield had held, perhaps due to the stacked defenses. But now, with the esteemed God of Magic talent, he couldn't even break through the defenses of a support character. It was a genuine breach of defenses. The shield tank for village 9532 slowed Ling Xue down and shouted for Jack to deliver damage. However, the priestly fan was nearby. With his level 5 basic healing combined with a level 4 healing shield, he He completely bewildered player Mage God Jack against his level 4 basic lightning strike. Ling Xue stood poised to eliminate the shield tank player. Player 9937, Fried Cutie, struck down player David from village 9532. Damn, those Chinese players. You must be cheating. We cannot defeat this 3-layered guardian. You hackers shall not prevail. Mage God Jack intended to leave the platform, dragging out the time until the guardian vanished or attempting to seize the final blow. Ling Xue swiftly approached, depleting nearly 4/5 of Mage God Jack's health. A mere skill connection or basic attack would suffice for the kill. Yet, Mage God Jack demonstrated remarkable awareness and maneuverability, teleporting to create distance and positioning himself strategically to thwart her movements. Excellent. Originally, Ling Xue had called for Li Fan, but Hua Jian mistakenly thought she was also summoned. She happened to be close by. The Mage Jack unleashed a bolt of lightning. Hua Jia, unprepared, was swiftly sent off the 3rd layer of the battlefield. Arrogant Chinese, she taunted. Now, where do you think you're running, little one? Li Fan descended, pursuing Mage God Jack, striking him with his staff. The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was palpable. He summoned some lesser monsters to hinder Jack's movements. Ling Xue's agility surpassed that of Mage God Jack's, and within 2 seconds, she caught up with him. Under his reluctant gaze, she delivered a basic heavy strike, bringing him to his end. Player 9937 from Village Fried Cutie has slain player 9532. Mage Jack, player 9937 has achieved a remarkable 10-kill streak, truly a massacre. In the cross-server fruit gathering preparation area, slain players do not immediately return to their villages. Instead, they're transported back to this preparation ground. Upon hearing the system announcement of the massacre, players entering through the northwest gate of the preparation area were utterly bewildered. Initially, they speculated that there had been an error in the broadcast. The 4 individuals from Village 9532 had first-hand experience of the formidable power at play, particularly that of Mage Jack, who, apart from the shield tank, could strike down anyone with a bolt of lightning. Even the robust shield tank could not withstand 2 electric strikes. Such a formidable presence could not merely be dismissed. Even in a competition involving 100 villages, they would undoubtedly be among the elite. The thought of being expelled from the fruit-gathering arena was unfathomable until they laid eyes upon the cursing quartet from Village 9532 in the preparation area. Chapter 73. 4 high-level attribute spirit fruits. The villagers of 9532 were fervently discussing the 2 individuals who had emerged. It was evident that the people of 9937 had indeed made their entry. Particularly noteworthy was the priest whose initial healing abilities were impressive, not to mention his astonishingly high defense. Eagle Sauce, you've truly made your entrance. If you cannot win, then simply claim you have. Huangxing was also preparing for the encounter. I still assert that you have indeed made your entrance. As fellow mages, how can your mana be so exceedingly high? How absurd. The people of Huaxia have a penchant for such antics. David, let us depart. Next time we cross paths, we shall certainly show these Huaxiao individuals what true might looks like. His divine power was only at the 1st tier, yet it had elevated his magical attack by 400. Once he reached level 10, his divine power would ascend to the 2nd tier, augmenting his magical attack by 1,000, and he was confident he would easily defeat the Huaxia people then. Before long, the cross-server treasure hunting arena resonated with a system notification. Congratulations to the team of Fried Little Cutie for successfully vanquishing the cross-server attribute spirit fruit guardian high level. What extraordinary luck! Fried Little Cutie has slain the attribute spirit fruit guardian high level, resulting in the drop of a high-level attribute spirit fruit blue. What extraordinary luck! Fried Little Cutie has slain the attribute spirit fruit guardian high level, resulting in the drop of a high-level attribute spirit fruit blue. Congratulations to Fried Little Cutie. Dream of 3,000. Tonight, we hunt the tiger, and Sister Hua for obtaining the qualification to participate in the 100 Village Treasure Hunt. Please enter the venue by 10 o'clock tomorrow. A series of notifications rang out, culminating in a pinned announcement directed at the entire 9,937 novice village. My goodness, Fried Big Shot is magnificent. Having conquered the 10 Village Treasure Hunt, How far can the 100 village treasure hunt be? Haha, this is truly impressive. Fry Big Shot. 3,000 Big Shot, you are my idols. Several esteemed individuals, I sincerely ask, do you still require any accessories? Yay! Our guild leader and Sister Hua have both leveled up. What a remarkable achievement. I must go boast to my friends in the neighboring novice village. What in the world? Others are leveling up, and I find myself equally exhilarated. No matter, excitement is what matters. Su and her companions were currently strategizing against the elite guards in the Tower Forest. Upon hearing the system notification, they too were filled with immense excitement. The third-tier cross-server Guardian had dropped 4 high-level attribute Spirit Fruits Blue, along with a blue equipment piece. Guardian's Shoes Blue, Constitution 8, Agility 6. Description: Shoes dropped unexpectedly by the Guardian. They're certainly superior to typical white equipment. Origin: 10 Village Treasure Hunt Cross-Server Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian High Level. This could be considered a top-tier drop rate. However, Ling Xue found it difficult to share in the joy, as she did not receive the manifestation card for the enlightenment item she desired. Fortunately, she had secured the qualification for the 100 Village Treasure Hunt, where there would be opportunities to obtain such cards in the second tier. She must seize this chance. Summarizing this 10 Village Treasure Hunt, Li Fan had undoubtedly contributed the most. It must be said that the mage's magical damage was indeed formidable, and his awareness and manipulation were impressive. Without his exceptional support, she would have only been able to withstand 2 of the opponent's staves at most. Li Fan and his companions returned to the novice village 9937, each of them having gained something valuable. Huangxing and Sister Hua were equally elated. Initially, they had thought death would lead to elimination, but to their surprise, the qualification for the treasure hunt in the 10 villages was based on a team format. As long as one member of the team defeated the Guardian of Treasures at the 3rd tier, they would qualify to participate in the grand treasure hunt across the 100 villages. President Huang, Sister Hua, both of you have reached level 7. Imagine the possibilities if you can ascend to level 8. At that level, one can refine equipment, significantly enhancing one's strength. Absolutely. Huangxing had already resolved to leverage the guild's resources to venture into the Frying Giant's indicated bit of forest to level up by slaying monsters. The experience gained there was incomparable to the mundane grind of merely slashing through lesser foes. Ling Xue guided Li Fan towards bit of forest. They too needed to bolster their capabilities, ideally hoping to encounter several elite monsters to exchange for better equipment, thereby increasing their odds of success. Li Fan held the 2 high-grade attribute spirit fruits that had been traded to him. Ling Xue urged him to use them immediately. Though somewhat reluctant, he recognized the importance of these items as emphasized by her. Selling them was out of the question. Furthermore, the enhancement provided by these spirit fruits was monumental. Consuming one was akin to a hearty feast, whereas he understood that a continuous supply would be far more beneficial. His health surged by 60, reaching a total of 1090. His mana increased by 30, now an impressive 372. After calculating very existence. Suddenly, Ling Xue recalled something and initiated a trade request with Li Fan. A trade? The white gear dropped during the 10 villages treasure hunt. I kept 2 pieces with strength and constitution attributes for equipment refinement. Great. Li Fan felt profoundly grateful. Sister Ling had finally remembered. In the realm of Jiuejing, equipment equated to currency, and he was in dire need of financial means. If he couldn't earn money, no matter how enjoyable the game was, he would have to seek employment elsewhere. Moreover, with the grand treasure hunt in the 100 villages looming on the morrow, he should refine his equipment while he still could. In Jiuejing, even a minor enhancement could turn the tides of fortune. Okay. The treasure expedition yields substantial rewards, and acquiring so much equipment at once allows for some natural consumption. Ling Xue pondered before continuing. As an 8th level player in Jiuejing, you can refine equipment 20 times a week. Given the current situation, if you wish to earn money after refining your gear, you can sell the remaining attempts to others. Of course, currently, only the 2 of us are at level 8. You could also sell the refined gear, likely at a premium. Sister Ling, why don't you head to Bit of Forest first? I will join you shortly. He had just messaged Zhang, expressing his willingness to sell 10 attempts at equipment refinement. Zhang instantly agreed, indicating that he was available at any time. Are you going to refine your equipment? Yes, to enhance my strength a bit and also to sell those attempts. Is it for the Xingqiang Guild? Indeed, returning would waste time, and they also require time to prepare their equipment. Allow them to get ready first, and then you can assist them with their refining later. This will save time. Ha! Sister Ling is indeed thoughtful. I will discuss this with him. Ling Xue shook her head. This fellow Li Fan has earned at least 1 million in just a few days, but it is uncertain how much is truly sufficient. However, there are pros and cons. Since he began earning money, Li Fan's online presence has significantly increased compared to when he first started. Chapter 74. The long-tailed giant monkey leader and its accompanying spirit in a novice village of 9,919. Wang Tao's team have fortuitously encountered relatively unskilled players from other villages during the fruit-seizing event in 10 villages. They successfully conquered the first and second layers, and Wang Tao was rewarded with a mid-tier attribute spirit fruit, which he consumed, resulting in a modest enhancement of his abilities. Just as they were preparing to venture into the Bita forest to tackle more formidable monsters, a colossal beast suddenly appeared outside the village. An invasion. It was an invasion. Wait. Given its stature, it must be a leader. The leader has invaded. Brothers, quickly assemble to fight. Everyone, stop farming monsters and return to the city. Our village is doomed. We want to be able to continue playing. Brothers, do not just stand there, come to battle swiftly. The news of the leader's invasion in the novice village of the Hua Kingdom spread like wildfire throughout the gaming community. Perhaps it was the allure of profit, the prospect of subsidies, or simply a love for the game that motivated players. None wished to see Novice Village 9919 meet a similar fate. An increasing number of players congregated outside the village, some notifying others, hastily logging into the game. Over 7,000 players were engaged in fierce combat with the invading leader, a long-tailed giant monkey. Its ability involved swinging its lengthy tail to inflict widespread damage. The tank's provocation was rendered nearly ineffective against the long-tailed giant monkey. Yet despite the losses, new players surged forth to join the fray. The beast possessed formidable defenses, but many players disregarded portions of its defenses, using true damage or fixed damage skills. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of the players in Novice Village 9919, the health of the long-tailed giant beast diminished at a visibly rapid rate. After half an hour, its health had dwindled to about 1/10. Their sacrifices were immense, with over 4,000 players vanquished. Victory seemed imminent, but suddenly, a green flame apparition appeared upon the monkey's shoulder, and then, strange occurrences ensued. Some players appeared to lose their sense of self, launching attacks against their fellow players. "What are you doing? Damn it, my staff just got knocked away," shouted one player. "You scoundrels, do you intend to take advantage of the chaos? Su Yuqing, we've been friends for 2 years, and you attack me in-game." It was that flame that had caused their transformation. Mages quickly strike that flame with lightning. Numerous lightning strikes rained down upon the flame apparition's head. Yet, in the next moment, the flame vanished. When it reappeared, it was at the heart of the players, igniting a fierce blaze that instantly depleted the health bars of those nearby. As other players attempted to retaliate, the flame apparition vanished once more, elusive as a specter, evading all attacks. With the aid of this flame apparition, the long-tailed giant monkey mounted a counterattack, resulting in numerous players being wiped out, all within a humble dwelling. Wang Tao let out a mournful cry, succumbing to the war that besieged the village, subsequently forced offline. No matter how he attempted to log in, access to the game remained denied. Little did we expect such an occurrence to transpire within our district. Alas, I still have several pieces of equipment unsold in my backpack. Those represent a significant sum. In Village 9937, within the depths of Bitai Forest, the winds of guild ascension had indeed reached this locale, particularly the Star Guild. They mobilized over 100 members solely to provide protection and upgrades for Huangxing and Sister Hua. Of course, Huangxing was generous, offering 1,000 coins daily, with an additional 2,000 for those who entered the Little Black Room. Had it been the former Li Fan, he would have participated as well. Meanwhile, Li Fan and his companions ventured deeper into the region inhabited by the ivory wild boars. After dispatching several rounds of the creatures, they resumed their strategy of guarding, breaking, and slaying. Ling Xue felt a tinge of frustration. It had been nearly 2 days, and despite the multitude of tree guards present, their elite counterparts had yet to appear. The reincarnated Ling Xue began to doubt whether the elite tree guards of this novice village had been devoured by some unseen force. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that they could remain unspawned for such an extended period. Ling Xue, why do I feel like the ivory wild boars are becoming increasingly scarce? In the initial hours, their yield had been commendable, yet in this last hour, they had only slain 12, earning a meager 20-odd copper coins, enough to make even a dog shake its head in dismay. Ling Xue, too, recognized the situation, speculating whether their prior excessive hunting had rendered these ivory wild boars more alert. In any other game, such a notion would be absurd, but in this realm of awakening, it could very well hold validity. Should we first eliminate the 30-odd ivory wild boars within, and then scour the surrounding area, or perhaps venture deeper into Bitai Forest? The depths of Bitai Forest were fraught with monsters of varying levels, their territories intricately intertwined, with the most troublesome being the level 9 spirit patrollers. Ling Xue shook her head in response. Players who have not reached level 9 will be suppressed by their level. Furthermore, the elusive spirit patrollers could pose a significant threat. I fear this might intimidate you. How fearsome can small monsters be? Li Fan replied confidently, believing that high levels equated to substantial rewards. Nothing, not even the spirit patrollers, would deter him from his pursuit of wealth. Ling Xue, fear not. I have always been bold. While the spirit patrollers were not true spirits, they possessed certain abilities, such as inducing illusions in players and creating dreamlike realms reminiscent of the spirit world. The spirit patrollers serve as both a threshold for spirits and a transitional phase from the novice village of awakening to the frontier city. Her intention was to reach level 9 or achieve an attack damage of 1,000 before delving into the deepest parts. The former would prevent suppression by the spirit patrollers, establishing the minimum requirement for monster farming within. The latter would enable her to break through the foundational space created by the spirit patrollers, allowing for unimpeded slaughter of lesser creatures. To venture in at level 8 would be a trivial matter if sent to the little black room, but being trapped within an illusion for a day would be catastrophic. The depths of Bitai Forest could wait until the conclusion of the 100 Villages fruit gathering event. As for the wild boars in the sloping valley, they could be eliminated first, which would also yield a considerable amount of experience. To prevent the wild boars from fleeing, Ling Xue even felled several trees from the bit of forest to seal the entrance. The bit of forest is highly malleable, whether it concerns players, monsters, or the terrain and vegetation. For instance, players can chop down bit of trees, but the effect lasts no longer than 2 hours, and the timber cannot be removed from the forest. Just as the two prepare to strike at the wild boars, a message from Su Su Yu arrived. The elite guardian of the great tree has emerged. Chapter 75. The elite guardian of the great tree at last. They have emerged. Li Fan was brimming with excitement, for this signified a lucrative opportunity. After reaching level 8, the 5th-tier Firebird had ceased to yield any rewards. Having spent nearly a day without encountering an elite creature, his earnings had significantly dwindled, and he found himself yearning for the thrill of the hunt. Upon receiving the coordinates, he raced ahead, faster than Ling Xue. Sister Ling, hurry. What if the elite is slain by other players before we arrive? Are we abandoning the ivory boar hunt? It won't escape us anytime soon. We can return to that later. Ling Xue followed suit, unperturbed. Her memories from her previous life were vivid. The newly spawned elite guardian of the great tree wielded skills that were inherently area of effect, rendering them nearly unavoidable. The casualties among large guilds were often severe. After a while, they finally reached the designated location. Li Fan beheld the attributes of the elite guardian. Elite guardian of the great tree, level 6 mana, 210 agility, 30 health, 6,800, 8,000 physical defense, 100 magical defense, 60 skills. Thorn Cage White, the elite guardian conjures thorny branches, ensnaring the target within, inflicting continuous damage of 20-0. 6 attack. Guardian's Bloom White. The elite guardian blossoms a white flower that attracts all nearby guardians to battle. While the flower remains, the elite guardian is in a state of invulnerability. Slaying the Guardians hastens the flower's demise. Guardian's Curse Blue. Upon slaying the elite Guardian, players are marked with the Guardian's Curse, making them more susceptible to attacks from creatures in the Bitter Forest. As anticipated by Ling Xue, the elite Guardian was wreaking havoc. Many players from various guilds found themselves sent to the respawn point, and the Xingqiang Guild was no exception. Huangxing approached them with a wry smile. Sister Ling, Brother Demeng, it seems this elite requires your intervention. The elites in the Bitter Forest are formidable. Our guild alone has suffered losses exceeding 50 players. Please exercise caution upon entering. The Thorn Cage inflicts tremendous damage. Even our shield tanks can scarcely endure it for a few seconds. Beside him, Sister Hua chimed in with a smile. Brother Huang, you needn't worry. With Brother Demeng here, we shall prevail. As a fellow priest, she understood just how formidable Li Fan was. He could eliminate foreign players with a single strike of his staff. Even those with healing shields found themselves incapable of withstanding his prowess. This auxiliary support was indeed extraordinary. No wonder they could conquer elites that others could not, and defeat bosses that remained elusive to others. Sister Xue, Brother Demeng, you have arrived. Ling Xue nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing the duo, players from other guilds instinctively ceased their assault. This was the reputation they had earned through their exploits. Even the Black Feather Guild, boasting over 100 players above level 50, hesitated to act recklessly, haunted by the recent demise of both themselves and the Red Flower Guild. Black Shao, let the other guilds engage. We shall not be implicated, he declared. And Lily, conduct a data analysis. I wish to ascertain the true strength of the two of them. The elite Guardian has yet to reach its second phase, while the other guilds have ceased their assault. Sometimes, an overly pristine reputation proves to be a double-edged sword. At that moment, the imposing figure of DeLong approached. Sister Ling, do you require my assistance? DeLong, equipped with a full set of equipment enhancing his vitality, boasted nearly 700 health points. Although he might not withstand the benefits of a leader, he felt that, paired with his talents, he could endure against the level 6 elite for a while. The elite tree guardian remained in its area attack phase, with its blossoms yet to bloom. Ling Xue shook her head, expressing her concerns. I fear that when the dream healing spell is needed, it may not be cast in time. You all stay on the periphery and keep watch. Should anyone attempt to deliver a finishing blow, you are to intercept them. With her and Li Fan's assistance, this team had already surpassed their previous incarnation. Fully equipped with level 7 gear and possessing a seamless synergy, their prowess surely ranked among the elite of Village 9937. Understood, replied Hua Luo and the others, nodding in agreement. Li Fan inquired, Sister Ling, what is our strategy? Ling Xue spoke briefly with Huangxing, who confidently thumped his chest and assured her there would be no issue. I have arranged for a team of mages from President Huang, Ling Xue informed. Your skill release range is extended by 5. When the time comes, unleash your abilities at the maximum range. Should you be ensnared by the Thorn Cage, those mages will target the cage to assist in your escape. At that moment, the elite tree guardian's health stood at over 6,000. With Li Fan S2 healing shields bolstering her, Ling Xue dashed into the fray, executing a series of powerful strikes in conjunction with the elite's white sword, dealing damage values of -508, -729, and -319, totaling an impressive 1556 damage. The elite tree guardian's health plummeted significantly, astonishing the onlookers. In their collective efforts, they had merely managed to inflict a little over 1,000 damage, while she alone had achieved such a remarkable feat. This adorable yet formidable presence truly embodied the prowess of the first female warrior of Village 9937. The elite tree guardian retaliated with a thorn cage, which expanded outward from its center, the thorns densely proliferating. Li Fan finally comprehended why so many guild members had faltered. Upon entry, they were utterly decimated, with few capable of dealing damage. Even he was ensnared. -1, -1, -1 goodness. Look at that 3,000 powerhouse. And that thorn cage, which seeks our demise, fails to penetrate his defenses. This is absurd. What kind of magical defense must he possess, surely exceeding 100? Lily from the Black Feather Guild stood frozen, witnessing this spectacle. Initially, She had intended to gauge its defense and health based on the damage from the thorn cage. It was incomprehensible how it could fail to break through his defenses, while others beheld a grand display. Only Li Fan understood the depths of his struggle. Curse it, he has not sustained any harm. The thorny prison remains unbroken. Fortunately, the group of mages led by Huang Xing proved quite formidable, and after 2 rounds, the thorny prison was finally shattered. Great dream, healing spell. Upon hearing Ling Xue's voice, Li Fan realized that the ongoing magical damage posed no threat to him. But Ling Xue was in peril. Over 100 points of damage continued to accumulate against her, even though the prison was breached. The thorns littering the ground still inflicted harm. The healing shield had already been destroyed. Li Fan hastily cast a basic healing spell and shield upon her. With the shield now in place, Ling Xue rolled several times, bravely enduring the damage from the thorns as she approached the elite tree guardian. Her basic attacks landed with precision. -574, -574. Her health quickly dwindled to below half. At that moment, a radiant white light erupted, and a beautiful white flower blossomed from her form, vibrant and striking. But in the next instant, the ground trembled, and dozens of tree guardians came rushing from all directions. My heavens, it's my first time witnessing trees sprinting. This game is truly remarkable. Now, there is no need to search for tree guardians. Brothers, charge forth. Have all the tree guardians from the entire tower forest been drawn here? The elite tree guardian, in its flowering state, was immune to harm. Ling Xue raised her sword and charged at the nearby tree guardian. Su Yu and others joined the fray. Haha, this one dropped 4 copper coins. A few hundred coins in hand. That radiant light. Equipment dropped, oh my. The elite tree guardians rushing over seem to have a significantly increased drop rate. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 76. Dual attire. Many players, who had previously been merely observers, could no longer resist the allure of battle and eagerly joined the fray. Of course, some players, due to their carelessness, found themselves dispatched to the proverbial black room. Yet this did little to quell the fervent desire for rare loot. I too stumbled upon a remarkable item, boasting 8 attributes. What a windfall. What? Submitted to the guild? For a mere few thousand a month. You expect me to hand over my equipment? Not a chance. The great tree guardians were numerous, yet the fervor of the players was even greater. In less than 6 minutes, they were vanquished. The exquisite blossoms adorning the great tree guardian elite withered, returning it to its normal state. Ling Xue wielded her sword with precision, slicing through the enemy as if chopping vegetables. Upon reducing its health to 1,000, she executed a flawless combination of skills, swiftly dispatching the foe. Your teammate has slain a level 6 Great Tree Guardian Elite. You have gained 400 experience. Congratulations to the team of the Fried Little Darling for overcoming numerous challenges to finally slay the first elite of the Bitter Forest, resulting in a plethora of loot. Let us all extend our congratulations. What sheer luck! The team of the Fried Little Darling has obtained the Elite Tree Helm Blue. Elite Tree Helm Blue. Intelligence 10, Constitution 8, Special Attribute. Health 90, Description. An exceptional piece of intellect-enhancing gear, suitable for mages and priests, enabling them to serve as half-tanks. Source: First Elite Great Tree Guardian of Village 9937. Fortune abounds. The team of the Fried Little Darling has acquired the Elite Tree Gauntlets Blue. Elite Tree Gauntlets Blue. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Special Attribute. Agility 20, Description. A paragon of agility, ensuring swifter escapes. Source: First Elite Great Tree Guardian of Village 9937. Fortune continues. The team of the Fried Little Darling has looted a Beginner Dual Defense Skill Book. Beginner Dual Defense Skill Book. Class requirement: none upon comprehension. Grants the passive skill Beginner Dual Defense, providing 2 physical and 2 magical defense for slaying elite foes at least 2 levels below, and 4 physical and 4 magical defense for defeating a leader with a maximum of 20 points. Description: upon reaching the maximum dual defense limit, a passive effect granting a 10 dual defense bonus will be activated. The skill book indeed dropped. She could truly amass a full set of beginner passive skill books. Ling Xue's heart raced with exhilaration. Reborn, she would finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the elite when she reached the frontline city. Collecting 4 beginner passive skill books was an exceedingly arduous task, requiring a confluence of timing, opportunity, and fortune. Of course, sometimes one also needed wealth. She recalled a skill book auctioned for $1 million. Only 2 or 3 individuals from 100 novice villages could achieve such a feat, however. This particular book could be utilized by both of them. Big dream, this skill book. Li Fan remarked, Sister Ling, why are you still being so polite? I am already quite robust. This skill book suits you far better. Heh, I could just pick up the white gear and copper coins. Ling Xue initially felt deeply moved, yet his subsequent words left her with an uncomfortable knot in her chest. Next time, when you acquire the basic passive skill book, make sure to study it. Additionally, that elite helmet suits you perfectly. Feel free to wear the white gear as you please. Li Fan donned the helmet, boasting a magical attack of 377, a health of 1140, physical defense of 114, and spell power of 166. He surpassed the average minor elite, yet felt a slight inadequacy as a priest. He currently dealt no damage whatsoever, which was exceedingly frustrating. Nearby, Battle Song sent him a message, informing him that the white gear had increased slightly and that the refined equipment was ready. Li Fan glanced at Ling Xue, aware of her subtle intentions, which she could easily discern. Sometimes, she found it rather pleasant to have a teammate solely focused on selling equipment, devoid of any ulterior motives, perhaps a perfect companion indeed. Engaging in unnecessary exchanges was time-consuming. They decided to eliminate the wild boars in Po Valley before returning to town. The two ventured deeper into the bitter forest. Li Fan calculated that his backpack was nearing 20 pieces of white gear, with 7 to 8 attributes among them, including one piece with 9 attributes that could fetch at least 300,000. Soon, they arrived at the Broken Valley. Ling Xue felled a massive tree, creating just enough space for a single ivory wild boar to pass. With Li Fan's healing shield bolstering her, she entered the valley and swiftly dispatched a wild boar. The ivory wild boar went into a frenzy, darting about wildly. Ling Xue quickly fled and stood guard at the entrance alongside Li Fan. Before long, another ivory wild boar emerged. Ling Xue unleashed a flurry of skills, transforming it into experience that surged into both of them. Your teammate has slain a level 7 ivory wild boar. You have gained 64 experience. You have received 4 copper coins. The ivory wild boar was far easier to hunt than the tree guardians, which required searching and sometimes ensnarement. In less than 10 minutes, the ivory wild boars within were completely annihilated, granting Li Fan approximately 2,560 experience, bringing him closer to level 9 by about 1/13, along with another piece of 7 attribute white gear and 40 copper coins. Upon returning to the village, Ling Xue gathered Su Su Yu and others, teaching them the precise method for luring and slaying the boars in Po Valley. Their eyes lit up at the prospect of such a monster hunting technique. Hua Luo and the others assured her, expressing their determination to utilize the game nutrient pod that very evening, vowing to farm the ivory wild boar elite throughout the night. The game nutrient pod could be obtained from the official source without much hassle. It merely required real name verification along with the submission of one's game name, level, equipment details, and so forth, after which an official would promptly verify the information. Although the realm of awareness couldn't guarantee 100% validation, it seemed the officials had decisively committed to supporting this policy. As long as the basic information was accurate and met the eligibility criteria, the distribution would be immediate. Ling Xue nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the progress of Su Su Yu's team. While she had reached her full potential, Demeng had yet to achieve elite first kills at level 7, 8, and 9, which were likely within reach. After imparting her instructions, she set off deeper into the bitter forest. After vanquishing the elite treant, she successfully marked the enemy's curse. The lesser creatures along her path began to multiply. Yet, at this moment, she was disinterested in battle. This was a curse, but also an opportunity. As she ventured further northwest, any players present would notice a radiance intensifying. This must be the place. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted a cave not far away. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to enter. Currently, she was still in the novice village phase. Should she encounter insurmountable danger, the worst outcome would be a brief confinement, a mere expenditure of a few copper coins. Chapter 77. Wang Tao is taken away in the bustling new village of 9937. Li Fan had already reunited with Zhang Ge. The sight of over 20 pieces of equipment left him utterly dazzled, and he promptly acquired them for a total of 300,000. Initially, he had planned to refine the equipment 10 times at a cost of 1,000 per attempt, hoping to earn around 10,000 as a token gesture, particularly since the weekend was approaching and he had little use for the resources. To his surprise, Zhang Ge handed him 50,000, insisting it was a special request from Huang Xing, urging him not to refuse. He further mentioned that with Li Fan's equipment support, the Xingqiang Guild had surpassed the Heiyu Guild in terms of elite players. The 9937 village was indeed the domain of the Black Tiger, a core guild. It was the first time in many years that the Xingqiang Guild could rival them. As long as he sold all the equipment to the Xingqiang Guild, it would be a mutually beneficial collaboration. Li Fan then proceeded to refine the equipment, and fortune smiled upon him as most yielded attributes of 3 and 4. Zhang Ge was thrilled at the sight of these items, equating them to acquiring 2 or 3 additional pieces of equipment. If equipped, even a level 4 elite could withstand a fair amount of pressure. A total of 350,000 was logged. After finishing the refinement for Zhang Ge, Li Fan turned his attention to refining the elite tree headgear, a blue item. He retained a white piece with attributes of intelligence and constitution at 8. To his astonishment, it was a successful refinement, resulting in intelligence 4 and constitution 3, marking an exceptional outcome. His magical attack surged to 382, while his health skyrocketed to 1170. He checked his friend's list to inquire about Ling Xue's activities. However, she, who his online moments before had turned gray, indicating she might be in a black room or had logged off. Not receiving a response, he assumed she had indeed gone offline. Consequently, Li Fan exited the game and opened WeChat, sending Ling Xue a message to notify her to log in and tag him. He then reached out to a long-lost high school classmate. The acquaintance had started a renovation company. Previously, while working on construction sites, he had hoped to renovate his own home, but being laid off had made that aspiration impossible, further complicating his ability to pay the mortgage. Upon hearing that Li Fan was seeking renovations, Liao, his classmate, was exceedingly enthusiastic. Haha, old friend, it seems you made the right choice moving to Chongqing. Working in construction has little future. He presented several different renovation styles, suggesting Li Fan review them before providing a quote. With the real estate market declining, the renovation industry was also precarious, necessitating the capture of every potential client. Li Fan perused the options and selected a bright, modern style, specifically requesting high-quality materials, including branded appliances and wardrobes, ensuring utmost quality for a total price of 238,000. Considering their friendship, Liao ultimately settled on the price of 230,000. They signed an electronic contract. Initially, Liao intended to request a deposit with subsequent payments at specified milestones. However, Li Fan astonished him by transferring the entire sum of 230,000 immediately. Old classmate, have you struck it rich? Liao exclaimed, just engaging in a small business. It's hardly a fortune. Selling and refining equipment is merely a modest endeavor, Li Fan replied. He concluded with a reminder, old classmate, please commence the work as soon as possible. Regarding the matter of quality, classmate Liao remarked, we have been classmates for so many years. You can rest assured about the materials and quality. After exiting the WeChat conversation, Li Fan found himself daydreaming about his new home. This was all a gift from the realm of consciousness. However, he realized that he must strive harder. He sent a message to Ling Xue, but received no response. He contemplated logging in to check on Xiao Yu and the others. Just then, a phone call interrupted him. It was from Wang Tao. Fanga, where are you? Hurry and save me. There are so many people outside my house, all dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. I swear I am not joking. A loud crash echoed through the line. Before Li Fan could utter a word, the call was abruptly disconnected. He quickly redialed, only to find that Wang Tao's phone was turned off. Damn it, he exclaimed, hastily rushing downstairs. While calling the police, he drove towards Wang Tao's neighborhood. Upon arrival, he explained the situation and enlisted the help of the community security personnel as they cautiously approached. Wang Tao's door was wide open, and the items inside appeared untouched, suggesting that it was not a burglary. The security guard inquired if it was a prank, noting that such antics were common nowadays. Li Fan insisted that they check the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, it was precisely at that moment that the cameras malfunctioned. Shortly after, the officers arrived at the scene. Li Fan noticed their demeanor was somewhat off. They claimed to have received a report from the victim. Given the circumstances, a thorough investigation of the neighborhood surveillance was warranted to identify any suspicious individuals. Yet, the two officers merely conducted a cursory inquiry and instructed him to wait for news, assuring him that results would emerge within a day or two. Really, in this 21st century, abductions and robberies still occur. Can I not be more diligent? Li Fan thought to himself, feeling frustrated as he departed. Can't the people from the National Security Bureau dress a bit more normally? Wearing black and sunglasses, don't they realize that such attire is reminiscent of gangsters? Once the situation is clarified, can they not cooperate? In recent days, the National Security Bureau had summoned several individuals in their jurisdiction, and it always seemed to unfold this way, causing them considerable concern. Back at home, Li Fan felt increasingly uneasy. He logged into the game and inquired whether Huang Xing had any official connections in Yushu. Upon learning that a friend might have been kidnapped, he immediately contacted Sister Hua. Demeng, Sister Hua has considerable connections in Yushu. I believe she will have leads soon. Do not fret. In this 21st century, kidnappings for money are rare. Perhaps your friend is merely playing a prank on you. I hope that's the case, Li Fan sighed. At that moment, Ling Xue sent him a message urging him to come to the Tower Forest immediately. Sensing her unusual demeanor, he asked what had happened. A friend was kidnapped, dressed in black with sunglasses? The National Security Bureau? She instinctively thought of that mysterious agency and quickly inquired whether Li Fan's friend was also involved in the realm of consciousness. He nodded, adding that his talent was commendable. With a level around 6 or 7, she turned and said, "Your friend is fine. He will reach out to you tomorrow or the day after." Li Fan was taken aback and pressed for an explanation. Ling Xue offered no further clarification, merely guiding him deeper into the depths of the Beta Forest. "The Ming, our family has connections in Yushu, and I am aware of many matters that you may not be. Rest assured, if you do not receive news from your friend in the next couple of days, I will assist you in finding him." Seeing her grave demeanor, Li Fan reflected on the numerous inconsistencies. Logically, such a heinous crime as breaking and entering to kidnap someone would certainly attract the attention of the authorities. Even if the surveillance at the elevator was malfunctioning, surely the cameras in the underground garage and the main entrance were operational. An investigation would undoubtedly yield results. Moreover, the two officers appeared rather indifferent as well. One could only hope for the best. Chapter 78. The spectral inspection. It was only at this moment that Li Fan realized, after following closely behind, that they had ventured deep into the heart of the ivory forest. "Sister Ling, where are we headed? Aren't we supposed to be hunting the ivory wild boars?" Ling Xue replied curtly, "Just keep walking. Why the incessant chatter? Do you think I would lead you astray?" After traversing through the territory of the ivory wild boars for approximately 10 more minutes, they arrived at a small hill. As they entered through the cave's opening, Li Fan noticed that the chat interface had turned gray. What could this mean? Was Ling Xue's gray avatar an indication that they had arrived here? His curiosity intensified. In this game, there existed areas that obscured online presence. A chilling sensation enveloped him, causing his entire body to shudder. The immersive experience of this holographic game was undeniably potent, even at the lowest sensitivity setting of 10%. It was shrouded in darkness, and he began to believe Ling Xue's words, that one could indeed be terrified into a stupor within this game. "Sister Ling, do we need to proceed further? I feel something is amiss." Suddenly, Ling Xue turned around, illuminated by a green glow, startling him into retreating several meters. "What are you doing?" Li Fan stammered, unable to admit he was frightened by her. "Have we arrived?" "Indeed," Ling Xue responded. "Wait here while I activate the mechanism. You go in first." With a booming sound, a stone wall ahead opened. Li Fan stepped inside, and in an instant, the environment around him transformed dramatically. Countless headless white figures surged towards him. "You have entered the realm of the spectral inspection. You are under attack from the spectral inspection. Your health has decreased by -42. Your health has decreased by -42. Your health has decreased by -42. The health bar above Li Fan's head dwindled relentlessly. Yet he paid no heed to the notifications ringing in his ears. just as he felt the breath of the headless specters closing in on him. A flash of sword light descended from the heavens. Your teammate has slain a level 9 spectral inspector. You have gained 512 experience in the next moment. He realized that everything around him had shifted once more, and he found himself back in the stone chamber. Feeling weak, he quickly cast a basic healing spell upon himself. What happened, Sister Ling? Just look at the notification from earlier, and you'll understand. Li Fan reviewed the records and discovered that the instant he entered the stone door, he had plunged into the realm of the spectral inspection. Thank goodness my health is sufficiently high, and my magical defense is robust. Moreover, the experience gained from slaying enemies of a higher tier is indeed substantial. However, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim to be, Demeng. Sister Ling, could you possibly give me a heads up next time, so I might be better prepared? Of course, Ling Xue replied nonchalantly, but in the future, could you refrain from shouting so loudly? It would be quite embarrassing if outsiders saw. Determined, she resolved to take Li Fan on more excursions to confront the spectral inspectors, lest he become paralyzed with fear when encountering second-tier or even higher-level entities in the future. Li Fan felt utterly helpless. Who wouldn't react in such a manner when confronted with an unexpected situation? Initially, he harbored doubts regarding Ling Xue's words, but now he was genuinely convinced. Who knew a mere game could be so terrifying? He pressed onward. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's alertness surged. Is there more ahead? Ling Xue nodded. Despite his reluctance, he steeled himself and ventured into the stone chamber. Come on, headless ghost. It's all just an illusion. I'm no longer afraid. However, in the next moment, Li Fan began to move erratically, lost in his own world. Ling Xue shook her head, brandishing her sword, and descended upon the area where Li Fan stood, striking down with a single blow. Since her singular skill damage did not exceed 1,000, the strike failed to shatter the spatial barrier. Fortunately, the entity patrolling was not a true spirit, and its spatial energy was limited. Just with the second strike, Li Fan ragainat clarity. What the? This wretched thing even has a side dish. I was fully prepared to face a headless ghost, and instead, I encounter a village corpse. This is giving me a psychological shadow. Is this really just a game? Ling Xue, can you dispel illusions within this realm? Perhaps you could try next time? To his surprise, she agreed. Within the illusion, as long as the damage is sufficient, the space can indeed be shattered. The last time I entered, my defenses were inadequate, and before I could break the illusion, I was sent to a dark chamber. Now that Li Fan is with me, it should pose no problem. You're 3 unit spaces away from me. Stay close, and when you see my health diminish, cast your healing spell. Li Fan nodded vigorously, eager to witness how she would confront the illusion. Ling Xue stepped into the third stone chamber, suddenly coming to a standstill. The cacophony he had imagined did not materialize. Instead, he observed her health plummeting significantly. Spirit Patrol, level 9 mana, 230 agility, 70 health, 2000 physical defense, 160 magical defense, 20 skills. Spirit Fear. The Spirit Patrol creates a secondary space that engulfs any player who steps within, forming a terrifying illusion, inflicting 8 mana damage every 5 seconds. Spirit Possession. The Spirit Patrol can control low-level or compromised players, causing a health reduction of 100 for every 10 seconds of possession, with a minimum health of 1. Li Fan hastily cast a basic healing spell, instantly restoring his health to full. He then saw Ling Xue swinging her longsword in place. After about 10 seconds, her expression became lucid. Is that all? But in the next moment, Ling Xue swung her sword towards him. What in the world? Has she been possessed by a ghost? He took off running. Stop! Ling Xue exclaimed. Why are you running? Li Fan cautiously approached. Ling Xue, you weren't controlled by the spirit, were you? I just checked. The Spectral Patrol not only conjures illusions, but also possesses the ability to control players. The game, Awakening, is indeed quite perverse. Ling Xue remarked that the Spectral Patrol is not a true specter. Once its spatial realm is breached, it poses little threat. However, when encountering a genuine specter in the future, even if its spatial domain is dismantled, it may still resort to other means. That was merely a test of your vigilance. You performed commendably. Li Fan responded. Sister Ling, this specter is excessively formidable. Is there a place where one can solely grind monsters? The thought of entering the core area of the bit of forest and facing such entities filled him with dismay. None, Ling Xue replied. The core of the bit of forest is designed to acclimate players. After proceeding to Frontier City, numerous monsters and specters outside the city exist in a parasitic state. Li Fan felt a wave of frustration. These creatures were his greatest fear. He wished for a skill that could alleviate these conditions. After vanquishing 3 spectral patrols, they finally reached the innermost stone chamber, where a wooden chest rested atop a central stone pillar. Ling Xue's body felt the heat of vengeance intensifying. She gently opened the chest, revealing a necklace-shaped piece of equipment lying quietly within. Congratulations to the player fried little cutie for opening the chest in the spectral stone chamber and acquiring the rare-grade equipment, Guardian Necklace Blue. What extraordinary fortune. Chapter 79. The Otherworldly Spirit Unveils Jewelry, Guardian Necklace Blue. Strength 10, Constitution 10 Special Attribute. The wearer can perceive the presence of otherworldly spirits within an 8-unit radius. Description. With both strength and constitution maximized, this necklace represents the pinnacle of blue-tier jewelry, capable of serving as the foundational component for synthesizing a golden spirit artifact, ensuring a 100 inheritance of full strength and constitution. Source. Wooden chest guarded by the great trees in the Beta Forest. With the emergence of this necklace, the public chat channel of the 9937 Novice Village ignited once more. What in the world is happening? What is this necklace? I had always believed that in this game, one could only equip 7 items. What can I find in chests? I feel lucky. Is this really the same game? It seems to be evolving in unexpected ways. And full attributes? How astonishing. What exactly is this golden artifact core? Oh, revered players, are you still accepting disciples? I'm not joking. What is this special attribute? Could someone enlighten us? I thought blue gear had special attributes. Why has it transformed into a unique attribute? Were these otherworldly spirits? Can someone knowledgeable please explain? Haha, don't fret. When you reach levels 8 or 9 and venture into the deepest parts of the Beta Forest, the mystery will reveal itself. Other players were ecstatic, and Ling Xue was equally thrilled. She had truly uncovered a blue necklace. In her previous life, she believed it to be mere rumors spread by those in the Frontier City. Before the 3rd tier, that is below level 30, players could equip 10 items. 7 ordinary pieces acquired through defeating minor elite monsters, and 3 accessories, necklace, ring, and earrings, only obtainable by vanquishing genuine otherworldly spirits. Otherworldly spirits were far more challenging to defeat than colossal beasts, rendering these accessories extremely rare. Last time, it took her until level 16 to equip her first accessory, a ring with a mere 17 attributes, yet possessed a unique property specifically designed to combat otherworldly spirits. Li Fan was astonished. This equipment indeed included a necklace. Having played the game for several days, this was his first encounter with such an item. Ling Xue remarked, "What a necklace. There are plenty of necklaces, rings, and earrings outside Frontier City. They are significantly more valuable than ordinary white or blue gear. Thus, enhancing one's strength is essential for earning greater wealth." I understand. Sister Ling, will it appear too effeminate for male players to wear earrings? In a certain underground base in Yushur, Li Fan's friend Wang Tao was present. The National Security Bureau had not detained them, but instead was patiently guiding them. He was among the top players in the 9919 Novice Village, possessing a rare green talent, and had long been under their close scrutiny. Therefore, when they learned of the breach in the 9919 Novice Village, they sought him out immediately. Let me clarify. I can join, but I'm just an ordinary person. I'm adept at playing games, but if I mess things up for you later, don't blame me. This is a steady job with guaranteed returns. If his parents were to know, they would undoubtedly approve, leaving him with no justification to refuse. However, he harbored a fear of making mistakes later on, which could lead to dismissal and immense embarrassment. Mr. Wang Tao, we welcome you to our ranks. May I ask how to address you? Like the others, simply refer to me as Team Leader Li. Team Leader Li, may I timidly inquire what our duties entail? Are we to don suits and sunglasses, apprehending individuals? A sense of doubt lingered in Wang Tao's mind. Naturally, we are here to protect the integrity of Huaxia. He felt somewhat speechless. Could we not elevate the tone so much? What precisely is our task? I need to prepare accordingly. Team leaderly gestured towards the individuals outside. They displayed footage on a large screen, showcasing a colossal turtle wreaking havoc in a village. The images were somewhat blurred, yet Wang Tao recognized it at once. Is that not the elite jaw turtle from the game Awakening Realm? Team Leaderly, are we to engage in monster hunting as our future work? Team Leaderly replied, indeed. We shall confront monsters, but it is not merely a game. Take another look at that village. This is not a game, but rather the vicinity of Jianglin City. What on earth? Wang Tao scrutinized the video closely. It appeared to feature real people and objects. A thought crossed his mind. Team Leaderly, are you suggesting that these monsters have escaped from the game? Truly a perceptive advanced player in the Awakening Realm, you are quite astute. Team Leaderly affirmed. You have guessed correctly. This is what we will face ahead. What? Are you joking? Monsters from the game have genuinely emerged? In the game, many had perished while battling the elite jaw turtle. And now, in the real world with bare hands? Is that not akin to courting death? Wait a moment, the real world. Are we truly frightened of such a thing? Team Leaderly, surely dealing with this should be simple. Yes? Wouldn't aircraft and tanks suffice to crush them? The elite jaw turtle has formidable defenses. If necessary, we could resort to missiles. Team Leaderly explained. These colossal beasts that have emerged from the game are impervious to conventional weaponry. Wang Tao, perplexed, inquired further, why is that the case? If it is alive, surely it can be destroyed? Team Leaderly elaborated, according to the reports we received. These giants are surrounded by a mysterious magnetic field that renders all signals and electronic components ineffective within a certain radius. While some ordinary firearms may still function, their damage to the giants is minimal. Theoretically, missile barges could work, but the collateral damage would be considerable, and unless in an emergency, approval from above would be unlikely. Yet, to confront something that even firearms struggle against, he felt a sinking sensation akin to being aboard a sinking ship. Team Leaderly, are you certain our duties will involve tackling such entities? Team Leaderly nodded affirmatively. We have conducted our investigations. You play as a mage. And while your current experience may be limited, you will eventually discover the differences within yourself. Xiao Zhang, please escort Wang Tao for a physical examination. What kind of examination? You will know once it is completed. Shortly thereafter, the examination results were satisfactory. The anomalous energy within Wang Tao was remarkably potent in reality. They placed a bone-like object, approximately half a meter in length, into Wang Tao's hands. Though he felt a semblance of resistance, he was compelled to submit under the eaves of circumstance. Subsequently, they urged him to recite the incantations of spells from a game. Could this contraption truly conjure a bolt of lightning in the real world? With a thunderous crash, the workbench was split asunder. As for the others, Wang Tao was oblivious to their reactions. He remained in a state of bewilderment for quite some time, gazing at his hands as if he had encountered a specter. Chapter 80. Ascending to Level 9 in the newbie village of 9937, the Bit of Forest. After several hours of coordinated training, the Su team finally mastered the strategy of guarding, breaking, and waiting for the boar. The experience gained from slaying the Level 7 ivory wild boars reached an impressive 64 points. After midnight, all 4 members gradually leveled up to 7, and notably, there was no experience decay beyond this level. They needed to defeat just over 100 ivory wild boars to reach level 8. Furthermore, with the upgrade of their gaming nutrient depot, their motivation surged. However, the spawn rate after midnight doubled, resulting in a significant decrease in the number of wild boars, with only about 7 or 8 appearing in an hour. Thus, Ling Xue helped them maintain the wild boar population within the slope valley at around 10, which both increased the number of ivory wild boars outside and reduced the risk of wild boars breaking through the slope. To her disappointment, after several hours of monster hunting, there is still no sign of any elite ivory wild boars. After equipping the Guardian's necklace of blue equipment, Ling Xue's attack power reached 832 and her health was 920. Coupled with the level 3 bonus from the primary heavy strike, 24-1, 2 attack, her single skill damage successfully broke the 1,000 mark, achieving a terrifying 1022. Even against the level 8 otherworldly patrols, they posed little threat. Additionally, the unique property of the Guardian's necklace allowed her to sense the presence of otherworldly beings. transforming them into mere delectable morsels in their eyes. Thus, the two ventured towards the bit of forest. Along the way, they encountered a few ivory wild boars, which Ling Xue effortlessly dispatched. Just as they proceeded, a massive creature suddenly leaped out and bit into Ling Xue. Minus 549, half of her health vanished in an instant. Li Fan hurriedly cast a basic healing spell. At that moment, he finally discerned the outline of the creature. It was a colossal crocodile, approximately 4 meters in length. Color-changing crocodile, level 8 attack, 190 agility, 90 health, 1800 physical defense, 140 magic defense, 70 skills. Stealth ambush. The color-changing crocodile can merge with its surroundings to ambush passing targets. Dealing 41. 2 attack damage. Deadly bite. The color-changing crocodile bites at a target, inflicting 61. 3 attack damage, with double damage if it bites the target's upper body. To her astonishment, she had been ambushed. Ling Xue, feeling a surge of anger, brandished her weapon, her sword slicing through the air. Minus 882, minus 371, minus 900. Normal attack weak points. Damage increased by 30. The time from the color-changing crocodile's attack to its demise, yielding experience for the two, was scarcely 20 seconds. Your teammate has slain the level 8 color-changing crocodile. You have gained 256 experience. The ferocity of Ling Xue left Li Fan astounded, questioning whether such ferocity was necessary. The level 8 behemoth had fallen so easily. Was the color-changing crocodile weak? Clearly not. That terrifying bite would have obliterated over 95% of players in an instant. The color-changing crocodile has emerged. It seems we have reached the core area of the bit of forest. Let's concentrate our attention. Carelessness is not an option. The chameleon crocodile's ambush was exceedingly fierce. Despite her agility rating of 118, she remained utterly unaware. The damage was so substantial that her health could not withstand 2 bites. It was imperative to draw Li Fan's attention. As they ventured deeper, the foliage of the bit of forest grew denser and the light diminished. The simulation was remarkably lifelike, prompting his admiration. However, the scarcity of monsters encountered was somewhat disappointing, especially the chameleon crocodile, which blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Had it not attacked Ling Xue, it would have gone unnoticed. Hey, Ling Xue, why do these monsters seem to target you exclusively? On 1 or 2 occasions, it could be dismissed, but after half an hour of 4 consecutive attacks solely on her, it was perplexing. Even if he took the lead, the chameleon crocodile would remain unrelenting. Ling Xue felt somewhat helpless. Had she known the elite guardian of the great tree was so formidable, she would have sent a Meng to engage it with minimal output, perhaps diverting its attention. Though Meng, the exceptional support, prevented them from falling into the abyss, the chameleon crocodile's attack patterns caused her some delay. Therefore, when facing the chameleon crocodile, she responded with particular ferocity. Be cautious, there are ethereal patrols nearby. Ethereal patrols? The mere mention sent shivers down Li Fan's spine. Memories of past encounters vivid in his mind. Armed with a guardian necklace, Ling Xue no longer felt as passive as before. She attuned herself to her surroundings, swiftly darting 4 units to the left and executing a basic heavy strike. Damage exceeding 1,000 shattered the subspace, and a fleeting white shadow appeared before hastily retreating. Ling Xue pursued with agility. Without the concealment of subspace, it was easier to dispatch than the level 8 chameleon crocodile. The ethereal patrol attempted a final act of defiance, exhaling a cloud of white mist towards Ling Xue, attempting to possess and control her. Alas, it was still not a true ethereal being. Ling Xue deftly evaded the mist. Half a minute later, it reluctantly transformed into experience points for the duo. Spirit Patrol Helmet White, Constitution 5, Agility 4, a 9 attribute white piece of equipment. Li Fan's eyes widened at this revelation. It was their first encounter with a 9 attribute item. Yet, the helmet's design left him unimpressed. It resembled nothing more than a white scarf. He picked up the equipment, finally feeling a sense of reward. In the hours that followed, they continued to grind monsters deep within the bit of forest. With the necklace and a skill dealing 1,000 damage, the surrounding creatures posed little threat to them. Ling Xue, it's just a hassle finding monsters. Is there a location akin to guarding a slope for pigs? Ling Xue shot him a disdainful glance. She too wished for such a place, but reality dictated otherwise. Besides, if the chameleon crocodile and ethereal patrol were social creatures, they could not grind so effortlessly. As they approached around 9 o'clock, they were merely 1 or 2,000 experience points away from level 9. Li Fan inquired with Huang Xing if any elites had appeared in the Great Tree Guardian area, only to receive a negative response. Ling Xue felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed she could not contend with the second elite Tree Guardian. With the imminent arrival of the battle for the bounty of the 100 villages, they needed to enhance their strength as much as possible. After approximately half an hour, both of them reached level 9. The allocation of 5 points into free attributes elevated Li Fan's stats significantly. His magical attack soared to 409, health to 1310, physical defense to 122, and magical defense to 180. These attributes rivaled those of certain lower-tier elite monsters. Furthermore, under the remarkable enhancement of tenfold proficiency due to exceptional comprehension, the healing shield advanced to level 5, boasting a shield value of 150 of the healing health, with basic healing amounting to 685. The healing shield's value reached an astonishing 1028, surpassing her own health. Ling Xue could not help but exclaim at the absurdity of it all, but fortunately, this exceptional talent was her ally. Upon returning to the novice village, Ling Xue led Li Fan to the blacksmith shop for equipment refinement. She had exhausted her attempts, necessitating Li Fan's assistance with the guardian necklace. The first equipment refinement yielded 3 strength and 2 constitution. She was not entirely satisfied. After one more failure, she utilized a white item with an 8 attribute, successfully refining it to 5 strength and 3 constitution. Chapter 81. Triple reflection of orange talent. The inheritance of all 8 attributes from the white gear was nothing short of a perfect refinement. She realized that Demeng's luck was indeed extraordinary. With the completion of the Guardian's necklace refinement, Ling Xue's attack power soared to 892 and her health reached 950. Her level 3 basic heavy strike dealt a single damage of 1094. In terms of skills, she felt a twinge of envy towards Li Fan. Despite the duration since the server opened, she had only achieved a basic heavy strike at level 3, while her shadow skill was merely at level 2. Meanwhile, that rascal Demeng was nearing the maximum level for his second skill. 10 minutes later, Huang Xing and Hua Jie joined the duo. Over the course of the day, both had significantly improved. They had advanced to level 8, equipped with items boasting attributes exceeding level 8, and their gear had been refined to level 6 attributes. Huang Xing possessed a piece of blue gear, while Hua Jie had 2. Huang Xing's magic attack was 126, with a health of 330, while Hua Jie had a magic attack of 112 and health of 470. Judging by their levels and equipment, they could be considered of above-average strength in the contest for the fruits of the 10 villages, though certainly not on par with the formidable Li Fan, whom even the reincarnators deemed extraordinary. The perfect synergy of 2 top-tier purple talents surpassed even some red talents in prowess. The 4 entered the battlefield of the 100 villages 10 minutes early, opting for the west gate. Initially, they hoped to replicate their success from the 10 villages and secure a lair, but they soon discovered that the 100 villages contest was entirely different. Not only were there more players, but they were also the victors from the 10 villages contest. No one was intimidated by anyone else. Ling Xue made a quick circuit, noting that there were at least 2 teams stationed at each entrance, with others preparing to charge through the middle. Advance to the arena. Take your positions. With that, the 4 entered the southern treasure hunting area, each taking a corner of the central platforms. They would focus their fire on anyone who approached. As the 2 leveled up to 9, Ling Xue found herself less anxious than before in the 100 villages treasure hunt, primarily due to Li Fan's healing shield having upgraded. With a shield exceeding 1,000 points, even in a level 15 treasure hunting zone, it would be considered exceedingly formidable, let alone in a level 10 zone. If they were to encounter that mage God Jack again, she could stand her ground and attack without fear of breaking the shield. This exemplified the terrifying potential of dual talent stacking. At precisely 10:59, players began to filter into the treasure hunting area. In addition to them, 2 other villages entered through the north gate, with players from each village quickly grouping together. The minor monsters that spawned were level 5. posing some threat to the mages and warriors from the two villages, but thanks to well-balanced configurations with priests providing healing and shields, the impact was minimal. Observing the 4 from village 9937 on the platform, the players from the 2 other villages were reluctant to engage in a fierce battle that would allow Li Fan and his companions to reap the benefits. After a stalemate lasting approximately 3 minutes, the players from village 9032 suggested to 9062 to attack the platform together, which garnered mutual agreement. Since the game's translation was real-time, Li Fan and his companions understood everything clearly. Huang Xing vehemently cursed these shameless individuals. Ling Xue instructed Huang Xing and the others to position themselves behind her, while Li Fan alternated casting healing shields on the 3. As they surged towards the platform from the sides, Ling Xue led her companions directly down from the stage. Instead, it allowed players from villages 9032 and 9062 to come into direct contact. Ling Xue maneuvered around, launching her assault from behind village 9062. The situation on stage remained unresolved, and the priest from village 9062 attempted to ascend, but alas, it was too late and he was too fragile. With a mere flicker, Ling Xue swiftly eliminated him. Instantly, the skirmish erupted amongst the players on stage. Without their priest, village 9062 found themselves besieged by 2 groups, swiftly reduced to a solitary shield tank, who remained stationary until ultimately being taken down by Huang Xing's lightning strike. This marked the first player that the formidable Huang Xing had claimed, instilling a profound sense of achievement. Conversely, the players from village 9032 were still discussing their plans to secure 3 layers, only to be met with Ling Xue's outright refusal. The members of village 9032, incensed, decided to engage in combat. However, they were soon left bewildered. Their concentrated firepower failed to even breach the shield of the warrior, and they pondered the futility of seeking collaboration. Within less than half a minute, only the priest from village 9032, bin Nasir, remained. Hold your hands. My talent is to increase purple loot drops. As long as I stand nearby, the drops from the Guardian will double. Look at me, I'm a priest. I can't even secure a kill. I'll just stand on the sidelines. Won't that suffice? Li Fan and his companions had heard of various player talents, and this loot enhancement seemed plausible enough for him to remain on the periphery. Who wouldn't he desire to obtain more treasures? Huang Xing and Hua Jia's eyes lit up at the prospect of doubling their loot. Perhaps they could even acquire an attribute spirit fruit. Even bin Nasir himself was caught off guard when the player you fried swiftly dispatched him with a single blow. Li Fan Kirat Ling Xue. That individual is merely a priest and cannot secure the final blow. We could utilize his purple talent, effectively allowing us to achieve 2 instances of the treasure snatching. Ling Xue dismissed him, saying, "The drop rates for treasure snatching are fixed. How could they possibly increase? I have heard of talents that plunder drops. The 100 Villages Treasure Snatching Preparation Arena." The other players from Village 9032, upon seeing bin Nasir emerge, wore expressions of confusion. Bin Nasir lamented, "Curse it." The other 3 from Village 9937 fell for it, except for that female warrior. Damn her! Just as Ling Xue had surmised, he indeed possessed the talent for plundering drops, rather than enhancing them. Village 9937 exhibited notable prowess. That female warrior seemed capable of slaying anyone with a single strike. Do you not find the priest even more formidable? Despite the massed attacks, his shield remains intact. Players entering other treasure arenas began to emerge as well. Hearing the discussions, numerous players joined in. What a spectacle! The shield tank from Village 9833, entering through the east gate, displayed an even more impressive rare talent for reflecting damage. The talent of counter damage possesses its own rarity. Within our village, we boast a purple counter damage that stands at a staggering 100%. While it proves advantageous against monsters in player versus player encounters, such a player with counter damage often dissuades others from engaging a second time after a single encounter. Is a purple counter damage truly limited to 100%? The shield tank players from Village 9833 may very well possess an orange variant, exhibiting a counter damage that is threefold. I dealt over 300 damage, only to be met with a counter that led to my demise. despite my health exceeding 900. An orange talent, indeed. Such ferocity must surely be attributed to a red variant. Previously, during the treasure hunt in Village 10, we encountered a player boasting a counter damage of 200%. Also orange. Thankfully, we received advance notice, allowing us to eliminate his teammates before slowly wearing him down. Village 9833, likely akin to Village 9856, must be comprised of players from the eastern realm of Japan. Ah, how I yearn to be among the red talent players. How exhilarating this is. Village 9937 exhibits formidable strength as well. I shall wait an additional 10 minutes to see who ultimately prevails. Should Village 9937 swiftly recognize the counter damage, they would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, the female warrior from their ranks appears quite formidable, and if she chooses to unleash her output aggressively, it is highly probable that Village 9833 will claim victory. Chapter 82. The small player from Yamato Nation secured. Though the triple counterattack was indeed fearsome, the players involved were not mere minions. With prior knowledge, they could eliminate their teammates first, thereby significantly increasing their chances of victory. The attributes of the Spirit Fruit Guardian at the first level were refreshingly low-level, cross-server spawns, albeit at level 7. However, with the extraordinary support of Li Fan, they effortlessly secured the win. They acquired 2 intermediate attribute spirit fruits and several white grade items, but there were no item manifestation cards. Despite the meager probability at the first level, Ling Xue still felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the results. Li Fan inquired, "Sister Ling, what should we do at the second level? Should we take the initiative or adopt a defensive stance?" Having secured victory in numerous rounds, he was quite familiar with this treasure-snatching venture. Taking the initiative meant assaulting the platform, while a passive approach involved retreating immediately after combat, seizing the platform and waiting for others to attack. The advantage of an active strategy was that they need not descend too early and could launch attacks at any moment, benefiting from the Guardian's support. Conversely, the passive strategy allowed them to occupy the platform, forcing players from other villages to endure concentrated fire from those stationed there. An active approach typically required a high-health shield tank to absorb damage and had a greater likelihood of successfully taunting a group of enemies. They could wait for the refresh before engaging, just as they had previously. Ling Xue primarily considered Li Fan's capabilities, with players from other villages rushing the platform. She feared that everyone would lose health, making it difficult for Li Fan to accurately assess whom to heal, potentially leading to mistakes. However, if they took the initiative, Li Fan would only need to heal and shield her. As time passed, even Ling Xue felt a tinge of anxiety. Their strength was considerable, yet they were competing at the 100 village level, which included players with red and orange talents. At 10-19-20, Li Fan commenced layering shields upon Ling Xue, enhancing her to a level 5 healing shield that lasted 20 seconds and could stack around 6 times. With shields exceeding 6,000 and an additional 20-point boost to both defenses from Huajie, even elites would be compelled to concede defeat. With an unprecedented sense of security, Ling Xue charged into the treasure-seeking arena of the second level. Players from Village 9937, representing the Huaxia Nation, and players from Village 9833, hailing from Yamato Nation, found themselves at odds. As online sharing proliferated, the national identities of the server regions have been deduced. 9900 to 9999 represented Huaxia, while 9800 to 9899 represented Yamato. It was immediately apparent from their appearances that they were players from Yamato Nation. Witnessing Ling Xue and her companions cluster together, the shield tank player for Village 9833 rejoiced, executing a leap that taunted all 4. Remarkably, they possessed the rare primary skill of leap. A basic attack from Huang Xing landed, but the shield tank player remained unscathed. While Huang Xing met his demise instead, an instance of counterattack talent at play. A swordsman from Yamato Nation swiftly maneuvered behind Huajie and unleashed a primary heavy strike, coordinating with a mage positioned behind, swiftly dispatching Huajie. Meanwhile, Ling Xue found herself taunted and struck by basic attacks, suffering 822 damage. A damage notification of -0, 2466, floated above her head, startling both sides. With over 800 points of damage, the Japanese player shattered the shield, depleting a third of their health. In contrast, the opposing team suffered over 2,000 points of reflective damage, yet their shield remained intact. They fear not high damage. The issue lies with the opposing support. Prioritize the support. The Japanese support player is healing their shield tank. The warrior and mage then launched an attack on Li Fan. But in the next moment, the mage was left bewildered. With a magic defense of 180, Li Fan had not even been breached. Nor did the enemy possess a damage mechanism of 1. Damn it, why can't they break through? Heal me, hurry, and attack. The warrior player, Jian Run, directed his assault towards Li Fan, inflicting 268 points of damage, leaving him momentarily stunned. He was a fully committed warrior, capable of dealing over 420 points of unmitigated damage. Yet against this priest, 268 points barely dented their health. How strong must this priest's health and defenses be? Just then, the taunt ended. Li Fan promptly cast a healing spell upon himself, restoring his health to full. Immediately after, the normal attack from the Japanese warrior landed, failing to even dent the healing shield. This is utterly absurd. Control has ended. Move, reposition, exclaimed the Japanese shield tank player. Alas, it was too late. Ling Xue deduced that it was a high reflective damage talent, and surely they would not attack the shield tank again. With a swift movement, the Japanese mage was sent back to the preparation area without even activating their teleport. Player from village 9937, Fried Little Cutie, eliminated the player from village 9833, Wind Rising. Subsequently, a critical strike landed on the Japanese warrior. This warrior, fully committed, could hardly withstand over 1,000 points of damage, failing to even execute the secondary damage of the elite white sword, and was swiftly sent back to the preparation area. Player from village 9937, Fried Little Cutie, eliminated the player from village 9833, Jian Run. In the preparation area, there were still players who had been knocked out. Initially, they witnessed the teleportation of Huang Xing and Sister Hua from village 9937, believing that the players for village 9833 in Japan had secured their victory. Quick, transfer the funds. The international account is sent to you. They are all high-level players from the realm of awareness. Surely, you wouldn't default on such a small amount? Haha, what a joke. Let this be a lesson. I'm out of here. You deceitful trash. We are scattered across the globe, thousands of miles apart. Only a fool would establish this gambling house. Before the subsequent players emerged, several who had bet on village 9937's victory returned directly to the novice village. Some players remained, still waiting for the aftermath. For as long as there was one player in the preparation area, it was not considered a loss. What's the rush? Only 2 players from village 9937 have emerged. Someone else has come out from the southeast gate. Quick, look! To the disappointment of some, the players who emerged this time were from village 9833 in Japan. The 4th to emerge was also from there. The 5th player to appear was yet another Japanese priest. Oh no, this situation is not right. I recall village 9937 being from Huaxia. Are they about to triumph? Haha, players from the Kimchi Nation, you might just lose. Surely, your compatriots are not the deceitful trash they are made out to be. Why the panic? I have yet to be defeated. The mightiest shield tank player of village 9833 has not yet emerged, and they are incapable of defeating us. Yet, as the words of the player from the Kimchi Nation fell, a figure appeared from the southeast. It was none other than the shield tank player, Haido, from village 9833. At this moment, he was cursing vehemently. That player from Huaxia must have activated something. I have over 1,000 health points, and yet that female warrior didn't even suffer any reflective damage. Huh. Our Huaxia nation is not like your nation of Hua, which frequently engages in such antics, Huang Xing disdainfully remarked. What do you intend to do? Fight? Haven't you just fought already? You should be mindful of where your players from Hua are. You have been eliminated. The player from Hua spewed forth a stream of invective. Damn it, the Huaxia players from village 9937. I will remember you. How could this be? How could this be? Damn the Hua nation. Are you afraid of Huaxia and deliberately throwing the match? Don't leave. Clarify this. Get lost, you who only know how to consume kimchi. The players from the Kimchi Nation. You best not entertain thoughts of breaking this wager, or else we shall have you hung out to dry on the network of the awakening world. Oof. We of the Kimchi Nation are not like you. However, now I must pursue that while player and inquire whether they indeed through the match. Chapter 83. Item Manifestation Symbol. The Southeast Cross-Server Fruit Snatchers. Level 2. After vanquishing the Japanese shield tank, Ling Xue was filled with exhilaration. She had indeed conquered the second level of the 100 Villages Fruit Snatchers, an achievement she had never attained in her previous life. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining her persona, she would have been tempted to embrace Li Fan in her excitement. When only the player Haido remained from the Japanese faction, he sought to collaborate with Ling Xue and her team, even revealing his red talent of triple counterattack. Together, they could undoubtedly conquer the third level, leaving a high-grade attribute spirit fruit for him as a token of goodwill. However, Ling Xue, as anticipated, decisively eliminated the Japanese player after Li Fan had stacked several healing shields. Collaborating with a player from the Japanese faction was akin to courting danger. She would not engage in such folly. Previously, these Japanese players had committed many treacherous acts, even betraying the frontline city to monstrous entities and otherworldly beings. Once again, she and Li Fan triumphed over a player endowed with red talent. The significance of Li Fan continued to rise, his dual talents proving immensely formidable. Following the defeat of the Japanese player, the Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian Intermediate cross-server naturally became their spoils. Your teammate has slain the Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian Intermediate cross-server. You have gained 200 experience. 2 high-grade Attribute Spirit Fruits were obtained, alongside a beam of blue light and several white lights, as well as a thin slip of paper. The moment Ling Xue laid eyes on the paper, her breath quickened. The item manifestation symbol. It had truly dropped, and only upon collecting it into her inventory did she regain her composure. Item manifestation symbol, special grade item description, can manifest in-game items into the real world. Note, a maximum of 4 items can be manifested at once. Excess items will be automatically destroyed. Li Fan inquired, Ling Xue, are you all right? Is it because of that paper? He sensed that she resembled someone on the verge of tears, all due to a mere piece of paper from this game. Ling Xue then realized her emotional lapse. Yes, that symbol is of great importance to me. I will explain its significance to you in due time. So is a symbol, but could it truly manifest into reality from a game? Ling Xue, quickly collect the items on the ground before they disappear. The items dropped in the game have a time limit. First, they belong to the team, then they are free for collection, and finally, they vanish. This explains why players from guilds resort to killing others after claiming elite kills. Alright, Ling Xue then noticed that the drop rate from the 100 Villages Fruit Snatchers was indeed impressive. Guardian Robe Blue. Intelligence 9, Agility 9 Special Attribute. Agility 20 Description. A commendable garment. When worn by agile mages, it enhances speed and power. Origine, Andred Village Fruit Snatché. Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian Intermediate, cross-server. This attire, with its outstanding attributes, is an excellent choice for agile mages. However, it also serves as a splendid option for priests. Big dream, after we finish the treasure hunt, I will trade this blue gear to you. After the opening of the frontier city, many advanced talents will become increasingly formidable. Just like the earlier shield tank's leap taunt, a lack of agility renders one unable to evade effectively. With a certain amount of health boost, upon arriving at the frontier city, one can opt to be a nimble healer. High agility will enhance one's sensory perception, allowing for more precise judgments in the face of control. Li Fan nodded, recalling the perilous encounter with the players from the Wa country. Had they possessed one more high-damage swordsman during the taunt, they could have focused fire and eliminated him swiftly, leaving him unable to withstand the onslaught, no matter how high Ling Xue's damage output was. Sister Ling, how shall we proceed on the third level? With our numbers diminished, the advantage of the platform is not significant. It would be wiser to wait for the respawn before descending. Ling Xue pondered and replied, after we descend, you must ensure your own safety before casting healing spells for me. If the situation turns unfavorable, I will instruct you on what to do. Her high damage capability allows her to eliminate foes quickly, while Li Fan excels in healing and shielding. If they cannot overcome an initial wave, they should engage in a strategy of attrition. The novice village is yet to attract as many extraordinarily talented players as Frontier City. As the clock struck 10:29:45, Li Fan began to continuously cast healing shields on Ling Xue. At 10:30, they both descended to the third level. To their astonishment, the third level was empty save for monsters. Not a single player was in sight. Demeng, stay still. What's going on? I'm not sure. But after entering the treasure-seizing arena, as long as we remain stationary, we will have 30 seconds of invincibility, making us untargetable and preventing monster aggro. Li Fan stood still. And indeed, neither of them drew the attention of the surrounding minor monsters. No one on the third level? Could it be that the players from the Northwest Treasure Arena have all perished in combat? The odds of that are slim. 30 seconds passed, and still no one descended. Monsters began to converge upon them. Ling Xue declared, "Forget it. Let us ascend the platform and eliminate the elites." Together, they climbed the platform. Just as Ling Xue's sword struck the attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian high-level cross-server, two appeared simultaneously, charging toward her. Both attacks landed on her, instantly shattering her shield. Ling Xue sensed the dire situation. The damage from the two attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian's high-level cross-server was inexplicably different, which defied logic. She quickly retreated from the platform, with both guardians in pursuit. Fortunately, Li Fan acted swiftly, casting a green light upon Ling Xue, restoring her health. What is happening? Why are there two guardians? The main. Use the basic probing skill. Understood. Attribute, Spirit Fruit Guardian Advanced Cross-Server Level. 9 attack, 390 agility, 60 health, 8,000 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 70 skill. Spear Thrust White. A spear is thrust towards a target, inflicting damage of 41. 3 attack. You cannot view this player's information. Li Fan exclaimed. Sister Ling, the one ahead is indeed a guardian, while the one behind is indicated to be a player. Chapter 84. The Gifted Duplication and the Glory of the Novice Conqueror. It is indeed a rare talent. The player, realizing they had been discovered, chose to abandon their pretense. In a fleeting motion, this player appeared behind Li Fan. A damage of -241 floated above Li Fan's head, followed by a fundamental strike that inflicted an additional -333, reducing his health by nearly half. Fortunately, a basic healing skill restored his health to full. Ling Xue. This fellow possesses the ability of shadowing. He is a warrior player. Their assumptions proved accurate. This player hailed from village 9469, a warrior endowed with the talent of gifted duplication, allowing him to replicate the attributes of any monster or player. Before being attacked, he could conceal himself within the body of the replicated creature, though he was unable to duplicate skills, and this ability had a cooldown of 5 minutes. He had descended 10 seconds early, initially intending to directly replicate the refreshed Guardian, but upon not spotting any players emerging from the southeast gate, he decided to hide among the Guardians instead. His plan was to catch the female warrior off guard and eliminate her swiftly. However, he was taken aback by the thickness of her shield. Instantly, he assessed that her support was formidable, prompting him to shift his focus to eliminating the support first. Little did he expect that the support not only had high defense, but also substantial health. After executing half of his skills, he had barely diminished her health. Realizing the situation, he hastily summoned his teammates. 3 figures materialized: a mage, a warrior, and a shield tank. Ling Xue let out a sigh of relief. She had just recklessly attacked the 3-layer guardian, drawing the monster's attention towards herself, and its attack power was indeed formidable, effectively adding another strong adversary to the fray. Thankfully, the opposing team lacked a shield tank. Demeng, let's maneuver around the stage. Utilize the pull strategy we discussed earlier. All right, as long as Demeng survived. Even if the enemy had an additional guardian, she was confident in her ability to dispatch them one by one. Priest, let us focus fire on that priest. The player transformed into the guardian was also directing the action. The warrior from village 9469, utilizing shadowing, was the first to pursue Li Fan. -0, -178, -0, -233. Fortunately, the damage was minimal. As the guardian approached from another direction, Li Fan decisively distanced himself from the treasure platform. What do you think you're running? The mage from 9469 teleported before Li Fan, summoning a lightning strike. However, in the next moment, the mage was left bewildered. 0, -23, what on earth? He targeted another priest. But with both staves, this priest appeared as if he had taken no damage at all. Li Fan quickly cast another healing shield upon himself. Due to being cornered, the shield tank caught up and taunted him in place. The three unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Ling Xue was the first to circumvent them. The shadowing struck the shield tank, dealing -369, followed by a fundamental strike and two elite white sword damages of -515 and -216. Player 9937 from village 9937. Fried Little Cutie has slain player Agadello from village 9469. Damn! The guardian player from village 9469 cursed. This warrior's damage is utterly devastating. With a damage reduction of 50, how could a 1,000 health shield tank be taken down in one combo? Attack the warrior. Mages, maintain your distance, he urged anxiously. After vanquishing the shield tank, Ling Xue turned her attention towards the mage player to unleash her basic attacks. The mage had just executed a teleport to pursue Li Fan, and was still on cooldown. Her agility paled in comparison to Ling Xue's, leaving her with no escape but to endure the blows. -620, player 9937. Fried Cute from village 9937 has eliminated player Maria from village 9469. Damn it! The guardian player, controlling his massive form, arrived and directed his assault towards Ling Xue. Nearby, the warrior also chose to besiege her. Her shield had expired, and her health had dwindled to half. She dared not strike again. Even if she could eliminate the warrior, the guardian player would surely claim her. Death seemed imminent. The guardian player's shadow step had cooled down. Just as he shadowed behind Ling Xue, poised to deliver the finishing blow, a green light descended before him. In an instant, Ling Xue was at full health, with an additional shield exceeding 1,000. The guardian player from village 9469 cursed under his breath, but it was futile. With the taunt status on Li Fan concluded, the tides of battle had shifted. Ling Xue braced against the guardian player's damage, swiftly dispatching the pursuing warrior with a basic attack, followed by a primary heavy strike. She didn't even manage to unleash the full potential of her elite white sword combo. Player 9937, Fried Cute, has eliminated player Lihul from village 9469. Player 9937, Fried Cute, has been rampaging through the treasure hunting arena. Is there no one who can stop her? The guardian player, unwilling to concede, swung his ethereal spear. However, just as he had shattered the shield with the assistance of the advanced guardian across servers, another green light re-established his defenses. Ironically, it was he who found himself on the receiving end of Ling Xue's relentless assault. Even with 8,000 health, he could not withstand her output. His health plummeted below 4,000. He abandoned the attempt to kill her, opting instead to circle around and waste time, hoping to capitalize on the Guardian's true damage to snatch the final blow. But Ling Xue was not one to grant him such an opportunity. Her agility surpassed his, and as she closed the distance, the Guardian was compelled to retreat with a shadow step. In that moment, Ling Xue executed her own shadow step, unleashing a flurry of skills that dealt over 2,000 damage. It was over. Time was not on his side. Moments later, a kill notification appeared. Player 9937, Fried Cute, has eliminated player Vega from village 9469. Player 9937, Fried Cute, descended like a divine weapon, ending the killing spree of player Vega from village 9469. Only the two of them remained in the treasure hunting arena. Ling Xue trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the moment. They had conquered the third tier of the treasure hunting arena. This was something she had never dared to dream of in her past life. In contrast, Li Fan was oblivious to the significance of this achievement, yet the recent thrilling maneuvers kept his exhilaration alive. 2 minutes later, your teammate has vanquished the Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian Advanced cross-server. You have acquired 300 experience. Congratulations to the team of the delightful Fried Little Cutie for successfully defeating the Advanced Cross-Server Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian. What incredible fortune! Fried Little Cutie has slain the Advanced Cross-Server Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian, resulting in the drop of a high-level attribute Spirit Fruit Blue. Truly impressive. Fried Little Cutie has triumphed over the advanced cross-server attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian, yielding another high-level attribute Spirit Fruit Blue. Player Fried Little Cutie from Village 9937 has defeated the advanced cross-server attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian, 100 village level, earning the title of Junior Fruit Conqueror. Player Dream of 3000 from Village 9937 has also prevailed over the advanced cross-server attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian, 100 village level, attaining the title of Junior Fruit Conqueror. What remarkable feats by Fried Little Cutie, Dream of 3000, Tonight We Hunt Tigers, and Flower Sister, who have collectively achieved victory in the 100 Village Fruit Conqueror campaign, earning the prestigious title of First Fruit Conqueror. Let's extend our heartfelt congratulations to them. First Fruit Conqueror, bound, non-transferable. Description, a testament to strength, perhaps possessing some extraordinary effects. Source, 100 Village Fruit Conqueror, Advanced Cross-Server Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian. Junior Fruit Conqueror, locked to character, non-transferable. Rare Attribute, Critical Hit 10. Description, a special reward from the realm of consciousness for the mightiest warriors. Source, 100 Village Fruit Conqueror, Advanced Cross-Server Attribute Spirit Fruit Guardian. Note, when obtaining the same Junior Fruit Conqueror title, it will automatically synthesize and stack. Chapter 85. The Spirit Puppet, the final title of the first extraordinary troop for the treasure hunt, is directed at the 100 villages involved, and all players from these villages can witness it. Those who have encountered Li Fan and the Ling Xue team display a range of emotions. Some harbor resentment, others exhibit hostility, and some express deep reflection. Those damn Chinese certainly must be using cheats. Frying, dreaming, the next time we cross paths in a treasure hunt. Luck will not favor you again. First, eliminate the support. It is imperative to target the support first. It was this very group that we faced during the initial treasure layer in the 10th village, where we exchanged blows. Had it not been for them, perhaps the treasure from the 100 villages would have been ours. Such immense glory, the strongest of the 100 villages. The most exhilarated, of course, are from the 9937 novice village. My goodness, several prominent figures have secured the title of first extraordinary troop from the 100 villages. This is truly beyond my wildest dreams. From today onwards, I shall shift from being a critic to a fan. Esteemed leaders, please accept my admiration. The strongest of the 100 villages. How remarkable. Damn it. Why am I so excited? It's not even my village that took first place. Damn, I feel the same, getting all worked up over just being level 3. Brothers, our guild leader just mentioned that these two prominent figures even defeated the red gifted players from the Japanese nation. Remarkable. We successfully resisted the Japanese. Their strength knows no bounds. I must boast to a few from other regions. In this moment, even the formerly adversarial Black Feather Guild and the Red Flower Society must concede. He who is particularly envious, as such glory once belonged to him. The Red Flower Society's Shaoxian. It turns out I am the one who shakes the tree with my feeble strength. These two must not be provoked again. In Huaxia, Yusher, at the headquarters of a certain department, an unusual incident has occurred in the Sunshine community, prompting all nearby residents to rush to the scene. Captain Li, what has transpired? The public has gone berserk, attacking one another. Even the local police officers have sustained injuries. Are we really meant to manage such occurrences? Isolated attacks may be random, but when dozens or even hundreds are involved, it constitutes an extraordinary event. Captain Li cast a glance at Wang Tao and said, "You should accompany us and bring the giant beast bones as well." He had an instinct that perhaps they could be of assistance. Several vehicles sped towards the scene, where the entire Sunshine community was cordoned off by a large contingent of armed military police. The National Security Bureau comprises numerous subdivisions, and the Bureau for Handling Extraordinary Events, where Captain Li is stationed, is a newly established department in recent years. Gong Bureau, what is the current situation? Captain Li, you have finally arrived. We have already surrounded the area. Gong Bureau's expression was grave. The individuals inside appear to have gone mad, having rushed the door multiple times. We sent a team inside, but it wasn't long before we heard horrific screams, and then they went silent. Gong Bureau then provided a video clip and several photographs. Wang Tao inadvertently caught a glimpse. What the hell? Their mouths are covered in blood. It looks exceedingly terrifying. Are they possessed by something sinister? Or perhaps bitten by a zombie? Most importantly, they seem undeterred by sunlight, which does not align with cinematic depictions. This is the spirit puppet. Those within have likely perished. Captain Li's voice trembled slightly. Wang Tao felt a buzz in his head. Captain Li would not jest about such a scene. Director Gong's expression was exceedingly grim. How should we handle this? Previously, there had only been a handful of individuals involved. The scale of this event was unprecedented, even for Captain Li, Director Gong. My companion here, and I will venture in first. If necessary, I suggest a targeted demolition. Targeted demolition, in simpler terms, refers to a missile strike. Captain Li, might the repercussions of a targeted demolition be too severe? Is there truly no alternative? The spirit puppets are merely the deceased, devoid of life. They feel no pain, are bloodthirsty, and possess a certain degree of contagion. This method minimizes losses. Director Gong reported to higher authorities, for this level of decision was beyond his jurisdiction. Captain Li then led Wang Tao inside. Captain Li, are just the two of you entering? Rest assured, I will merely guide this young man along the periphery to test his mettle. In truth, he wished to evaluate Wang Tao. The energy Wang Tao had detected the previous day was remarkably pure, and Captain Li wanted to observe how the manifestation of the game would affect these spirit puppets. If it proved effective, they could then confront the true otherworldly beings. Two individuals, bloodied and aimlessly wandering in the courtyard, caught the scent of fresh blood. They bared their teeth and charged toward the duo. Wang Tao was startled. This was what Captain Li referred to as a spirit puppet, truly terrifying, especially in broad daylight. Captain Li grasped Wang Tao and deftly tossed him onto a tree. Then, using a gentle push, landed beside him. Now try once more, gathering your energy into the giant bone in your hand, and release it toward the spirit puppet. All right. Wang Tao murmured the incantation for the basic lightning strike technique. Moments later, a bolt of lightning erupted from the giant bone, striking one of the spirit puppets. Under Captain Li's perception, that puppet instantly lost its eerie aura. An imperceptible surge of energy flowed into Wang Tao's body. He once again heard that familiar notification sound. You have used the basic lightning strike to eliminate a low-level spirit puppet. You have gained 2 experience points. Meanwhile, Li Fan and Ling Xue had returned to the 9937 novice village. Ling Xue, transformed from her usual demeanor, radiated the joy of a child receiving a gift. The extraordinary attributes of the Spirit Fruit Guardian, Advanced Cross-Server, were announced in the public channel. They had acquired 4 high-grade attribute spirit fruits, 2 blue equipment pieces, and several white ones. Most importantly, they had obtained 2 manifestation symbols of power. Manifestation of Power, Special Grade Item Description. This item allows the attributes and skills of characters within the game to be manifested in the real world. Note, upon utilizing the manifestation of power and subsequently employing the equipment manifestation, the overall strength of the player can be brought into the real world, granting access to the code required to enter the dream realm. Players possessing this code can enter the dream world at any time without the need for a game medium. Player Deep Fried Cutie invites you to join a special activated instance. What is this? Li Fan inquired with confusion. Ling Xue replied calmly. If you're certain, then proceed. Confirm. Soon after, the two vanished from the novice village and appeared in a different realm. Initiating identity verification. Verifying. Confirmation complete. Player 1. Deep Fried Cutie. Real name, Ling Xue. Identity information, XXXX. Player 2. Great Dream of 3000. Real name, Li Fan. Identity information, XXXXXX. Chapter 86. Binding of Power Manifestation Tokens and Classification of Golden Equipment. Please click to confirm. Confirm. You should also click to confirm. Confirm. Binding consumes 2 Power Manifestation Tokens. Do you wish to proceed with the binding? Yes. Successfully bound the information of 2 players. It is unchangeable. Note, the user can click on the token in their inventory to manifest power into the real world. As the user is Ling Xue, the vast majority of prompts are visible only to her. While Li Fan was still enveloped in confusion, The two had already emerged from the special space. He felt an indescribable connection with something. The duo was only one step away from using the token for power manifestation. Why hadn't they used the token yet? It was likely due to her cautious nature. He feared that an overly swift manifestation of their abilities might attract the attention of rival factions. Should they be tempted, she would lose her extraordinary support in him. Her indulgence in possessing too much advanced information would ultimately lead to missed opportunities due to issues of power. Now that the binding of the power manifestation tokens was successful, in the event of danger, she could promptly use the token, allowing both to manifest their abilities. Ling Xue, I think I just heard the identity verification process. You wouldn't be planning something nefarious, would you? Li Fan Chocolat. Having lived 2 lives, she was certainly no naive girl. Indeed, seeing how much you adore money, I might just use your information for online loans. I'll take out 10 million. If you can't repay it, brace yourself for prison. Li Fan responded, if loans were that easy to obtain, those platforms would probably go bankrupt. Ling Xue shot him a disdainful glance and said, rest assured, the earlier instance only brought you benefits, not detriments. When the time is right, I will naturally inform you what that is. She traded some items obtained from the treasure hunt with Li Fan, including 3 high-grade attribute spirit fruits for him to consume immediately. Additionally, she provided the Guardian Robe Blue, which was also locked for equipment, and they proceeded to the blacksmith shop for the initial refinement. The equipment refinement resulted in an increase of 1 intelligence and 4 agility, with the 7 attributes being quite commendable. Li Fan's power surged dramatically once more. Magic attack at 472, health at 1420, physical defense at 138, and a terrifying magic defense of 209. Finally, there were over 10 white tier items, aside from 2 with 5 attributes. The rest boasted 7 attributes or higher. Li Fan was nearly beaming with joy. Another day of becoming rich. Noticing his foolish grin, Ling Xue expressed her disdain for the guy. Do you see the bound equipment in your inventory? What equipment? It should be called the glory of the beginner fruit snatcher. Li Fan opened his inventory. Aside from the equipment, there were numerous red potions, nearly filling his bag, so he cleared out a few stacks. Indeed, he spotted the equipment sitting nearby. The glory of the novice fruit gatherer is a locked character and cannot be traded. Rare attribute, healing critical hit 10. Description, a special reward for the strongest warriors from the realm of enlightenment. Source, the fruit gathering heroes of Baitsuan. Attribute, Spirit Fruit Guardian Advanced Cross Server. Note, when obtaining the same novice fruit gatherer-esque glory, it will automatically synthesize and stack the healing critical hit 10. What effect does this have? Ling Xue replied, simply click to use it. Healing critical hit 10 can be understood as a small probability trigger that allows healing to reach 150% of the original amount. Is it similar to the novice wound perception? One could interpret it that way. Are these 2 probabilities stacked, or is it the healing amount that stacks? It is not a probability stack. They can trigger simultaneously, and the healing amounts will stack. I see, Li Fan exclaimed in realization. Currently, his healing amount is 776. With the novice wound perception triggering at 1552, and with the healing critical hit, it reaches 2328, while the healing shield amounts to 3492. Phew, this shield. When encountering that 8-eared rabbit leader again, I must confront it head-on. Isn't it unprofitable? Profitable. Then why not hurry? Changing into agile and flexible robes. Li Fan's agility soared to 54, allowing him to stride forth with great speed. Before long, the two arrived at the bit of forest. They noticed many guild players rushing inside, and instinctively chose to take a detour. The reason? They were too powerful. They simply dared not provoke them. The two, curious, followed to take a look. It turned out that the elite tree guardian had been spawned, and many guilds were collaborating to tackle this elite foe. Upon seeing Ling Xue and Li Fan approach, everyone ceased their actions, including the mages who were scaling the tree and dealing damage. The reputation of a person casts a shadow upon the tree. Ling Xue inquired, Demeng, are we truly this formidable? They have even begun to battle the monsters? It must be said that this guild-esque strategy is indeed impressive. There are areas on the ground that can bind and drain health. So they have the mages climbing the Bida tree to unleash their attacks. Li Fan mused, "My dear Ling Xue, it is clearly your ferocity that exceeds even that of a gang. They've been intimidated by you." Members of the Xingqian Guild approached to inquire. "Ling Xue, Demeng, are you going to fight this elite?" Many were listening intently. Fighting a level 9 against a level 6, isn't there a risk of not obtaining anything? Are we really competing for this? Ling Xue responded, "No. We merely came to observe. If your Xingqian Guild acquires suitable equipment, I would be open to a fair trade." She possessed a second-tier golden blueprint for armor. Currently, she had sufficient auxiliary materials but lacked one piece with maximum strength and special attributes, as this would enhance the inheritance probability. Golden blueprints are exceedingly rare. Their synthesis cannot be carelessly discarded. Through the lessons learned in her past life and shared experiences with others, she had gained considerable insight in this regard. Golden equipment, also known as spiritual artifacts, are categorized into 4 quality levels: superior, flawless, perfect, and legendary. The higher the level, the better the equipment attributes and special properties. The equipment above the gold standard possesses a second attribute with the probability of revealing a unique trait. Upon hearing the response from the renowned friar, the major guilds resumed their assault on the elite tree guardian. Their method of ascending the tree proved remarkably effective. With minimal casualties, they managed to reduce the elite tree guardian's health to over half. As the elite tree guardian blossomed, a multitude of its guardians rushed forth to protect their master. This time, the mages stationed in the tree faced a fierce onslaught, leaving them severely diminished. Yet, with wealth, one can influence even the most obstinate of beings, let alone fellow humans. An unending stream of players surged into the fray. After approximately 10 minutes, the elite tree guardian, unwilling to succumb, fell. To Ling Xue's astonishment, the final blow was delivered by a guild of around 20, known for their sweet-talking prowess. They also looted 2 blue items, while several mages quick of hand and foot utilized their teleportation skills to snatch the treasures and swiftly exited the area, returning quietly to the city. Chapter 87. The elite of the Ivory Wild bore the public channel remained silent. Ling Xue urged Li Fan to inquire with the player who had just sweet-talked and claimed the finishing blow. The player, known as Lollipop, was taken aback to receive a private message from Demeng Sanqian and promptly sent over 2 blue items. One item boasted attributes of 17, with dual strength and physique and a special health boost. The other item featured a dual intelligence attribute of 16, along with a special agility enhancement. Neither of these items was the main piece that Ling Xue desired. As for why they did not inquire about blue items dropped by elites of other levels, it was because the elites outside the Bai Tower Forest were of too low a level, rendering their blue item attributes limited and only suitable as supplementary pieces. The likelihood of obtaining quality main pieces from blue items outside the Bai Tower Forest was significantly higher, with a rare chance of them being flawless. The major guilds, such as the Black Feather Guild, the Irreplaceable Guild, and the Starry Sky Guild, expressed their discontent. The elites appeared to favor the finishing blows, with a considerable number being claimed by smaller guilds. In pursuit of profit, they resolved that their 4 major guilds would monopolize the elites from levels 3 to 6, disregarding any dissent. The rationale behind leaving the elites of levels 1 and 2 was a display of wisdom by granting a fraction to the smaller guilds. They mitigated the intensity of resistance. Furthermore, they could leverage this to their advantage. Any attempts by smaller guilds to contest for higher-level elites would result in the denial of even the lower-level ones. As anticipated, while the smaller guilds in Village 9937 voiced their grievances, they ultimately complied under the absolute dominance of the 4 major guilds, quietly seizing the level 1 and 2 elite finishing blows that rightfully belonged to them. In Huaxia, Yusher, Sunshine Community, Wang Tao was astonished to discover that defeating the spirit puppets could yield experience points. Not only had he brought his mana out of the awakening realm, but he had also extracted the system. Initially incredulous, he soon found himself overjoyed at the prospect of growing stronger. With the assistance of Team Li, he was able to eliminate an increasing number of spirit puppets. Although he initially struggled with the adjustment, Team Li reassured him, questioning why he felt discomfort. "You are not killing these beings. You are merely using your power to purge the violent remnants left within them. You are granting them liberation. If we fail to manage this, the military would have no choice but to obliterate this area with bombs. Preserving the bodies is truly a service to them. Team Li's words resonated with Wang Tao, and he grew bolder in his endeavors. He was close to leveling up to level 7 in the game, and amidst his battles, he unexpectedly achieved that milestone. Just like in the game, he received 5 free points. He attempted to allocate them to intelligence, and to his delight, he succeeded. Wang Tao seemed to have grown stronger once again. Team Li, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, felt a mix of disappointment and joy. The disappointment stemmed from his prior knowledge of the Awakening Realm, where he had learned that the military was closely monitoring the situation and had dispatched numerous individuals into the game. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident had caused them to miss their opportunity. By the time he sought to re-enter, registration had already closed. However, he was elated that this individual was under his command. Team Li relayed this information back to headquarters, realizing that in the past, such an achievement would have been unattainable. For several days, their perceptions have been continually refreshed, compelling them to believe. The headquarters of the National Security immediately commenced an investigation. It was discovered that not all individuals possessing manifestation abilities could easily defeat specific monsters in the external realm. Only those with green talent or higher were capable of doing so. Consequently, the profiles of these individuals were designated as the chosen ones. In the novice village 9937, compared to the Tower Forest, the strength of the two had already become formidable following their treasure hunt in the 100 village. Ling Xue chose not to have Li Fan repeatedly engage in monster grinding for leveling up. Instead, she borrowed a few shield tanks from the Starry Guild to train her and Li Fan on reaction time and positioning. Ling Xue, why don't we just hunt monsters for gear and level up? How long are we going to train? After several hours of training, combined with his agility of 50 to 60, Li Fan had mastered the control with the shield tanks adeptly. The shield tank players from the Starry Guild consistently struggled to approach and taunt him. However, Li Fan still found it challenging to multitask. He could not simultaneously cast healing spells on Ling Xue without misfiring. Ling Xue replied, "Let us focus on training. I will inform you when we are done." She was well aware of his little thoughts. Presently, both were at level 9, and if they leveled up further, they would no longer be able to farm the level 7 elite monsters. To maximize resource acquisition in the novice village, they needed to remain at level 9 for at least another 2 to 3 days. This strategy would allow them to defeat several level 7 elites. Had it not been for the treasure hunt in the 100 village, the optimal level cap would have been 7. They possessed absolute strength and could claim all the elite monsters in the Tower Forest. During this time, she trained to utilize Shadow Step, evading the taunts of the shield tanks when they were about to release them. With Ling Xue's agility having surpassed 100, she had developed a rudimentary sense of evasion, enabling her to sense danger in advance. However, there remained a significant gap in achieving perfect distance evasion. Furthermore, encountering shield tanks during the second layer of the 100 village treasure hunt, she struggled to evade the jumping taunts effectively. All these aspects required rigorous training. Suddenly, a message from Li Fan's gaming friend flashed across the screen. "Ling Xue, we received news from DeLong. They have encountered a level 7 elite ivory boar in the Broken Valley region. Finally, it's happening." Li Fan exclaimed with excitement. Having gone several hours without any income, he felt quite anxious. Ling Xue rewarded each of the shield tanks with 10 copper coins. The current exchange rate had risen, now amounting to approximately 2,000 coins. They could scarcely earn that much from their jobs, and in addition, the Starry Guild would provide them with a sum. The task of merely releasing taunts while also expanding their team was exceedingly gratifying. Not far away, within 7 to 8 minutes, the two reunited with Su Yu and others. The large tree at the entrance of the slope valley had been smashed open, and numerous ivory boars gathered around, seemingly seeking vengeance against them. Ivory Wild Boar Elite, level 7 attack, 300 agility, 90 health, 9,600 physical defense, 120 magic defense, 80 skills. Boar King's Charge White. The Ivory Wild Boar Elite charges forward, inflicting damage of 41. 3 attack on all targets and stunning them for 5 seconds. Boar King's Bloodlust White. When the Ivory Wild Boar Elite's health drops below 50%, it restores 50% of the damage dealt as health. Boar King's Descent Blue. When the Ivory Wild Boar Elite's health declines to 20%, its attack and defense attributes are doubled, and it gains double bloodlust. This elite possesses commendable attributes, with enhancements and health recovery. In the past, capturing this Ivory Wild Boar Elite would have required considerable effort. However, with Li Fan's Healing Shield reaching level 5, it poses no threat to the two. Xiaoyu, you 3 are responsible for distracting these Ivory Wild Boars. DeLong, join the group. All right. DeLong appeared quite exhilarated, as he finally had the opportunity to challenge an elite. Xiao Abai unleashed a lightning strike on the Ivory Wild Boars, successfully diverting some on the left. Ling Xue, should I proceed directly? Since the advent of the gaming nutrient chamber, the group has been more diligent than Li Fan himself. They have been grinding at this spot for an entire day, with each member reaching level 8 and completing equipment refinement. DeLong has adopted a full agility route, refraining from attacking. Presently, he boasts over 900 health, and combined with damage reduction, he could withstand a fair amount of punishment, even from the notorious 8-eared rabbit chief. Chapter 88. The Elite Ivory Wild Boar's Onslaught. A grand dream begins. He had trained for an entire afternoon, and now it was time to test the Elite Boar King's charge and see if he could evade it. Ling Xue instructed DeLong, "You shall taunt the wild boars on the right." The Ivory Wild Boar towered over 6 meters tall. In this game, the minimum perception setting was merely 10%. A collision would undoubtedly be painful. He truly was just a support character. DeLong cast a sympathetic glance in his direction, bracing himself to taunt the right side boar herd. With your high defense and substantial health, what is there to fear? Remember, for the first strike, do not cast basic healing. Before Li Fan could ponder, Ling Xue delivered a decisive kick. As the server time extended, their advantages in level and equipment gradually diminished. Even within the cross-server treasure hunt, their purple talents felt somewhat lacking, were it not for the extreme complementarity of her and Li Fan's talents. They might have been eliminated by that mage during the treasure-seeking in Village 10. Agility in movement and evasion skills were among the few aspects they could still enhance. Sensing an enemy incursion, the Elite Ivory Wild Boar charged fiercely toward him. This was dire. He was merely a support character, and the expectations were overwhelming. Without the healing shield, 5 seconds would be unbearable. He held his breath, focusing all his attention on the approaching elite. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon him. As the distance between man and boar dwindled to half a grid, Li Fan's mind conjured images of a bullfight. Just before impact, his remarkable agility allowed him to swiftly sidestep, indeed evading the Elite Ivory Wild Boar's attack. I actually dodged it. I am quite the genius. Ling Xue widened her eyes in astonishment. Indeed, without pushing him, one could hardly fathom his limits. He had successfully evaded. Ling Xue, quickly enter and deal damage. The Elite Boar lunged at Li Fan once more. Li Fan, with disdain, remarked, "That was merely a ruse. You beast, did you truly think I was afraid?" He then cast a healing shield upon himself, a protective barrier with over 1,000 defense. The boar's charge inflicted a mere 160 damage. As Li Fan accumulated more healing shields, even a head-on collision would not breach them. Ling Xue entered the fray, her sword raised. With a powerful strike, she executed a primary heavy blow, following up with the Elite's white sword's secondary strike and a basic attack. Minus 841 minus 348 minus 659. The Elite Ivory Wild Boar's health plummeted by nearly 1/5 in an instant. Still as formidable as ever, it drew the attention of the creature. The Elite Boar then turned its wrath upon Ling Xue. Li Fan cast basic healing upon her and remained steadfast, outputting damage from his position. DeLong, observing from the side, these two were becoming increasingly formidable. Engaging an elite creature rendered him nearly invisible. Before long, the Elite's health dipped below 50%. Activating its second skill, Boar King's Bloodlust, which restored 50% of the damage dealt. However, it proved to be of little consequence. The damage inflicted by Ling Xue was akin to an avalanche, plummeting downwards in torrents. Health at 40%, 30%, 20%. The Ivory Wild Boar Elite activated its third skill, the Boar King's Descent. At this moment, the Elite Boar boasted an attack of 600, physical defense of 240, and magical defense of 160. For other players, such stats might render them utterly defenseless. Yet, it encountered the formidable Ling Xue, with her high attack power and Li Fan, known for his exceptional healing and shielding abilities. It became a titanic clash of strikes. The Boar King Elite was thoroughly incensed, charging forward with an unyielding assault, unleashing the Boar King charge. Could it truly be played this way? Even Li Fan believed that Ling Xue would be knocked down and stunned by the charge. However, with a swift shadow leap, she deftly evaded to the rear of the towering Bida tree, successfully dodging the attack. Impressive. This shadow leap was executed with remarkable finesse. As the Boar King Elite unleashed its final skill, it aimed to preserve its dignity, yet it failed miserably. Your teammate has slain the level 7 Ivory Wild Boar Elite. You have gained 533 experience. Congratulations to the team of player Fried Little Cutie for overcoming numerous challenges to successfully slay the level 7 Ivory Wild Boar Elite, earning substantial rewards. What incredible fortune! Player Fried Little Cutie has slain the Ivory Wild Boar Elite, resulting in the drop of Boar King's Garment Blue. Boar King's Garment Blue. Strength 10, Constitution 9 Special Attribute. Attack 30 Description. A remarkably rare blue garment of formidable attributes, serving as a prime material for crafting legendary gear, potentially leading to unforeseen outcomes. Origin: the first level 7 Ivory Wild Boar Elite from Village 99377. Good fortune continues. The team of Fried Little Cutie has also received a Beginner Dual Defense Skill Book. Beginner Dual Defense Skill Book. Class requirement: none upon comprehension. Grants the passive skill of Beginner Dual Defense. Slaying elites no lower than 2 levels below oneself grants 2 physical and 2 magical defense, while defeating a boss grants 4 physical and 4 magical defense, with a maximum limit of 20 points. Description: after reaching the maximum value for dual defenses, a passive effect granting a 10 enhancement to dual defenses is obtained. It's out. It truly dropped. Ling Xue was elated. With 2 full attributes and an added special description, she was thrilled that the main component for crafting a spiritual artifact had finally emerged. My goodness, this garment is extraordinary. Its attributes are astounding. Not only high, but the blue gear boasts a maximum of 20 points in attributes, with a single attribute peak of 10 points. It was